Who was the first ever official LCS MVP?
It's probably just Soren.
No, I think it was Bjergsen.
Bjergsen in 2014?
Yeah, I think so.
See, that's
No,
like,
no, no, I know who it is, I know who it is.
But like, that's what they want you
No,
to
no,
say,
it's
right?
Xiao Wei Xiao, I think.
Shall we shall?
Was 2013 no MVP?
No, none of the C9 players won MVP.
Ever?
I don't think so.
Oh, is that what they told you after you won MVP?
You could go for that. I feel like Soren is too, like, they try to
Too
bait you
baiting?
into that question.
That is, yeah. Okay, Xiao Wei Xiao.
It is Bjergsen.
No, I really don't think any of the C9 players won MVP.
Okay.
I'm going to Bjergsen.
Lock in Bjergsen.
It is Bjergsen.
Thank you.
Nice.
I knew it.
And which split did C9 and TSM first play against each other, and who won?
I mean, it has to be spring, right? Like, it can't be summer.
No, they came in summer.
2013 summer.
2013.
Summer. C9 won.
Okay, 2013 summer C9.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I think it's summer 2013. C9 one.
That's correct.
Yeah.
How many Danish players are starting in this LCS playoffs?
Does EG
Okay.
have? No.
No, EG doesn't.
CLG doesn't.
CLG doesn't.
Does TSM?
No.
No.
I think it starts Danish.
It's 2 or 3, right? I swear he's not Danish. I swear he's not Danish.
We're going
I'm going 4.
The answer is 4.
Nice. Okay.
I think 3 is probably a good guess, right?
I think 3 is a good guess, yeah.
Okay, we'll go with 3.
3? The answer is 4.
Is this inspired?
Sven.
What is he actually
Oh my
Danish?
god.
Which player has the most LCS trophies all time, and how many trophies do they have?
It has to be a bliff.
Double lift?
Double lift, right?
I think it's 8.
I think it was 8. I remember hearing 8 a lot when it comes to double lift.
Okay, I think 8 is good.
Okay, 8.
8? Double lift was 8?
Yeah.
That is correct.
2018 spring, 2018 summer,
Yeah.
2019 spring,
Yeah.
2019 summer, 2020 summer, 8.
Yeah.
It's 8.
It's 8.
It is 8. That's very impressive.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Who spilled water on his keyboard?
Sven Skjern?
Not once, but twice.
I mean, that's just like...
Sven Skjern.
Oh, okay, well, I'm just gonna trust Lyman on this one because he
That's
knows
Garen.
It was still scaring.
it's Spill Scarin. I've heard that actually before. I was wondering why that. I didn't even know about that.
Who is the LCS First Blood King for this year?
The River is the king. He like,
River
gets first
kills
blood
people
every-
early like every game. So does
Okay.
Contracts. Or he dies for early. Like it's one or the other.
Contracts must not be it.
Well, Blabber would know. Okay, the only options are like inspired in Blabber, right?
Yeah.
See, Blabber would know his own stats, right? He would know how many first bloods he has. So,
Okay, we'll just go with you, but my prediction is closer.
That's your prediction? Okay, we can go with your prediction. I'm fine with it. I answer all the other
Okay,
questions.
confirm closer.
okay, I think it's inspired.
It is actually Hans Sommer.
What?
Name the 2 players that have played in the most splits of the LCS.
I assume it's Afro and
Yeah.
Okay, Afro for sure.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to submit.
so it must be Wild Turtle.
I think it's Afro because
It might
I
be
don't.
Wild Turtle.
No,
Wait, so they're tied?
Afro and Walter.
Yeah, Afro and Wild Turtle.
It is Aftermoon Loud.
Nice.
Wild Turtle?
That's actually it. Actually, yeah, I think you're right. It's Turtle. Yeah, it's Turtle.
I must say Turtle.
Turtle and
Afro.
Who is the all-time isolated deaths leader in the LCS?
Impact's playing the longest, and he does die
Yeah.
a lot randomly.
I think it's Impact.
Yeah, we can go with Impact.
Impact.
It is Impact.
Nice.
Okay, we'll go Impact.
Who has the better win rate against the other? Blabber or Speaker?
Well, they made Worlds.
Yeah, we lost 3-2 at World. So it's
So it's tied.
So we 2-0 TSM, I'm pretty sure, last split. 2 of them this split.
Okay, there's no way then.
But 3-2, we won 3-2 versus them, and I lost 3-1.
okay. If it's not even, I think he has 1 on me.
Okay, you might have one.
I'm gonna go with 1 on me.
Blabber, one up. You with the 1 game lead.
What?
Okay, wait, which is Bubble?
It is Speaker.
What?
By 1 game.
Oh my god, you're so capped.
Which player has been on the most unique teams in the LCS? I can tell you there are 2 of them. You only have to name 1.
Dog.
Dardock.
Right?
I don't know. There's Dardock. There's Golden Glue.
There's Solo. Right?
Solo.
Solo's been in a lot.
Solo, Turtle.
Dardock has to be 1 though. I feel like if Dardock's not in here, it's like Criminal.
Okay, let's count Dardock's teams. Echo Fox.
Bro, I'm not counting. I refuse to.
Huni has IMT,
Dig.
Dig,
Oh, actually,
Echo
maybe-
Fox, TSM.
Maybe he was on. Oh, actually.
No.
Were they on
He
Clutch?
came to. Oh, he was at Clutch, so that's fine.
I mean, we're going down.
Dardock.
Who's the other one now? It's Huni and
Check the tape.
Huni and Dardock.
Are tied between Altec and Apollo.
What?
Both Apollo and Altec.
Yes! We won!
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the LCS and the LCS waiting room as we gear up for TSM versus Evil Geniuses. Another best of 5 hitting your screens. It's the 1 seed against the 7 seed. We'll see if TSM's got a surprise for us, as it was already a bit surprising to see EG fall down to the lower brackets. How'd you guys do on that quiz?
So I was trying to
Terribly.
fact check some of those stats. Some
Were
of it
you?
Surprised me, yeah. Like the first Blood King, Han Sama, is it kills and assists or just kills?
I think it's
Because if it's
Yeah.
just kills, then maybe. Because if it's participation, it's contracts.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna
Santorin's
say,
been robbed. It has to be, right? Because he's getting
are
assists.
fun.
He's not going
Those
to
are fun.
take the
Yeah.
kill.
it was that one, and then what was the other one? It was a player on most unique teams. I was surprised that it was
That it's
Apollo.
not Dardock.
And,
Yeah.
that wasn't Dardock, or
wanna
or
see the
even
list.
Solo himself.
Solo,
I was
yeah.
like, how many teams
So
does
what was
that
in the
guy play
running?
for?
'Cause I remember, so like it depends on if it's LCS teams, because I feel like maybe a lot of those are like academy teams.
Right,
Or,
yeah,
like,
yeah, where's
in
the
the
line?
early LCS days with like other teams.
We'll go bother Pacer
Yeah,
Time about
Pacer
it
Time
later.
needs to give us
we're
the
gonna
list.
we're gonna
Yeah.
hunt him down. We're gonna
Yeah.
get some more info. Either way, those quizzes are a ton of fun. If you haven't been keeping up with LCS 10 and 10, check out the YouTube channel. You're gonna find all that kind of stuff. As we do, though, we're going to dive back into some LCS playoff play. Yesterday, Team Liquid Honda completing the reverse sweep against CLG.
Santorin had such a great series.
Player of the
in
series,
this,
by the way.
And we have to do it to him like that, right? I think the big thing is CLG came out really, really strong in the first 2 games. And then TL actually did manage to pull off that reverse sweep.
Yeah, heartbreaking for the CLG boys, the fact that you were able to get those 2 first games, and then, like you can see in each progressive game past that, the soul being sucked out of them. Hey, and when it got to that game 5, they went back to the tried and true of Macaulay and Yone, and it just wasn't enough.
And where did this Jinx pick come from? This was the craziest read
Yeah.
by Team Liquid that worked out amazingly. This whole Zeri, Sivir, handshake stuff that they were doing was just not working from them.
Yeah.
And they just reached back into the past. And Han Sama crushes lane phase with it pretty much 3 games in a row, and they're able to take the series, like, convincingly in the last 3 games.
Yeah, you'd love to see it because it's a signature pick from him, and it still does adhere to some of kind of what we've talked about in terms of the meta and the way it's playing, and that, like, all right, that is still your late game damage insurance. You're just about getting her to that point.
Yeah, and I love the Santorin commentary in the Pro to Pro, where he was just talking about, yeah, like the word Jinx just came up, and then they picked it, right? And he was like, hey, I asked him, like, are you comfortable in that situation? He's like, yes, because my team sees that win condition. And he also, like, allots much like, hey, I'm Trundle.
Yeah.
Like, and you could say the same for Hansama being Jinx. It's really just like he is so good at Jinx that when he sees the angle, of course you give it to him.
Well, and after yesterday, he's now 14-1, right?
Yeah.
All time. After
It's-
that game 5, yeah,
It's crazy.
in his career.
Yeah,
so that's
and
nuts.
it's just astronomical record.
Oh, we
So-
got the Bjergsen and Zillion on that one too.
Gonna
I
make a
forgot
big.
about
Well,
that.
so
Forget
this is
about
great.
it.
I love that you brought up the Jinx because it wasn't the only kind of signature pick that we saw yesterday, right? We had the Zillion. We've
Yes.
seen the Swain in the past. We also saw the set, even though it wasn't successful on the side of TSM. Likewise for CLG, they're willing to pull out some of their signatures like the Yone and the Akali. And so a lot of this playoffs has been about what are the unique things teams can bring in to augment the standard meta. So as we've seen a lot, I wanted to push you three a little bit more, to go that extra bit of distance and give me a pick that we haven't seen just yet that you think deserves to be played, maybe in specific scenarios, but give me the pick. Tell me who's going to play it, where they're going to play it, why it should be played. Emily, you're up first.
All right, deserves to be played? Maybe not.
Wait a minute.
But I think it's a really cool pick. It is Jungle Morgana. We're gonna see. Kanavi. Yeah, we're gonna see Kanavi play it here. And then I believe my other clip should have been from Canyon. Yep. This is not something you want to pick early in the draft, right? We've been super hypercritical of like the early pick Vi. Obviously, what she does can be countered. It relies on other jungle bans as well. But I have really, I loved that like binding play right there. But I've really enjoyed watching some of these junglers in LPL and LCK just hit these bindings, lock people down. It's so obnoxious. It's very fun to watch. Again, deserve to be played? Maybe not.
You know,
but it's a fun pick.
Funny story about this. You know who's super good at Jungle Morgana?
Who?
Roxa. That's right. When you asked
He's
who's going to
so
play it,
good at it.
I was like,
We watched
that's so
like
cool.
5 scrims in a row at Worlds with it as a Lilia counter pick and never brought it out on stage.
All right, so here's
That's so funny.
So here's the thing: where it should be played is into a Vi.
yeah, you can.
It is the literal hardest counter for a Vi. You never want to see a Morgana support or a Morgana jungle on the other side. So that would be where I would look for it. If we do get one of those early Vi picks, a Morgana in response is just going to completely nullify her ability to get in on a fight.
Yeah, both of these were late in the draft. They were like 4 or 5 picks, and I believe it was into a Poppy, and then I forget what the other one was. But yeah.
Well, there was a Wukong I saw.
Wukong.
Wukong.
Okay. Yeah.
But the Poppy makes a lot of sense.
Okay, all right. So Morgana, an extra mage enchanter to go along with all the bot lane focus we've had so far in the meta. Has a pretty good argument so far.
What you got?
What'd you bring to the table?
Enchanters would love this pick. Does it deserve to be played? Yes. Twitch. Twitch.
We've seen it.
Twitch already.
So you didn't follow the assignment.
Yes.
But that's fine.
Well,
Fair.
actually,
Present it,
so
all right.
North
Present
America, we've
to
seen
the
it.
class
I
anyway.
think we should see more Zeri.
It just isn't being played. So the one example that I had was the Fnatic game versus XL, in which Upset had a pop-up victory. Congratulations to Fnatic making it to Worlds, by the way. But also, yes, we've seen it throughout the split, from FlyQuest specifically, being picked into the Zeri. And right now, what we have been seeing is a lot of handshakes of Zeri versus Sivir. And I love the fact that yesterday we got to see the Jinx, where another example of high range, if she's able to get control of the lane early and gets the resources, then you kind of just take over, and it's really difficult for the Zeri to come into the game. Twitch is that as well. And I think that what we should be seeing more frequently is when we see bot lanes more comfortable, teams more comfortable playing more AD carries of that width, or like, you know, that range, you can go for that. Then you're going to be seeing support first picks. Like, we already saw a little bit of the Lulu first pick, or, you know, Yuumi in that first pick. If you are comfortable with your pool of AD carries, and you're not just limited to, we need to have Sivir, we need to have Zeri, pick up the Twitch and you'll have him in the lake.
Also love the few times we've seen the Twitch alongside the Wukong, right? With the Yuumi, giving two different options for the Yuumi to attach to and surprise an opponent. All right, we'll see if we get some more of that Twitch shaking up the bot lane meta. Jat.
I took this assignment a little bit differently.
Okay.
It was more pocket picks and signature champions.
Up to interpretation.
I like that.
And I think it's one of, like, I think signature champions are one of the coolest things in professional League of Legends.
Yeah.
The fact that someone can just have a pick that nobody else plays, but you will pull it out in a clutch situation, have total mastery over it, and even if you're into a counter pick, you'll be able to win. And this pick for me is Impact Shen.
I'm so
There's a big moment.
Okay.
Whenever there's a big moment,
All
he will
right.
be able to pull this out. So the last time he played it was against Licorice in a Shen versus Camille matchup, but I've seen Impact. He can play this into Ornn. He can play this into, it's a terrible matchup, but he's played it into GP. He played it in a game 5 of finals into a Vladimir, which is one of the worst matchups, and still won with it. Like, he is so clutch on this pick, but like, he is so seldom to use it partially because like maybe he's just afraid other people will learn that it's super abusable, but you'll never see him get abused by it on stage. It's incredible.
Two things. I want to see the Shen as well alongside the Wukong Twitch Yubi kind of situation. Like, what a disgusting competition. We're starting to build a comp. One, I want to see that. Two, on the impact point, the Mordekaiser.
He's played
the Mordekaiser as well. Yeah, but I'm like, but that's also a pick, right? That I know you've said in the past, like, he'll bring it out so infrequently, but when Impact says it's a time for Mordekaiser, you don't question him. You just lock it in.
Also, if I'm an AD carry, like, of course I want a Shen on my team.
Heck yeah.
There it is.
And if your AD carry is Danny, even better at that, looking to
maybe we'll see it
so.
against Ornn. I
would love it. And Ornn,
he's very good against Ornn with it.
We were talking off screen about how Ornn might be the priority pick of the series randomly, considering the top winners. We'll get into more and more of how the matchup itself breaks down. First, let's take a look at the bracket, remind ourselves where we stand when it comes to the LCS postseason picture. We're down there in the lower half of the bracket, awaiting the 1 seed versus the 7 seed in Evil Geniuses versus TSM. But of course, TL awaits the winner of today's matchup. And tomorrow, we'll get that upper bracket bout between 100 Thieves and Cloud9, the 2 seed, 5 seed, each looking to book straight into the finals.
Yep.
And then the loser knocked down to loser's bracket. So still a lot to be decided here. 1 world seed up for grabs, and that's what these teams here are fighting for today. 1 more best of 5 afterwards will determine it, but they want to keep their hopes of it alive. EG. Surprised that they're even in this position, though. And Jad, I think that's where we have to start. This was the 15-3 regular season EG that loses their first BO5 in the postseason.
They lose 3 games in a day versus losing 3 games in an entire split. And it was definitely very shocking the way that they did lose. There were a lot of AD carry bans that they sent towards Berserker. Kalista bans, sometimes Lucian bans, Draven bans. I do wonder how they're going to try and adapt to this. My opinion is I hope they don't overreact. I think JoJo and Inspired had off days. I think they were very close in a lot of these games, but just lost some crucial team fights. I still think they're a very good team, and I hope that they just had an off day.
I think the 2 big things for me for C9 in this win that they were able to do to EG, part of it is those ADC bans. Another part of it is the way they used Fudge's willingness to just go into these counter picks, right? Off of a lot of what was happening with the bot lane. And then additionally, Blabber and the entirety of C9 being able to track Inspired early was so massive because he could not, he definitely didn't have the same impact in their early and then by default in their mid game to be able to kind of be the engine of the team like he usually is. So I do want to give C9 and Blabber credit for that specifically because it was a massive part of how EG lost.
Yes, credit to them. But you look to Evil Geniuses, all of the strengths that they had coming into that series, just like that every team respected them for, became their weakness, right? Their skirmishes and team fighting was really off. A lot of the times they took fights where they just didn't have numbers advantage, and that didn't work out for them. You know, specifically top lane counter matchups, we always say that Impact is the rock, was abused.
Not that series.
Exactly. And so throughout, you're like, well, that's extremely uncharacteristic. And so you have to believe that they'll bounce back and perhaps be even stronger because you need that swift punch to the face to be like, okay, it's, you know, we now know this is going to be competitive and we know our weaknesses and we know what to improve on. So that's going to be fun to see if that we get to see a little bit of that sneak peek versus TSM today.
It's really interesting what double elimination has done to the way teams approach playoffs. In the 4 splits since this format has been adopted, only once did the team that won the winner's bracket final win the split. And that was 2021 C9 Spring. TSM came from the loser's bracket. 100 Thieves came from the loser's bracket.
And EG.
And last split, EG came from the loser's bracket. So down but not out would definitely be the feeling for EG. And they should be thankful that they had the opportunity to lose when they still get the second chance. The sometimes elevated stress levels, which they are feeling right now, can lead to the most improvement. They would never choose to come through the loser's bracket, but it could be good for them in the long run.
Right.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really fun day today because, like, the whole trap game philosophy, good example being yesterday, Team Liquid probably coming into that series. Even Whippo in an interview with Travis Gafford was talking about, like, if we mess up, like, if we lose this series, it would be like us messing up colossally, right? Walking into a series and just, or even CLG versus Golden Guardians, and just expecting you're going to win and having that level of confidence, like, these series are not free. So I think it's actually good for Evil Geniuses looking at the environment and being like, no, this is a really competitive playoffs. We've seen not only in this region, but in the LEC, in the LPL, that anything can happen. So we just have to be extremely focused and just like basically never taking any game for granted. So I think this is going to be a good one just for that alone.
Raz saying today is going to be a good time. Don't threaten me with
Raz,
good
you were
time.
lying down.
Don't
Did you
threaten
drop a
me
20?
I know.
with a good
I may have actually.
There's a $20 bill.
No, no.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
Whoa! Hey! Oh my
Yo, I just
God.
made $20.
Hey!
Hey, that feels pretty good.
This-
Fine.
Oh, no.
It's like a whole finders keeper situation, right? You want it? Here you
Yeah.
Yeah.
go. You do
Give it
good.
to Raz.
No!
It's 'cause
There
I
we
owed him
go.
money
I was
for-
literally about to say you do good work, and I take it all back.
No one here is
I
on
owed him
C9.
money for coffee.
have you-
That's
There
what
it
it
is.
was.
No, but so do I. I also owe money for coffee.
There it
No,
is.
damn.
There it is.
There we go. We both paid it back.
But
All
have you
right.
seen
Consider
Travis's,
ourselves paid.
Travis's LCS players,
Yeah.
$5 double it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The C9 players just took it all.
They all take it. Berserker, I like money.
Just all
Blabber,
take
like
money.
absolutely.
True.
Come on, guys.
Someone just needs to be like, oh, $1. Yeah, I'll take that.
Oh, Lordy.
The
Okay.
first question,
I
just
would
to
like
ruin
to
his
play that
content.
game.
Yeah, check out, Travis. Where's my invite to that
God.
game? I'm taking these quizzes.
Wait, he
There's no
didn't invite
prize
us
money
to
for the
that.
quiz I have to
Disgusting.
take. Anyway, we'll try and refocus a little bit. While that was a series loss for Evil Geniuses, there was still a milestone hit, which we want to call out. Danny reached 500 kills all time. He's up to 503 here in just 110 games. Not quite the fastest in history to 500. Actually, Bjergsen beat him by just a little bit. However, Danny does have the highest average kills per game all time of
Yes.
players who have over 100 games played. So that is pretty damn cool here now, almost 2 years into his career, to tout such a number.
Absolutely. And the game is slowed down since Bjergsen was faster to 500 kills significantly. We were looking at some old stats. Like Bjergsen had like 45 solo kills in a split.
Yeah.
Like it was just a different era. Now you're like, ooh, 3 solo kills. That's a lot. So, they play lane totally differently. So that's just what makes it more impressive that Danny is reaching 500 kills so quickly when you're only playing 18 games a split, and he's done it in essentially his
Yeah.
third split plus playoffs in his career. EG has played so well around him. It was noticeably absent, actually, from their series against Cloud9, but I think the stats highlight just how powerful they are at playing that style.
Absolutely, and I have to bring up my phone just because I remember we were talking about the list of 80 carries that were behind him in that stat, right? And, you know, it's LCS 10 years of this league. Players like Kopp, Doublelift, Jensen, and Bjergsen behind him. Obviously, the sample size is important. A lot of these, like,
Kills per
Doublelift-
game.
Exactly,
Yeah.
when it comes to the kills per game. But, like, you know, Kopp is really close to him, and it reminds me of, like, for a player as young as Danny, for a career that is just flourishing and the identity that he has and the team is willing to give him basically the resources, the jokes at MSI of like, hey, here's the kill. Just force feeding Danny the kills inspired that interview was. It's amazing that he has so much confidence from his team that if you give him that resources, the return on investment always comes through. And I know that those numbers, those incredible numbers, are either going to keep firm or if the meta's change, who knows what happens there. But like him as a player, as an identity, and it's so promising to see him at this level.
Yeah, Kopp. You mentioned Kopp. What a legend, man. First memory, though, for me, when you mentioned Kopp, is Double Eye Edge.
Yeah.
Which I'll never not be able to forget that moment. And it's just like, oh, no. 3,600 gold that he just spent on a second.
For me, it was as a league fan doing fantasy LCS, and I was like, I will get Kopp all the time.
Yeah, man, he performed. All right, back towards this series. We've got two absolute monsters in the top lane going up against each other, but I think with two very different stories, right? Impact has long been talked about throughout the league as, you know, the godfather of the top lane here in the LCS and a top performer. Solo, on the other hand, a mercenary. But I'm curious what Solo thinks about his opponent today in Impact.
Yeah, I mean, Impact's the same old dog that he's always been. I mean, he's just always doing his thing. Yeah, I mean, Impact, he's been the same player for so long, which is like a good thing because obviously he's really successful, like good player. So I'm always down to play against him because we always play like pretty similar styles. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully there won't be as much jungle intervention as there was in the first game, but you never know.
I like that he said, like, hopefully there won't be as much
You get
jungle
ganked because you play
intervention.
disrespectfully. That's how it works.
I also think, like, unironically, Ornn going to be a massive pick in this series for both of these players. They not necessarily play very similarly, but I think they both want to do a very similar thing for their team, right? Which is kind of be this, like, frontline protection for the rest of the team. for massive 5v5 fights. And what we've seen from both of these teams would definitely point in that direction as well.
And looking at some of these stats, a surprisingly close all-time head-to-head, and also a lot of games. So if they don't meet in playoffs, you would only play against someone else 4 times per year.
Exactly.
So 19 matchups. The one that jumps to my mind was actually FlyQuest playing against TL in 2020 summer when FlyQuest knocked Team Liquid down into the losers bracket to make it into the grand finals. But Solo, surprisingly good against Impact. I feel like he just matches up well. He plays lane so aggressively and is almost forcing the enemy jungler to go up there, which I think is part of what makes Impact strong, is he generally doesn't need any jungle intervention, right? But it kind of changes the style that you have to play when you're against Solo because he just looks so killable. Like, he plays lane in such a place where you're just drawn up there, and he's a pressure sponge for his team.
100%. I remember during that time on FlyQuest where, a great Lord Third came up during one of the games, and it said that, zero jungle proximity towards the top lane. They just didn't play towards Solo at all.
Don't play towards Solo, but the other team does.
Yes.
So it makes it easier for everyone else.
Yeah, which makes this a really fun match because both of these teams are coming into this with very similar identities, where they're going to be playing towards team fights, and the better AD carry, better team fighter, and in this case, better frontliner, who will be providing more space for his team, is going to be the one that wins out.
Well, it's super interesting to compare it to EG's last series, right? Because we said that the top lane counter picks for Fudge were a massive part of how that worked out. And it's a completely different thing, but something you still have to keep in mind is like whatever is going on in that top side, kind of to your point, Jat, where like they are going to maybe look to bring attention there just because of the way he plays the lane, but it's not going to be like they're going to, I think, play champions with similar roles, to your point, Raz, for 5v5 team fighting in the mid to late game.
Yeah, I mean, we know Solo would be, he's fine being on Ornn duty all 5 games if he has to be. I know he is too. My question was going to be, if the Ornn falls into Impact's hands, do we think Solo and TSM would actually reach for the Fioras, the Camille's, those things? Or are they going to look for just kind of like, we'll just stabilize the matchup top lane and...
When I think about, like, do I want to see either of these guys on Camille? No.
Right.
So I think, like, it's a race to pick Ornn. Like,
that's what
I don't think either one of them will have a good counter.
If we see Ornn first picks, I'm going to laugh. So
well, not first picks, but, like, very early, I don't think would be bad. Until someone proves they can
Pre-second
punish.
phase, I think.
Like, Impact could possibly have a pocket Shen, but that'll come out later in the series. I think early on, Ornn's going to be really hard to punish.
Yeah, and the pick we'll probably see more of is Renekton if they don't get the Ornn, right? Just picks that, hey, they are carries in a way, they'll stabilize the lane, and then they'll be like frontliners in team fights, especially with that build that they end up usually going for.
Okay.
That's a little bit more tankier after Blade of the Rune King. So I think that's another angle, and I'm just interested to see what the other pocket picks are going to be, but certainly expecting, third pick red side Ornn, and then banning those things, stuff like that, where you're going to see early top lane picks in the rotation.
All right, well, we heard Solo say it himself. He's hoping for zero jungle intervention. And to be honest, he might get that from his own team. I'm a little bit worried about it from the other side, though. And speaking of which, Inspired picked up Player of the Week last week. Let's hear from him now.
Thank you, Dash. For the 3rd time, I'm honored to be joined by EG Inspired, our MasterCard Player of the Week. We have all our representative trophies here from all of the accolades you have accrued. What do you owe this great success to?
I don't know. I feel like I played pretty good in the regular season. I think we had good idea of meta every time, so I was playing OP champions. I think during regular season there was like a lot of OP junglers coming up, like Poppy and Wukong and stuff like that. So I think I was a bit ahead of it, and I was just abusing the OP champs. And I think we just played well as a team. And if you play well as a team, jungler usually looks pretty good. So I think I got it.
I know we've talked in previous interviews about the fact that you're able to play so well to those strengths in the jungle, though. So I think you got to give your props for that. The thing is, based on that performance in the regular season, you and EG, you earned that #1 spot. You earned that week of a bye. So you had that time before playoffs came rolling around. What did you do during that week? And what is the importance of earning that?
I don't know if it's important to earn that, because honestly, it doesn't feel that good, because you just watch the other teams compete while you just practice, and I don't really like the practice because I think practice doesn't really feel the same as official games because you get way more like experience, way more thoughts after the games, after official games, because in scrims the games are not always very productive. So I'm not like the biggest fan of the bye week, but we got it, and I guess we're trying to focus on what we're doing good during regular split to do it well in playoffs.
That's fair. You've gotten to see a lot of teams in action in their best of fives going throughout playoffs. In fact, you've seen some play from TSM, who you are facing next. For those of the EG fans that are looking for a sweep and looking for EG domination, what are they looking out for in your matchup?
I mean, I've seen TSM play, and they changed their playstyle a lot comparing to their regular season, because right now they play very strong mid jungles, and I think they realized that their mid jungle are the best players on their team, so they know they need to play well around it and draft well around it in order to win games. So I think we'll try to not give them the best champions possible around mid jungle. So I think me and Jojo can easily match them, and after that, I think we will just outclass them on the other roles, and we should be better as a team. So I see that TSM is like similar team to us, but I think they're just worse overall.
So some props to your opponent, Spica, on the TSM side in recent performances?
Yeah, I think he's been playing pretty well, especially on the Engage champs. He's like not scared to go in and engage the fight for his team. So it's a good thing to have, but sometimes you might int a lot by engaging fights. So we'll see how he does today.
Yeah, we'll have to find out by watching the match itself. Congrats again on earning this honor once more, Inspired, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Back for more Waiting Room.
Thank you so much, the Tigress. Inspired, calling out mid-jungle duo for TSM as best two players on the team, and kind of the duo that he's looking at as being maybe the difference makers and the people that he's going to have to take to task to ultimately take this series. Quick verbal note to those of you at home, small delay on stage. We're being told we're targeting about a 1:15 PT start time now for the game. We'll keep you apprised if anything changes. Until that time, we'll continue breaking down the matchup.
I was very disappointed in one thing in that interview with Inspired.
It's going to be a full answer. Don't play into it.
I'm playing into it.
Because I know you.
Why are you looking at your
Danger.
How many years have I worked with you?
Was it because he was holding two of the trophies?
Yes.
And Gabby had the third trophy.
Yeah.
Like, he needed to be holding all of the trophies.
Yeah.
No one has ever had 3 Player of the Weeks in the same split.
It's true.
Just make him hold all of the trophies.
True. That would be good content.
Would have been good. Missed opportunity.
Or make him juggle.
Or just like 2 in one hand, one has to balance and he just can't move during the
Maybe
interview.
if they make it to finals weekend, he can do his stage entrance, just bringing off his statues.
True.
You know,
when
like,
he wins MVP,
Right,
I
and-
want him to have all of his probably the
And
spring
the
split
MVP.
title
Oh my
and the MVP,
God.
maybe both championships
I like
because I
it.
think they're coming through the losers
Okay.
bracket.
I'm going to say the interesting thing I thought.
sorry. Do you have like a real point to make? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Are you
go ahead.
I do love that point though, just because it reminds me of going out to eat, and you know how waiters balance everything.
Oh, yeah.
I never know how they do that.
That's a
'cause
jungler's life. He
I'm-
has to balance
I'm
all the layers.
clumsy as anything. I trip over nothing on the set.
Facts.
It happened last week.
Video evidence of that.
One thing I thought was super interesting from that actually was that he called out the mid-jungle duo specifically. I think part of it is that obviously Spica and Maple have been the bright spots on this team sometimes, even when they were struggling, even when they were going through roster changes throughout the split, et cetera, et cetera. But the other thing is that mid-jungle was so massive in their prior series, right? Because Blabber was constantly trying to keep JoJo down, even when JoJo was able to get the push. So it's really interesting that Inspired targeted Maple and Spica specifically in his interview as something really important to TSM. So I'm really curious now to see that mid-jungle matchup.
Yeah, his Vi wasn't his best game. 0 and 10, definitely needed to get off of that one. But overall, yes, Spica has had such an amazing, split. His series was strong past that game, and overall, I think that we might see, very similar to what Inspired is saying, just them consistently playing through mid-jungle and challenging JoJo and Inspired.
Yeah.
And one thing that I think Spica has is a short memory when it's necessary.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone else would go 0-10 on Vi and then in game 5 be like, yeah, Vi looks good here.
Yep.
And that was Spica, and he was able to bounce back. So we think Inspired is going to be winning MVP. We're not sure because the results haven't been announced.
Yes.
Right.
Spica did win MVP a year ago.
Yeah.
So he can still get back to that level occasionally. And if TSM has any chance in this series, I think so much of it does have to come through mid-jungle and shutting down Inspired. I think that's, as Emily pointed out, something Blabber did to Inspired. Spica needs to do the same.
But Jat, if Spica has taken a page out of Ted Lasso's Be a Goldfish book.
Okay.
Does he even
Where's
remember
it going?
that he was an MVP last year?
Good question.
Right? He can't remember the 0-10 bye game from five games ago.
James, how old are you?
31.
Oh, snap, you're close to me. I was just wondering, because I've never heard of that game. Or book,
Ted Lasso?
That book.
You've never heard of the show Ted Lasso,
Oh,
which is
that's
a
a show.
very famous... How old are you?
There's multiple rings
I know
in Lord of the
show,
Rings.
but I have no idea what.
So in sports, the idea is when you lose a game,
Yeah, let's.
right? Be a goldfish. Goldfish have very short memories, right?
Oh, I
Just
got it.
forget.
Okay.
Just
Yeah,
move
I've heard
on,
about the goldfish
right?
point.
Anyway.
Theoretically.
You know,
Joke didn't land.
goldfish
That's
can
fine.
also get huge. They
Guess I
live
wasn't-
so
Yes,
long.
if you don't put anything else in their tank, they just get massive.
I wasn't aware of my
True.
audience, clearly.
Another thing I will say, a point towards TSM and Spica in general, is that also when they were struggling, they
Yes.
did realize that if they picked pushing lanes that he could play around, either to counter jungle or to affect those lanes, especially mid, I thought it was a really good look for them. And
Yeah.
even when they ended up losing those games, it was a good piece. So again, that also ties into what Inspired said. And additionally, how C9 brought down EG was to make sure that even when JoJo actually was able to get push, they were paying attention to where Inspired was, and they were, like Blabber had some really good wraparound ganks to kill him.
Thank God for Emily, right? Always bringing us back to...
Keep us on track.
I mean, I also wanted to throw out the goldfish point, because the fact that if you
Yeah.
don't put anything else in their tank and they just grow massive, I think that's very hilarious.
I'm
heard this so
petitioning
many
now
times.
for... I know
But
we have
I've never
LCS...
seen like an 85
Well, that's what I was
my
gonna-
friend, my friend did it, where like...
So here's what I'm
bunch
going to
of forever
petition
fish
for.
died.
I know we have LCS Pigeon as a mascot. I would like to petition for an LCS Analyst Desk Goldfish.
Oh,
And
yeah,
we get a
can
big
we
old
get a
tank.
pet?
Yeah.
And let's just see.
Oh,
Over the
let's
course
do
of
it.
the future of the LCS,
10
how
more
big will
years.
that goldfish get?
And he can be
go.
such a good ambassador for NA at Worlds.
Because
you won't remember the past.
Be a goldfish.
He's always positive.
I like that.
Amazing.
Look,
I like
we
that.
made it make sense.
This is
In the end, we
so
made it make
good.
sense.
Winners.
All right. We're going, while we continue to ready up for the series, we're celebrating LCS history with the top 10 LCS caster calls of all time. Check it out.
The LCS's biggest moments wouldn't be the same without the roar of the crowd and the call that goes with it. This is LCS Top 10 Caster Calls. In 10th, Rivington is just saying the same thing we're all thinking in this historic LCS broadcast moment.
Do you see Robert? They got access towards the end of the game. This is going to be a through the front door base race. They are trying to get this down. Robert going for the shots. He's got a black seal to stay alive. He still has no summoners, actually. Newmark, holy shit, they win the game by going in through the front door. Complexity takes down Curse.
At number 9, they're all letting us know how many teleports CLG just used on Piglet.
He can do some big damage. Eyes on him in these fights for sure.
And Piglet is definitely in hypercarry mode right now, but Darshan wants to kill him.
That's a little ambitious.
Oh, the double TP!
It's two of them, the double TP! He only thought it was one. He had to have only thought it was one TP.
In 8th, it's the iconic Captain Flowers call that marked Team Liquid's historic LCS championship.
Licorice still stands, but everyone else has fallen. A triple kill for Jensen, and Cloud9 are on to the Nexus turrets. They are the only team to lift the trophy back to back to back to back, and they are the best team North America has ever produced.
In 7th, Riv is back with his classic call covering Turtle's trophy-winning Quadra.
Turtle on the triple, Turtle on the quadra, Meteos on the outside, a second quadra in the playoffs for Turtle. And even with the kills, even because the fight was so close to Cloud9's base, this could be the end of the series.
This could be it. Team Solo Mid looking to dethrone Cloud9 as the North American champion.
In 6th, it's a masterclass of pacing from Freak in this heart-wrenching Sven moment.
So far, TSM has outmaneuvered. Sven! No quick silver sash. He is down. He is shut down. What is he doing? The Baron.
At number 5, it's the first appearance of the Faith Age as Kobe preaches to the CLG chorus.
He's still gonna tag. He's trying to reset. He's going in for the reset. Yellow Star got another one. He's going for three. Stick save. They can go in. Stada.
Smithy's popping up from his GA. Svenskera's gonna try and stop him, but he's the only one.
He's gonna go down! That's it! The ace for CLG! The cleanup from Stixay! And CLG proved you can change the players, but the faith remains!
Sliding into number 4 is a group effort from Freak, Jat, and Azael to hammer home this signature double lift turnaround.
They've got Bjergsen, and they shut him down with a 1600 damage crit. Can they get double? Low. Meteos, another knockup, trades his life, but it's double lift. Gets the GA. Double killing them all. Kills everybody. They've got 3. Impact goes down, and ace for TSM. Double lift turns around the fight. Staying alive, so much patience, bides his time, and he takes over.
At number 3, Kobe is back with an honest golden oldie.
Okay, here comes the TP though. Dominate forced to jump away.
Oh man, that TP sucked.
Yeah, it's gonna give a free turret there to cross in the top lane.
In second, it's the unstoppable Flowers with some perfect casting execution.
And here comes your janitor, baby! Mop and bucket at the ready. It's Bjergsen on cleanup duty. Svenskera's gonna be taken low. Sneaky's gonna be taken down. Zazel drops next. Svenskera with the flash away. But Bjergsen is spinning that combo all the way around. TSM will find their fight.
And at number 1, CLG faithful never forget this sermon from Kobe himself.
The double kill, the triple kill now coming in for Pobelter. Double is gonna clean one up. 40 seconds on the clock, boys. And the faithful shall be rewarded. CLG take the inhibitor. They're gonna take the Nexus turrets, and they're gonna take a trip to Worlds.
That's it for this edition of LCS Top 10. Here's to the next great calls.
Some pretty incredible calls over the 10 years of history that the LCS has had. Of those 10, is that like...
Well, we were doing our own ranking.
We were ranking as we went. For me, it's actually, you can change the players if faith remains, is, I think, the best call of all time. And I think that was number 5 on the list. It would be number 1 for me.
It's so hard to separate, like, the caster craft of the call versus the moment itself enhancing your memory.
Yeah. We have a weird perspective.
That's a really hard list to make.
Mm-hmm. I think Pastry, by the way, Pastry, who's been taking like the lead on a lot of this, I think he's doing an incredible job. I don't envy the position of having to actually finalize that list.
No way number 2 is correct. I will move that way back.
Yeah, we kind of all agree.
It was super clever.
It was a very clever call.
I'll take the back-to-back-to-back-to-back from Flowers. Move that to 2. I'll swap the 2 Flowers.
Yeah, I like that call. I like that call. Also, double TP, man, that, again.
But again, it's such a good moment.
It's a good moment.
No, I'm saying that one I think actually is so incredible because it just captures the honest reaction. Not a single person thought that 2 TPs were happening. So what was said by you and Zyrene in that moment is what every single person in that arena was thinking.
It's crazy. I did a teamfight breakdown on that. It's so hard to tell 1 versus 2 TPs. It gets like slightly bright.
Yes.
That's like all that happens.
It was wild. Some incredible moments. What a trip down memory lane, and we're looking to create some more memories here today. Back into our discussion.
You know what's going to do it?
What?
The bot lanes.
There you go. Let's talk about him then. Tactical is the starter today for TSM. He's up against Danny. Quick look at their stats head-to-head all time. They've played 6 times. Obviously, Danny on slightly better team getting the better of him. But let's talk, Jap, because this was the swap TSM made midway through the series in order to get to this point.
Yes, it was. Tactical came in a big way for the final 3 games of the FlyQuest series. I was surprised these guys actually haven't played against each other more.
Yeah.
It's been a year and a half of LCS, twice when Tactical was on Team Liquid, 4 times when he was on TSM, that he's played against Danny. Never met him in lock-in, never met him in the playoffs. So it actually, to me, feels like a bigger rivalry than what we've seen on stage. Tactical puts up pretty good numbers with DPM, laning stats. I think the biggest knock against him are the whoopsie moments that he has in game where he's playing over-aggressive. If he avoids those, he's just a much different player than Danny because Danny plays so conservatively and then is so reliably a pop-off player in teamfights. Really fascinated to see this matchup.
Yeah, and people forget how young and new Tactical is as a player. Like, he only kind of came in fairly recently when he came in, of course, with Double Lift leaving Team Liquid and him being able to join that team like that. His entrance there was a big deal, and he became a big playmaker and an aggressive duo with Core JJ. And so him moving to TSM was supposed to be that next chapter. Obviously, there were like hiccups there, but it was nice to see him pick that back up when he came back later on in that series, with an amazing carry performance on that Xayah in the 5th game.
Yeah, and we have some kind of old school highlights because this is Tactical's 5th split in the LCS. It's Danny's 3rd split, and they both had some really big moments. Interesting parallels. So, like, Danny has perhaps the greatest play in LCS history with the Jinx Penta, but Tactical has also had some incredible moments. So he had this game where he did 70% of the team's damage, which is an LCS record all time. But he also had, before the Danny, like, Trist fake Penta play in Danny's playoffs, Tactical had an incredible Kalista quadra kill moment against FlyQuest. So both of them have had some very huge clutch moments in playoffs.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is going to be, we've talked about how both of these teams, especially now that Tactical is starting for TSM, both of these teams are going to play around their bot lanes, right? They even said they brought Tactical in specifically for champions like this, the Kalista, right? Like lane dominant 2v2s in the bot lane to give them more flexibility. He played Draven. You know what? It didn't work out. We go next. He still performed. This is like on Kalista, which is another champion that they could lock in today. And it's just insane. It's like, I feel like people, speaking of goldfish memory, I feel like people have such a short memory with Tactical, right? Because he did like blast onto the scene and perform really, really well.
And I think people also, I agree with you, I think people also want to give, or don't want to give him as much credit maybe as he deserves because of the fact that he got to play alongside Core JJ, right? And I feel like that always robs him a little bit of maybe some of the credit that he deserves. That 70% damage share game was nuts. I think the Kalista play is more impressive, and I'm curious if he's able to warp the series today with those early picks like Kalista and Draven.
There's this Danny Penta, unofficial Penta. The craziest parallel between this Trist play and the Kalista play from Tactical, they both then went on to lose Game 5.
Oh, no.
They just saved the series moment, down 1-2, and then they both lost Game 5.
You hate to see it.
The kind of Jack stat I hate. This
well,
was what an outplay this was, though, and the confidence to do this as a young player again. Because remember, this was not this was last
rookie split.
year. It's rookie split.
Yeah, and it just kind of enforces the idea that both of these players throughout their history, and this is beautiful, the historic moment, the Baron steal Penta kill on Jinx that he was able to have in finals weekend versus Team Liquid, that really turned the series. But like, both of these players have had such amazing moments that 1v9 for their team. And it's important to recognize that when going into this series and looking ahead, because A, it's the AD carry meta, where AD carries have defined each series because of A, broken picks, but also, teams recognizing that they need to play around them. And if you have tools like these, much like C9 winning off the back of Berserker, these two teams can do it off the back of their star AD carries, that can really change the momentum for, evil geniuses that are first seed, but obviously fell down to the lower bracket and have to make that run again. Or TSM, that's 7th seed, but hey, if they're in different italics or font, they could be seen as first seed. But no, the main point.
Okay,
Hey, we gotta make that stretch to make him feel competitive.
The right way.
Hey, you gotta, exactly. Anyways, main point being that he could have a definitive series on picks like the Jinx, Zeri, or Sivir that can win it for TSM and can change the minds of many.
I'm actually super curious now that Hans has played Jinx to see if, with both of these being Jinx players, if they're kind of like, maybe it's an option in this series depending on pick bans. I think the most interesting thing though is Tactical was brought in specifically, and they said this, like, to be able to play those lane dominant carries, right? Like, we know he's a good Kalista player. He came in on the Draven. It was not a good time for TSM, but they recovered. And then on the flip side, I think both of these teams know how to play around them as hyper carries as well, right? Like, we know that EG can do that, and then we've seen it with this TSM team, not this exact TSM team, but in that game where Tactical set a record for 70% of the damage for his team.
Wild.
Absolutely nuts. We'll see what he can put up today against a very, very scary Evil Geniuses if they are having their day and are playing in their best form. Time to take a look at predictions.
Who's going to be that one
seed
who's going to be the believer?
7 seed, so I think we all have an idea of where it'll go, but considering EG's last performance, are there any TSM? We got one. Katie Cinderella believes.
I mean, that's going to make a great YouTube thumbnail if it happens.
True. I mean,
I know
she's taking a page out of the Jat playbook, exactly.
You're the only one. So thinking about the way we've discussed this matchup, we've had a lot of TSM hopium, right? Because, like, we're saying, hey, maybe Tactical can beat Danny in lane. Maybe Spica MVP can come back. But, like, I really do feel like I'm willing to heel turn and say EG should smash them.
I was gonna say, you say we have a lot of hopium, and then I look over there and I'm like, most of those are 3-0s and a couple 3-1s.
We've had so many 5-game series.
Yes.
And closing teams out has been particularly hard kind of around the world. So, but just for like the sake of EG's year, I actually do hope, I'm sorry TSM fans, but I really hope EG stomps them down today to give them confidence moving through.
This LCS playoffs has been full of surprises. We'll see if the universe has another one in store for us today. That's going to be it for the waiting room. The teams are just about ready to dive into Champions Select, so we're throwing you out to the arena to get the day underway.
Is over. Cloud9 take down the defending LCS champions.
We have to do the lower bracket run again. I mean, I'm just really competitive, so I just like the feeling of winning. And obviously it just feels good to win. I mean, it sucks to lose.
Pillar's gonna be up there. Danny safe in the side. Charm. Sidestep flashed away, but Fudge is the target. Staying alive for now. Redemption gets the health bars back up. Berserker. We got a series on our hands. Evil Geniuses win game 3.
I mean, it's really underdog. To me, it's just like we're biting at ankles right now. We're just trying to see who we can take down.
After getting on the battle dance and the rest of the team, but he had 2 casts from it, so he can create even more distance. Double knock up onto multiple members of FlyQuest, and one of them was Johnson. He even got exhausted before he goes down. TSM, they pull out big in the fight.
I think a lot of teams are kind of looking at us as a weaker squad, but I think that, you know, the teams that are losing and coming down to you, they already are losing. They're a little upset, a little tilted.
I mean, I'm not surprised they beat FlyQuest, but we can't underestimate them. We're better than them, but they can still show up.
I think pressure's off us, kind of all on them, and I think that's kind of our advantage.
Welcome back to the LCS, everybody. It's playoffs, and we've got another best of 5 coming your way. I'm Captain Flowers, joined today by Mr. Azael and Mr. Mark Zimmerman himself. Gentlemen, are we ready for what, as you saw, a lot of people are predicting to be a potentially one-sided encounter here?
Yeah, but we've been wrong about that basically every single playoff series.
Yeah.
We've only had 2 4-game playoff series. Every other one has gone 5 games. We've had upsets. We've had very near upsets as well, so you can't count TSM out.
And hey, one of those 4-game series was the upset where EG lost. You know that's got to be burning in their brain.
Yeah, I think they want, you heard Jet talking about it, to go take down TSM, be the first 3-0 of North America's playoffs so far, and kind of establish that dominance that they had in the regular season. For TSM, I loved Solo's like little interview about how they want to be the little dog at your heels, yipping at you, little annoying chihuahua coming at you, and just pester them. You saw the difference in attitude in that interview, that like TSM does feel kind of weightless in how they're approaching the series. There's no pressure on them.
All right, well, the bans are out of the way. It's Callista, Sivir, Vi, Zeri, Silas, and Seraphine all banned away. So not only the top 2 AD carries that are getting played all the time, but one of those aggressive options that counters them as well. The marksman pool getting hit pretty hard at the start as EG first picks Trundle and TSM responds with Azir and Wukong.
It is interesting because since they're taking that approach of banning out the marksman, it does mean Lulu, Yuumi, both available, these high priority enchanters. So I'm curious to see if EG is going to grab them up because Wukong Yuumi is a really, really strong pairing. if they were willing to go that way. We did see EG play Ezreal Yumi as well in their last series, so there are different pairings that teams can go towards.
It's just interesting as well to see the Trundle first pick. Not something you see a ton of. Wukong has much higher presence globally on the current patch, so that kind of being taken away right out the gate, especially, by ban and whatnot, is a surprise.
I think this is a nod to what they're expecting from Solo. I think they're going to be expecting Solo to play tank top, and if you are, then it really raises the priority of the Trundle. So by grabbing it early here, I think it's a pretty solid matchup into most jungle matchups, and you're kind of weakening the picks that Solo might want to be going towards, like a blind Ornn.
You also have, with the 2 later game scaling hyper carries of the meta banned out in Sivir and Zeri, that's some of the late game punching potential to get through big frontline gone off the table. So if Tactical, who is a player who does play those more aggressive picks, like the Kalista, it makes them have to get an even bigger lead, because in mid to late game, getting through a Trundle, and if they also go Ornn or a Sejuani top or anything like that, tough.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if he goes Ornn, he's already been pre-counterpicked by the Aatrox and the Trundle, right? So it's like, the value of the Ornn is still there, but they already have the 2 picks you would want into this, right? And this is one of the things that actually used to happen to Impact a lot in the past when GP was really, really strong. People would blind GP against Impact when he was on TL, and he would just pick tanks into it anyway. And they're kind of setting up that type of a situation here against TSM, who is going to be going for very heavy scaling. You've already got the Ornn, you've already got the Azir. Wukong as well is one of those more scaling style junglers. So TSM looking to build a late game comp.
And the second half of the draft, I think, is going to be very interesting here, because both sides still need to pick AD carry and support. Yes, TSM gets the first one of whichever those they want, but it'll be EG that gets to pick both of their elements first.
It's also interesting because that is not the case in the meta. You go first pick, AD carry, almost every single game, and then you usually slam your support with it. And the fact that with all these AD carry bans coming in, there's a heavier emphasis on what your counter pick's going to be, because you don't have the generic strength that you sometimes see these other ones come through. And this is one of the big criticisms people had about EG in that series after they lost, was potential champion pool problems with Danny.
Exactly. That's what I was going to bring up is will this pinch Danny at all, right? Is it going to be some sort of an issue there? I mean, I don't think so personally, because I know that he does still have a number of picks that aren't going to be banned out. And we have seen him bring out Kalista once so far this split, so it'd be interesting. He does have, I think, more depth than people necessarily give him credit for.
And I mean, hey, that's one of the reasons why EG would be more comfortable banning away Kalista in the first half, banning away Lucian as the only non-support ban in the second half of the bans here. These aggressive marksmen that Danny does not typically play, they've removed them from the table. TSM locks in the Xayah for Tactical.
More of a teamfight-oriented pick. It does have some strength in lane phase, especially if we end up seeing the Rakan come in, which is one of Chime's best champions still available here, and a pretty strong bot lane pairing. And it will give them team fighting in the mid to late game, because obviously with Ornn and Azir, you are much more indexed into that kind of mid to late game team.
And the key thing here for TSM is that they blinded their solos, or they early rounded their solos here, so that they can actually have support pick on 5, right? So they are going to be picking very likely for the 2v2. The Xayah not necessarily, known for lane dominance, but if you do have the support advantage in that last pick, you can pick for a winning 2v2, give you a lane to attack, because Azir and Ornn are much more about just scaling, chilling out, and Spica does need an avenue of attack here. I don't think TSM is going to want to play completely slow and reserved.
Yeah, and as well as the fact that we see potentially the Rakan takeaway. Chime won player of the series in that upset over FlyQuest because he can be such a good playmaker. So giving him 5th pick makes a lot of sense when he has things like the Bard that he can bust out. And there you see, the takeaway by the Rakan, not wanting to give that powerful duo over.
And I really love the fact that they picked something not just to deny the Rakan from the Xayah, but this EG squad needed some engage. Trundle's not hard engage, Ahri can be picked, Aatrox isn't hard engage. For a squad like EG that likes to scrap, you need to have that trigger pull.
I actually love the Janna here. Yes, there was a bit of a denial. Janna's super good into Rakan, super good into Trundle, super good into Aatrox. You do have some really, really strong denial. It's very easy as Rakan is going with the W, just tap your R, knock him back, deny that. Same things with these kind of binary champions like Trundle, like Aatrox. If you knock them back with the Tornado, knock them back with the ulti, especially, I'm expecting him to go Glacial Augment against them. It can be very difficult to actually fight through that. So it does put a lot of pressure on Vulcan to make sure he's perfectly on point with those engages, that Jojo Pion is able to get into that backline as well. Because if they're not coordinated and can't get in the backline to find these assassinations, Xayah is already a tough dive target. You're fighting through Ornn, through Azir, through Janna. There's so much peel and so much 5v5 power here in what TSM has drafted.
And that's exactly what people were criticizing EG for last series, was their inability to find good team fights. And so this comp is already putting the pressure on them to show that they've made that improvement over the course of this week that they had off.
EG is going to need to find it early. They're going to need to find it often when you're up against much higher damage potential threats in the AD carry and mid lane roles. When that top lane tank is going to be scaling, I see that clock over EG's head, and it is already ticking as we're just now getting ready to load into the game. I'm excited for this. Everybody's looking at EG, looking at them to stomp this series, show that the Cloud9 thing, yeah, that happened, but they're ready to bounce back. But TSM, man, TSM would love to upset some fans right now.
Absolutely would.
I have to see if they can, because, I mean, we were talking about this a little bit off camera about how much experience there secretly is on TSM. These two teams cumulatively have the same number of Worlds appearances. So this is not just some young upstart TSM roster that I think a lot of people associate with them being kind of more developmental towards the middle of the season. Bringing Tactical back in, finding Solo to put in the top lane has actually given them the same number as EG, who has a lot of veterans that people can identify.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only person on TSM who hasn't been to Worlds who is Chime. Obviously, Jojo and Danny not yet been to Worlds. They've had very, very brief careers. Obviously, brand new to the scene. So it does make sense. Maple with a tremendous amount of experience, Impact with a tremendous amount of experience, and then kind of a smattering of appearances there from the rest of the members.
Quick update for everybody. We are having a couple of issues loading into the game. Hopefully we'll be able to resolve those ASAP and jump into our first match here with EG and TSM. EG, man, you know they have got to be hungry to come out here with this comp that does have early opportunities, that is able to get online a little bit faster and try to just slam TSM in the opening game, right? Try to find one of those absolute slam dunks of a victory to make the whole series feel like it's got the tone set right there.
Yeah, and I think that they're going to have to, not only just kind of with the energy that they're trying to bring to this series, but also compositionally, you have to be aggressive. Obviously, TSM, I think if it comes to 5v5, if it comes to front to back, I think it'll be incredibly difficult for EG's comp to really match up against what TSM has drafted. But I'm sure EG is looking at this and just saying, who cares? Let's slam them in lane, right? Let's really create those advantages and try to make sure that if we do come to that point of the game, it's not on even keel.
And the person that I've got my eyes on most for that, honestly, is Vulcan. Here on the Recon, you're on a roaming champion that can be a playmaker. You're on something that can set up picks, set up engages, and your AD carries Ezreal. If there was ever an AD carry to sit underneath his turret and farm with spells safely, I feel like Ezreal would be that pick. So I want to see Danny underneath this turret, farm up, do whatever, sure, who cares? Unleash Vulcan, get him roaming around, set up some plays, set up this Aatrox to be able to get some kills, set up this Ahri to get some picks, and make it so the whole team's ready to move as a unit once those bigger fights start happening in the mid-game.
And I think that's going to put pressure on Spica on the other side to be the one who's able to answer these plays and to be able to mitigate loss. Mark and I were looking through a lot of stats prior to the series, and Spica has the highest KP of any jungler, both in the regular season and in playoffs. And it's because largely TSM doesn't do anything without him. They don't create their own advantages. Exactly. If wherever Spica goes is where the plays are going to happen for TSM. So it really is on him to be able to create action. It's really on him to be able to answer the plays that Inspired is making as well. When I think back to how EG actually lost to Cloud9, a lot of it was the incredible performance that Blabber had in a number of these games, being able to answer, particularly in the Wukong game, being able to counter gank Inspired time after time after time, and really finding these plays to stymie Inspired, who has been the best jungler in the league this year. It's obviously a lot to ask here from Spica, but I do think he is equal to that task when he's playing at his best. So we're going to have to find out if that's going to be him today.
I mean, we were listening to the desk before the game started about, Inspired having his 3 Player of the Week statues. People are expecting him to be a favorite here to get MVP. Spica being an MVP of the past, like these two going head to head, if they're both playing at their apex, that's going to be an intense matchup.
Definitely. And it was not the case in the C9 matchup for EG that you saw that kind of MVP level out of Inspired. The whole team was struggling to find their footing in the game. Impact was getting taken advantage of in the top side by Fudge. There were a lot of kills in the mid lane. Jojo Pune was targeted early with his aggressive laning that he does have a tendency for, and Blabber was able to make him pay for that a number of times in the series. So everyone wanted a little bit more out of almost every single member out of EG. Watching C9 get that 3-1 was shocking.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we have seen, I think, how much better TSM has looked with Tactical back, right? He's much more aggressive. When you're comparing him with how they look, without him, it's very night and day.
The fact that TSM went 3-4 with Instinct, going for more of a developmental approach towards the middle of the season, was pretty impressive. That was once Solo joined, and they officially went 3-4 with him. Now with Tactical back in, who is by most people's metrics a stronger laner, Instinct was lower down in like 4%. Goal difference and whatnot. And so bringing Tactical in can give you another threat. You saw the devs talking about those insane highlight pop-off plays that he can't have in the mid to late game as well. It's just about the kind of oopsies, as Jack called them, that you're concerned about. But that does speak to how much better this TSM can potentially be from what we had seen in the regular season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the biggest thing that stood out to me as far as like statistically the difference between Instinct and Tactical was the forward percentage. Because Tactical, was first as far as forward percentage, and Instinct was 12th, I believe, right?
Yeah.
It was literally double the forward percentage. How much more aggressive they're playing in this 2v2, and it wasn't due to jungle proximity either. Tactical was actually getting less help from the jungle, about half as much time from Spica spent down there, but still, playing forward across on the other team side more than twice as often. So it is one of those things I think that really is indicating that they are holding up better in the 2v2 and that they are able to kind of create some pressure on their own, which TSM needs because they need to be able to have some sort of lane advantages when you're going up against a team like EG.
Tactical's just a natural-born Chad, man. People have always talked about Tactical as being a confidence player. We have seen a lot of variance across Tactical's performances. His lows are very low, but his highs are incredibly high. And especially after coming in when their backs are against the wall and it's like, oh man, this could be a little bit wild. Just to get him here, replacing Instinct in that series, coming in, getting it done, that's a confidence booster right there. If nothing else could set you on the right track, that ought to have him on the right track. And I hope he's in the zone. I hope he's dialed in. I hope he did his meditation and whatever else this morning, and he got his workout in. I hope he's just chomping at the bit, man. I want to see unleashed Tactical.
The funniest thing was, too, when he actually subbed in, his first game, he kind of inted. He did not have a great first game back, I believe, in that TSM series, and then continued to play well. So it was really funny to see. It was not like this jump start, he gets tossed in, and then he's like smurfing on FlyQuest. It was, oh, uh-oh. And then that didn't get into his head. And that fact that he is such a confidence-driven player, like you're talking about, that he still had the recovery from that position actually speaks very, very well for the chances. We are in Champs League. I see champions being picked. So hopefully that means we have gameplay on your screen soon, unless we just jinxed it.
Fingers crossed.
Why'd you bring it up, Mark? Why'd you bring it up? You know what you are? You're a caster. You know what we do when we mention stuff? We curse it. We just gotta not talk about it until
the
we're in
Riot
there.
client would never have an issue.
Why are you? I apologize.
Don't say that
to everyone watching this program because all your clients are going to crash now.
NA down after down Flowers talks
about the reliability of the League of Legends client.
No.
Sorry, all of NA.
It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna get into the game. I have faith. We're counting down. Where do you guys want to see the early focus? Because we're talking about how important it is, especially for Spica, to be able to track Vulcan and Inspired, be able to watch where these guys are going and stop EG from getting that momentum moving. Where do you think EG is going to focus? Where does TSM have to focus in response? What's the story here?
Well, so I think for EG, the Trundle pick doesn't have like the easiest immediate follow-up. So I think you're going to see maybe mid lane where you can land a charm. But even then, you have to kind of get an interrupt on probably Maple's dash back on Azir, because otherwise it's just not going to be enough CC. So there does have to be some level of execution from Inspired making this stuff happen, because a lot of the players do have ways out of these situations.
Yeah, to me, it all starts around mid lane. And it's not even necessarily about killing off Maple. It's about getting mid prio, because if you can get mid prio for a JoJo, then there is the potential to get up towards topside where you're expecting Impact to have a winning 1v1 against that Ornn, and maybe look for things like a dive that can really slam home that advantage. And that's when you can really start to expand a big edge over these tank matchups.
All righty, let's do it! Now we're there. Now we're on Summoner's Rift. We didn't curse nothing. It's time. EG and TSM. One team gets to go forward. One team has to go home. I love elimination in playoffs.
Stakes are definitely high right now. You could see the TSM members in their interview feeling a lot lighter, more jovial. JoJo seemed very sad in the interview after the loss, and already we're going to see what they think.
Yep, and Solo knows that EG are hungry for a win here in the lower bracket. Let's check out his thoughts.
Yeah, lower bracket run is definitely hard. A lot of games. I think, though, the teams that are losing and coming down to you, they already are losing. They're a little upset, a little tilted. Us, we're always playing on house money. I mean, no one really expects us to, make it out of it. So we can always come in like very loose, whereas they have like all these expectations coming from the upper bracket. If they lose, they're over. And nobody wants to lose the TSM, especially going to the World. So I think pressure's off us. It's kind of all on them, and I think that's kind of our advantage.
That seems to be the edge that TSM may have. They are the only team in the LCS that can't lose to TSM.
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know about that.
I think I've seen that a couple times.
TSM's beat themselves a couple times this split, Flowers. You might have been wrong in that one.
Well, that's the reason why I'm not the analyst, gentlemen. That's why I've got the two of you here with me today. Let's see how this game's starting off, as both of our junglers are at their respective red buffs, so should be pathing to different sides, but we're immediately seeing Inspired cross river after clearing just his red, going into the blue side of Spica.
Yeah, you saw Impact move down there and actually get an early ward out to make sure that this path was not going to be contested immediately. Nice little sneak in there as well. No vision by TSM to spot this one out, so they're not going to have any idea this blue is gone, and Spica won't be able to adjust his clear until he sees it.
I mean, just look how many D wards they put on Spica, right? There's literally 4 wards at 2 minutes in his jungle, including a pink ward.
Who's the biggest threat on the enemy team? Yeah! That's kind of the answer right there. They ward the hell out of Spica right to start the game.
Exactly, and Inspired actually started only 1 pot, so we could start a pink and put a pink there right off the bat. It's like, very clearly, they're saying, how could we lose? Well, we could lose to Spica, and it's four level 1 wards here, you know, already in there tracking him and looking for the 3 buff.
And I also really like how they do it in a game where they've got Trundle. This is a champion who has some camps that he vastly prefers to others because of his damage being so single target focused. So hey, why not just grab another one of the camps that's just one big dude?
Definitely the case, and as TSM, you know, it's a little bit of a badge of honor, but also a frustration, I'm sure. You get to say, oh, everyone's targeting me. Look what they did. They had to steal my camps, throw out 4 wards.
I'm so popular.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm sure Spica would prefer also to have a little bit more influence in the early game. I will say as well, his job is not necessarily to get a monstrous lead himself or find all these kills. So that is nice for him that there's not a ton of pressure on him to immediately go out and make something happen. They do have that kind of scaling advantage that we touched on.
Yeah, I mean, he's not playing G4 or anything, right? You know, and generally speaking, as long as TSM does perform in 5v5 later on, Spica's job is more to neutralize. It's to make sure that Inspired is not running over the game. It's to make sure that, you know, if EG is looking for these roaming plays, that he can be there to protect Solo on potential dives, to protect his bot lane on potential dives. That's really what they're trying to do here. You can see the wave was stacked, it was pushed in. I don't think they're looking for any sort of a dive on Solo at this point. He's far too healthy, but it is going to be Krugs taken away. You can see on the other side of the map, though, it's the answering play here from Spica. So it has the read that he will be losing his top side camps, just goes down and looking to answer that, and Vulcan just trying to harass as much as he can.
Yeah, same thing for Impact, getting a lot of harassment to the turf and also getting a full wave ahead already. A pretty good position for the Aatrox to be in. We talked about it being a bit of a self-counter pick, taking the Ornn into it. Solo does have a huge preference for these kind of tanks and what we think of as weak side champions, but TSM has actually played around him a fair amount. He had the highest jungle proximity of top laners in the regular season once he subbed in, because he's so good about setting up plays for the team because of these champions.
And an absolute monster CSD as well. His CSD at 15 in the regular season was nearly 14, and in playoffs it's been over 20 here. Does Spica have his clone back? He very likely does, so I don't think Inspired's going to commit to anything too much here.
Chicken fight!
We'll take at least one away.
They're both just seeing who can whack more chickens with their giant club.
It's like a all-you-can-eat buffet. Who can get more chickens?
Yeah. You just got your fork in the bowl trying to get as much as you can, but Spica will get the biggest chicken, and that's what matters.
It's basically my family growing up. You know, some good food gets put in the fridge. It's going to be gone in an hour. You got to eat as fast as you can.
A race to the bottom of the bowl, and Spica ends up being the one taking most of the money there, although Inspired does get a little bit. You're going to see your junglers, or at least Inspired, making his way back, picking up the Sheen first of all, gives him a nice little bit of extra clear too. But Spica is not going back just yet. He did stop up here in the top side just to make sure nothing bad was going to happen to Solo as he got this wave pushed up, but things seem to be going all right for him up here. 31-41, down a bit of CS, but that's what you would expect early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to be seeing Inspired, you know, go in towards Divine Sunder. Generally, people like this when they are going up against tanks because that is their tankiness, and Solo pretty far up here, definitely going to be in trouble.
Solo gets hit by the Q3. There's the pillar. He flashes on the other side of it. They're going to look to slow him down. I think the chain hit the minion.
It did.
It hit the minion. The chain hits a minion, and Solo walks away. Tactical at 200 HP here in the bottom lane. Chime throws out the tornado. Evil Geniuses definitely in control in the 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, EG there, you know, up on the top side. Spica, was he spotted? He should have been spotted.
Oh, Danny. He's going to get jumped on here by the Wukong if they're not careful. Spica's still just waiting in that brush. Danny shifts forward.
That was actually so close. So I guess they must not have spotted him. Maybe he went straight into the brush and they didn't catch him going over. I wasn't sure if they would have actually had vision, but to me on the top side, it was like a misordering of spells there. They obviously decided to use Pillar to force Flash, then use Chain to get the kill. But I think we saw such an easy angle early on for the Chain. You know, when Impact was already melee range, there was no mini wave there. You should have just used the Chain immediately to actually force the Flash, then Pillar up after, because there's no real ability to outplay that. So I do think it was kind of a misordering of spells.
And hey, sometimes those happen. It's a bit unfortunate for Evil Geniuses if they weren't able to execute on that one, but if you're TSM, you're happy. Solo spends the flash, he gets to walk away. No death, just goes back and shops. Should be just fine here.
Yeah, down a fair amount of CS in that matchup. Kind of knew that was what he was signing up for when he took it. And for TSM, you know, you're a couple hundred gold down off that kind of laning advantage that he's found. That's fine. You know, this is one of these games, you know, this is an interesting start to a series for TSM where they're basically saying, let's see how good EG is, and taking full scaling and putting the pressure on them to make these plays, find opportunities like that and actually convert on them, because if they can't, you would think that TSM's team fighting should take over. And a good check for a team that, you know, you heard Solo talking about, coming down off of a loss and trying to recover.
Yeah, absolutely. I like these little things that we see from Solo, and it's one of the reasons that he can actually stay relevant in a lot of these bad matchups, is he actually just pulls the wave there, right? He stacks it so that even if Impact was looking to slow push or pull a freeze or anything, it is going to push towards him, so he doesn't actually have to interact with Impact on that wave whatsoever. He just stacks the wave, so it's going to come to him, and then he just chills at the tower. He has his TP still available. Impact has already used his, so if he can continue to actually collect gold here, you know, wait as long as possible before he goes back, he's going to have an easy TP back to lane, and it's going to be very difficult for Impact to actually shove him out.
And we'll see how long Impact wants to stay pushed up, stay forward here in this lane. Spica is up around the top side, and Evil Geniuses just got done picking up the Drake on the other side of the map just before 8 minutes for a first Drake, so honestly pretty fast if EG wants to also try to use that objective stacking to accelerate the pace of the game.
Absolutely. They're going to try and force TSM into some of these fights before they're sitting on 5 masterwork items or something like that, and Drake stacking is a huge way to do it, especially given that they don't have like inherent bot lane pressure. There's been times where Chime has left lane. He had a roam mid initially to get some wards down.
Ooh, Maple knocked up into the air there. Vulcan, who does not have an ulti, doesn't have any more follow-up. Inspired's in some trouble. He tries to get away. Spica's got the knock-up. Jojo wants to come in and help, but it's first blood over to TSM's jungler. Impact goes over the wall and makes it 1-for-1. Evil Geniuses still trying to respond to this. Is there anything else to find? There is not. But things get spicy quickly here when the Rift Herald gets aggro.
Yeah, the XP advantage making a really big difference there at the end of the day. Inspired still level 5, Spica was 6. So Inspired did not have the ulti to actually survive that by ulting Solo. So they just look for the all-in. They do get the kill. It is traded back, yes, but overall, with First Blood going TSM's way, you're going to be really happy about that. They push them off the Herald, and they get the kill.
And that is a double buff on Impact's Aatrox as well, so he's really loving the outcome.
I mean, so obviously Solo's going to be a little sad having to go against that, but an important part of this is it does stop the play completely by EG. It delays this Rift Herald timing. Not only do you get the first blood to get the gold lead back in your favor, you get some of that gold, I believe it was onto Spica who got the last hit. I can't remember if it was him or Solo, but that does give the gold over to you, and it, again, stops that Rift Herald, so it'll delay the timing before they can get that charge. You can see on your minimap now, finally EG are going to be able to grab that one. Yeah.
And I think that's such a good point, because it is about pushing the pace of the game for EG, right? So every little play that you can make as TSM that slows this down, that gets you closer to Ornn items, closer to 3-item spikes, you know, for this crit stealing marksman in the bot lane, for this, you know, big AP monster in the mid lane, is a good play. So this is great for them.
I feel like in most games of League of Legends, the clock is not a neutral element. It's usually on the side of one team or the other, and this time around, TSM knows it's their buddy. It's working for them. So let's see how EG can continue to move things forward. Inspired does have the Eye of the Herald. We'll have all the way up to the plates falling timer to be able to use that one, try to get some more gold. Do you guys want to see this like dropped in mid just to try to open that up a little bit? Where do we want to go with this Herald?
Honestly, I think all 3 lanes have a reason you can justify in your head for why you want to drop it there. Top
Danny's
side,
in bot lane.
Danny's in bot lane. Would love that for me. Then you also have, obviously, the mid priority that you were talking about. Top side, if you can get ahead enough on the Aatrox matchup, you start having insane side lane pressure for, like, potentially 1-3-1 setups as well. So there is a reason for all of these, depending on what you want to do. I would argue the scaling on Danny might not be the strongest one. I'd rather see it probably in one of the solo laners.
Well, looking at the items there in that bottom lane, it is a strict Gale Force rush for Tactical. A lot of times you see AD carries get Berserker Greaves, maybe get some lifesteal early on if they need it, but no, straight into the Gale Force, straight into the Mythic, going for the option that gives him a dash. I really like this on any marksman that doesn't have a dash built into the kit. Gives a lot of outplay opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's already going to be pretty difficult to actually pin down Tactical. The only hard engage you really have is Vulcan. You can answer that with the Xayah ultimate. If it is just something like a Trundle Pillar poking you in, you can obviously use the Gale Force to dodge out on that. It's the same reason we're also seeing a Swifty Boots rush here for Chime, because slows are going to be the main way that they actually catch him by pillaring him in. And with Glacial Augment plus Swifty Boots, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually close that gap without hard committing something like the Rakan ult to try to get in on you.
And it's also another advantage for bringing Tactical in to lane is he's a very aggressive, very strong laner. You're talking about the high 4%. That enables your support to get on the map and try and move around a lot. And already, Janna, what you normally don't think of as that much of a laner unless you're watching Lorlo's stream, you know, all over the map. But that's what Janna's been doing. She's been working with Spica to get vision control, contest these objectives, and just let Tactical be 1v1 against the Ezreal.
And I mean, as a result, it's 2 plates bot for Tactical, a plate top for Ornn. The gold advantage is completely gone. It's 1K ahead now here for TSM, so a really good first 12 minutes, albeit a slow first 12 minutes here for the TSM side. I mean, Ornn is pretty much even, or at least close enough to even that who cares on gold last I checked, you know, right after he actually did grab that plate. So he's down about 300 gold, but, you know, Solo is completely stable in that top lane. Impact is not really creating any sort of a big advantage. So games like this, to me, really come down to the first major team fight. You know, very likely we're going to see EG go for the next dragon here. And I think this is the kind of game that gets decided very heavily at that third dragon, where EG shows up. They've got to continue pushing the pace, moving towards Soul. And as soon as TSM comes to fight them, if EG don't win that, your time in the game can be over.
Yeah, you can see already Impact making his way down. No teleport available, roaming in.
Okay, Spica jumps back in towards him, has to drop the ulti defensively to reposition himself. TSM was investing a lot into controlling this bottom side river before the Drake spawned. You saw them move into Evil Genius's jungle, steal away the red buff, put down some vision as well. They really wanted to be able to set up here for the second one, and now it looks like Chime and Spica still trying to hang around, but they don't want to go too far forward. Maple's going to shadow them as well, but he has to remove this control ward unless he wants to give Evil Genius his vision of what he's up to. Impact continuing to stay involved. Solo's still top, and Solo has no TP.
This is what I like about what TSM's doing. They're not really contesting, but they're sticking around enough so Impact can't just go top lane back and ignore this dragon. So by just lurking around here by Spica and Chime, they're giving enough of a threat to commit EG's resources while Solo just gets gold in the top lane, but they're actually going to go.
They are going in for it. The Drake's already got in the way of EG, but the fight goes to TSM. One already down, and Spica continues the charge. JoJo's in trouble, but now Spica might be tanking up here on the front. Impact is stuck. Impact is down, and TSM get 2.
4v5, TSM actually pulled the trigger on the contest right after they finish the dragon. They find 2 kills. They have all the pressure mid lane now.
I mean, EG are completely out of sorts. They're even dropping the Herald there. That had to be an accident, I think, unless it was about to expire.
Yeah, it was, because they got it right around 10 minutes. They had to drop an absolutely worthless Shelly in their own jungle.
Man.
They get 0 value. They lose first turret. TSM is up 3,000 gold.
EG are a mess. TSM are slapping in this first game. 3K gold advantage with a Azir, Ornn, Xayah, Janna. This early on is huge. EG, I think, just weren't even expecting the contest. Vulcan kind of poking forward there, trying to zone him out. Takes a pretty big chunk. The charm is spent, but it's not actually connecting on anyone. And then in comes Maple from the side, catching multiple members there. And Tactical is just ripping through him.
Yeah, I mean, Impact had basically started heading back top lane. I think EG didn't want to keep him around any longer. TSM get the read on that and realize it's just a 4v4, and they have an insane angle for that Azir ult. Being able to instantly find that kill makes it again a 4v4 by the time Impact shows up, and then he's desperate to try and turn that fight around. They just focus him down next.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really well played there by TSM, and honestly, I think I would have been on the EG, same page as EG, where it's like, we just saw Wukong use his ulti, Ornn isn't here, there's no way they even try to contest. They're just gonna give this one for free. And I think that's kind of the mindset that EG was in, because they just did not seem prepared for that fight whatsoever.
Man, such a nice fight by Maple. We were talking about the experience a little bit before the game started that both these teams have. It's actually equal in terms of total number of Worlds appearances. Yep. Maple has 6. Impact is the other one on the other team that has 6, and then from there it's like 2 and 1 for most of the other guys, with a couple not appearing yet. Obviously JoJo and Danny as the younger players, Chime for TSM, and so in terms of like dealing with pressure, TSM is no stranger to that, as well as what it takes to make clutch plays and win games. And right there, Maple just gave them a huge lead.
So let me ask you guys here, because we're talking about TSM scaling advantage. We're talking about how EG needs to get ahead early. We're also now talking about an over 3,000 gold lead 16 minutes in. How dire is this for EG?
I think it's extremely dire. I mean, the scaling, let's be honest, doesn't really matter until like 3 items. I think that's where it's like, oh, time to FF, right? Like if you're way behind and they hit 3 items, it's very, very hard. But they do have playmaking, and they just got to pick now.
Okay, Chime gets picked. Nicely done. Vulcan setting that one up. That's what I was talking about in Champ Select. Vulcan needs to be roaming around making the picks.
And that's something that EG will always have, right? Is the X factor of Vulcan, JoJo. If you can create pockets of vision that TSM doesn't really control, and they have to face check into there, the only person who can actually face check well is Ornn, right? And if Ornn is pushed up, in a side lane, and he's not with that team, Wukong, it's dangerous to actually face check. It's dangerous on Chime as well. So EG will have their windows, and EG's team fighting is also so good. So, you can never really count them out of a game completely.
That was what gave them their 15-3 record in the regular season, and why people were saying they were so good was they could find fights that didn't seem available, and they would get kills. So that was a nice opportunity there to find a pick-off, kind of off a reset for TSM there. The fact that they drop bot turret as well gives them more room to work with for their comp, because it's not just straight team fighting. They have this extra bit of mobility to move around the map with the RA, try and find pickoffs.
And look at the AD carry difference right now. Second completed item coming in for Tactical with the rapid fire cannon. Danny still has an unevolved Manamune, as well as just the pieces for his full Sheen evolution.
I mean, he's 1,600 gold down individually. Like, that is a monster disadvantage down in that bottom lane. Tactical had the push in the 1v1, was getting plates. He's picked up some kills. They've picked up a tower. So, like, he is getting a lot more gold here than Danny.
Man, what an insane turnaround for Tactical, Yeah. He was playing in Academy just a couple weeks ago. Now here he is, being the most fed member of TSM as they try and take down the #1 seeded juggernaut EG, and he's the guy with all the resources that they're playing around. They're giving him a Herald charge now. Like, what an insane comeback for Tactical.
I mean, it's kind of how TSM got wins with him in spring, though, right? When you think about how TSM actually got wins, it was all eggs in the Tactical basket, and it was he was going to 1v9 or they were going to lose, right? And it was kind of like that was their strategy. So it's interesting to see them having that faith, and if they're able to actually stop this soul stacking, I think that's such a big deal, because this next dragon here is spawning in 10 seconds.
And TSM has control over the bottom side. Evil Geniuses sending a teleport into top lane to go after Solo. Impact will be walking up. JoJo's still looking to keep him locked down here. Unstoppable's not going to get him away from a whole lot. Solo still has a flash, but it's a pretty foolish errand to try to use it there. Impact picks up the kill, but that means TSM has control over the Drake. The soul stack stops here.
Soul stacking dead for EG, but I think it's the right call, because you saw with that Rift Herald push around Tactical bot lane, they had no avenue to actually contest that dragon anyway, so instead they TP top, get that kill, and now they're going to look for another angle.
Now they're going in yet again. Chime's going to be found first. Danny needs a little bit more damage to kill him, but Tactical is already down, and it's JoJo picking up the money.
Man, it's just too much there from Tactical. You don't need to be pushing for that tier 2 tower. You're already outscaling. There's no answer of a play top lane. Yes, they killed Solo, but Solo killed the wave. So they weren't going to be able to take that top lane tier 1. So all they can really do is look for a pick on the map, and Tactical kind of serves it up to them. Was even a shutdown there. Uses his ulti. Thankfully, he didn't at least use his summoners, but those are the kind of mistakes that can really cost you.
And I mean, yeah, he wanted to push for the tier 2, get the extra money, but in giving over the shutdown as well as the assist money on that, you're kind of just given the same amount back. Not quite, because it's a tier 2 at least, but still, the game's gold lead has been around this 3,000 point for a while.
So, like you said, the gold lead hasn't fluctuated a ton. It did give some shutdown, get some gold back in their pockets. When you look in terms of actual items, it's now 2-2. For the most part, Ezreal's build is actually relatively accelerated. Doesn't go for a lot of those crit options like you're talking about that often end up more expensive.
Right.
So they are even-ish. There is still that extra lead with the BF sword in Tactical's pocket, but the question for me is, does EG want to contest in 3 minutes when the dragon spawns again? Because they have to actually stop TSM from continuing to stack and get just free stats.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough, because I don't think they have a comp that you can win through sides, right? Like, you can play side lane as EG and try to get the push and then try to look for collapse and take over enemy jungle and find picks and stuff like that. But Aatrox is not going to split push the game to a victory, right? Like it's
He's
just
not
it's just not going to happen. It's not a Fiora, it's not a Camille. You don't have anywhere near that kind of advantage to actually do that against Solo, who already has 2 completed items, has the Ornn upgrade through. So it is going to come down to team fights at some point.
I mean, to that point, yeah, it's a 3-kill Aatrox, but it's a like 50 gold lead for the Aatrox side. So Impact does not actually have that much leverage over the Ornn in the side lane to just brute force us down.
And we're also now at level 13 for Solo, which means those masterwork items are gonna start coming in. Things are going to start getting even more worrying for the Evil Geniuses. Isaac, you said just a few minutes ago that when you're up against a scaling comp, the point where you start to really get worried, really get concerned, is around 3 items.
Yeah.
Well, we've hit 2 items on the big players in TSM. Solo's got it, Maple's got it, Tactical's got it. One more item and you're officially in the danger zone.
Absolutely, and I mean, that's kind of, when the multiplication items come through, right? When the IE comes through, potentially when the death cap comes through, and is really kind of amplifying all those stats that you have, and that's when those champions really do start to take over. It is going to come down to execution always, of course, but TSM going to be really, really happy about their position in this game, and I think it's a lot of pressure on EG already. This team obviously has a massive amount of investment into it as well. They are expected to make Worlds. Everyone was looking at them as the runaway favorites to win the summer title, to go to Worlds as the #1 seed here after their improvement from MSI. So it's a lot of pressure on these guys, and if you drop this first game, I think you're really going to be sweating.
First team All-Pro is EG with Someday.
Yep.
Like, that's... during regular season, this team was standout. They were so far beyond the rest of the pack, and now in playoffs, I don't know if they flew too close to the sun. I don't know if parts of the ship are falling apart. Theseus's Evil Geniuses, what has been replaced behind the scenes? What is going on here that is causing this team to feel so different? Because they're definitely struggling.
On the flip side for TSM, they were the ship of Theseus. They were literally rebuilding their roster on the fly, trying new pieces out, trying to find a lineup that seemed to work for them. And they might have done it in playoffs. They took down FlyQuest, which I think was a surprise for a lot of people, even though it was, 6 versus 7. It was a relatively close battle. But just based off regular season, TSM could just not find their footing. And now, here they are, going toe-to-toe in Game 1 against that #1 seed.
Impressive stuff from this org, but they still have to close the game with the lead that they have. Evil Geniuses have 45 seconds until that next Drake spawns. Maple going to be clearing out some of this vision. I love this little ward that you see from Evil Geniuses here on the left side, because it avoids the control wards that are commonly placed in the Baron pit, so it's one of those that frequently just ends up getting missed.
I love it that TSM is also not greeting for the Baron. They're working as a 5-man unit often, this big ball to take over an entire side of the map. So there you see them checking, because they do have ways into the pit. Obviously, Wukong can hop the wall, Azir can stand behind and just kind of hit it over or go into the pit. They have some options for seeking a Baron, so nice check there by Danny. But the bigger point being that TSM has worked as a unit, again, grouping up now as 4-man to get vision control for the upcoming Dragon fight and just smothering EG.
And Spica steals away the red buff even, jumps in there, hits it with the Q. So Inspired won't have that one here for the next fight. TSM have control over the bottom river, they have control over the Drake pit, and Evil Geniuses have no desire to go anywhere near them. So that's gonna be a second Hex Tech Drake going over to TSM. Remember, these are worth 9 attack speed and 9 ability haste each. That's a lot of stats.
I mean, there's just no vision from EG. Like, you're looking in this section, those are TSM wards, these are TSM wards. 1 ward just got, or 2 wards just got placed cross map for a trade on the Dragon, right? Like, that's what they got, is actually dropping that. And Impact's pushing top, of course, but at the end of the day, it is concerning. Like, I understand they didn't have the setup, as Danny could be in trouble here.
Danny knocked up into the air. Spica looking for a little more, but Inspired is there in time to keep him alive. One thing that I'm also just now noticing that I think is a bit concerning, Danny still does not have that Manamune stacked up to a Muramana. I feel like on Ezreal, normally this item is evolved significantly faster.
Yeah, I mean, he was locked in lane for a very long time, with just a longsword. He didn't do a tier start, so he's on only a longsword in that 1v1 for a very, very long time. He also wasn't playing TP, so he couldn't take an early base to go back for a tier Sheen buy, which is pretty standard. But yeah, I mean, I understand why EG didn't challenge at the Dragon, because they had no setup for it, but it is hard to see when they are going to find that good angle, right? Because the clock is ticking, IE is now done, there's 2 items done on Maple. It doesn't get better for you. The Ornn upgrades are going to be coming through. We're going to see multiple of those coming up.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you also just got both sums off Danny for just your Wukong ult means that when TSM decides it's time to legitimately pressure Baron, not just vision control, but start it and see how EG reacts, it's potentially not going to have sums on your AD carry. And the other thing I wanted to point out quickly, Maple's CS is insane. He was getting up close to 300 just post 25 minutes. He's probably going to clear it on this wave. He had that insane play in the early game as well to kind of jumpstart him. And this Azir, if you don't find a way to blow him up at the start of these fights, it's not just tactical you have to worry about. It's double backline threat.
And TSM is looking at this Baron area now. There's a lot of control wards in their inventory. Tactical tries to go in. Tactical runs it right into him. That's not where he wanted to be, and now TSM's got to back away. EG looks for more, and it's a big engage coming out. Maple's going to be stuck in the middle of everybody as Solo goes back in, trying to keep him alive. Maple gets away, but Solo's tombstone is going to be Trundle's pillar as Impact gets the kill.
I can't believe it just happened here. EG are going to force on Baron, I think. This is their window here. They get a kill on a tactical, a kill on a Solo. I think you start this up and try to look for a turn here. Spica is still alive, but Spica critically has no smite. They, of course, may not have that timer, but we know he doesn't have it for a couple more seconds. It should be up before the Baron goes down.
Baron at 6K. TSM with 3 players alive trying to contest. In 20 seconds, Solo will be alive. He has a TP, but it's going to be secured by JoJo. Spica trying to fight through this. He's going to lose Guardian Angel. He should die for free here, I would expect. Vulcan's timing is beautiful. Maple goes over, gets 1. Maple goes over, gets 2. Maple wants to get 3, but he won't find it. Charm back over onto the Janna. Tactical's here. He's back into the fight, but he's denied by a pillar. JoJo and Inspired need to get the hell away. JoJo hit by the ulti, but he won't be rooted up by the feathers. He keeps on.
He lost vision.
What is going on? There's the shutdown. TSM, they have lost the Baron, but they claim it back from everybody except Inspired.
TSM find 4 kills on the tail end of a big whoopsie, as you heard Jack call tactical prone to sometimes there. It was him getting picked off in the jungle that started that entire sequence. TSM did, I would say, recover it slightly there. The fact that Maple was able to get so many down in this Rocket Flip the Switch replay.
Yeah, I mean, it's Rocket Flip Switch replay. Tactical, why are you going for this 1v1 here? I mean, it's one of those situations where you don't have eyes on everyone. He just gets hungry for the kill. He says, Danny has no sums. I'm just going to Gale Force on him, and when he shifts back, I'm going to use my ulti, I'm going to kill him off, but instead, he throws away his advantage, goes down on the charm there from JoJo. It's a great punish, and yes, TSM do wipe off a lot of these Baron kills, but this was a 3K lead, completely eliminated.
Yeah, I have to give my head tap to Solo there, going in, knowing he's probably going to die to save Maple, coming out of that stopwatch, the fact that he got the knockup, which allowed Maple to get the black out.
Oh, we're not done. It's time for another battle as the Azir turret is summoned up to protect TSM as they continue pushing. Remember that Inspired is the only Evil Geniuses player who has Baron, so he has to be nearby if they want to enchant these waves.
Definitely the case, and you can see TSM, the gold lead's gone. They still have those scaling advantages. They still have some pressure, but they need to play this out a little bit cleaner.
Inspired will back away. TSM clearing out vision from the enemy jungle, controlling everything. There's 25 seconds until the Drake, so TSM having the priority over moving into that area is very important.
Look at the vision. They have nothing. They're completely choked out, right? They can't see anything. And this will be sole point now that they'd be moving to if TSM grabs this next dragon. EG are trying to threaten the mid push with their Baron to get something out of it. Impact looking for a flank here. Tactical does have no flash, remember.
Impact coming around from the side. Tactical goes up into the air. He dodges away from the charm. Ornhorn sounded off. Comes back through and finds Danny, but nobody's close enough for any follow-up. JoJo goes over the wall, forcing out a flash there. TSM backing away, but staying together. Now going towards the pit. Evil Genius is still looking for it. There's no Ahri ult. There's no Rakan ult. Those are two of the biggest tools for finding an engage, for finding a pick. Tactical, however, also no ult on the Xayah, but Wukong and Azir just about ready to drop those ultis here as TSM contains everything in this pit. They keep EG away, they secure Soul Point, but the fight could still break out. Impact and everybody else on EG trying to walk away from it. Inspired on the flank, but they aren't going to find much yet. True Shot Barrage hits 3. EG, control over the mid lane, pushing towards the tier 2.
No minion wave, though, to grab that turret after getting mid control, so Spica's going to get around, Tactical's going to get around. They do get the dragon, they lose the mid turret, which brings the gold lead basically to dead even. 3 Drakes to 2. And Baron not on the menu now for 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, Baron taken away. But despite the fact that gold looks pretty even, it's an additional Drake worth of stats. And it is now 4 Ornn items that should be through here once he buys time to actually give everyone those upgrades. So the gold is lying to you, and the scaling really is kicked in now. where it's more than 3 items here for Tactical. You know, he's working on his 4th. It's 3 done as well for Maple. Yes, there's no death cap, but still a lot of flat AP in his build with that Shadow Flame. You know, has the Void Staff 3rd, so TSM are in control. And I've got to give them a lot of credit because this isn't just some random game where they found kills, as Maple could be in some trouble here.
Okay, Maple trying to deny this pick here using the ulti, but JoJo still wants him. Minion Wave shows up at a good time, but not good enough. That's going to be a pretty important death here for Maple.
Solo's in trouble
Solo has teleported into a spot where he's now isolated behind enemy line. Spica wants to come in and help. Solo, the target, under pressure as Vulcan regroups the rest of the team, having lost half health. Solo lives, but both summoner spells are now down.
Tactical's in trouble.
Of TSM. Tactical gets bit. Gale forced to get himself away. That active keeps him safe.
Huge flank by Vulcan to initially get onto Maple and set that play up. Maple tried to scoot out of there, but too much chase down potential with the Shurelius, with the ultimate from Ahri. They find that pick off, and EG is clawing tooth and nail back into this game, slowly getting the gold lead in their favor, getting better vision set up. It's been a very hard road. It's not over yet, but somehow feeling like they're getting control over this game.
I mean, they're going to have some opportunities, right? I wouldn't say, you know, they're in control. I still favor TSM's position for sure, especially because, you know, as I was going to jump into before we saw that pick, TSM has done a great job with vision control. Their objective setups have been actually really good. Every time it comes time for Dragon, these last 3 times, you toggle the vision over to EG's side, they've got nothing. They can't see anything. It is so difficult to actually get in there, but they will have their opportunities because death cap is done here for JoJo. You know, the 4th item is coming through for Danny, so there is going to be a lot of damage threat if they can actually find these picks and execute on these plays.
Yeah, the fact that Impact is 6-2-1. JoJo, like you said, 3-1-7. They have the threat on the backline should they find these angles. And while TSM's vision control has been really good, anytime it kind of breaks into a scramble situation, it seems to be going EG's way. The last 3 or 4 plays have mostly gone EG's favor, and that's why the goal lead has closed. Because yes, when it is straight up front to back, TSM are going to be the advantage, but they don't always find that setup.
I agree. You know, they're not able to always find that setup, but thankfully for them, they have been every single time around Dragon, and that's the focal point now. Yep. You can't give up another soul here. Tactical is in some trouble, but he's just going to turn it around the play.
They're ready to try to go back against EG here. JoJo's ulti's been used. True Shot Barrage on 3. Skill shots being traded back and forth between both sides. Maple summons up the Azir Sundisk.
Look at Spica.
Spica's looking for the flank. If he can find an opportunity to engage on one of these high-value targets, could go a long way, but Danny finds him first.
Both teams kind of swapping sides here. You see the ultimate out of Chime to just top them off in this standoff situation. They might just stand here for another minute until Dragon spawns.
Yeah, you don't often see the Janna ulti used just as the heal. Normally, it has to have some sort of an impact in the light to disrupt everybody, but EG
are going to start.
Baron.
Yeah, they're going straight to the Baron. They want to pull in because they have vision control on top side. TSM has it on bot side. So they say, all right, come fight where we are ready for it. Impact did just show, though, so they do have eyes on Impact here. He's marked, but watch Vulcan. He's going to look for the pivotal flank here, but he has been spotted by that control ward. And you have Solo marking Vulcan, Spica marking Impact, and that will push EG back. EG now with a late reset here, 40 seconds until Dragon. They got to get back out on the map and try to get some semblance of vision control because, again, they have absolutely nothing in this whole area. Not one ward on that side of the map.
This is the Hex Tech Soul, if TSM can claim it here. EG will make it back out onto the map now. 25 seconds to go. They'll move through their own jungle. They don't even have time to go after the red buff. Pillar scares Spica away, but it doesn't force a flash. It doesn't force an ulti. Evil Geniuses moving forward. Impact trying to get that mid-wave shoved out here too. Give them as much priority as they can get. TSM are still the ones with control over the pit. TSM have Scuttle Crab as well. The extra speed, the extra vision, something that can't be removed. Very helpful in these types of standoffs.
Looking for an impact.
Just lost half HP to Danny's poke. Solo trying to walk it off now a little bit here too. Vulcan's over the wall, but he is right on top of a ward that is now disabled by Impact's sweeper. Vulcan coming around from another even further angle.
They're going to go for this play. They're going to collect from 3 angles.
Vulcan is summon up the quickness. He goes in for the knockup onto 2. JoJo's ready to follow up, and Maple's already down before he can do a thing. Solo now isolated. EG turning back onto the tank, back onto the top laner. Impact keeping everybody else away as True Shot Barrage flies loose. Danny is going to stand and fight, and Inspired's going to kill Solo. TSM lose 2.
Scaling be damned when you are this good at team fighting. The multi-pronged attack here. The full wraparound from Vulcan nails the engage onto Maple, and at the exact same time, in comes JoJo. The Charm is there to follow it up. They burst down the Azir. On the other side, they're also winning out on the skirmish. EG just so clean with that engage, and now they're going to try to turn it into a Baron play.
Yeah, exactly. Death timers are so long this late in the game. It's 15 seconds before Maple comes up with TP. Same solo, 25 seconds. It's going to be on a smite steal for Spica.
Let's see if Spica can do it. That would have to be the hero moment. Over the wall goes Vulcan, right back into the pit. Immediately after, Spica's over the wall. He gets it! He steals it! Spica saves it for TSM!
That was clutch by Spica, stealing that one away. The playoff smite troubles continue for Inspired, taken away there to keep TSM in this game.
Oh my God, that could have been the game. That could have been the game right there. That buys them so much more time. EG were getting all the momentum. They wanted that Baron to slam hold the advantage, but again, watch this play. Vulcan on the super long wraparound. JoJo has a spellbook Ghost. He uses the Ghost and the ulti to come in at the same time. Right here, right into their Charm, and then JoJo nails the Charm on the follow-up. That was picture perfect. That engage is really, really beautiful, and that's what gets them that team fight win. Then Danny on the backside, of course, here, scrapping it out with Solo. They do get the kill, but we're back to live. They're looking for another pick here on Solo.
Solo is all alone here in the bottom lane against 3 evil geniuses. There's no way he lives. It's just how much time will this cost him? A little bit more damage. There we go.
Any second now.
Good Lord, it takes forever. Okay, Ornn is down, but EG had to use 3 players to do it. TSM with Baron pushing top.
And now EG are going to try to threaten an engage and push him back because they're saying we can't wave clear. That's why they're overloading one side of the map to actually look for the attack. Ezreal wave clear is terrible. Ahri is not going to do it. So they're trying to threaten here in the 5v4. Remember, Vulcan still has ulti and he does have flash. Vulcan is very far behind the team, but Danny's in trouble.
Danny almost dead. He's got to be so careful about this. There is no Guardian Angel on that Ezreal. Any random damage could take him out. Vulcan's still in position, but TSM now have the chance to get out. TSM have an escape path, and it looks like they'll be taking that one. No punish from EG. So honestly, it's a trade. An Ornn for an inhibitor. If you're TSM, I think you'll take that any day unless something else happens now. Charm over the wall, won't find Spica. He'll continue to walk away, and EG can't get anything back.
EG are hunting, though, always looking for flanks. It was critical that they got that chunk onto Danny, because otherwise Vulcan was gonna go. It would have been 4v5. They didn't use any ults really onto the side of Solo when they got that pick off either. So absolutely critical. They chunked out Danny, stuffed that engage, and then work as a group to get out of there. Here's that smite steal again. Chime comes in, throws the pink ward over so they get one vision. He's just spamming wards over the wall to give Spica as much information as possible.
It seems like EG was just completely out of wards. I don't think they had any wards left to actually keep eyes on Spica. Spica comes in. They do have him on sweeper, so they see it. That's a very early smite, it seemed like. That was like Q to 470, and then I think a chomp came through for 400, and then that put it to 78, and then the second smite comes through. So even like, it was a little bit early. You feel like he could have waited for 100 or 200 more HP and then tried to burst, or try to have a teammate time the burst with him. That's a tough one. You know, it's easy to kind of flame inspired for that, but these are very high pressure plays, and you have to make those calculations really exactly.
Alrighty, boys. 90 seconds until what finally has to be the Dragon Soul, no matter what.
Or they can just all fight to the death, and then the game can end.
I guess that would be the only way we could avoid this. Either way, we are getting some PvP here in the next 90 seconds or so. As that mid lane tier 2 finally falls, TSM with a 7-3 turret lead because they've been in control of the game for such a huge majority of the time so far. 39 minutes on the clock. It'll be a little past 40 by the time that Drake Soul spawns. Still about 2.5 minutes left before the top inhibitor respawns for EG. And you can see Impact's got his teleport. He's shoving out top lane as hard as he possibly can for this dragon fight.
Yeah, I think for EG side, they have had to deal with this condition over and over again now. Every time TSM gets there first because they have the better front to back to be able to buy the space, set up the vision, and then it's on EG to worm their way in from there. And already you see
look at where Vulcan is,
resetting.
though. Tactical's pushing up. They may try to preempt the play here. He could look for a deep wraparound if TSM tries to heavily contest on mid, but TSM playing very far down, so there's not really a great angle here for Vulcan.
Now Spica was also wrapping around the other direction, sort of doing the mirror play that Vulcan was. They know that Impact is not with the rest of
They're looking
EG.
for Danny.
Impact clearing a ward. They're going in. They know Impact's not there. JoJo's gonna be knocked up by the Ornn ulti, and there comes a swoop, but it's not gonna do a whole lot. Vulcan's already down. TSM losing some health bars, but EG are the only ones who've lost a man. Guardian Angel's gonna get procced as Impact tries to fight, but now he's gonna have to be resurrected as well. Spica's clone dies. The real Spica barely gets away. Evil Geniuses have lost their support. TSM haven't lost a thing.
But they have the health advantage here on the side of EG for a little bit. Danny's still full health here, and they're going to try to start this up. Inspired is trying to rush it down. We're going to see TP back here, potentially from JoJo and Impact.
They're ready to rejoin this. Inspired still hanging around. He does not want to let TSM be able to get away with this.
Flash advantages for the side of EG's carries as well.
Vulcan not alive for another 15 seconds. Inspired is low on health. Solo has a Warmogs. The Ornn is an immovable object here on the front line. The Drake getting hit a little bit by both sides. Inspired steps up. Azir Soldier's right on top of the objective. Solo here in the front line finds knock-up onto JoJo, but the charm comes out. There's trouble. Here's the Hex Soul, and TSM claims it. Solo's gonna die. Impact's gonna do the same. Spica tries to get away as we've got top laner traded for top and mid.
Pressure as well on the top side of the base. TSM come out so far ahead on the end of that play, killing extra members of EG, grabbing the soul point, Hex Soul, giving them such powerful combat stats. And already the base is getting ravaged by EG.
Oh my god, this game is so tense, but TSM now finally able to claim the soul there. Solo pushing forward, just buying the space. You know, giving up his life, I think, has had some really good deaths for TSM. You know, unironically,
it sounds funny, but
it's one of those situations, you know, the death in top lane actually buying time for Maple to survive, this one buying time for them to claim the soul. Now TSM going to be able to grab a free Baron here. And for EG, you're just hoping and praying you can capitalize on some sort of mistake from TSM here later on, because all of the items are through, all of the Ornn upgrades are through. The advantage is monumental now for TSM as far as stats. You can give him another 4K or so as Danny's in trouble.
Danny may just die to Maple, barely gets away from the soldiers. That Leandris was burning him dangerously close. TSM, they've got Soul, they've got Baron. They got a 4,500 gold lead. They're nearly full build on practically everybody, but it always happens this way. The pick potential, again, will stop TSM.
Spica's just taking the close route to the wall. Didn't think he could get 100 to 0. He had the clone as well, thinking that he had all the opportunity to get out of there if they jumped on him, but gives that kill up, relieves so much pressure for EG. They had an open inhibitor in the top side, and they are able to force TSM back now.
And now, look at Vulcan. He's going for the wraparound. They're going to try to force on this play. Tactical's in trouble.
Tactical, he uses the ulti, and the Everfrost is there. JoJo baits him! JoJo beats him!
That was so sick. JoJo goes point blank there to then use the Q, so all Tactical can react to is the cast animation. You can't wait to see the projectile. Baits him with the Q, gets the ulti out there, then perfectly times the charm to get the kill. EG now will be on the push here. Let's see this one more time. Again, he's gonna close the gap. If you shoot at max range, he can wait for the projectile. When he's this close, you cannot. He sees the cast animation, he pops the ulti, and that charm was cracked from JoJo.
That was just beautiful. I don't know if that's Fortnite mechanics or what.
That's pixel perfect.
That's the kind of energy JoJo's gonna be bringing. Spica's gonna be caught again. He tries to get away with the ulti, but the Everfrost leads him to an icy grave.
TSM are coming apart at the seams now. Pickoff after pickoff after pickoff going in EG's way. Just takes the Hex Gate to his doom there. Now, we don't have any major objectives up for EG to push off of this. So despite these series of incredible plays, they don't actually have this amazing way to win the game, but it did stop what felt like a doom scenario with that Baron push.
Absolutely, and it bought them time to potentially get that one big fight at Elder, right? You know, you started to feel like with that Baron, with the Soul, TSM could potentially close the game. At Elder, it's anyone's game. If it comes down to a smite, if EG wins it, Soul be damned, gold advantage be damned, scaling be damned. Elder is the equalizer there, and that's what EG is going to be thinking about now.
This game is so crazy. It started with EG having the early game comp, making a massive mistake, falling 3K down, their dragon stacking, stopping, and it feels like ever since then, they've been clawing to find some control back in the game because there's so many natural advantages working in TSM's favor that they're just fighting from underneath them the entire time. And they've done such a good job from that. It's just they have so many natural disadvantages to their comp.
Yeah, I mean, when you draft, yourself into this big of a disadvantage in the later stages of the game, you have to absolutely outplay. And they've been so good at finding multiple angles of attack. And without being able to find these different angles from Vulcan and from JoJo and from Impact, this game would have been over 10, 15 minutes ago, it feels like. But EG are able to find that. Danny, though, in trouble here. He has no flash.
You want to talk about angles? Tactical may have just found the angle that wins the game.
I think they could. I think they can look for pushing for the end here. This is the longest game of playoffs so far. But TSM now may have everything they need to close this one out. EG's wave clear is pitiful without it. Vulcan trying to cut the wave.
Vulcan, he can't do a whole lot with it, but Tactical is dead here in the mid lane. Inspired's gonna be focused pretty low, but he ain't down yet. JoJo wants to get away. Impact flying back as the World Ender is about to stop. He'll still try to fight this one off. TSM going forward. There's one Nexus turret left. EG's got to get back out onto the map here and now. Turret goes down. Nexus open. Inspired dead. TSM is going for the win. It won't be a 3-0 unless TSM says it's so. They will take out the #1 seed. They'll pad the stats. And TSM strikes first.
Opening game defies all expectations. TSM find the win over EG. Off the back of Maple at the end of it. Danny getting picked off as well by Tactical. Both carries by TSM making huge plays.
Absolutely. I mean, Tactical gets a solo kill on Danny, then dies without using Summoners or Ultimate. You start thinking, hey, maybe is it going to flip around? But Maple coming up big at the very end there. This one was an absolute banger, back and forth game here. 46.5 minutes it took for TSM to close this one out. Down in kills overall, 15-18. We got 7 dragons, we got multiple barons, we had baron steals, we had near comebacks. Like, this one had everything. I will say for EG though, they did a hell of a job in the later stages to actually stay competitive when they had been very heavily outscaled. And I do wonder now, do you actually pivot away from the kind of draft that they brought out here? Because they did not do anything close to running over TSM in the early game. Maybe they should just go late and match them, because they did look like they were handling that late game pretty well.
Yeah, already looking forward to head to game 2, because I'm so excited to see the adaptations that are going to come in. The first pick, Trundle, didn't really do anything that great. He had good pillars, but that's just not what you associate with MVP potentially Inspired here. And the fact that they went so early game, got outscaled, and then eventually just fell apart to that.
I feel like this series, more so even than what you would normally expect, is gonna come down to the mental. Whose mind is Asgard? Because there were mistakes from both sides. Mistakes. Exactly. Adamantium brain. Because both sides had very, very costly mistakes in this one. Spica stealing away the Baron. Tactical getting caught when he thought he found Danny. Both sides had wide open holes in their defenses, and both sides are going to have to just be absolutely focused for the rest of the series.
And it's really interesting, and I don't know how EG is going to feel about this, but if I was on EG, if I was the coach for this, I look at this and I say, if I drafted late game, we win this game 100% of the time. If I drafted scaling, we were on even keel, we win this game every single time, and maybe the Trundle's not the problem. Maybe it should be Danny on Jinx, and you're going scaling, and you're just looking to match TSM in 5v5.
All right, well, I'm sweating after that one, so I got to find a towel or something. And while the team's ready up for game number 2, thank you, Isaac. Get yourself a buddy like Isaac. We're heading over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Oh, no. I didn't see.
That's a bro move right there, Azale. Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. As I'm starting to wonder why the heck we're even here, because I don't know how to make sense of what's happening in this LCS postseason. There may as well be 4 golden retrievers up here running the analyst desk at this point.
Regular season doesn't matter. What only matters is how you do in these individual best of 5s.
There it is.
They are 1-4 in the postseason. They were a 15-3 regular season. TSM showed up today.
So I'm going to talk about this draft because it's I don't like all things a hard out draft, but this is a hard out draft by TSM. Even with EG anticipating that Solo was going to counterpick himself, the Ornn.
Yep.
I love the Janna late picks that we are seeing into a lot of these team compositions. Wow, I can't even talk. And then also, you know, we were talking about like you want your AD carry on something where they can hyper carry late, because that has been. I would have honestly, like, I don't even think it's necessarily overwhelmingly good here, but I would have even liked to have seen like a Jinx for Danny, like something he's super comfortable on, but that also scales to the degree that TSM's composition does. Because the fact that EG were able to actually hang in this game as long as they were with these compositions is weirdly impressive despite the loss.
I think, yes, the Janna 5 pick, I think, was a really strong point. We saw that from Core JJ the other day, and I can understand, like, the value in that, and it showcased itself. I think Chime, as smart as he is the type of player to really dip into a larger champion pool than people really know and find value. This is a great stuff that he had, too. And even better is Solo sacrificing himself for Maple there. It kind of, in my mind, during this play, I was thinking, my sacrifice from Creed, because he's doing it for the team. But it was a muddy game, but it was predominantly with a lead from TSM.
Yeah, I mean, the Baron steal that came in from Spica ended up being incredibly clutch. More smite issues coming through for EG. They did win this fight here. It was actually very back and forth, but I completely agree with Emily. When we originally saw these drafts, we thought that it would be TSM favored. And when we talked about the champion pools before the series, I thought first one to pick Ornn. It should be an Ornn race. It's really weird to me that EG preempted the Aatrox pick as if it was going to be able to take over the mid game, and that's all they need. Look at how long it takes to kill Solo. He's just buying time the entire game, and it manages to make up for misplays like this. Tactical, way too far up, Gale Force ult, frame perfect from
Same
Jojo.
charm, actually.
But the timing just didn't work out for EG. Like, they literally got a pick on Spica, a pick on Tactical, a pick on Spica, but no objectives are up, no waves were pushed, and the game could just end like this.
And when we talk about these two compositions, I think the other interesting thing to keep track of that interested me going into the series, especially since Inspired called it out, is mid-jungle and what they were going to be doing early, right? We talked about how C9 were able to track Inspired in their loss that they had earlier last week. And one thing that was super interesting about this game to me is EG opted into this like early to mid game comp. We've talked about how they're not the type of team who are gonna like just smash you early regardless. But then Inspired actually did have a really nice sequence where he was tracking Spica very well, but that didn't necessarily translate to him making plays with his lanes.
Yeah, and just taking a look at the goal graph here, it kind of showcases very clearly how back and forth this game was, just simply from the point of TSM had a dominant lead. And then Evil Geniuses were able to team fight their way back into it. Look at the faces
Look
of
at this. This is the
Tactical.
This is the face of someone who's not feeling pressure.
Yeah.
Right? And JoJo after the game was the face of someone who's feeling pressure for the first time.
So I was gonna ask how we feel or how we think maybe EG is internalizing that loss, because as we talked to or heard from Santorin yesterday, when you lose and you feel like it's at your own expense or your own fault, at least from Santorin's perspective, it's easier to climb out of that hole. If it really is chalked up to like, yo, we got out drafted, I mean, you'd like to believe the players can step back on stage and just turn it around like that.
And I just don't want them to think that, because I don't think it was that hard of an outdraft. I think it was, it also lended itself to play as well. There are two points of the map, two objective fights that were really, for me, pivotal, that reminded me of their game versus C9. One was the Rift Trail fight, the other one was the Dragon fight. Specifically the Rift Trail fight, we saw here a numbers advantage initially for TSM, even though Evil Geniuses started it, because Ari was slower to get to the fight. And so when she finally joined, you already had a dead Inspired that, was engaged upon by TSM. So TSM got the better fight here. This was another situation where Ornn was able to get free plates on top side of the map. Aatrox ended up going top side, and it was just another situation where TSM had a better positioning on the objective, and Maple had a great angle on 3 members. And then you look at this angle, and it was just also Aatrox not prioritizing the right targets. He came in late once again. This is another example of a member coming in late for a team fight. So these are 2 points where Evil Geniuses were a strong team fighting team in the regular season. But then for objectives, misplayed twice versus TSM. And so you can blame the draft a few times, but it's all for me, ultimately not what lost them this game.
Raz, I got one more for you.
Give it to me.
So we talked about Solo being a disruptor. before.
Yes.
This to me was peak solo. I've seen this happen in scrims like 3,000 times, but it actually happened on stage. And to your EG point, actually, like, EG excelled in the regular season because they were always in the right place.
Yes.
But like Solo plays like an animal, and you're feeling forced to stop him. So this is a play right here. TSM is down 2 Drakes to 0. Drake is spawning. He just pushes up where he absolutely shouldn't be. Jojo comes in on Ari. Also, there's a flank around the corner with Aatrox, but you look at the player cam, completely unperturbed. I need to freeze frame this. I need to freeze frame this on the right moment. Look,
oh, there we go.
Immediately goes for the pink wheel. Like, he's not checking on Dragon. He knows what's happening. He's ready to give him the question mark ping. And then, like, after dying in the side lane, he watches on what's happening on the rest of the map. They're pushing bot, getting prio. The rest of the team is taking Dragon. This kid is just laughing on stage. Like, he's under, he has no pressure for what he's doing this game, but it's actually peak solo. I'm very surprised he didn't type as well, like nice gank XP, because he'd normally do that. But it's just like, I don't see EG chasing a kill in the side lane for their Aatrox in the regular season, but for some reason they're doing it against solo. What they should be doing is, if they're gonna chase a kill, it has to be because Danny's roaming up. Like, where is the Danny funnel? I have not seen it from them all playoffs.
Yeah, I think, and this goes back to the marriage of draft and execution, right? Because we have had entire segments. I felt like every single Telestrator segment I did in spring that was EG positive was them leveraging stuff like Herald to funnel gold into Danny, right? Like, that was the EG classic, the EG special. And it also goes back to kind of what Blabber said about this team, where it's like, they're not going to smash you early, but their mid game, their positioning, like their team fighting, that's where they're going to get you. And one thing we've seen in the previous series and now in this game is stuff like this, right? Where they're not cross-mapping in the same manner that they used to.
Yeah, and honestly, at that point of the game, hey, maybe just trying to get the free gold topside because you weren't even interested in going for the dragon fight because you were pretty far behind.
Possible.
But that's Solo's value, is he recognizes the right play on the map.
40% kill participation in that game.
There it is.
Less than half the kills.
But he actually lowered his KP average against Impact in their head-to-head, but he added 1 to the win column, now 11-9 in the head-to-head. Complete the sweep, and y'all tied up at 11. Very few people expected Game 1 to go the way that it did. We'll see if our reigning champions can bounce back and tie up the series in Game number 2, right after this.
Oh yeah, can I get the BB box instead?
Green? You earned it from Kui.
Yeah, that's mine now. Actually, no, ref. Save the box for game. Actually, last game, game 3.
Let's see if Spica can do it. That would have to be the hero moment. Over the wall goes Vulcan, right back into the pit. Immediately after, Spica's over the wall. He steals it! Spica saves it for TSM!
But EG are able to find that. Danny, though, in trouble here. He has no flash.
You want to talk about angles? Tactical may have just found the angle that wins the game.
They give us love. They give us joy. They give us lessons in sharing. So give them some love back. And what says love better than something you can chew on? Use your MasterCard to make secure purchases from anywhere. So your gift will end up in the right hands or mouth. Because being there for each other is priceless.
Upgrade your shooting slippers to keep sparkling.
Hey, Ash, what's your plan?
A new and very serious game, Jake from State Farm, but these in-game purchases are wrecking my wallet. I can't keep sparkling, Jake. I need a sparkle.
State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Very nice. The gameplay is really strategic, I swear.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Red Bull gives you wings.
everybody. It's EG and TSM in an elimination best of 5 for playoffs. Game number 1 was not only incredibly back and forth with all sorts of action. You know, I went in the live discussion thread on Reddit, 800 comments after 1 game. There's some days we don't have 800 comments after the whole day.
It's the magic of
People,
TSM.
yeah, it's the TSM magic, baby. People are fired up for this one.
I mean, also, anytime an underdog does well, you just have that insane pop-off of comments because it's hard to believe that just happened. I mean, there's been no 3-0 in playoffs thus far. That's going to continue now, but just the way that game went down, it blew my mind.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, there's been a lot of talk about, you know, the playoff format and should 8 teams actually ever be in playoffs? They really stand a chance, these bottom seeds. Well, our 8th seed went 5 games. Our 7th seed beat our 6th seed. And now our 7th seed just took a game off our 1 seed. So clearly these teams at the bottom, at least this split, can compete. And I think that is what is making playoffs so damn exciting because you really cannot predict it, right? You know, in my head, if I was trying to be logical about it, it's like, okay, EG 3-0. But I said EG 3-1 because I'm like, well, there's just, sweeps just don't happen anymore. TSM's going to get a game, right? But TSM could be the one sweeping them. Like, we just don't know.
See, that's why you should just do what I do, Isaac, and not worry about being right and just say whatever you think is fun. I mean, that's how I handle predictions.
It's a good point because I just said that this won't be it won't be the first 3-0, but actually, TSM could do it.
I mean, the other thing to keep in mind is we saw it yesterday. The pressure does start to build for the lower seed team the more they win, right? Yeah. It is one of those things. Solo came in saying, we don't have to think about it at all. It's all the pressure's on them. But if you win 1 game, you start thinking about, hey, we could maybe win the series.
We can do it.
You win 2 games, you say, oh my God,
totally do
we
this.
can absolutely we could go to Worlds. We got to finish this one out. And then you start really kind of changing the pressure a little bit.
All right, so we're into bans. It's Kalista, Vi, Ari, banned out by EG. Zeri, Silas, Azir, banned out by TSM. The critical difference here is that we have 2 out of 3 of the marksmen banned from the previous game, but Sivir made it through. Evil Geniuses opts to go for the Seraphine first pick, have some of that death ball team fighting, but it does give over both Sivir and Wukong back to TSM.
This is a really interesting adaptation from game 1. The Ari was setting up the first pick of Azir, I'm pretty sure, and then that gets taken out as well. That gives them the Seraphine, which was also banned away in game 1. So that is one of the picks that EG has used very well with their compositions here, and now they're loading it up with melee topside, which is often what they want to do so they can bounce the Seraphine through it.
Yeah, I know. I was watching your blend game on EG's last series, and you were really high on how well Danny actually played on the Seraphine. In that game, you were giving him a lot of credit. That was the only game they actually won in the series, and you were very complimentary of his play and the difference that he was able to make on that. But, you know, you are giving over some really big picks to TSM, Wukong, Yuumi, Sivir. You know, that is kind of the dream first 3 for a lot of teams. So it is going to be scary.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the things that were taken away were banned the previous time. Sivir getting through was one of EG bans last time around. And like you said, comboing that with the Yuumi now, it's enabling more late game for TSM. I like the respect Ornn ban from EG here to make sure that they can't just go the exact same top side of the map.
Right, leaving open these high tier OPs in terms of the Wukong, the Sivir, the Yuumi. It does give your opponents sort of less freedom to pick something strictly outside of the tier list. So Ornn gets knocked back far enough that they can ban him away.
And Sejuani was taken away. Ornn is banned out. Those are the 2 main tanks that he would go to. And then Naris is most played, right? So they are really saying, what else you got? Because if you look at all his champions that he's played since he's been back, Renekton, Sejuani, those are gone. Ornn gone, Gnar gone, 1 game of Fiora, and that game did not go well. No. Sion, I do think fits if you want to just grab in another meatball up there.
Yep.
But they are really trying to attack him, and to me, that also kind of gives you an indication that Inspired is going to be making visits up the top lane. Because if you're spending this many bans, you've got to get up there and I think create more of a real advantage than they were able to last time.
I think it's also where they're going to go around mid lane, because Azir is the best control mage. He's the highest presence champion on the patch right now. He is head and shoulders above others in that kind of category, because then instantly you start going to other things in the mid lane that are kind of different. So the fact that Ari was gotten rid of as well makes me question where they're going to go for Maple, because he was a huge force in that last game.
Right. Ari was banned out by Evil Geniuses, who played it last time. TSM spent 2 out of their first 3 bans on mid laners, and they also banned out Yone in the second half, who can be flexed between 2 solo lanes. So TSM leaving this 5th pick of the draft on red side. This could it be?
It is.
It is.
Mid lane Renekton.
It's
oh
JoJo Lizard.
They are actually going all in, like in this kind of full melee style comp. you know, it's four melee champions plus Danny on the Seraphine, right? Danny very likely going to be playing farming Seraphine here, but this should be jungle Sejuani. It should be Renekton mid, Aatrox top. You're setting up for, you know, really a lot of pressure up on that top side. Sejuani has good melee pairings with both the solo lanes. You get Aatrox into that matchup with solo, so a better matchup in the 1v1 than the Renekton. But I love the Swain as the answer.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you have got to run straight forward at him. That's all EG's comps does. And now you're trying to do that through Swain Yuumi? Like, yikes, that's so
I don't
hard.
know, man. It's two meatballs bumping into each other here. It's so many low-range melee champions.
Pasta, Mark?
Yeah, it's a spicy pasta. I don't know, I shouldn't do that.
That's terrible.
Absolutely horrendous. Anyways, the point is, though, like, yes, the Swain is this kind of champion that you don't want to have to dive through normally, but the enemy team is also extremely tanky, also has a lot of utility built into it with the Seraphine and the easy setup of the Sejuani passive stacks that the Swain might be focused down.
So here's the difference to me. Is that if you're trying to focus down the Swain, you have a Sivir behind, right? The amount of high DPS that the Sivir can put out is the difference maker. Because I don't think EG gets to play a team fight where they don't try to kill Tactical first, right? If it's in later stages of the game when people are on multiple items, Tactical must die first, or I think you're going to lose the team fight as EG basically every single time, which means you're in the unenviable position of fighting through the Swain, through the Wukong, through the Sion, through the Yuumi ult to try to get to this Sivir so that he doesn't just shred your team, because there's 4 melee champions that are going to be getting roasted by ricochets and boomerang blades.
It's very, very tough because, again, it puts us in a situation where if I had to pick a team that the clock is on the side of, I would probably have to pick TSM just because you have that hyper-scaling 80 carry, you have that traditional late-game damage insurance. EG didn't buy no insurance. They didn't even sign the papers to rent the car. They're just driving that sucker 90 miles an hour straight down mid lane.
And I mean, Seraphine does scale really well, so they have that, but it's definitely, I think, much more difficult to play out what EG has than it is to actually play out what TSM has. And I'm loving the banter back and forth in chat here. You know, giving some trash talk there, you know, talking about, oh, you need the Ignite Crutch there for Jojo Pion. You know, he's playing around the Renekton mid, so it's always fun seeing them kind of joke back and forth.
Yes, Pika says, Pika's daring him to build Bork and Prowler's Claw, and Jojo says, you're gonna get one shot. So I love to see that, but TSM, they know they're the underdogs here, but they can scrap with the best of them.
I mean, it's really underdog. I mean, obviously, I'm coming in like mid-split, and we made some improvements, but still kind of like outside looking in, so to me, it's just like we're biting at ankles right now. We're just trying to see who we can take down. I think a lot of teams are kind of looking at us as a weaker squad, but I think that, you know, just the longer we play in and the more momentum we get, we can like take down anybody right now. So
biting some ankles.
He's still an underdog. That's the mentality Solo has. You're up in the series, so unfortunately not the case right now. EG underdogs.
Oh,
gonna need to claw back. Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't take a lot to sway you, does it, Mark?
Oh, I'm very reactionary.
Like, well, they did win the last game there, Flowers.
Statistically, they're undefeated in the series.
They've won 100% of the last match.
This is Raz levels of flip-flopping.
debate that.
This is Raz levels of flip-flopping. Okay, so we'll see what impact can get done here on the Aatrox up against the Sion. It's another one of those big meatball, just hit the wall over and over again matchups. Fortunately, he won't be able to give items to the rest of his team. Unfortunately, we know that Sion can earn quadruple-digit health values from his W.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, that is definitely a difficult part about it. And the other thing that's really difficult with Sion is that his ultimate is like a pseudo TP, right? So with most champions, you have to push them back once, then they TP, you push them back again, and that's where they get punished. With Sion, it's an additional time that you have to do. And that ult can often buy you time to get kind of that cheap base and maybe get to your TP coming back up.
The other thing, too, for the side of EG is they're, again, the team with better early game comp, I would argue, both the Aatrox in the side lane being something you can play around a little bit more, as well as Renekton in the mid lane. Obviously, Swain is not a terrible champion pre-6, but there is obviously...
Debatable.
It's debatable. He doesn't feel great. Yeah, okay, there you go. He's a terrible champion pre-6 per Zale, so the pressure is, once again, kind of on EG, probably to make some of these team fights, or excuse me, ganks come through.
Yeah. I mean, you can poke and prod, but if you're in like an all-in scrap at the Dragon or at the Herald and you don't have ultimate, you are barely
You press your buttons and you kind of hang around.
Yeah, that champion is awful, but with ulti, you're extremely powerful. And the laning power is actually not that bad because you can whittle them down over time.
That's more what I meant when I said you're not a terrible champion pre-6, is you do have some laning. But yeah, definitely don't want to be fighting all in very frequently.
And he's actually already gotten quite a few of those souls. Every single time you do hit a W or an E, already has 2 in there. So it's 12 flat HP every single time, which is going to be really, really nice.
And for context, remember that when you buy a Ruby Crystal, that is 150 HP for the $400 price. So y'all at home can do the math on that. I'm sure Freak has a spreadsheet somewhere. I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
This is like Kobe's nightmare, this enemy team, because it's double permanently infinite scaling health stacking champions between the Swain and the Scion solo lanes. So you always hear Kobe raging about when someone gets hit by a Scion, or excuse me, a Swain W.
But just think of the LDR value.
Exactly. True. They're scaling for you.
Yeah. That Seraphine, when she builds LDR, she's going to be pumping through
the Bork Renekton. He's going to love it.
Yeah. Bork Renekton with LDR. That's the
build,
boys. Well, anyway, Inspired is hanging around this mid lane. We saw it during the 3-lane look. He was seeing if there was an opportunity for anything here. He's hanging around again. If Maple steps up, they're going to try something, but Maple's just not giving him the opening. Vulcan runs in for the headbutt pull. Follow up there from Danny Seraphine, but honestly, Tactical's feeling fine.
I mean, so the problem normally when you play Sivir into Alistar is that, you can spell shield that headbutt, you get pulverized after, and then you get slammed by the enemy AD carry, but you can see that Seraphine's damage is just not that significant in the early game and very easy to be sustained through by the side of TSM there. Chime just popping some zoomies, and obviously there's no real all-in threat unless you're able to do that like 4 or 5 times in a row.
Yeah, exactly. It's more about taxing the mana, but they're obviously not going to be Ignite. They're not expecting to get any sort of a kill. It's just about pushing it in, getting the early reset, which they have done. And note that it is Danny playing TP this time. He wasn't playing that on Ezreal. So he's actually TPing back immediately because he wants to try to potentially lock them under the tower, or if Tactical does go back here, he's hoping to deny a wave because this is not a cannon wave that he just recalled on. So very likely will be a full wave denied here to Tactical. So that is the edge that this TP has bought.
The other thing, too, for the side of Danny is that he is the lone magic damage threat on this side. So he's talking about these kind of big team comps with just going to smash into each other. It does have a small itemization advantage for the side of TSM should they get a little bit ahead. Obviously, there's only one real AP threat on the side of TSM as well with Swain, but at least Yuumi can kind of shoot that in there, get a little bit of damage out, so it does feel a little bit easier to itemize for a Scion to just slam a ton of armor down.
Right, you're looking at both the tanks, you're looking at Sejuani and looking at Scion, and you're just expecting health and armor, right? Because you should be able to endure a lot of the magic damage just by your natural MR as well as having a huge health pool, which especially for Scion, who we've already talked about his stacking nature, he shouldn't really be too worried about Seraphine bursting him down or making significant dents in his health.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Scion this game, you're getting the MR from your Mythic and like maybe Mercs or something because there's a fair bit of CC. But beyond that, you're probably not going to be building really much of any MR. So I do think it's going to be pretty easy for him to itemize. Zonia is obviously going to be incredibly high value here for Maple as well, both for the armor but also the active. To just really throw yourself in that mix and make sure you're on top of everyone.
Got the Lost Chapter already in the inventory, so it should just be that Leandri's build. Doesn't look like we're going to get any sort of Imperial Mandate type of shenanigans.
No, makes sense that he wants to optimize his own damage a little bit here, given what we were just talking about being kind of the lone AP threat on his team. EG during that time also grabbed the Dragon up with some of that bot pressure that they were having, that TP kind of cheating them back down there earlier, so that when the tempo follow-up from TSM comes in, they're actually behind. There you go, quick Dragon, and kind of starting the same game plan as game one about being up ahead, wanting to start getting neutral objectives and forcing TSM to contest you.
Even a little earlier, too. 7 minutes instead of 8 there for that first Drake, as Inspired may look for an angle.
Yeah, it looks like he's probably just going to finish recall, head down to bot. It is Blade of the Rune King Rush here for JoJo. The kind of flavor of the month build meta, or whatever you want to call it right now, is Bork and his tank mythic, and that seems to be what most of people are going on Renekton these days. Will be interesting to see if he pivots from that at all.
But the all chat, Bork Prowler's Claw.
Yeah, I mean, you can go for it. It does afford you a lot of damage, but you are also going down in a hurry if you mess up whatsoever.
Yeah, you turn into a lizard pinata. Like, he just, as soon as he goes in, he better one-shot the other guy, because he's also getting one-shot.
Yeah.
Especially into a comp like this, with a Wukong ulti, a Swain ulti, a Sivir firing at you, and exhaust. Yeah, it feels highly unlikely.
It feels awesome. You should do it. There is the side lane threat as well. You can talk about probably being in EG's favor again, having 1-3-1 options. If they get ahead, that was kind of the problem the last time around, is anytime a 1-3-1 comp falls behind, you're just doomed to sit underneath your turrets because you can't actually hold mid lane. You need to collapse and protect that. Aatrox did get a lot of kills, but so many just ambient gold went into Solo's pocket that he was never actually behind.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll have push in side lane. I find it hard to picture a world where they actually have much side lane threat as far as like towers and objectives and stuff, because I just don't really see Solo falling that far behind. And you would have to really stay home an advantage. It's largely not one you can create in the 1v1. It's going to be more about can they find the dives. Vulcan going to be forced out.
Yeah, Vulcan had to flash away. Jojo puts some damage back into Spica, who now has no mana, no ulti. A little bit more coming out there from the Yuumi, but the whole point of this scrap, the whole point of Vulcan being here was the fact that EG wanted to make sure that Inspired could get that Herald safely. Remember, this was another one of the big errors of EG in the previous game. They got 0 value out of their early Herald. No plates, didn't even get a charge out of it. Because it died, they had to summon it up in their own jungle. So I think that's a pretty easy one for EG to identify as, yeah, we screwed that up. We need to get better use out of that in game 2.
Definitely, and they're already off to a better laning start as well. The Ornn not doing quite as well as, Sion not doing quite as well as Ornn, excuse me. Again, impact behind the turret, getting a big CS lead, grabbing turret plates as well. Already a 1.5k gold advantage just off of laning.
And I actually really love that he's proxying the wave. They saw Spica on mid, and then he went down towards bot side. He's warded on Raptors. There's no chance of getting ganked. And by actually proxying the wave, you either force Sion to walk forward and tank ambient damage from the minions, or, which is what happened here, the wave actually gets to the tower, and then you can start to get chip damage on that tower, work away for plates where you can really create an edge for yourself. So EG definitely doing a really good job here in those early stages. We'll have to continue to really push that pace. And I'm curious to see when TSM will kind of mark that line in the sand and try to start contesting for objectives. Because it was at the 3rd dragon in the last game. And after that, you know, EG really wasn't able to find a way into those dragons anymore.
Well, remember, it wasn't even just the 3rd. The 2nd one was the one where they had that, oh, we're going to hang around and make it so you can't back up. And then they got the fight afterwards. Yeah, they lost the objective. They didn't contest the objective, honestly, but they found a really good window to still interfere with what EG was doing and stop that snowballing a little bit. So hopefully we get a little bit of action here, because it's been 10 minutes with no first blood. Where's my Nexus Blitz fire circle? That's what I've always wanted. I just want, if you go 10 minutes without a first blood in a game, the Nexus Blitz fire circle comes in.
The ring of fire is closing.
What do you center it around? The middle of the map so solo laners, side laners just get screwed over? Does every lane get its own little circle?
Random where it goes, but it has to be within a certain range of the river. So
I love RNG. Great idea, Captain Flowers.
Well, hey, guess what? You can avoid it.
It's on my enemy red buff. Fantastic.
You can avoid it by playing PvP in the first 10 minutes of this PvP game, Mark.
I'm glad you're not a designer.
You don't want to play League of Skarner?
No, I don't want to play Captain Flowers League of Legends.
He's like, so I have an idea. Skarner Spires, there's one, and it covers the whole map. And it's in my base.
I can only lock in Skarner. If your name on the NA server is not Captain Flowers, it doesn't show up in your client. Only I can play him.
If you ban Skarner, you lose 3 LP and your client crashes. Even in normal.
That seems fair.
Okay, Maple throws out an E there. Won't be able to go fishing for Jojo. Spica has the Yuumi attached. Can make Wukong very, very scary. Like, it's already a big problem when he jumps in, but...
TSM are starting it. They want to stop this stack immediately, but Jojo has mid push. They're dropping the Herald now, so the Herald will drop pressure towards mid. I don't think TSM will stay on this, because if you lose full tower mid for free, that is kind of rough. So they are going to have to walk this way around, and that is why Vulcan and Impact are trying to say, hey, we can engage, and trying to kind of zone them off it, so Jojo can farm these plates.
Alrighty, EG. What can you find? Forcing a flash over the wall from Maple, as now Spica has the Yuumi attached, but he's got to try to find a way out. They're turning it back around. They want to look for the Seraphine, but the stun on Solo stops him from getting the lockdown. Tactical makes his way up into the fight, and now EG's got to be careful. It's a full 5-on-5. Danny's going to be taking low first blood back over to Spica, but TSM loses Maple in the process. Solo and Tactical, they try to get away as the remaining 4 evil geniuses exit out the blue side ramp.
EG kind of just fully abandoned Danny there. You know, Danny had to flash away, and then they just all walked away from him. He still had his ult available, but no one really peeling for him. They do win on the other side, though, so they will be rewarded with a dragon, but very weird fight.
The entire fight was weird. Obviously, Tactical was super late to it as well. I think he was pushing out bot lane before moving up. TSM started the dragon, but then realized they had to get back mid. The funny thing was, it baited EG into trying to stop them, so they didn't actually finish off that mid turret. Jojo could have just stayed here and they could have played zoning duty, but instead they said, hey, they're in such an awkward position, let's just go fight. So you see Tactical had finished off pushing the bot wave. It's 4v5 during this time period, but like you said, they're trying so hard to get onto Spica. It leaves Danny in this awkward spot where Solo had a really nice engage there onto kind of the backside of EG, and then Danny is just stuck between 2 different huge front line.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you see that ulti connects from Solo, and then he has his Q placed in a way where Danny can basically only flash down to Tactical or up into the rest of the team. EG is fighting off towards that right side of that scrap, and it does leave him alone. Solo should be able to walk this one out, but EG still definitely coming out on top.
That is a way better, what's the word I'm looking for here? Conclusion to the second Drake sequence of events for Evil Geniuses than game number 1 was. Because remember, after the second Drake went down, Evil Geniuses had both of them in game number 1, but TSM was on a 3,000 gold lead. Let's see if Tactical can get away from this one. Chime hops off, hops on. I don't think he's gonna go a whole lot of anywhere now, is he? W2 finds him, and now Chime is trying to run away, but the Yumi Loot Pinata sprays gold everywhere.
EG finding a big pick there. Tactical not able to actually spell shield the chains there from the Aatrox and not able to get away as a result.
Much better playmaking for EG here. No vision for TSM really, as once again, Spica just gonna face check.
Face checks into the Renekton, who swiftly trades onto... Spica, you went over the wall there, buddy. That's not the wall you wanted to go over.
Last game, after they won that Dragon fight, we were talking about how great the vision control was for TSM. This time around, not having that injection of gold, giving them an opportunity to keep eyes on. After they reset from that crazy Dragon fight, they didn't get any real wards out. It instantly Solo almost dies on the top side. Then you actually have Tactical and Chime dying in the bot side. And then here, trying to go make a play on the flip side of the map, there's still Vulcan hanging around up on that top side. So when Spica hops the wall, he's in trouble.
And look at that gold lead up in top side. This is actually becoming a problem. Nearly 2,000 in the advantage there. And Inspired did something I don't know that I've ever seen. He actually rushed first item Anathemas. Because Tactical is basically the consistent damage from this team. Like, he is the real threat. So it's going to be Tactical getting actually chained up by the Anathemas, reduce the tenacity, and they do have a tremendous amount of CC on EG's side. Seraphine Root, Seraphine Charm, the combo from the Alistar, the stun from the Alistar, the point-and-click stun from the Renekton, everything from all of these people is going to make it very difficult. Like, yes, Tactical is playing Cleanse, and he is going to have that spell shield, but EG's plan, to me, is very clearly Anathema chains Tactical, everyone stack up top of him, and just dump so much CC on him that there's no possible way he can stay safe.
Exactly. Renekton piles on, Aatrox piles on, Sejuani piles on. Being able to stack that Sejuani passive almost instantly as well, because remember, Renekton's W counts as multiple attacks. There's a lot of ways to layer through this. A single cleanse, I don't think is going to be enough as the game goes on. I hope to see Chime get a Mikhail's, something similar to, again, highlight the ability to escape those things. FTX total gold on the left side of your screen, that's a lot of blue, the whole top half of it.
And this is that 1-3-1 that I was saying could go in EG's favor should they get enough ahead. Obviously, they're shutting down Maple in exchange for kind of the Aatrox, but it's much harder for TSM to force a play on the Scion side than what EG can do up here. So they grab this turret in tier 1. They're going to potentially grab the tier 2. Maple's trying to ult just to save it.
Yeah, Jojo may have stuck around a little bit too long here. Uses the Dominus to get away. He gets past the maximum range of the Swain E, but now Speak is coming in trying to help. Jojo wants to turn it around. He heals up, but he won't heal up enough. TSM get 2.
Getting a little greedy there, EG, trying to have the turret finish off. They do actually grab it, but on the tail end, TSM grabbed 2 kills back in their own. Gold lead staying about the same, though.
Yep, keeping there about even. Tier 2 obviously worth quite a bit of gold, but TSM going to be very happy to get that. The untold story, though, Danny was pushing mid, and when everyone goes up towards topside, Danny gets the tier 1. So at the end of the day, even though it is 2 kills, I think EG's okay with it. You take a tier 2 top, you take a tier 1 mid that's all gold into the pockets there of Danny. And that is going to be tough. And, to kind of circle back to the Sivir question, I think, honestly, it's going to be more about, the rest of the TSM members becoming threatening enough that even if they all pile on Tactical and kill him, you're going to have to give up too much to really make it worth it, right? That the Swain is strong enough and maybe gets into a second item Rylai's, which I would really like, to be able to slow down all this melee, and that Speak is in there disrupting them, and that you really make them pay for any kill they get on your marksman.
Would you like second item Rylai's more or less than second item Zhonya's?
I think you go second item Rylai's and you sit on stopwatch, and then you go third item Zhonya's. I just think Rylai's on Swain against 4 melee is like unparalleled value. It's so good. It is really, really annoying to try to fight through Swain. And it also gives you the added bonus of making it incredibly easy to keep that perma ulti up.
Alrighty, EG, control over the bot side. River here, this will be soul point if they can pick it up. TSM, for that very reason, wants to make sure that they can't. But here's one big difference between this game and game number 1 already. It's EG who are in the river first.
EG in the river first, also not a huge range advantage for TSM's comp this time around. Yes, they have the Yumi poke and you have the Sivir boomerangs, but it's not enough to brute force through 4 melee of EG.
There we go! The engage from Vulcan, the follow-up from Danny, and the damage just pours in, but it's not enough! Danny's gonna be killed first as Evil Geniuses find one back onto Spica, and we've got a 4v4. Tactical and Maple still both around. EG's got bad health bars. Maple's not gonna find the E, and now Impact's ready to fight back. Jojo over the wall, the stun, he's done! Inspired with a killing spree as Solo's now looking to force it forward, and Tactical finds the kill into Vulcan with a double back onto Inspired. TSM! TSM! TSM!
Even with that engage, I think that was a 4-man ulti there from Danny. The engage was so big, but you're getting punished by these really beefy characters. The Swing gets his stopwatch off, already had the ulti active, and Maple was just roasting them in that fight.
Huge fact that they killed Danny at the beginning. That is one of the best things for EG's comp in sustained fights is the Seraphine shield and healing. The fact that TSM were able to kill him
Round
at the
2,
start
baby.
was critical.
All right, ding, 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 let's
Ring
go.
of Fire is closing flowers, and it's that dragon.
Here it is. Let's see how this one's gonna play out, because TSM are now the ones who have men in the Dragon Pit first. EG grouped up, ready to come challenge. Inspired's not here. The jungler still has to make his way over. Luckily, the dragons take forever to kill now. The buffs to their durability made these fights a lot more interesting. Inspired coming around from the flank. EG's still here. Inspired takes the Hex Gate over the wall.
Here comes
now
Solo
he's ready to
from
make his way in, but Solo, choo-choo! He's ready for an entrance, and EG's ready to try to fight back. Speaking there on the front line, he's gonna be stunned up, but it's only a clone. They're still looking to get themselves out, but now the death ball comes through. The shutdown, Impact puts a sword in Tactical's heart, and Maple will die next to him. TSM lose 2, and the Evil Geniuses hatch a plan.
And this time, they cannot kill off Danny, and that makes all the difference there. With him still alive, EG, do they go to Baron? They're all rushing straight towards mid. They're at least going to push this out. With Maple and Tactical dead, they're, I think, just going to start it up. They're running straight for it, but no, it's just going to be a fake. They will recall and look to reset here. A lot of gold in pocket, but EG at the end of the day, Soul Point now, 20 minutes in. They are looking really, really good. And Solo not being able to connect on Danny meant so much in this fight.
So this is the first engage here. We're going to find Danny, going to get jumped on. I think it's Solo who lands an ultimate through the team here. Everyone else is running forward. He just targets out Danny and says, I'm going to one-shot you. Basically, by himself is going to find that kill. Nice adaptation by Spica to find that angle as well. They kill him, and now with it's Spica dead for the Seraphine, obviously a great trade for them. There's just not enough damage to punch through Maple. Unfortunately, the ultimate does run out, and Jojo has a nice turn to get on top of him with Vulcan and finish him off, but that means Tactical has not been focused down this fight.
Yep, and EG did do a really good job of actually kiting out there, making that Swain ult expire. That's what you have to do before the re-engage, but Solo was so big in that fight. You know, the perfectly timed ulti there to immune. This time around, though, Danny able to get the side step at the very end there, just barely sneaks around. Otherwise, he would have been in major trouble.
The other thing was there was no Yumi ultimate up yet, so when Tactical drops his spell shield on the Seraphine ult, wants to step forward, don't have time for it, another fight? No, we got baited.
No, not quite.
All right, so the thing was the Yumi ult was not up. Tactical actually got PD off that fight and came back, and I was like, oh, this looks like great fight for TSM, but the fact that they did not have that last layer of peeling allowed Jojo to get on top and kind of one-shot Tactical, and so these fights come down so much to which between Danny and Tactical are going to die first, most likely.
Absolutely, and I mean, they're going to be tracking these cooldowns, right? You know, Spell Shield, 24-second cooldown, rank 1. You're not building any CDR or anything, so it's pretty long. It's not like he shouldn't have used his Spell Shield on the Seraphine ult. You have to. It was a great Spell Shield. But it does mean that there is that 20-second window where they are going to be hunting now. They're going to be looking for the re-engage, trying to just absolutely dogpile you here with this composition.
By the way, you were right about the Renekton build. Blade of the Ruined King straight into the Sunfire Aegis, so the Renekton's going to be able to dive in there and be on the front line. Oh, come on, Mark.
No Prowler's Claw?
Sunfire is the chattest of the tank items, though, because it's the damage one.
True. Also, I really like Inspired's build. I'm such a big lover of Warmogs on tank junglers. I just think it's so underrated. It is incredibly, incredibly strong. So he goes Anathema's Rush into the Warmog second here, and this allows you to kind of just hold your Q and play out fights in a slightly different way, where you walk forward, you poke with your W, you look for the ultis, and then as you get low, you can actually Q back out of the fight and look to Warmog's regen. And it's going to allow them to also restart objectives over and over. Like if he wants to tank up the Baron, he can back it up and Warmog's up again. So I think it's a really intelligent build in this game. for the kind of gameplay that they're going to be playing. Because when Swain pops his ult, you've got to disengage a reset anyway, and if Warmogs kicks in, that can win you the second half of the fight.
Alrighty, 4,500 gold, 23 minutes into the game, 2 minutes until Hex Soul for EG. What is the recipe for TSM? How do you get yourself in a situation where you can answer this?
I mean, to be honest, the way the last 2 fights went, it was not really like the battle lines broke out in a significant way. They kind of just bumped into each other, and it's about trying to find your way onto Danny. I don't know if that ultimate hit by Solo in the second version, maybe they again win that fight because he has enough damage to drop Danny down to half health. He just needs a little bit of follow-up from Spica or maybe from Maple or something like that.
To me, it's actually about what happens before the fight. The biggest difference is that they're not able to actually get priority in this bot side river, right? Every single time, before the dragon fights last game, I would do this. We'd look at the bot side jungles, and it would just be filled with TSM wards. There's not a single one down there in this time. And it's because the mid prio was there, but they find this pick.
Solo's coming in for Danny, hits a max range ulti for a max duration stun, but Danny's still able to reposition, and EG rally around their carry as now Solo finds himself too far forward. He's got to flash away. TSM, no angle.
Really well played by Vulcan. They're getting 2 interrupts on Scion Qs to make sure he could not actually charge those and get the follow-up CC. You saw how long Danny was stunned when you actually take that Scion ult to the head. And then normally the follow-up is the Scion Q, but Vulcan interrupted that, then got the second one with a Pulverize, so made sure there was no way to lock Danny down.
A couple big things, though, come out from that. Impact actually TP responded, and he was threatening the flank by himself, so that's kind of what pushed TSM back. But this means now there's no TPs available because JoJo isn't playing it. Danny's and Impacts are down. So TSM does have TP advantage if they want to try to play through a side. But also, Solo is missing his flash, and now Spica could be in some trouble.
Spica loses a little bit of HP. Vulcan coming in looking to make him lose even more. Spica re-engaging. He has the Yuumi looking to help him. Maple with the zone of control here with the ult. Standing next to Tactical, wanting to keep EG away. Danny's going to be killed. Maple takes the credit. JoJo finally made his way into the fight, but is it too late? He flash stuns a clone, and EG continues running away. Solo and Maple continue pushing forward. Impact is separated. JoJo goes back in. He wants Tactical, but he won't get him.
Not able to take him down. Huge for TSM. And it was really Maple there catching Danny with the never move. Grabs him with the claw, pulls him back in. Inspired the Warmogging back up to full here. Will potentially try to look for a steal, but Solo's going to come on the zone. This play very unlikely to work now. Would be a one-way trip.
Might be worth it.
But he has no vision. So
No,
it's just a total guess.
Yeah, I agree with not going in for that.
Yeah, you give up a potential Baron afterwards.
Yeah, I feel like that's a bit of an int. That's a bit of an int. I'm glad he didn't go for it. But honestly, credit to TSM for fighting a fight that would have led to an enemy soul if they lost.
And TSM played that out really, really well. I'm sure we'll get a replay, but Tactical spell shields the ult from Danny. Everyone else from TSM splits and actually steps to the side. So no one is actually seized up by Danny's ult. Then Danny, who had been forced out to flash, early on, is caught by that never move from Maple. And it was this really nice kind of played out fight from them. This ward to the side should have spotted them into the pit. So EG trying to start up a sneaky Baron here, but TSM should be well aware.
Yeah, but they don't have any wards for the actual approach. So you see Maple dropping his W there, trying to
EG knows
check.
now. The ward died.
Yeah, so they saw the ward die. They know that they're on the Baron, but TSM are slowly contesting. It's not a very fast Baron on the side of EG.
No, but they do get the teleport out of Solo, who's coming in to join up. Scion ulti makes its way forward, but Vulcan's the only one tanking it up. Sejuani ulti goes wide. There will be no connect from that. JoJo's here on the front. He's getting taken down a little bit, but they got to be careful because Spica's already gone. Now Solo could be next. A shield recharges him, but TSM's falling back. Vulcan's coming around from the side. He wants the angle. He wants to stop the TSM retreat. Maple has no ulti. He's just an old man who likes birds, and he's gone. Danny picks it up.
We're into the pause, but what a huge fight there for EG. They force it again here before all the cooldowns are ready, before TSM really can establish themselves here on the map. They get the TP out there from Solo. And it was Vulcan who went into the pause, as Marcus pointing out here. So we'll have to find out exactly what did happen.
Yeah, the fact that it was an EG pause at the tail end of an EG1 fight means most likely not a pause that would have changed the fight itself, because otherwise, they still won, even if they were the ones who felt the bug. So we'll have to see exactly what the
could be lag, could be audio issue, could be anything, right? So we'll definitely update you guys as soon as we do find out. But this is a pivotal moment in the game here. EG, after that play, a good 5K ahead just about. We are back into the game right away. Oh, we're paused again.
Debated.
We unpaused, then we repaused. So one of the spectators resumed. Vulcan repaused, so clearly wants to talk about it a little bit more here. But going to be interested to find out exactly what it is. EG clearly going to want to make a turn back towards the Baron, try to capture the Baron here with Spica dead, with Maple dead, with no TPs available for TSM. And that could be the catalyst that really kind of drives them to this Game 2 win.
Yeah, hopefully we get a replay of that last fight, because the big thing for me was the fact that they didn't actually land any of their primary engage onto Danny. It was something that they had done reasonably well the last couple of fights. The Scion went flying in and kind of kept them in the pit for a little bit, but then I don't think the Spica knockup nor the Yuumi ultimate actually locked him down, and so then the front line for EG could just focus them down. So here, we'll take a look at it.
Yeah, we can watch this one more time. I mean, Vulcan just doing a good job of just absorbing the Scion ult. This is kind of what you want to do. Oftentimes you'll pre-ult on Alistar. This time I think he takes the hit, then ults. But still, getting in there in the face, and you just have to interrupt that Q, because the Scion stun is not going to last long enough, because you can Alistar out, and use your interrupt there to actually stop that. Danny's ultimate comes across, but only really connects on solo, because Tactical has been on point, spell shielding it every time, and Maple and Spica have been sidestepping it. But here's where things start to go wrong, is Spica kind of gets separated out from the team. Impact did an incredible job zoning the backline of TSM. Spica's separated, so they just focus him down.
Yeah, Spica did ultimately land it onto Seraphine, knock her up, but there was no Yuumi that time to get that extra damage through. Danny was able to stay alive. Like you said, they popped Spica right away, and then with Maple's ultimate running out, there's just no longer any substantial threat in the fight. Yes, Tactical is relatively strong at this point in the game, getting close to 3 items, but just not quite enough to punch through 4 meatballs yet.
Yeah, not at all. And I mean, a lot of it is about how Impact is playing that out, right? They're creating some threat so that when Spica goes in, when Solo goes in, they kind of do this like battle line thing where that you have, I almost want to just draw on this, right?
Does it work?
Let's see. So you kind of have this line of
battle,
right?
Okay.
So you have your Solo, you have your Wukong over here, and then you're sending in, like, you have your battle lines here, right? This is all TSM. Tactical and whatnot is back here. And what EG is doing is they're sending Aatrox in between the front line and the back line to kind of create this zone of threat right there and not allow the Sivir and everyone else to really follow up on that engage. And I think that is kind of team fighting 101 in these ways. And I think EG is so clever at how they actually play out these fights by creating these zones of threat so that the Sivir can't just be pumping out damage, even though Wukong gets into the squishy targets and you want to be able to get those kills.
I didn't hear anything you said, man. I was just watching you John Madden all over the screen of like players' faces. I was gonna like try and hit the talk back to our producers, be like, "Do we have a chalkboard graphic we can go to?" Like,
come on, everyone got it.
No, it was a great point, I'm sure. Yeah, got some.
See, the crowd's loving it.
Yeah,
they just gotta
like,
get
we're
the
sure
ball
too.
into
We
the
also
end
didn't know
zone.
what you're talking about.
Your battle lines, zones of control.
Now, I mean, my point is basically just I think EG. This is the minutia that makes EG so good at team fighting, right? People talk about EG's the best team fighting team in the league, and a lot of times it's kind of thrown out there, I think, as this kind of generic point, and everyone's just like nods their head and is like, yes. But
of course.
It's these little things that they do that make them the best team fighting team, right? Even when they're playing on picks that maybe have been outscaled or whatever, they find different angles, and they have this kind of back and forth in the fights where they're frontliners, especially I think Impact and Inspired deserve so much credit for a lot of these big moments with Danny has playing a traditional marksman where they're creating the space by zoning out the enemy carries so that Danny can run over the enemy front line and then take over a fight.
And I think that's one of the issues that C9 were having in the previous, or EG was having the previous series against C9, where the front line, the solo lanes were struggling a little bit more. Impact was getting taken apart a little bit by Fudge. And so then when you're trying to play this Danny wanting to hyper carry fights, if your front line is not able to do what they traditionally do, which is provide an incredible peel and disengage and all these things, it's a lot harder to carry. This time around, Impact is having an incredible series, 2 games in a row, getting pretty far ahead. The reason he fell behind in game 1 wasn't like a laning thing. It was that Dragon contest, Impact moved down to support his team. Solo just stayed top. His team won the fight without him, and he got to farm a bunch of plates. So that neutralized a lot of the good things that Impact was doing, but for the second time in a row, this Aatrox has been a huge problem for TSM to deal with.
Honestly, the EG comp of let's all go melee, let's dogpile in there, it's one of those things that you have to have questions about because it's so unusual, it's so off meta as per what our expectations should be, but it's going well for EG so far. The only thing that could really throw a wrench in the gears, I think, is if they're not able to close out in time, if that Sivir hits 4, 5 items, if they get to the point where now you're staring down the barrel of a hyper carry marksman and you don't have one, that could be it. But while we work on continue fixing these audio issues, we're going to head back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. Unfortunate delay here, but as we sort out the audio issues, we're going to talk about the midway point of this game here. Where do y'all want to go? I guess we'll start in Champions Select because what a look for EG, I guess, as they try and take down and find an answer against TSM in a winning position currently. So we should probably put that caveat out there.
Yes. Yeah,
even though I think all four of us in seeing this draft were like, it's another draft gap.
I'm not doing well. I think I just need to come out and say it.
Where's the damage supposed to come from?
Damage?
I don't know what's happened. Like, so EG, this could be a temporary feeling. Like, I realized watching this game that I'm really pulling for EG.
Okay.
I don't entirely know why.
What happened to TSM Jet?
I know.
Wow.
I'm just feeling the emotions and sharing it with the audience. I think it has to do
let the man be vulnerable in front of us, all right?
Okay.
Don't lie vulnerability like that.
I understand this.
My bad.
It just, they go through the whole year playing through Danny.
Yeah.
Jinx is great. Zeri's great. Sivir's great. Yes, some of those things are getting banned away, and yes, he actually can play mages, but this is just so different than what EG has played all year. I just don't understand why they're like risking it here. Like, unless they feel like they can't win doing the old way. Like, do they really feel like they can't win?
It's either the risk or they feel like they can't do what they used to be able to do. I don't know. Emily?
And I would have liked this better, so like let's tweak it, right? And try to get into, because I am very negative on this draft, I will say that.
Yeah.
However, I do want to think about it in a way that's like, what is the thought process behind how this comp works? And on screen, in these fights, we'll be seeing how this comp works. But again, like if you were gonna prioritize the Senna in the first part, right? I think that would work a little better. Like, have another sort of damage source.
Yeah, well, I will say, unless you have an update on the delay.
You make your point. I'm going to wait until they say toss. Oh, they're saying toss. Now I'm going to toss it back. Thank you so much. Pros,
the comp can work.
Pros make it through the We're going back to the arena. Go.
Bye.
Go.
Take it away.
I don't care what we have to say.
Hell yeah, we're going back to the arena. It's game time. Let's do this. Sorry, I was watching we were coming back into the rift. Sorry.
All I can think of is a super, super old loud video. Leroy Jenkins!
Well, at least
time's up. Let's do this.
Let's do this. Baron's about to get Leroy Jenkins right now by EG. After that team fight, catch people up. Maple and Spica drop. Easy Baron now, 4K up, feeling pretty good for EG.
Yeah. Pretty good. This is feeling fantastic. This is going to be the best they've felt all day with this current state of the game. You're on that soul point now. In 3 minutes, you'll be able to pick that one up, and now you've got the Baron up until that point.
And I think it's actually really good for EG to be able to win with multiple styles of comps, right? You know, we heard the folks on the desk talking about, you know, are they kind of maybe losing faith in playing the marksman style? You know, are they not as confident? Do they just want to do something different? You know, I think it's really cool to be able to bring out this Seraphine because we know that Danny can play that style. We know that they can put, you know, all eggs in the Danny basket. This does increase your flexibility and reduce how predictable you are in draft. And they're just showing this is a really strong comp.
Yeah, I think the fact that you don't need to do that means that if you throw a lot of Sivir, Zeri, Jinx, bans, Seraphine's in your back pocket, whatnot. I understand the idea as well that EG are obviously struggling a little bit more in this series than people anticipated, but I think that just more speaks to TSM, for me at least, being this team that has been hard to quantify how good they would be because they've changed players even in playoffs. And so now you're seeing, like we talked about, this team with actually a lot of experience, a lot of players who have made the world stage before, probably being much better than their 7th seed look.
Well, Solo's going in, drops the Scion ulti. Jojo has activated Dominus, but he hasn't found an angle into the fight just yet. Finds the stun of the Spica. Impact coming around from behind.
Huge
Big Seraphine ulti hits 3, and that's the kill onto Solo. But there's one back onto Jojo. It'll be 1-for-1 here at the start. Solo still causing havoc with that passive as the GA is lost on Impact, and Evil Geniuses are still trying to fight back. But Maple's ulti has not run out this time. They'll pull Danny back in, and Tactical will take Danny back out.
TSM say Baron be damned. We're going to win this fight. They go in initially, Solo pops, but he gets up and makes it so hard for the rest of EG to run forward. They kill Jojo right away, and then Impact is stranded on the back end of that fight.
And if you can't actually kite out the Swain ult, it is so difficult to actually deal with this composition. He does have the Rylai's completed. It's very easy for him to stay on top of someone to keep that perma ulti up here. And as soon as you lose one of your core DPS members, as soon as you lose Jojo or Impact, you really just don't have enough damage to actually punch through that Swain any longer. So the initial part of the fight does go very well here. You know, Inspired, chain interrupting these Qs, kind of locking down the Scion. They are able to burst him out. Jojo again playing bodyguard. Then from the top of your screen, you will see impact coming in as the charm does connect on everybody. You're starting to think, hey, they could turn this around. But Maple had not even popped his ulti, so as Jojo tries to get chased in there, Maple's just staying right in on top of you.
The fact that also Tactical still had cleanse at the back end of the previous fight, it's actually pretty recently in terms of game time. I think they might have lost track of the fact that that summoner was up. It meant that they couldn't actually just run into this Sivir, who has actually picked up IE now.
Live again, though.
Yeah.
Oh boy, it just never ends now, and I'm loving it. TSM going after another fight. Maple's here on the front line. He's going to be taking a lot of damage, but the man ain't dead yet. Tactical could be in a bad spot here, using the stopwatch, but it's not enough. Jojo gets the kill. Maple's trying to get away. EG piles on. It's disaster for TSM. Solo's gonna get chased down as Jojo keeps going after the enemy jungler. Spica should be able to get himself and Chime out, but Solo is gonna take a little while longer before he dies.
He's gonna go down though, and that is Soul available here for EG. Spica will stay around. He has to. He knows this could very well be the game, but Inspired's gonna be hunting. He's gonna be looking for him. Do they have any sort of eyes on him? They have no vision on him just yet, and no ward over the wall.
There it is.
Now they're dropping the ward over the wall, so they will have an idea when he comes in. I think he's just gonna give it up. He's going for the red buff for now, and no idea when it's gonna get finished up. So EG will claim Soul. A massive team fight win for them there.
Oh, and they might just not be done yet. Spica was not able to recall. Inspired is the one waiting there. Lands the stun with the E. Jojo's ready to follow up. Spica, that ends up being a very poor death, as now it's desynced from everybody else. So that's going to be another 40 seconds where TSM doesn't have all 5 men on the map.
Greed by Spica to pick up that red buff, just wanting to get some sort of consolation prize. And that team fight went wrong because Tactical did not have a clean entry point into the fight. He was kind of in the flank, and it was no way to start hitting anyone. So he just decided to commit onto Danny and try and kill him. And right away, the CC came in, Danny landed the ult, and then immediately EG kind of recognized that and dogpiled on top of him.
It's very difficult to fight into these corridors against Seraphine. You know, when you're funneling into this sort of area against EG, it gets really, really, really tough. And the ult was popped very early here from Swain. You called it. Tactical trying to close the gap there, but it's the Q, the knock up there from Sejuani that actually layers into the charm from Danny. So Tactical not having an opportunity to actually spell shield that. Then with Renekton and Aatrox on top of you, you are going down in a hurry. And Maple gets burst down here as well. Again, another stun, I think, over the wall there from Inspired, because Maple couldn't even get his Zonius off. He had one completed, but Inspired's Q's there on the Sejuani. Fight changing. I think if he doesn't stun Tactical spell shields Danny's ult, it looks very different. And again, if he doesn't stun Maple, I think Maple gets his Zonias off, and we could be looking at a completely different game.
6-1 and 8 Sejuani, unfortunately in a pause, but looking more like the MVP expected Inspired that people were hoping for all playoffs long. Smurfing that team fight, picking up a lot of the kills for himself.
Hopefully the audio issues are resolved ASAP. We'll be able to update you guys as we learn stuff. But now, let's talk about what is the win percentage you think that EG has to win the game from this state?
At least 90.
Mark?
I'll go a little lower, 85.
I think once you have Soul, you're a good 6K up. You have Soul. That is going to be like 4K at least worth of stats. You know, when you're counting the dragons and stuff, maybe it's even more. And I do think they have really good go buttons. I do think the thing working in the favor of TSM, and this is kind of their way in, is they have incredible wave clear. And the siege is pretty terrible from EG because it's 4 melee champs, right?
Right.
So it's like the way you siege is you kill them, then you kill the tower. So I do think that's kind of what is working in TSM's favor, and they will have the benefit of having established battle lines at their inhibitor towers.
That was where I was going to go, was that even though they are far behind for the side of TSM, you most likely get at least one more serious fight, and if you don't take it in a bad spot, maybe you can kind of stall out a little bit longer. The Sivir scaling is still going. The IE was completed for that last fight, but then exploded at the beginning of it. If they play front to back and they're able to keep the Sivir alive longer, that team fight probably looks kind of different. Now with Soul thrown in, is extra CC as well to help the frontliners kind of stick to the Sivir.
Yeah.
It puts a lot of pressure on Tactical to position well, but I think the likelihood, the possibility, I should say, that Tactical goes through a fight and is able to come out the other end of it is still there.
Yeah, it's always still there. But I do think it's a very, very tall order. You know, when you're when you're down, about 10,000 gold worth of stats, this early on in the game, it's not super late by any means. But Tactical is definitely really strong. He's almost on his LDR, so that would be his 4th item coming through. But the zap from the Soul is going to mean a lot. And is going to really ramp up Zanny's poke as well, because the empowered Qs are going to start doing a lot of damage there from Seraphine.
Talking about some of the builds as well while we're looking at this, since we have time. Solo going Warmog second was an interesting choice for me that I'm not sure I love, because we talked about how physical damage heavy the side of Evil Geniuses is, and the fights are not really about
there's no poke.
Well, there's no poke on the enemy team ever, and you're not the one who wants to disengage and reset a fight. We talked a lot about how EG want to kite out, Maple's all absorb some of that initial thing. So for me, I'm looking at Solo every fight, ulting in, and then either accomplishing his mission or not. And there's no ability for Sion to back out of a fight like a Sejuani can Q out or something like that.
Yep.
It's all in, and so I think that this was a bit of a misprioritization when you could be armor stacking this whole time.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely agree with that. Like, I can give you the thought process and why you do this. If you are playing against someone who has a significant side lane advantage and you're playing a tank and you go Warmod second, then you actually just face tank the wave, you tank damage, and then every single wave, then you back off, you heal back to full, and it prevents Aatrox from ever threatening towers. So I think that's why he did it, because he was, way down in the 1v1. But, is that what the game has come down to? Not at all.
25 minutes, or 25 kills through 32 minutes.
Exactly. So that's where, I agree with the criticism.
Alrighty, while the audio issues continue being investigated, Dash, it's back to you. And here we are again. Welcome back. Apologies for the delays. We're going to continue working on them. Obviously, we care most that the players are set up to play the game in the most competitive way possible. So, where do we leave off?
So,
you were going to say something.
Yeah. But Raz really wants to talk.
I know Raz wants to.
So that's kind of where we're at. It's the battle between me hogging all the stage time.
All right.
Look, I understand you wanted to be, you're vulnerable here.
Yeah.
Talking about Evil Geniuses'
You
success.
want chaos.
And I want, chaos. And I'm supporting North American talent here, all right? We got Spica, Chime, Talon, Solo. Look, we send these guys to Worlds. Success.
It is 4 NA.
I was going to say, for all the talk about EG, NA talent, actually TSM would be the biggest host representation.
So I'll bite, Rez.
Bait success.
Since I feel like I've been the NA talent enjoyer, I guess, on the desk.
Yeah.
I'll say this. I don't disagree with your math.
I can count.
I do somewhat disagree with the roster the thought around roster construction, I guess.
And how they got there matters.
Because for me, and I've gone on rants about this elsewhere, for me it's not necessarily NA talent versus imports. I feel like that argument gets really derivative and kind of weird from the get-go. I think you should be supporting the young players who are really good off of your own ladder and also doing a good job to scout the players that you are bringing in from other regions. So to me, it's about how these rosters are constructed.
Yeah, and isn't TSM constructed quite cinematic?
It's interesting.
What does cinematic mean to you?
Very exciting.
What is the thought process behind this TSM roster that we're seeing right now?
Oh, there is no thought process. There's explosions. I think that's quite
exciting.
exciting.
It's a Michael Bay movie.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But they're not award-winning, but they can be entertaining.
And they're succeeding. It's that underdog story that everybody loves, that Evil Geniuses enjoyed during the spring split, and TSM's currently enjoying. Hey, remember, we were talking about it.
Listen, if they come from 7th place to Worlds, that's the Cloud9 run.
Boom.
2017.
Actually, true fact.
There would still be an incredible story if they make it.
Yes.
I'm going to pivot to the draft conversation.
Let's do it.
I want Emily to finish.
Totally. Yeah. Okay. Did you have something you wanted to close out with on that topic?
No.
Okay.
I'm done.
Case
I
closed.
could talk about this for a really long time. I will say, though, it would be very exciting. You're not wrong. To see the TSM Miracle Run.
I love the dynamic of trolling and biting on the troll.
I was just like, you know what? I'll take your bait, Raz.
Right,
I'll take it.
Fair.
Let's go back to the
I
draft.
am the goldfish.
Okay.
What was the point you wanted to make?
Yeah, so it is weird to me that EG is playing this way.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
By the time we get back to the game, they could literally win the game in the next 45 seconds.
True.
That's the state that this game is in. It's completely at its breaking point of either Sivir Swain taking over or this meatball with Seraphine winning.
Yeah.
The concept for this draft is actually something TL did a lot of in 2021 summer, where you do double melee solo lanes with Sejuani, and then you pull an AP bot laner down there. Ziggs was the play. Tactical actually played a lot of it last two playoffs ago on TL. And Seraphine does a surprising amount of damage. So, like, the slot actually does work for this team composition. It's just that's a team comp that really wants to play through topside, which is why it worked for TL when they had Alfari up there. I don't necessarily think it works with Impact playing up there. And this game is just looking very scary to me. But the concept of Sejuani double melee plus mage AP bot laner is still a strong concept. It just has to run over the game early. So when they've been close on some of these fights, you can see the Swain and Sion getting near unkillable, and that buys enough time for the Sivir to cut through the shields. Not to mention, EG doesn't actually have protection for the Seraphine, who is the linchpin for this composition. If Seraphine goes down, the Bruisers lose about half of their power, is what it feels like, because the shields and heals don't come through. So Danny needs to play weirdly a lot safer on the Seraphine for them to close out this game.
And largely these fights have been front to back, which is a little weird for a comp like Renekton, Aatrox not playing at an angle, or just one of them, right? So you end up having a situation where, okay, TSM's comp is winning through certain fights where, you know, the CC from Yuumi ulti, and Wukong ult, at times the zoning from Sion, though he's getting canceled because a lot of the members on Evil Geniuses can do that. And of course, the speed boost from Sivir is making it incredibly difficult for any of the bruisers to get on top of Sivir. So it literally is, how long will it take for, you know, the TSM to play out the fight? Because the longer the fights go, the better it is for Sivir. And then from the other side for Evil Geniuses, can they get on top of Swain? Or
now,
Sivir?
that said, we've seen fights go both ways in this game.
Yeah, this was not a good start for the Sion and TSM side. The angles were one aspect of it where Evil Geniuses were able to get it. And then also on top of it, they were able to just get straight on top of the Sivir.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what a lot of these fights are going to come down to, right? Is like whether they're able to get on top of tactical and how they're playing around the Swain ultimate. I also think when you're looking at both of these compositions and you're looking at like ease of execution, especially with these games going as long as they have been, and obviously Hextech Drake is going to help. Like EG did a really good job to make Drake stacking such a priority. That was very good for them. But if I'm looking at TSM's comp, it's very easy.
Yeah, I wanted to make a quick point about this fight. Impact had an amazing team fight there. Just made it impossible for Sivir to even enter the fight. 2 sweet spot hits on his Q that just made it... It was like, okay, I guess we're just leaving our frontliners to die there. Wukong ended up dying, and we really didn't get to see Sivir be able to do too much. So these are ping-pong fights, and a lot of it is dependent on who starts it.
I think this is a fight...
This fight goes the other way.
Yeah, this is where Danny dies, I believe.
If I...
The funny thing is, 2 fights literally happen in the exact same location.
I was going to say, there was another fight that happened right here, but it was not this one. It was started by Vulcan last time around. Oh, this one was a little strange because they killed the Aatrox and then they just let him go.
Oh, is
they put him in his GA and then they keep pushing down mid as opposed to like camping his body.
Them out,
Like just sit there and kill him.
Yeah, and then Swain gets the Eon to Danny, pushes him completely out of the fight, grabs him again, 2 in a row.
Yeah.
It's a tight game.
It is.
It's such a tight game. Do you have a stat?
Well, I do have a stat. Do we want to give it now, or we want to wait for EG to be on the
No better time than now.
Okay. So here's the deal, right? EG, if they lose this series, not only are they out of playoffs, they don't make Worlds. When it comes to 1 seeds from the regular season, so our top team from the regular season in North America in summer, only 2015 Team Liquid and 2021 TSM. They're the only 2 1 seeds to not make Worlds after finishing in the 1 seed in playoffs from the LCS. So this would be only the 3rd time in LCS history that our top team did not make it to Worlds.
Pretty shocking.
Here's the additional point.
This is the secret stat.
Only 1 team in history has been the representative at MSI for a major region and not made it to Worlds. Do you know what team that is?
C9?
Oh, whoa.
Wait, for a major region?
A major region. So of the 4 major regions, only 1 team in history has gone to MSI as the 1 seed rep at MSI and then missed Worlds that year.
The reason I'm saying C9 is
I mean,
because
do you count 2014 All-Stars as MSI?
Or 2020
Because
MSI.
SLG did make Worlds 2014.
The answer is 2018 Kingzone Dragon X, but therefore, this would be only the second team to do it. So it's two things holding true. The MSI rep and first in summer.
It could also be RNG if they
I'm
don't
being
make
told
it
the
out.
teams are ready, but it's just to put some sense about how the stakes are for this team here. If they were to miss, it would be quite a colossal fall off here at the end of the year. Teams, I'm being told, are ready to dive back in. Let's get back out there to the arena and watch it play out.
Leroy Jenkins! Let's do this! Let's go!
All right, let's get it. The players, Spim and R, they're ready. They're ready. Let's get back into it. Hopefully we're going to have no more issues. Very tense moment in the game. 32 minutes in, Soul captured for EG. They have Baron. They're going to be looking to close this one out, and it's up to TSM to see if they can have the wave clear here with the Sivir to really hold on.
As you see, EG finishing off a push in the bot side of the map. Baron has fallen off. You see pings going down on that as the next objective coming up in about a minute here. So EG going to try and get their battle line set up. TSM going to need to find a way in.
Okay, we're back in. 6,500 gold lead. Drake Soul. Baron's going to spawn here in a minute. Elder Dragon's going to be up just shy of 5 minutes. Evil Geniuses, however, are at that point in the game. You were talking about it before the break. The fact that you can't really siege when you're all melee. Every single tier 2 turret is off the map. All that's left is the base, and those walls are hard to fight up against.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why it's going to be, again, about the engages, about the fights here. If they can get one more major team fight win, this late in, maybe you can try to push that into a victory.
Critically, Tactical just finished off his LDR, a huge power spike for him against how beefy EG's team comp is. Does give them the option, if they can kite it out. Does feel like it's 100% on Tactical and the front line of him to protect him.
TSM get everybody out, and we've got, there's a loud noise in the background, ignore that. As we have Evil Geniuses pushing up a little bit further. Eyes on Tactical. Everybody from both teams' eyes are on Tactical.
Yeah, and look at EG. They're trying to set up multiple flanking angles, but TSM are marking them. Maple up here on the top side is actually marking Impact. On the bot side, Solo is marking Inspired. They know what the plan is here. Impact gonna take a lot of damage from Tactical. Oh, the ulti is forced. That's actually so big now.
They're going.
They can try to force again.
Here comes Solo. He finds his way in, but he only finds Vulcan. Evil Geniuses. Impact's not going to have an ulti for this. He loses World Ender right as the fight really starts breaking out. And that's Maple's signal to go in with the green light. Impact, the target, as Tactical piles on the damage. And they're going to get the resurrection
Swain expires.
out of the EG top laner. Maple no longer has his ulti. And we're going to trade 1-for-1. Spica is down. Impact is down.
This is actually critical, though, because no jungler alive means TSM can't really go to the Baron here. Inspired with the Warmog's going to heal right back up. Solo as well, so both getting actually a lot of value in this instance. But as soon as that Swain ulti drops, EG have the ability to move forward once more.
Swain ult halfway off cooldown. Does feel like TSM are going to be in a holding pattern until they can get that back up. Sion ult coming back up as well. Most of these ults feel like they're going to be there in time.
They're just going to push, though. They're not going to give them the time. They know there's no jungler, there's no Swain ult, so they're trying to force a fight immediately.
Evil Geniuses forcing TSM to come and answer. Inspired with a smite. Spica's not back on the map for another 5 seconds, and he still has to make his way down here even after he respawns. Solo frontlining. TSM will force him back. The Sion to lead the way, the Sivir to follow it up with the damage. It's enough to scare him out.
It looked like a failed combo there as well from Vulcan.
Yeah,
it looked like he actually
out.
knocked him away instead of actually chaining after. Not sure if they would have had the damage to actually knock Solo down. And honestly, with all the pauses, I've been kind of losing track of where we were in the state of the game. When we went back in, I thought they still had Baron for a while.
Yeah, it's tough for us. It's got to be tough for the players. You can see Solo kind of.
Oh, it's maddening.
Yeah,
that's where I was going to go with it, right? Is that it's like it's hard to actually keep track of everything.
Yeah, I feel bad for them. I'm sure everyone as well, fans in the arena. There's been audio issues here right now. It's kind of a big issue that hopefully we can get sorted because this series so far has been incredible. It would be such an amazing series. We're getting it unpaused already back into the game now, so not as long of one this time.
Okay. Hopefully that's the last one. Let's see. Baron's up. Spica's up. Everybody back out alive on the map. We've got under 2 minutes until the Elder Drake spawns.
Oh,
if nobody
TSM are going to
gets Baron
start this.
before that.
They're TPing for it. They're going to go for the Baron.
There it is. Okay.
Oh. All right, well, We know TSM is onto the Baron. That was a TP from Maple. So it was EG who were trying to go for that kind of pressure play there. But EG never got a chance to base. So this is actually such a smart move here from TSM. If we can actually show the in-game and show the gold in pockets right now for the players, that would be awesome, because Danny, nearly 2,400 gold unspent. Vulcan, 1,100 gold unspent. Jojo, 1,200, a good 1,400 there as well. So this is a tremendous amount of gold. So you look at the actual gold difference, then you look at everything that they have to spend. There is no gold lead right now, right? Yep. There is the soul stats difference, so there is still that. But that is why this is a great play. Maple has the TP, his ulti has come back. They know EG didn't go back to base, so they don't have any edge right now. And that is why I love these kind of tempo forces where your opponents go for Baron, EG kills their tempo on that play, and TSM is going to look for a punish. And if they actually take the Baron here, that swings the game heavily into their favor. It's going to buy them so much time.
Yeah, I mean, all the ults are up, and the thing that we were talking about, one of the weaknesses of EG's comp being that they don't do Baron very quickly. So if you're trying to do one of these kind of tempo forces, TSM have a lot of time to walk back forward. That's why, you saw Maple and Chime kind of like chilling. They eventually showed up. EG, of course, looked for the turn, but the punt by Vulcan not getting comboed correctly meant that, Sion got out of there just fine. So here's some cheering in the background. Daniel's come out giving some swag.
Spica wants some. Looked like he was putting up his hands.
We'll see if Spica will get any poros thrown at him. I don't know if we're supposed to.
No, do not encourage that. What happens if one of the poros hits one of the monitors? And now we have visual problems and audio problems.
Leave him in the glass cage.
Yeah.
Don't tap on the glass.
No,
pro players.
On the glass.
Please do not approach the pros. Okay.
But yeah,
hopefully we get back in there.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go. Is just the Baron threat for EG, not as much as TSM. There we go.
Hell yeah, Daniel the MVP.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I mean, TSM can definitely kill it relatively fast. Solo in all chat, no comms, no mercy, go.
No comms.
Telepathically, what is the team that's more in sync?
The solo queue experience.
Yeah, communicate with pings only. But this is a very tense game. I mean, it's actually such an important moment. EG's entire year, TSM's as well, but like it's TSM that is up a game, right? It's EG, our defending champions, our #1 seed, 15-3 in the summer split. Felt like they had improved massively after MSI. They're down a game here. TSM is on the Baron. If they lose this fight, if they lose this game, that is triple match point for TSM to knock out our defending champs, and that is massive.
We did see it yesterday, though, to be fair. CLG also from the losers bracket started with a lot more momentum in the series. Game 1 was a stomp. Game 2 was a lot closer, and then TL ripped off the next 3 wins. They're giving the bucket out again. It's a North American playoff tradition to get a bucket handed out in the crowd.
I love the bucket chant from the fans. Shout out to the crowd. Y'all have been great today. I know there's been a bunch of pauses. There have been the issues. We love you. Thank you for sticking with us. And hopefully we're going to have a really great end to this series. Hopefully for the players, they can mental reset, stay calm, stay kind of cool and collected.
I know we were joking about the client, but I do feel somewhat responsible for the sound issues.
I told you, Mark.
You did tell me.
You are a harbinger of
it
evil
definitely
upon
wasn't me
this
that
place.
said
What
this.
have you done? What have you done?
I leaned into it too about all of NA going down.
What are you thinking?
I shouldn't have done it.
You shouldn't have done it.
We're on boxing. Let's go.
Here we go. Baron. Okay. All right. Let's rock and roll. Let's do it again. Back into the game. Back into the rip. Back into the Baron. Evil geniuses. They're moving up. They got to stop TSM. Inspire to lead the way. Clearing out some control wards here.
They need vision.
All right. Turning. Solo's ready to go in. You don't need a ward when you got a Scion. Speaking gonna lose half HP. TSM backing up a little bit as EG piled forward. Maple's doing a great job zoning everybody away, but the pressure is there. Inspired is there. Tactical is gone. Maple is gone. Pika is gone. TSM is gone.
Inspired takes over the fight. He kills the backline off by himself, and EG are gonna TP in for the win.
Evil geniuses don't need the Baron now. They're going straight for the Nexus.
9, 1, and 10 inspired chain CC combos tactical to death with the Anathema's chain and gives Evil Geniuses their first win in the series.
That is huge for EG. We were talking about where the game might go. It was a good call from TSM, but the team fighting team fights right. EG ties it up.
I actually can't believe that ended that fight. That Sejuani just absolutely taking him down. Man, the players are actually all chatting back and forth. So much banter back and forth, and a little bit of heat maybe in some of those players. Frustrations coming through. Inspired with the all chat. Seju deals damage.
Tactical with the classic balanced. Stolen out by the enemy jungler. But yeah, EG bounced back. Absolutely needed for this series because it felt like this game easily could have gone TSM's way.
It really could have. And honestly, I thought that fight was 100% going TSM's way. When they weren't actually able to get through and initially kill off the Sivir, Jojo goes into a stopwatch at like 5% HP. The only person up there was still the Sejuani. I didn't think there was any shot that he was going to be the one to actually finish off this Sivir, was able to do it himself, survives, kills off the Wukong as well, all while on very, very low HP. And it was just a massive difference maker there at the end of that fight.
There's regular season inspired. There's the guy people have been wanting to see more of. 9-1 and 10 on Sejuani.
9-1 and 10, absolute beast performance. But from here, this was a crazy game, not just in terms of what was happening on it, but obviously all the outside factors. It's a lot right now, I think, on coaching staff to settle everyone down, get them refocused on the series, make the adaptations you need to make, but obviously just like mentally make sure everyone's still in it, because obviously all chat at the end of a series, you usually don't see something like that. So obviously the players are going to be feeling a little bit like higher energy, a little frustrated probably.
I mean, for sure, right? You know, they obviously will be frustrated in a situation like that. It's really hard to stay calm, to stay focused on exactly what needs to happen in the game. And that's also where, you know, those kind of in-game leaders can really make a difference, because the coach can't get up there and tell them, hey guys, focus up. These are the things we need to remember. Having a player in your team that can do that is invaluable.
Absolutely. And with the series all tied up now, let's head on back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
This is a little weird. I'm trying to roll back what we talked about beforehand.
Okay, I'm ready.
I got the YouTube on.
Okay.
But by the time we get back to the game, they could literally win the game in the next 45 seconds.
All right.
That was on YouTube.
The tech guru himself.
That was like,
I have no idea if you
plus or minus,
Amazing
no, because
prediction.
we heard it.
So I know, I know it came through 100%.
Right.
So Jat, the profit on that one, I'm going to steal another quote from Jat that he said off camera as the game ended. Is that a 9-1 Sejuani? Or is that a Master Yi?
Like MVP, man.
What the heck? God. I mean, sure, Sejuani carry. Why not? There's your damage. You want to know where the damage came from in the team comp? That's it.
Gotta come from somewhere.
Right there. What the heck?
Yeah, I mean, that game was on razor-thin margins, as we talked about so many times. The Swain was so incredibly difficult to play through. The Sivir, so incredibly difficult to actually kill because you're 4 melees that are getting ricocheted around. I'm a little relieved now that it's not going to be a sweep, that EG is still in this 1-1.
I'm sad. Just because I felt like TSM has been drafting properly in both of these series. The play has been haphazard, but they have moments of brilliance within these games. They would have a fight. There's many fights, but there are a few fights that they're probably watching right now, as you can tell, where they're just positioning errors that's making it so either tactical gets blown up instantly, or they're doing well in the first half of the fight, and then they probably push too hard, and then they end up losing. It is one of those drafts where it's like, okay, perfectly. If we just have all of our resources at the start of this fight, which by the way, there's one dragon fight where Wukong ulti was used and Yuumi ulti was used prior to it. And it was like, damn, if we just had those ready for it, we would have won this fight. So resource management matters a lot, and positioning has something that they've kind of been faltering on.
This game was so interesting because it's a battle of TSM don't have the team fight coordination as EG do, right? Like,
correct.
They haven't played for as long together. They're still coming together. They've improved, obviously.
Drastically.
But they're putting themselves in positions to win with their drafts. Or like, we execute this, it's pretty easy to execute, right? Just run at them, like pop Swain ult. We just need to have everything up. Where EG, despite the fact that this is a death ball comp, you get to a point in the game where you're like, we need to execute these team fights perfectly. So we're putting ourselves in a position where we have to do so much more. And they did deal with the Scion. This is where, tactical is going to fall to the
Oh, this
Sejuani
is the
assassination.
There it is.
He played. Watch Inspired just
Let's
brute
go.
force
He's
his
like,
way back
I
there.
understand the assignment. I must kill tactical.
I do love the point, though, Emily, because, yeah, it's like every one team fight for TSM just kind of looked easy in the game, and every one team fight for EG felt like they were clawing tooth and nail to get it.
And it's so weird to say that about a death ball comp, right?
Right.
Because like the idea is like, you know, Seraphine is buffing us and she's doing the AP damage, and then we have
41
Aatrox and Renekton getting on top of you along with the Sejuani. Jat talked about how this comp works like in theory with different options like the Ziggs. But yeah, that's what struck me about this game the most.
And Raz, the other thing about all this, right, is looking at that gold graph, because I know we had a number of disruptions, so it can kind of be hard to have understood that there really was this kind of gold control by EG the whole time. But therefore, again, like for them to just like scrape by to victory when they have those kinds of leads, again, it's not something we're used to attributing to EG. We would normally be like, yeah, they got a gold lead at 15 minutes of 2K, game's over, no question.
Yeah, in part, the fights were tough to fight. That's understandable. And another one, especially after the fight they had lost after getting Baron, they're just cutting corners, and they're not playing through sides. They're not basing and then putting Aatrox and Renekton through sides so they can actually start leveraging the minion waves that they would have. So a lot of the times, they're just playing into the pace of TSM. The fight TSM wants, they'll take because they're fairly confident as a team that they will be able to win those fights. But that's also kind of how they lost that C9 game, or series as is. So I think it is a good lesson for Evil Geniuses to recognize, hey, the smarter play is to play to our combat times. Sure, we can team fight, but we can get a guaranteed play through playing through sides first. We don't need to take every fight imaginable just because we have a gold lead.
The big thing I do want to give EG credit for in this game is the fact that they focused on Drake stacking, because I feel like that was really important, right? Like I think TSM, if they had been able to, if they had started early Drake stacking, if they had kept them from getting that Hex Soul, I think the game, it just swings so much easier. So it was good on EG to make that a priority. Like they knew that they would have to do well early with this composition, and then additionally make sure that they had some form of backup in Drake stacking.
They also picked up both Rift Heralds. They were up 4 turrets to 0 at one point. There were bounties on this map that TSM was picking up mid-game.
Yeah, I think it was smart for TSM to give up the first 2 dragons because, especially with that composition, not worth fighting. The 3rd dragon was when I was talking about resource management. They did when they were actually trying to set up for the objective. Is like, wait, we actually just have to give it because we didn't play this one out properly. So that's something for sure they'll look back on and be like, damn, if we want to have a scaling composition like this again, and we want to be able to play this type of style versus Evil Geniuses, let's do it better. And I think that is the right way to approach it. I don't actually expect them to approach draft differently. I think the draft should be same mindset. They may not get the same idea, but that's going to be on EG. EG will probably change a few things. But TSM has the right mindset about drafting and what their win con is. It's just how they execute it.
Now, we're kind of in an interesting position now because during one of those pauses we were talking about, in a world where EG goes down 0-2, they're on the precipice of missing worlds and kind of the stakes that surround that, citing the fact that only twice in LCS's history has the first seed from Summer missed worlds. That's 2015 TL and 2021 TSM. Definitely a group that you don't want to join. You have high expectations for yourself. But with this game, we're right back to a one-on-one scoreline, Jad, and all of a sudden it feels like some of that pressure may have been relieved, and the onus is now on TSM for side select and to make the changes, it feels like.
Yeah, I'm actually really expecting EG to play a lot better in Game 3, just looking at their body language from these shots we're just seeing, compared to the body language after Game 1 and even during the pause. Like, that had the potential to be the most tilting pause. We saw Solo laughing. He lives in the chaos right now because he knows that they're playing with house money and are the team that are trying to make the upset. Having gone down, you can see they're like, ah, crap, like, what did we do wrong? Whereas EG is very much like, huge exhale, huge relief. Now they just have to win 2 of the next 3 rather than 3 in a row. I think it completely changes their mental to make it through all of, like, that was what, like 20 minutes of sitting on stage with audio issues?
A lot.
On the precipice of going down 0-2 to TSM? Making it through that, I think, is a big mental hurdle they just cleared. And I actually think they'll play a lot better.
So, Emily, we see it there, TSM choosing blue side. It's important to note that this is the first opportunity they have in this series to choose the side that they start on. EG wanted to kick off the series on blue side, stuck with it in game number 2 after taking a loss. TSM wants that option for
Great
themselves.
to see X-Smithy in the room.
Go for it,
I
Jet.
love seeing X-Smithy, but he's just like...
I don't know what he's hearing, but he may not be liking it.
So, listen,
Who's Sejuani is better, Inspired's or X-Smithy's?
Dude, he's legendaries.
That's what I'm saying.
Real quick, X-Smithy is here to, like, kind of shadow the LCS team because he's the academy head coach there years over. He's just kind of here to hang out. He doesn't need to contribute. That's not what they're expecting from him. So don't think he's just... Get off of him.
All right, what do we want to see out of TSM from the blue side here?
I mean, I don't think TSM like they're putting. I like TSM's drafting. Like I think they've been putting themselves in like a good position to succeed. I think they'll continue to put tactical on something that carries late. I think they'll continue to put, even though obviously the Scion, opting for the Scion into the Aatrox is a tough matchup. Like I think they'll continue to still, if EG target solos kind of like tankier frontlining champs, I think he'll still have one to pick. So, I mean, I don't have any massive issues with
You want them to first pick
TSM
Sivir?
draft,
You want Sivir
and now they're
priority?
on blue side, so they can get what they want.
An addendum, I would say, to the point that I'd say that we are kind of making about TSM staying the course. For specifically tactical, he might go for something that has more agency in protecting himself. If TSM's not playing the fights optimally 100% of the time, so he's on an immobile AD carry, which he's either at half the time, dying because of the fight setup not being good, this is going to be perfect math. Half the time, killing himself by diving too forward, or just half the time. No, but anyways, yes, I think a lot of the times this is difficult for him to create his own positive situations. So maybe he'll go to Azaya. Maybe he'll go to Lucian if they're willing to play Lucian Nami. Something in which he has more control over his own safetiness in team fights.
Okay.
Can we pull up draft for game 2 again?
Yeah, I'm sure we can do that. We'll get them working on that.
I think even though it's weird to get to in the draft, I like when he is on Xayah, and I really like when Chime is on Rakan.
True,
You can't just pick those things right off the bat, though, so I kind of want to see how it's panning out, because you need to get Kalista off the table.
Yeah.
I think, arguably, you can play it into Sivir, but not necessarily Zeri, but I just want to...
I want to try and get you that lower third of the previous champion select. So let me just iterate to the fans here that there is a delay for game 3. We are doing our best to sort out those audio issues. What we don't want is to have mid-game pauses.
Yeah.
And so we'd rather take the time now to try and figure it out. Unspecified amount of time, but just so you're aware, that's why we're going to sit here and continue to chat about it. Now that that's understood, ideally we can get that draft pulled up for you to make some more comparisons between, game 2 and maybe what we'd like to see.
All right, Zeri, Silas, Azir were banned, and Kalista, Vi. Okay, so Zeri's banned right away, and Sivir was picked early.
Yeah. Consistently,
definitely
TSM has consistently gone for Sivir Wukong as their early picks, and they've locked it in fairly quickly both times, it feels like. This is something that they just genuinely want to play.
Yeah.
Unless if they're coming out with a different conclusion of what makes team fights easier for them, then maybe they would change up. At the moment, that hasn't been the case.
I want to see it. I just want to see him lock it in. I think honestly that
The Xayah Rakan.
Yeah.
First pick, Xayah?
Not first. Definitely not. Like,
I want Ornn for TSM.
If Azir is up, first pick Azir. Right?
Okay,
Like, get your power picks out of the way. So Azir, Ornn, those are incredibly important things for TSM. And then I'd actually let Tactical go 4-5 because I don't think you want to be handshaking the big 80 carries for him. I think he can still play Jinx, he can play Aphelios, he can play Xayah. I'd rather actually have them go 4-5 and power pick their solo lanes in jungle in 1-2-3.
I like that thought. Anyone else?
I like that quite a bit. And especially since we've seen TSM going for a 3-pick Ornn and unabashedly afraid to pick it into anything. Game 1 going into Trundle, Aatrox, completely fine. Solos just say, I see the value in the pick.
What about the side of EG? Flipping over to red, because they won with this draft. I don't want to see them draft this again.
I certainly don't know.
So with the idea of maybe having some counter picks, where would you want to put those?
I'm curious to see what happens on red side for EG specifically, because if the Seraphine is open and the Senna is open, I wonder if they just go Senna Seraphine, because we've seen them play that. I just hate fun.
Flip it and ship it.
Actually, and they were on her single for that too, and I just hate fun.
I mean, I can see them doing that though, right? Like, alternatively, what I would like to see for EG is for them to return to the stuff that made them successful. And it's not just about Danny on a hyper carry. It's about JoJo on something where he can push the wave and affect side lanes and work with Inspired that way. Because when I think of this mid jungle duo, I think less of Inspired playing around JoJo to like get him ahead as a hyper carry. And I think more of JoJo joining up to go to side lanes or to set up vision so that Inspired can counter jungle, stuff like that.
Yeah, and maybe TSM won't like blind pick the Sivir in this situation because I think they're fairly confident that the Seraphine was the first pick for Danny. But going straight towards Danny's strength, like the champions that I think of is later on you can pick the Aphelios, specifically you can pick Jinx. These are all assuming that Sivir is going to be picked up by TSM, right, if you're on red side. So if it's either Sivir or Zeri, depending on it, you can always go back to what has been great for Danny. So that's the first point. And then second point is just picking what is great, solid blind picks for JoJo Pyun. That could be Azir, that could be Ahri, something that allows Impact and Inspired to get later picks. Those are the type of things that I'm seeing. I like the idea of Sejuani early pick just because it is a solid flex and you're holding on to that until 4-5 and then you see the Aatrox. So that was like a good idea from Evil Geniuses. I just haven't seen a situation in which Sejuani is being thrown into the top lane. So it's one of those, it's a flex, but it's a flex that you probably don't respect. So I'm just interested to see how they approach the next game, but I do want to see them play around, kind of echoing the point around Danny and then picking early mobile picks there for JoJo.
It was a battle, but EG got it. We're all tied up at 1-1. We're stepping away for an extended break as we continue triaging the tech issues affecting our audio equipment. We'll see you on the other side here for game number 3. Hello and welcome back to the LCS. Quick update for you. The series between EG and TSM is experiencing recurring audio issues that are impacting in-game player comms across both teams. We will use the break between games to further investigate. We appreciate your patience as we ensure a competitive environment for the series. So that is all still in flux.
Yep.
Again, we will keep you updated as we learn more. While that is taking place, Raz, we wanted to talk a little bit about what we've seen so far in the series.
True.
I hope your plays are ready.
Oh,
I know you asked for a couple, or asked for 8
I see
plays.
myself.
Crazy.
Go
It's me walking up to my. Oh, just kidding.
Okay,
No one
cool.
got to see
We
it.
got it. We got
it covered.
Just making sure.
A lot of it just kind of comes down to the team fights. And so a lot of the times what you're seeing are, sure, we complement a lot of positive team fighting from Evil Geniuses and TSM just having the better composition. So let's just run the play. Let's just go for it. Because from the Evil Geniuses side, yes, they're trying to dive onto tactical. That's the major feat. But if you're Impact, and if you just keep them out of the fight, one Q, and then the second Q, and just see how tactical is actually operating in the fight, because he's just scared at this state of the game. He doesn't want to push forward, and so you just see Solo being put down to like 10% HP, and you see Wukong ended up dying. So what you're ultimately seeing is Evil Geniuses just out team fighting them in multiple of ways. And of course, you see Vulcan coming from an angle. But I want to just roll into the next team fight. And so you're seeing the positive Evil Geniuses. And personally, I just love Chaos. You already know that. So I just want to see the pain of a Scion player versus this composition. Because Inspired blocks him from going into Danny. He charges up his Q, gets rooted multiple times. He actually just can't do anything in this fight overall. And so then he just backs up towards the team. And so you then gets charmed. So ultimately, we talk about how good the composition is for TSM. But Solo's POV is everyone just stops me from really getting any damage off. The Q can get interrupted by literally everybody on this composition. And then the shield ultimately can get stymied. Pain. So first one was analocal. Second one's just for fun.
Chaos.
But they still won the fight.
They still won the
That was
fight.
weird.
So we're just cutting it off. We're cutting it off before it gets to that point.
I think the big thing there is also the Swain ult, right? Like you saw in the first fight, they were able to like wait it out and like deal with it. And then in the second fight, he's just able to go in after and be like, oh, you got us.
That's, yes, if I want to.
Swain in your face.
But the entire game, I was just enjoying in lane, out of lane of just, yes, Scion is a great meat shield. And he's being able to soak up a lot of damage. But Inspired throughout the game is just like stopping him from ever really threatening. There was like maybe 1 or 2 times where he was able to get like a 2 or 3-man queue. But the team, especially Vulcan's Alistar, is just punting him out of the fight and making him ultimately useless, other than just walking up and soaking damage and creating space for the AD.
Question for producers.
Yes.
Can I get those clips in the Telestrator? I want to draw on them.
Oh, I love
I was gonna say, I don't, they'll have
They
to.
said yes, it'll take
okay,
a
it'll
minute.
take some time to load them in, but we've got some time, so we'll see.
You inspired me.
Is this because you want to do, you want to go through that play like Azale did, but on the pause, where he talked about the line of scrimmage and the front to back nature?
It's a little bit about front to back, but specifically it's like the difference in the way Impact is able to soak versus the way Solo was soaking.
Yes.
Okay.
And
I like it.
It's not just the frontline player, but like I always talk about Impact being like the best team fighter.
Yeah.
And that was a really good example of what he does.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're not going to make you go any further. We'll wait till we can get the plays in there.
Though I am scared about
and we'll send them on over.
Jack going back to the Telestrator and drawing.
I'm always scared when Jack has a pen in his hand.
I'm just going to start
a pen in free reign.
A 3D box.
Is never something that you want. They did add an undo button, though, to the Telestrator specifically for Jack.
That's exciting.
So that we never have an Evan line situation ever again.
The Evan line.
That's a negative.
The Evan line was a great.
Oh, it was
great
the birth of
pick.
something fantastic, to be
Yeah.
honest. What do you guys want to talk about?
For
we got
me,
time. What do you want to talk about?
For me, I would probably just talk about the state of the league and the playoffs as a whole. Because I came into today, we talked about it in the waiting room, about how, you already got the replay.
Wow.
You wanna
Finish
just
your
go
point.
for that
Finish
first?
your point. We'll let him get. Oh, okay. They're gonna follow him. Never mind.
okay,
Shut up,
okay,
Brad.
go for it.
Chad,
Well,
take it away.
I heard I don't have time controls, but is that true?
Oh.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, we can roll the video. Okay. Just specifically, once he lands the first Q is when I'm going to want you to pause.
Okay.
Okay,
right
so
there.
Right here. Yeah, basically. So essentially, it's all about like creating space. So whenever Impact is in threat range of an opponent, his team is able to hit. That's the biggest thing, is when you as a frontliner are drawing aggro from the opponent damage dealers, your damage dealers also need to be able to hit. That's a very simple concept, but very difficult to execute. So keep rolling the video. Throughout this entire time, the whole time Impact is buying space, the rest of the team is able to hit Spica, they're able to hit Solo, they're even able to hit Maple a little bit. So that's the core of what Impact does, no matter what champion he is playing. When he's playing Akali, when he's playing Aatrox, when he's playing Ornn, he is only ever hittable when his carries are able to do damage. So let's get to the next team fight that Raz just showed.
Perfect.
And you'll notice, yes, it is miserable for Solo, but like, he goes in, stop it, if we can. Everyone is hitting him, but no one on TSM is in range to hit. So he's just taking free damage. So this would actually be an example of like poor team fight, because your tank is taking damage, but no one else is there to support. So you can roll out the rest of this clip. Eventually, weirdly enough, when he's a zombie, it's like better frontlining because his team is actually in range because EG overdives. But like, generally speaking, like Solo shouldn't be going in until someone else is in range to get hit.
As well, honestly, to me, felt like JoJo misplayed a little bit there. He had the pincer move along with Impact and instead decides to go down lane back towards the Scion as opposed to helping the Aatrox out and threaten that back line. Which is why I think, in part, TSM is given the permission to step forward and ultimately win that fight.
100%. And I think the value of the second situation, which is if you're ever pushing through mid and you're trying to get vision or like basically contest vision, yes, your front line's gonna walk forward, but as you kind of mentioned,
backline, like it's not necessarily Solo's fault. It's the spacing was just wrong.
Exactly. It's a great example of it, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more of it throughout the series just because it's going to be team fight hell. That's just going to be the life that we're living in right now. Unless if someone flips a switch and we see a Solo on Vayne or let's go. Oh, there it is, guys. You want to early pick Aatrox Trundle again?
You want a speed run going home? Give me
And I was gonna say, just to the point as well about Impact's ability to kind of zone off the backline there, I think that is the moment where you're feeling the lack of range for Sivir, right?
Yeah.
And that was, I mean, because you put a Jinx in that same situation with Rocket Form.
Play a little further back.
Right? And maybe those fights, she actually can put in the damage. I mean, obviously, she's got less escapes and safety another way, sure. But I think that is a moment where, you definitely feel maybe a Zeri or a Sivir would struggle with their short range.
Sure, and I think that one thing that Tactical was doing really positively throughout the, I think every team fight that has happened, he's been spell shielding the Seraphine ulti like excellently. And so he's never been charmed, and the opportunity for the tanks or the bruisers to be able to try and get a kill on him, he's made it harder for them. So it is onus on TSM's front line, be it Spica and Solo, to make the circumstances positive so he can hit.
I don't really know what TSM comes away learning, though, in a sense, from that game, especially from a draft perspective, right? Because that's just, as we've talked about, that's never a draft you expect EG to really pull out. So what do I learn from that? Do I now have to actually protect against that, knowing they can go that way? But if I do start to play as if they're going to run that back, they go right back to, Danny carry funnel, that kind of stuff.
The good news for TSM is during a best of 5, you don't have a lot of time usually to go over a game.
That's a whole other conversation, actually.
Because that's the point. Usually you don't have enough time to talk about the game. So you're just going to have to talk about the draft and what can make it easier. A lot of times you just hit Band-Aids because you're like, well, we can't really dive into how we take fights. They can do that now and really talk about how they're misplaying and learn throughout the series in a different way.
Yeah, going through a couple of best of 5s myself, the timing is pretty tight. It's like 15 minutes. You generally have to budget like literally time to just go to the bathroom and eat food. Generally, the coaches are prepping most of the draft before the game is over, but you're still trying to watch the game because you're like invested. But realistically, you can't review a large portion of the game. It's not like a normal scrim block where you have like 25 minutes between games. You spend 15 minutes on the review, and then you don't even really prep that many drafts in scrims beforehand. So you end up trying to be the goldfish that we talked about before and just go to the next game. That is actually completely different now.
Yes.
So they've had a lot of time to potentially overthink things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's hilarious because during scrim environments where we were on, it was like you try and make the review period at least fairly short.
Yep.
Like at times it can go long. That's whatever. It depends on the game. But like you try and make them short to mimic a best of 5 environment. Because when you're in that situation, you're not going to have all day to talk about the game. So you're trying to be as economical as possible. So for the most part, it's like, okay, you have about like 10 minutes, excluding the portion in which you're, as you're saying, like going to the washroom and just like taking an actual break because the series is going to be long. So have to talk about the big beats. They're not doing that, I would assume, because now we're probably talking about it during the pauses when they're on stage, able to talk about strategy. And now they're able to do it with the coaching staff as well. So that's nice to see for TSM, and I wonder how that'll impact the next game.
I'm curious because I'm wondering what you would go over. Like, would you actually review a team fight like that and be like, hey, like this, we even won this, right? Because we were able to push forward after they tried to dive into us once, you know, when Solo was so separated from the team, they weren't able to hit, like you pointed out. Yeah. Obviously, they still ended up winning the fight anyway because then they just run at them with the Swain after EG over pushes.
Yeah.
But like, how, even if you do have the time, how much of that would be beneficial and how much of it would be harmful in terms of what you're reviewing? Because it seems like a very tricky balance.
It's definitely harmful if you are the type of coaching staff where you're just like, let's watch every team fight. But if you're the type that's like focusing on things that are very mimicable, like for instance, as you kind of mentioned, that situation where Sion's walking in, we're like, okay, we're trying to retake vision as a team. That's going to happen a lot of the times when you're down tempo and you don't have vision. So just talking about best way of doing that, they probably talked about that multiple times as a team, but remember, this is a newish team. So those kind of experiences and conversations are not happening as much as other teams. So that's number one. And also positioning in team fighting for frontliners. That's really good because if you're kind of expecting going into the series that this is our drafting sequence, that the champions may change, they may ban a champion, but this is the same way we're going to play. Solo's playing a frontline tank. This is how you're going to be positioning in fights. That is useful.
Yeah, it might sound really troll, but if you're going to do any like type of review, I would try and stay like mid-series, even if you have an extended delay. I would try and stay away from minutia. And actually just reinforce very core concepts. Like, just remember, we need to have good team fight spacing. And that's actually it. Like, you don't even go into the team fight. You don't draw lines. You don't do any of that stuff. Quick golf analogy.
All right, for this one. Let's go.
Even the very best golfers will make sure that they're lined up the right way. And they're going to make sure that their grip is correct. They've been golfing for like 30 years. And anytime
could close their eyes and do it.
Anytime anything is off, they go immediately back to the core fundamentals. Right? So that's the type of stuff that I think you need to, if you lose a game, just reemphasize, make sure you're doing the very basic stuff, and you have a better chance next game.
I think it's kind of cool that you say that because I keep going back to the interview that we did with Chime, right? Where we asked him, okay, you know, you managed to get this upset. It was in a single game series. I forget against whom it was. But he was like, yeah, we were just able to catch them out on like these very routine vision rotations. So we just, as a team, we were like, refocus. We probably know they're going to be coming through here. Even though we're behind, we can catch them out with the composition we had. And I thought that was really interesting because, again, TSM is not a team that's been together for a super long time. I don't know how much practice they had with Tactical prior to the FlyQuest series because I know he was also playing in the Proving Grounds bracket
like
with TSM Academy. But yeah, that's pretty interesting to me.
Sorry to tear it back from you guys because I'm enjoying the conversation, but we have an update for you all at home. Our engineers have identified that the issues players are experiencing on stage are network related and are affecting our audio systems. We are going to take a 15-minute break where our teams are going to reboot our systems in an attempt to fix the issues. We'll see you in 15, hopefully with good news. Thank you for your patience and understanding.
You've been caught.
Let's do it again. It's just so easy.
Hello and welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk. Quick update for you all. We have successfully rebooted the network. Still awaiting for all of our systems to come back online, so we will continue to update you again as those do. In the meantime, we got a little bit more to get through. Jat, you ready over there, by the way?
So
you let me know when you're ready.
I got a couple.
Okay.
All right.
But I don't have all of them. Basically, this started with me yesterday thinking about the Team Liquid versus CLG series. Depending on what's going to happen in the future. Like, Team Liquid was down 2-0 to CLG in the losers bracket quarterfinals. And if they end up, like, let's say they go to Worlds, let's say they win the LCS, that moment is often going to be forgotten. So I just went back to, like, a few moments.
Forgotten moments.
Kind of forgotten moments. So, like, back in 2020.
Well, I'm loving
look at this. This is the losers bracket. TSM is down 2-0 to Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians literally just killed the icons of the LCS, Bjergsen and Doublelift. They're dead. They're starting Baron. They did not win
It's
this
over.
game.
It should be over.
What happened? Like, what are they thinking in this moment? I'm speeding it up.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking. But you're going to have to move that mouse. Thank you.
Yeah?
Oh my god.
They get Baron. I actually don't remember what happened. That's why I was going back to watch it.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
But then they clean up Golden Guardians, Ash Arrow from the grave.
I do remember this
This
moment.
is laggy. I'm sorry.
Nah, that's fair. But I do remember this moment. It's one of those things where I guess people do talk about it. There are a lot of really close series that can change the bracket.
Oh, dear.
What are you running, 4K over there? I mean,
have
come
no
on,
idea
what's
what
going
I'm
on?
doing. Well, I'm trying to load up a bunch. Here's another one.
Oh, okay.
Clutch Gaming versus TSM.
2019. Okay, another game 3.
TSM was literally 2-0 up in this series.
All
and then
these
got
involve
reverse-
TSM.
And then
Gotta
got
love it.
reverse swept. Yeah.
Wow. Oh,
But,
I do
like-
remember this Vulcan right there on your screens.
I'm lagging something fierce, so I'm
Okay.
actually not able to show these really awesome clips.
Yep.
I apologize. You know, sometimes when I do this, even when I have good internet on YouTube,
Sick slideshow.
when people don't access these videos for like years, YouTube has a hard time pulling them out of the archives. Like they're in some crappy hard drive somewhere.
True.
Especially because they're sizable
Yeah.
videos.
So here's
as
one.
well.
Yeah, I don't know if we're willing to show Leaguepedia on here. I can't. I literally can't find the VOD for this game.
Which
But I
game?
remember being here. So this is a throwback. This was the 2013 EULCS Season 3 qualifiers.
Oh my God.
Wow.
2013
And look
qualifiers.
at this. Fnatic versus ATN. The situation in this game was if Fnatic loses this best of one against ATN, they do not qualify for the EULCS.
Oh my.
Which they would then go on to win like 6 times
and they're
over
going to
or
Worlds
whatever.
again.
Yeah.
They've been there for 10 years. Literally, I can't even find the VOD for this game. But I
seeing a
wanted
lot
to
of-
pull it up.
I'm seeing orgs that I remember in the past. Meet Your Makers, a.k.a.
Yeah.
Move Your Mothers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
MYM,
I
that's a
think
throwback.
Yamato Cannon, the
Against
current
all
coach of
authority.
Fnatic,
There it
was
is.
on like Team Solo Medbee,
Yes.
who
Yeah.
might have been banned for toxicity and couldn't play.
But they were also, they were like 1 game away. Yeah, they were
Yeah.
very close as well.
It's a different age.
Completely would have warped things.
I have so many in my head that I want to pull up, but that computer is not working well.
That's all right.
So
That's all right. We're not going to push the computer any further. Off the top of your head, though, can you what were you thinking of?
yeah, so I mean, the one that's nearest and dearest to my heart is Team Liquid was up 2-1 with the sub jungler against Cloud9 in the Greek theater.
I remember that.
Sven's face was all red.
Yeah.
The sun was in Vulcan's eyes.
Right.
And then we lost.
We needed to pause.
We had
Yeah.
to patch that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Something.
There was this moment in mid lane
Sun delay.
where we were winning a team fight, and then Perks just like snuck this bubble onto Tactical and one-shot him.
Yeah.
And then they got Mountain Soul.
I remember that team comp because I ripped it apart after that draft. It was the Gragas
Yeah.
draft, right? From them, yeah.
And then even in game 2, so like we won game 1 of that series. Game 2, we had like a TF Sivir, TF Sivir.
Yeah.
And then C9 had this like Bronze Zodiac comp with Malphite.
Yeah.
And we were up like 7,000 or 8,000 gold. And Core JJ gets caught on a rotation and dies, and we just like chain feed like 3 or 4 kills.
Yeah.
Lose the lead, lose that game. We then win game 3. So it's like you can theoretically think that would be a sweep even if the pressure is different.
There are a lot of.
But like there's so many close games in
Yes.
LoL esports history that you forget about the moments that could have changed it.
There are a few that comes to my mind. One that's iconic. With for me, I'll speak of
Iconic?
few. Oh no, yeah, a few from LPL.
Okay.
A few from LPL. Like there was one where it was WE versus I forget it was. I'm trying to remember. It was Incredible. No, not Incredible.
Incredible Miracle?
Aimee.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
I would have never actually
Oh,
remembered
God.
that name. But yes, the fact that Aimee was able to get like a very super late game flank by Amazing J that defined that series, no one would have remembered. I guess no one now remembers how close Team
I remember
WE
it.
was to being at. I think it was Worlds.
Yeah.
So there was one that. There are multiple miracle runs from the LPL simply because of how they have multiple gauntlet systems. So like JDG, I think it was 2018, 2019, had a huge gauntlet run. Everyone wanted to see them at Worlds because they were so damn good. Snake is a good example in 2017. Another gauntlet run. Everyone wanted to see them because it was like day after day, they were like putting in amazing series, but then, you know, they lose a really close series and people kind of forget. They forget about that journey, but it made for incredible moments.
Yeah, I was trying to remember who, because I remember the jungler, a Voidless.
Yes,
I actually thought he was like pretty talented. I was like, oh, I wonder what happened to him after Aimee.
He was a great Rek'Sai Nocturne player, and then, you know, things moved away from that.
Things kind of fell off. Was that the same one? So you and I were talking about
Some
this.
deep LPL rabbit hole right now.
We are in the rabbit hole.
Well, no, the only other thing I want to know,
example.
because we were talking about tournament formats, right? Because that's been the rage to talk about, where like everyone's like, does this tournament format suck? How are teams qualifying to Worlds? Like everything. And we were talking about the LPL qualifier when it just used to be this like ridiculous stretch. And I want to say this was part of it, right? Didn't WE play like 7 best-of-5s back-to-back or something? There was like, or it was either them or JDG. I feel like there was a weird, not necessarily record, but like you looked at how many best-of-5s they had to play.
Yeah.
And it's like, holy crap.
And
like, and then they miss Worlds.
And it's still a problem, by the way. Like, I know a lot of people love the current, what's it called, system right now, format for LPL, where a team right now, good examples like LNG had to make that miracle run. They play like every other day.
Yeah.
And that's a fun viewing experience for the fans, pretty awful for the teams, especially for the teams that are lower in the bracket. I love the LCS bracket currently. We get the losers bracket, so we get a second chance. Especially, it's beautiful now seeing that Evil Geniuses and Team Liquid ended up losing in the upper bracket, so they get another chance. So you get that redemption arc. And of course, like I know people talk about 8 teams, but the 8 teams that we have, Azale actually made this point prior, are competitive. Team, what's it called? Golden Guardians pushed it to 5.
Yeah.
And then TSM is right now, like they were able to take down FlyQuest and are having a competitive series right now.
That's the sticking point for me, though, is that the 8-team double M bracket is good when the teams are competitive.
Yes.
And it's not when you're top-heavy.
Yeah.
Right? Like if we were truly in a top-heavy split and we only had 3 teams that could really compete, then you have a bunch of games that don't feel great to have to wait through while teams get eliminated.
Yes.
But in a world like this, right? Well, like we would have been robbed of so many good series. We would have been robbed of this series to begin with because the 7 seed wouldn't have made it in spring, right?
Yeah.
So I think that again, this is the 2 sides.
TLCOG never would have happened. This game would never be happening.
2 sides to every coin, right?
Exactly.
And no playoff system is going to be perfect. And so you get the pros with the cons.
But you might get this series in the regional qualifier, depending on what would happen in the
Yeah.
True. I mean, you go back, a lot of people remember the C9 run fondly, right? The 7th place C9 run. And like, hey, you have to go through the gauntlet if you want to make it Worlds from a 7th place regular season position.
Yeah, I love gauntlet runs for last chance qualifiers. When it comes to like, hey, this is your last chance if we were having our 3rd seed, or, you know, if you're having a 4th seed, if you're in Europe or, you know, LCK or LPL, qualifying in that format. I don't like it for a playoff format. So just because for the teams, they want at least not to be heavily punished enough to either be instant sent down to the lower bracket if you're in the LEC, or in this case, like having to make a deep enough run. And if you were to lose, well, much like what's happening in the LPL, like if you make a run, end up losing near the finals, you're like, okay, well, we're gonna have to go through another gauntlet format.
Right.
Rough.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I've been talking to a lot of people about formats after the conversation that Jat and I had on JLXP about how we were talking about this format.
Yeah.
And I do think another thing, because I love watching LPL, obviously, I do think another thing that is interesting with their format is it feels like you know, I guess, more about the teams because you see them play a lot more games over the course of the split, right? Because even though I don't think that teams in the LCS were seeded erroneously, we have 18 games versus I don't even know how many.
Oh, you're talking about the best of 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
They
going
play 17
into
best of 3s.
the playoff format, we as Dash pointed out, we're looking at some of these matchups and we're like, oh man, TSM sure are going to just get pub stomped by FlyQuest. And obviously that didn't happen. That's what has made this bracket super interesting and also made our lives kind of interesting, right? Because then we get to talk about how these teams have improved, what they've done. For TSM specifically, we've been talking about their increased energy and putting themselves in positions to succeed with the draft. For Golden Guardians, it was kind of similar, where they came in with a very specific hyper carry strategy against Stixxay that I really liked, that we wouldn't have even been able to see if they hadn't made it, because they made all those roster changes as a last gamble to try to make a playoff push, and it worked in the opposite direction. So that team hadn't had any time to play together, and now we get to see them. But I think we've been really fortunate.
Yeah, I noticed that one.
What?
Sorry, they just took a shot of Jat's sock, so I felt compelled to call it out.
Attention to where the camera's going.
Yeah, I didn't.
I like what you're bringing up with the regular season versus the playoffs, though, because I was really, really invested in the CLG versus C9 series, the TL versus 100 Thieves series, CLG versus TL, and maybe even more with EG versus TSM today. And it's because the stakes are so high, it is the overarching storyline of the LCS this year. To me, weirdly, and this is not to de-hype the finals, but Sunday's game might be the most actually important series of the year.
Yeah.
Right? Because that will tell us the 3 teams that get to go to Worlds in North America.
Winner of this versus TL, just so everyone's aware of what takes place on Sunday.
The difference of having Worlds in North America with the way these orgs sell sponsorships, fund themselves so they can pay for these rosters is so huge. Worlds hasn't been in North America since 2016.
Yeah.
People haven't been able to watch Worlds in a good, desirable time slot for the North American audience in 7 years.
Yeah.
So you really want to make this big push to go to Worlds, and 4 teams all in, right? EG is one of them, TL is one of them won't be going. So if one of these teams falls short before that happens, the stakes are so high. And I got into this mental hurdle because if you think back, I was just pulling up the EU LCS qualifiers back in 2013. The stakes were amazingly high back then.
Yeah.
And part of the regular season is to build up these stories and almost limit the high stakes moments. Because if you have too many of them, then they don't mean anything. But if you have not enough of them, then you're also denying yourself in some way. That's the constant format debate between tournament format versus season format. But having gone through the season format, the payoff is always so huge, and that's what we're experiencing right now.
Absolutely.
Assuming we can hear it.
Another quick update. We're moving on to the next step of triaging. Network engineers are going to attempt a hard reboot that's different than the reboot that happened before. The good news is we can stay on air for this one.
Okay.
So the 4 of us can continue to talk while they get that going. I'm told there's an ETA of 10 minutes for that. And so, again, I'll keep updating you as I get more information. Did we have more on that topic? If not, I just had another way.
Do we have the 10 LCS memes thing that they were playing? Or no? Yeah.
You want memes or Baron steals?
I would like to start with memes.
Let's start with memes.
Yeah, wants memes. Give the man his memes.
Let's get the jokes. I'm down for that.
Hey gamers, we're back. This is LCS Top 10 Memes. In 10th, it's the OG Smite Lord himself, Saint Vicious.
Should be able to secure this one. Should.
Oh, no! Oh, Dragon goes over to Cloud9. Meteos eats it alive with the boar.
At 9th, a joke that's mostly funny because it's true. Here it is paid in full by none other than TL Steve. In 8th place, Pobelta gave us this classic of a post-game interview, solidifying his place among the great LCS mids.
What do you rank yourself as far as the pantheon of current mid laners in the NALCS?
Top 10.
Top 10 of 10 different teams? You know anywhere else?
At 7th, it's something we've all fallen prey to, but everyone loves a good old Dignitas Baron.
As the Baron loses more and more health, TSM making their way around the corner. There comes Darius. He goes in for this one. Inhibitor has respawned, and here they go in for the fight. Darius at a half health. Red team is slain. Baron Nashor Auburn actually gets it in the fight. Darius forced to run away.
It's hard to make a meme out of success. but that's exactly what our 6th place Impact did in 2016 with Top Die.
Now, one final question for you. Impact has been playing out of his mind these past few days, these past few weeks even. What's it been like to play with him?
It's pretty easy, you know. He just goes top die, and then he gets a solo kill. So I don't know. He's really good.
While it may technically predate the LCS, longtime veteran Aframu in 5th has been making support look this easy for a decade.
And you flash exhaust this guy, and it's like GG. It's like then you pop W, and you kite, and you blow him up. Like, what the fuck? Support is so easy, dude.
Doubling up on this list in 4th is the 200 IQ gamer himself, this time flexing that intellect and birthing a meme that's still used to this day.
And this is just what I call pure intellect. Look at this. The reason I can land this is because my IQ is 200.
While we all have our excuses for losing, no one encapsulates the nuance quite like our 3rd place finisher in Scara's legendary post-game analysis.
And so it sucks because you watch them and you're like, wow, this game is going great. I love this game. This game is awesome. And then it's like, Coast, what are you doing? And then Ace, and then Baron. And then you're like, crap. Like, that did not work out. But up until they lose the game, they're winning. So that's good. That's such a terrible line to say, but if people watch the games, they'll understand what I mean.
In 2nd place, it's the gift that never stops giving, and the tweet you can always count on Cloud9 to write. The legend of Alex Penn truly lives on.
They make the comeback a reality. Lose first 2 games, 1, 2, 3, comeback, LFQ, gonna take game 5. And No Name finally vindicating himself after a couple of rough games against TSM. 11-2-9, LMQ, you're headed to the World Championship.
And taking the top spot is the iconic Game 5 song, but not as you know it. The LCS's own Mark Zimmerman has blessed us with this now and forever.
Before we go to commercial, we have a special rendition of Silver Scrapes on the stage. I believe it'll be Mark taking it away.
All right, Vancouver! You know this song. It is tradition. I want everyone to get hyped, get involved, and sing along with me. Bee-woo-woo, boo-dee-doo, boo-doo-doo, boo-dee-woo, boo-dee-woo.
Don't worry, Mark. I still think you're a good singer. Well, that's it for another LCS Top 10. Don't forget to have fun out there, and I'll catch you next time.
I'm sorry, Mark.
That was a live
that's an
Mark.
undeserved #1 spot. The Alex Penn curse.
Alex Penn tweet has to be.
Has got to be #1.
Thank you, Pastry. That was an elaborate way to just dig at Mark one more time.
Yeah, which I appreciate. Because here's the thing about the congrats, the #2, the Alex Penn curse, right? Is it was for the team curse. So it says congrats curse.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it has become the curse.
True.
That's beautiful.
To me, there is a doubled up piece of irony there. And like, sorry, that's #1.
That's huge.
And it's so prolific that it even goes to international competitions with people, right? Anytime, in any best of 5, when you see that, those tweets come out. The meme has, it has grown beyond the LCS.
Same could be said about Dig Baron tosses, and more importantly, was it Dig Baron? Oh, and the Scar pointed they were winning up until they lose.
I mean, that was pretty high ranked.
That one's great.
I have a snub.
What's the snub?
What was your snub?
Bodied by Jensen.
That's a good one.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
It was this whole...
I've got one that I...
Yeah, it was this whole thing where High had just come back to shot calling.
Yeah.
To jungling. And C9's just started winning, and everyone's like, wow, High shot calling, High shot calling. But Jensen was just solo killing people every single game. And yeah, we did the
birth of a new fragrance.
Yeah.
A whole fragrance.
I think I said during the cast, like, there's no way High is saying, hey, Jensen, body these guys 1v2, and then Freak twisted it to body these fools, which is way better.
It is way better.
Yeah. And then Dave Stewart, like, made High make the call afterwards, and he said it like he wasn't committed to the joke at all. He was like, hey, Jensen, body these fools. But it spread. It was all we needed to really make the meme catch on. But I guess it wasn't enough, Pastry time.
He
didn't put it in the top 10.
That's the difficulty of these lists, though, man. That's the difficulty. There's a lot of good moments throughout 10 years of history, right? And trying to condense it all into like one single list is near impossibility.
Yeah.
You want to talk about great moments within this playoff run?
Let's talk about great moments. I like that. Let's narrow our scope again, Raz. Do you want to take the lead on this?
I want to take the lead.
Get over there.
Because, like, There are actually so many moments within these playoffs in which I look back on, I was like, which one was actually just my favorite series? Because
ooh, you're gonna power rank the series that have happened so far.
I'm gonna let you guys have at it.
No, I'm committing you to what Jat just said. Yep, I want your ranking.
Me 1 to 6.
I want 1 through 6 or 1 through 7.
Best
We've had 7 series played.
Oh my God.
So rank the 7, best to worst.
Let's go.
And we want your reasoning as you go.
Okay, you know what? I'll make this quick. So I will go with TL versus CLG as number 1.
Okay.
I was oh, is this even possible? I'm never gonna do that again.
Use the undo button?
I'm never gonna do that again. I'll just
Please
stick with the
actually
1.
use the undo button.
That's like a circle with
a little eraser.
You
The
just
eraser.
There's eraser?
Yeah, hit that.
Oh my God! Technology is great. And I'm just gonna commit to this.
Okay,
there you
that's
go. It was clear. It was clear as it was.
I don't care.
Thank you.
Anyways, and then the reason for this one is simply because CLG, a team, even during the series, by the way, Abudaga came out with a tweet saying 7 mil versus 700K.
Oh,
the memes that were coming out about this series were top-notch. CLG flying sky high, 2-0 in the series, reverse sweep, and then TL is back on track. I thought that was just a roller coaster of emotions. Speaking of roller coaster of emotions, TL versus 100 Thieves as number 2. The fact that they almost made the reverse sweep and then lost was really just the cliffhanger. I enjoyed that quite a bit.
Okay.
Then I have to, I feel like, go to, it was between FlyQuest TSM and C9 versus
Dude, you're
CLG.
missing. I'm going to redo this.
I know. We're all going to get in there and tear it apart.
Okay,
too.
I'm going to be fast then.
All right, let's go.
I'm going to be fast. I'm going to go
don't
straight
be too fast. We got a whole pause.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, we have some audio
Wait, I
issues.
can't even do
I'll
3.
let you know if you need to speed up, Raz.
Okay, undo. I'm telling you, it's not me. It's the telestrator. It does not allow for me to do.
The telestrator looks like it's working really well to me.
Okay, there we go. I just have to do this.
What is that?
It was
Just me.
It was better the first
Run
time.
over top of, if you can't go to the left, just do it to the right.
Look, it's fine.
We
it's
all
fine.
get it.
Okay,
It's 3.
creative.
Why is
okay?
that one number 3?
Simply because of the fact that the 7th seed taking down FlyQuest from the upper bracket. That's, for me, a great story, especially with how TSM had such a tumultuous road throughout the regular season, changing players again and again, starting the series initially with Instinct and then moving on towards Tactical.
Yeah.
That's a damn cinematic
I mean, that
finish
is
to
a pretty
me.
cinematic finish.
That's really good.
Yeah, keep it going.
I'm challenging you on that one. Then it has to be C9 versus CLG. That
Do
was
not
just
draw so close to that again. It's not going to work. Oh, it did.
Oh, hey, there we go.
Why couldn't you draw the 3 then?
I don't know.
Okay.
But sorry.
Flip flop.
You gotta. Yeah.
We got a flip flop.
Finally, you get to the good series.
Like, I'm committing to it.
Number 4?
I'm committing to it. I'm committing to it.
Yeah.
How do I explain this to myself? Look, I messed up. But I will say, the fact that C9, I expected C9 from the beginning of the split to be one of the top teams because of what was on paper. You had Jensen, Fudge, Blabber, and the bot lane just looked so damn good. This is when their potential was finally realized. The fact that they were able to take Evil Genius as our first seed team. So, should be definitely higher. Don't screenshot this, social team. I'm admitting my mistake
Number 4.
right
Oh
now.
my God.
Okay.
No.
Doubling down.
Number 5.
Then I have to go number 5 here.
Okay.
But it went to 5 games.
So it's number 5.
Okay.
But also just because these teams were going to be close no matter what. This was just, it felt like when we were going through the social graphic of which team was going to win, people were split genuinely between C9 and CLG. So it's not that it was one team was heavily favored versus the other, but it was an entertaining series. And I'm not going to list the rest. I think top 5 for this one makes sense for me.
Okay, we do the top 5. There's only 2 more, but that's fine. In the interest of getting someone else up there.
I need to use a different. I'm not going to switch to red.
Oh, you want to leave his selections up there? Do we have other colors?
I mean, we might, but I think I got something for you.
Oh, he figured it out already.
You know when you're counting on a piece of paper?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Do you know when you're counting on a piece of paper?
I don't even know.
In a second.
Okay, Jack.
So binary.
Yeah. This is the best series.
Okay.
For sure.
Damn it.
Like, the number 1 seed getting knocked down to loser's bracket was epic.
Does that make it the best series, though, just because it went against expectation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Shock and awe is
It's the most
exciting.
shock and awe.
I disagree.
When the number 1 seed. Well, you can do your own rankings.
I will do.
Using your own numbering system. So we're running out of things.
I can't believe this.
This, to me,
can't
is the
believe mine's
second
gonna
best
be
series.
different.
Roman numerals.
Okay, number 2. Yeah, essentially.
The closer kick alone is one of the greatest playoff moments of all time. The fact that he did it 3 times, the fact that they almost got reverse swept was incredible. The stress levels for this series were incredibly high, so it's going to be number 3.
What's important is if he remembers Roman numerals here.
These are not Roman numerals.
No,
You're using tallying
Yeah,
system?
he's using tallies.
Get ready for the cross on number 5.
No, but somebody else can use Roman numerals.
So I agree with you, actually, that this one's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This will be number 5. Boom.
Okay, so you're in agreement on the number 5.
But I'm going to do all 6 and 7 because
okay, why not?
we haven't had a single sweep.
Yeah.
I think this was probably the worst series.
Agreed.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
There's 7 total, so 2 more.
Oh, my God.
No, I did 5 slashes.
Yeah.
Oh, you did.
Oh my God.
Oh no. Yeah. Hey, it's all for. This is why we put it there for Jet.
Magic.
Okay, and then they'll.
It's weird to put a 5-game series at 6.
Wait, 7.
What are
This
you?
one's at 7.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. Boom.
All right.
I did the complete ranking.
Okay.
Unlike
Wow.
somebody.
Emily, you want to go?
Went
Yeah,
through
yeah.
a 5.
Now that Jack conveniently.
Contractually obligated never to do power rankings.
Oh my God.
No. Okay.
I can't believe.
Hold on. These aren't
ruined
power
the graphic,
rankings.
Yeah,
by
this
the
is
way.
true.
Yeah.
It's,
You can't read it
incredibly
anymore.
subjective. All right, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
The
you.
circles.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna
Wait,
stand
you
next
think
to
the
Emily because
100
I think Emily is gonna do it right. So
But is that also the right number 1?
But this, I think this
Yes,
was amazing.
number 1.
This is the biggest developing rivalry in the LCS right now. Everyone's been saying how 100 Thieves, they look so shaky in regular season, blah, blah, blah. TL comes in, has the same kind of stigma around them. This is the super team. This is what you look like, blah, blah, blah. This was a great 5-game series.
It was amazing. That's why it's number 2
In addition to
for me.
everything you said, like, the narratives around these teams are amazing. When was the last time we actually saw a team stick to their lineup and continue to do this well?
True.
It was 2017. We looked it up.
All right.
All right.
Oh, you have the answer for us. Thank you.
Emily is already off to
We
a
actually did look it up.
fantastic start.
It's
Number
amazing
2.
we haven't had
All right. So
All
which
right.
series gets number 2
so
for
then
you?
this is obviously number 2 because that's
Again,
just
correct.
like a massive upset.
I can't believe
Everyone's
someone
already
put
talked
that
about
number
it.
4.
That person should be let go, I think.
Yeah, no, this is a big question for me over here.
By the way, C9, I literally just checked my phone and instantly on your social page. Not a fan of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
In addition to what everyone said about like the upset, et cetera, this was the C9 we were promised, right? I liked a lot of the things they leveraged in draft. It was very cool to see them exploit some of EG's weaknesses, and more additionally, the roster came together, right? We were really looking forward to seeing this C9 lineup, like kind of the platonic ideal of it.
Yeah.
So that's great. All right, now I have
By the
to-
way, this is number 1 if EG looks a little bit better in that series, I think.
Yeah.
Is part of the issue from the
Really? What if
is
it's
the
like
underperformance of EG.
What if it's a stomping sweep? Is that not also
Cloud9 3-0 stomping sweep?
Yeah.
Maybe. But
I think I'm biased.
again, I
because
think there's
got
like
all
that
the-
middle ground of like you got one win, you kind of saw maybe what they're capable of, but you didn't feel like they brought their best
Yeah.
that day. So that's why I think it's number 2. I think Emily is still spot on so far. Okay, number 3?
All right, so I'm going number 3 here.
Also
So I
correct.
agree
Also
with-
correct. She
Oh,
can't
God.
miss.
nice.
I completely
She
agree with that.
doesn't miss.
Yeah. So this is actually your joint ranking.
I came up here because I was so
Wow.
confident. I was so confident she's going to nail my
He
ranking.
has more confidence in me than I have ever in myself.
I love this.
By the way.
You just
okay.
literally the Kamina version, if anyone's watched it, is like, don't believe in yourself. Believe in me that believes in
Believe
you.
in
Right, yeah, well, yes, exactly.
It's true.
Classic.
Okay, number 4.
All right. So this is tough. I'm actually going to go...
I mean, I've already ranked it. You can just copy. It's
Yeah.
the TSM FlyQuest series.
Or you
It's
can
one-
copy
it's
mine.
one of
exclude
It's
these.
one of those
the
two,
C9
exactly. This,
part.
this I actually think is one of the
CLG C9
tougher
was actually
calls.
really epic. I might
This-
flip-flop on that for me,
This
but
is
it's too
super...
late.
So, like, the CLG C9 one, I am leaning towards just because I actually thought that, like, this C9... in order to get to this C9, had
Yeah.
to go through this.
No, I
right?
agree.
So
I
I'm
would
gonna
change
go-
mine as well. This
I'm
is
gonna go
correct.
4.
The 4 is correct.
But
Boom.
then obviously, like,
Then that's a
we've
5.
we've talked. Oh my god.
Oh.
I write too
Undo,
small.
undo.
Wait, we have the eraser.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I'll be honest, when they told us about that tool, I was like, we're not going to use it that
That looks
much.
like an ad.
And then literally in 2 days, we've used it more than pretty much any other tool.
Whatever. Copium.
Producer goes, I'm so happy. Love you, Big G.
I love it because I apparently write too small for the telestrator to recognize my handwriting.
All right.
Fly TSM. Obviously, we're seeing tactical start in this game today, going up against Danny. That's an awesome narrative, but it starts here with him coming in.
Yeah.
That game was actually not successful whatsoever, but they stuck with him, and I love the way they played around him. I love the tactical redemption story. I think he's gotten a ton of flame from the community, some of it very undeserved. So that I am very much here for like the tactical redemption arc, right?
Hell yeah.
Do I have to rank the other two?
Yeah, 6 and 7.
Look,
Cat-
I ranked it to 5. We don't have to go further here.
7. All right, we align there. 6 there.
Emily and I are pretty aligned. It's just Raz who's
Yeah,
way
fairly
out of
aligned.
line.
Fairly aligned. I think Emily nailed it personally. I
What
think
am I
Emily
supposed to
absolutely
do?
nailed it.
Rank it better.
What do you mean supposed to
You
do?
went
Like,
first.
I'm gonna
Have better opinions.
I'm gonna have to ask the engineering team to make an undo button that makes it so I can undo specifically the number 4.
Just manual
That's
erase.
the next step is an actual eraser.
Oh, there we go.
Tool, so you can just erase what you did.
Bring me
So
back to
yeah,
the Blackboard
anybody who
days.
sees that image now is going to be very confused.
Yeah,
But if you were
I
here
don't
for
know
the
what's going on.
explanations,
I mean, I really messed it up.
I hope you agree. Yeah, you really took up some real estate with your choices, but
Amazing.
I love it. There you
I
go.
love the
Our tier list.
Put it out on social.
No.
Yeah, our top 7
Question.
LCS series.
Question. This one goes the full 5.
Yeah.
TSM wins.
Ooh.
Where does it rank?
my God.
It's up there. I guess it probably depends.
That's number
on
1
the
again.
gameplay.
Does that
That's
become
actually-
number 1?
That just becomes number
Obviously,
1.
we're assuming like how the play looks.
I'm
Yeah.
a fan of chaos. Personally, look, people can talk about rating it based off the quality of the series. I'm a man that's about entertainment value. I'll tell you what's a quality series and what isn't. But for me as a viewer, I'm ranking based off entertainment value,
That's
and
fair.
I would rank that as number 1. If it was just a muddy game,
Yeah.
just like nonstop team fighting, that brings me back to what I love the most.
I think it would be number 1, yeah.
Yeah.
Just like if CLG would have like completed the upset against Team Liquid, I think then it also would have been the number 1.
I would agree. I would
Yes.
agree with that. Yeah.
And these are like equal tier, maybe even a higher tier upset.
Right? A lot
TSM
of
takes them down.
Yeah, I do think that a lot of the way we, like remember a series is connected to the result.
Yeah.
Right? Regardless of obviously how you got there is important as well, but a lot of times the kind of the feeling you come away with is connected to the result itself. That's why Houston, for example, and watching EG make the run was so spectacular. Even though they were winning in dominant series, which you'd normally be like, well, 3-0s, they're not fun. It's like, well, that was a fun team to watch 3-0 because of the story.
Wait a minute, you're going back on your own point. That's shock and awe.
What?
That's shock and awe. A team going straight through them 3-0 can be an entertaining value as
It
well.
can be, yeah, absolutely.
So like,
What was his point that said it wasn't?
I mean, he was making.
He's
okay.
talking about
Yeah.
the 3-1 C9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't, okay, I'm just saying
There's
that's a strong story.
Unreleased list that I don't know the final results of, but eventually there will be a top 10 LCS finals of all time.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not out yet.
I know, but for me, it's the sweep.
CLG's
For
sweep.
me, it's the CLG sweep over
2015.
TSM. Yeah,
But
absolutely.
again, that's because of the narrative behind it.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
So much of it goes into it, but like if you took that series in a vacuum, it's a lame series. It's just
it's not cool
them
because
dunking
of a
on
3-0
someone 3 times in a row.
necessarily.
It's the story that goes into it and the expectations that come beforehand.
Right. And that's why it's like, I don't care that much about that 3-0 because there's not, or that 3-1.
Yeah.
Right? Like to me, there's less attached to that because, as to Emily's point, it's kind of the realization of what we already expected from Cloud9.
Fair.
Right? Versus CLG 3-0, I'd be like, over the Team Liquid or beating the Team Liquid, right? Like that to me would be a little bit more meaningful. And the CLG of 2015, I mean, that's up there for me. Maybe my favorite as well for multiple reasons. One, we were in New York. We were in Madison Square Garden. First time we're ever in that arena.
True.
It doesn't get better than that. And then to see CLG realize that dream, to see Hotch, the flood of emotion from those players too, right? I mean, you felt it. First ever championship for Doublelift. The start of what would become the winningest player in the LCS. I mean, again, historically, given the history, when you look back on it, I think its importance grows even from what it was that day.
Yeah,
and going
absolutely.
going back to the point that you made with Houston, from Saturday to Sunday, the fans.
Hot take.
Whoa!
I don't know if I'm going through. MSG final is overrated.
What?
Hot take. I think the 3-0 stomp, it's cool. It was awesome for the time. But I would recommend people watch a bunch of other finals. If you're new to the LCS, there's a bunch of other finals.
Why is it overrated?
Well, wait. Exact reason he just said. It was a 3-0 stomp.
Okay.
If you go back
So
and
you're
rewatch
going in
that
a
series,
vacuum.
I'm going in a vacuum. If you show that to a modern league viewer, that doesn't have the context, there's a bunch of other finals that are better.
Well, I'll agree with that.
Counter, you're from Boston. How hyped for you when the Red Sox won the World Series?
Well, that's just not fair.
Oh!
But you know what? Here, I'm about to defeat you. I would not go and bring that to a new MLB fan and be like, this is the greatest series of all
Okay,
time.
yeah, if you're talking about a new person, but you can't just come in and say it's
wait, but also both things can be true. Right?
Like something a lot, but
I
it's
do
not the
agree
best
with you.
ever.
I would not suggest you take a brand new LCS viewer, show them the 2015 championship, summer championship, and say, this is the best series.
Yeah.
Again, because part of the meaning that it has for you and me, Jat, is the fact that we've been watching and a part of the scene from the beginning, right? So, like, we've lived those stories and felt those stories along with people. You don't get that history by just watching that series.
Nah. Right. You're letting him go. He just came in and changed the conversation. You can't be like, oh, you came in saying it's overrated. But
It's overrated. It's not number 8. Like, you guys are all.
So what's number one? So what's number one?
So it's not number one for you, somebody that knows the context.
Can I guess?
He's going to say Toronto finals.
Okay, there we go.
Toronto
say
finals
it.
is good. My guess was going to be, oh, wait. I don't remember what you said about this, because I listed 2016 spring finals as one of my personal favorites. That was the CLG over TSM in
Before they
Mandalay
went
Bay.
to MSI,
Before they went to MSI,
Vegas.
before they had such a run. So
I mean,
it was coming off of that finals. But if you remember, TSM had come in with the double lift Yellow Star bot lane, wasn't working out, and then they got together through playoffs, and there was just this really cool narrative. Yeah, you get a real chair.
Keep him humble. Don't give him the chair.
Pacing around the back.
Yes,
I'm really
please.
curious to see what your favorite finals are.
I actually didn't have one prepared. I just wanted to be a
Mark,
contrarian.
you're cheating. Like, you can't.
All right, here we go.
Emily gave a
C9
good final.
versus TSM,
Well,
Vancouver.
okay, so
Vancouver
no.
final.
Just stop. Because if you're saying narrative doesn't matter, then you need to give me objectively what series had the best gameplay if you're not allowed to storytell.
If you're not allowed to storytell,
Because storytelling-wise, Emily's right with her final being super high. I still think I'm right with COG's final being the best. But now we're saying no story.
No story. You
Just
go and you
gameplay.
watch it. I think it might be one of the C9 TSM ones that went to 5 between 2016-ish and 2018, I think, was when there were a couple of those in a row that were really good. I'm trying to remember all of them because there was the Vancouver one which went to 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that one was really good. If I
What
remember,
about
'cause it went
the
back and
no
forth.
Quicksilver Sash series?
That one was pretty hyped. That was Game 5 that happened in, right?
That was it was a series losing play, which is I think like so many people it stings for them to think about that one.
Yeah.
But
no,
that was a pretty epic series, just from a gameplay perspective.
I
if
got
I
one.
can recall.
Here's
got
one.
one.
Ooh.
It's different. Does anyone else want to go first?
Well, I was also going to say, while we're debating this, I don't know if I can throw this at producers if they're ready for this. I have no earpiece in. We should run a lane.
They told us earlier they love when we do
There's
this.
no way they could say
Yeah.
We should do a lane minion. Is 2015 the greatest finals of all time?
Just a yes or no?
Yeah, full chat.
Oh,
yes or no.
Yeah,
And
yes,
then
wait. That's easy.
No, I just was told no. Sorry.
Yeah, get out of here, Mark.
Literally, I'm going
still
to
want chat to
excuse
say
them,
it.
given
We'll
the
check out
fact
later.
that we're working through technical
We have something
delays.
more important to do right
Yeah,
now.
wait. If they tell us no, I'm going to go with
Mark,
no.
I'm getting word from producers. Oh, they're saying you're an idiot.
As confirmed.
Not confirmed.
Okay.
What's yours?
Because I have a very sharp memory of this, I think it was 2021 spring. C9 beating TL 3-2.
Griffith Park one, right?
Yeah, in the Greek theater. It's less to do with like, because we're not talking about the environment, the story, the fans.
Yeah.
We're talking about specifically like what happened in the gameplay in that series. That had such competitive games and ended with like a surprise lane swap that
With Zion.
worked.
That was
I
really
forgot about
cool.
that.
True.
And then incredibly close team fights throughout the rest of the game. That was a very dynamic series in the evolution of pick ban, in the way it went back and forth.
Yes.
1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, 3-2. Very good objective time-boxed series.
So I love all these. I'm leaning towards the MSG one, but the one that I really love, and it's probably recency bias, so good, attack me if you want to, which is the Houston one.
Yeah.
Because it's just past COVID. I mean, COVID is still happening, but for a lot of people, the first real event coming back from it. Huge storyline of 100 Thieves wanting the back-to-back, Team Liquid with the super team, and Evil Geniuses going through the lower bracket. Sure, they had incredible players like Impact and Inspired, but with new young players with Jojo Piano, and we've seen a little bit of, oh wow, I'm just blanking on names, probably for the long day. But Danny, new young fresh faces,
Donnie,
and the fans honestly just shifting from day to day.
Yeah.
Saturday they see that moment, and then Sunday, everyone is powering through and cheering for Evil Geniuses, which is just so insane for a new organization, basically, a new face in the franchise, to be able to have that large a fan base just overnight, because it was investment in the story after that Baron steal. I feel like, and that's kind of, okay, that's a little cheating because I'm talking about the finals weekend, but it still has finals in the name.
Typical narrative-driven rap.
It was fun, and I love Shock and On. That's what the finals
It was good.
Mm-hmm.
That was the greatest individual moment of a final.
Yeah.
This weekend.
Start stapling on the qualifiers.
We can turn we can expand this conversation as much as we want. I do agree that was a phenomenal finals weekend. But as a singular series, and again, just from a point of memory, nothing will be 2015. It's also, I think, partly too because it was early on in my career, at least, as well, right? So the spectacle of it was still so much more new, and fresh, and everything like that. So also, don't let your dreams become memes was born in that series as well. That's where that sign was held up, if I recall correctly, at the CLG TSM.
To bring back, sorry,
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. But there's a lot of things that tie into that series and that whole weekend, because you guys were running the stat about 2015 Summer TL getting first place and not making worlds. That's me, baby. We dropped to TSM in that playoff run. And then I have this story I tell all the time. I don't know if I ever told it in the main broadcast. But we played the 3rd, 4th place match. We beat, I believe it was Tip. You
won.
And we won. And then we were supposed to warm up CLG.
But if they won,
we would have to play in the qualifying gauntlet to make it in. And so we were like, if TSM just wins, we're into Worlds. And so what we said was, here's what we'll do. We're going to screw over CLG. We canceled our scrims on them. We warmed up TSM. We bodied them so hard in warm-ups an hour before they take on the stage. They gave us their drafts. They were like, here's what we want you to warm up with. We played the drafts they handed us and crushed them with it on Yasuo, which is what Darshan took over that series on, because TSM did not have the confidence to play it themselves after we clapped them with it. And then they get 3-0'd in the finals, and then we have to get reverse swept by, or we weren't reverse swept, but that was the C9 run through with all the reverse sweeps.
Man.
It was a crazy,
important LCS lore that I did not know.
So there's weird LCS lore that happens in like the final week of scrims going into finals.
Yeah.
Like, because, so essentially, when you're going to finals weekend, there's only 3 teams.
Yeah.
Most of the teams have just, like, they just disappear. There's no reason for them to stay competitive.
Yeah.
So either you scrim your academy team, or 2 teams decide to partner and isolate the 3rd team.
It gets very political.
It gets very
Game
political.
of Thrones stuff, House of the Dragon going on.
So like, legitimately, FlyQuest, back in 2020 summer, was like,
popcorn.
Yeah, let's scrim TSM because we think Team Liquid is going to beat them. So they just scrim TSM like nonstop. TSM beats us in game 5, and then like they had played like 20 times that week by the time they play in the final.
So they knew all their.
They know everything.
Everyone knew everything. That also went to 5 games.
Oh
and it was
my
crazy.
God.
Some mind games you can play.
Yeah.
And I'm fine calling CNL out for this. It's a little scummy, but like it's actually fair
I just
play.
outed myself as being one of the
It's fair
scummiest
play.
like scrim cancelers. Swap
Literally, what C9 did to us is they're like, yeah, we'll scrim you for like a Wednesday, so you don't book anybody else, and then like Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, they're just like, actually, we had a team meeting, we're not going to scrim you. And they scheduled scrims with somebody else, and you have no opponent.
Oof. That's
They do
evil
this a
points.
lot.
Hashtag live evil.
Hey,
we gotta do like a.
All's fair in love and League of Legends.
You know, people have like those drunk history shows on YouTube or whatever. We got to do one where like you block out who's talking, get the voice modulator on there, and tell all the like scummy, hilarious behind the scenes like what
It
you
is
trying
fair
to backstab
play though,
the
like
other.
somewhat. Somewhat fair play.
I'm trying to think of just other
you
like.
cannot find me for it. I will do it.
I mean, when we scheduled scrims, we were pretty sure they were going to cancel, so we also scheduled scrims with our academy team.
There
Like,
You had to
we
back
knew
up.
the trick was coming.
The strategic
for it.
double book.
Well, no one will ever. If people are watching, they're not going to get caught off guard by that in the future.
Yeah, so
they'll
careful,
start
EG.
booking their. Yeah, exactly.
Because you don't go to finals weekend that often with C9 still involved. If you somehow make it up there, watch out for those tricky C9 guys.
Everybody wants 100. Everybody wants 100 Thieves as a script partner now.
Is that the Max Waldo led team?
Although
or are
they
more
might do the
honorable
same
now?
thing, because I'm not sure how much overlap there was. Like maybe Reaper has done it everywhere, so like I don't know if it's gonna carry over.
It's a tough one.
No. Do you have
Honestly,
any?
no one can scrim.
You got any? Do you have any like fond memories of like broadcast elements from either big LCS finals or even non-LCS stuff. I'm trying to think of stuff
something we can really stupidly argue about. Oh, Emily's got
I have one that's not a broadcast element.
Sure,
but
whatever.
So one of the reasons why I listed that 2016 final as one of my favorites is one of the first times where I actually I was able to go and attend in live and interview people live. And so I had an interview with Stixay as he was coming up, and it was really, really good.
Yeah.
And that's what I remember from it. It's not a broadcast element. I wrote about it, but it was really, really cool. Because for people that don't remember, that was also the time where he had just replaced Doublelift, obviously. Everyone was like, kind of, how dare you? You're never gonna be able to live up to it, et cetera, et cetera. And he came out and he had this phenomenal rookie season. It was really cool. And I got to interview him after that final.
There we go.
Oh, hell yeah.
I have a good memory. It's LPL related, though.
Okay.
Let's go.
It's funny, actually. The first thing I thought of was just your dancing moment
Wait, is it
on the LPL,
yeah.
which I will rewatch that moment
It's
on a
so
10-hour loop.
I'll explain that one quickly and then go into the second story.
Okay.
The quick explanation of that dancing moment was, by the way, this was the first time, I think 2017, of going into China and covering the finals. The night before, hot pot with the producers and everybody and the team was like, we're gonna have a great finals tomorrow. Good luck. Woke up the next morning, just extreme dehydration, food poisoning. I was destroyed that day. And to me, I was like, let's have a quick series.
Yeah.
Goes to 5 games.
Oh, it turned out to be a day like today.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it goes to 5 games, and I was trying any way to get energy through me because I could not hold anything down.
Yeah.
And so that was the dancing moment. Producers was like, let's get that going.
There you go.
So let's show him.
There you go.
So the fun, broadcast moment I have, it was there was a LPL finals. It was set to happen. I don't remember the city, but we were set to go through train with Tabe, Clement Chu, and Hysterics through train to this city. I made it to train. No one else did. We were together, but they had missed it because of some miscommunication. So I get to the train. I get to that city alone, and I was going through my phone. I was like, wait, no one's with me. Maybe they'll fly over. Storms. They could not fly over. There was some difficulty. And then what the conversation was, we're probably going to have the broadcast be held in Shanghai, the English broadcast remotely, and I wasn't going to be a part of it. That was another thing. But then when I get there, it's like, oh, everything's fine. They finally got the first plane over.
Okay.
Our production room started dying, getting food poisoning and everything. And then one of our camera workers crushed their hand to the camera because you have to use weights on the camera. So everyone was just getting hit one way or another. The broadcast runs smoothly, but it was just chaos the entire way. And drama that I won't say, but everything was fine.
Oh, now you made it.
Always drama.
Down a dark path there.
Yeah.
You're like, okay.
But everything was good.
What do you got?
Key takeaway is food poisoning for Raz is good luck, for the
For
broadcast.
real? Yeah, I guess.
Yes, if you want a good moment, is extreme dehydration and food poisoning.
This is a big throwback. It's season 2 World Finals playoff times in LA Live.
Yep.
When there was that 8-hour delay, it was the WE versus CLG EU series.
Yeah.
The birth of Silver Scrapes.
Yeah. It was actually the birth of Silver Scrapes. Yeah. D-Man and I were on the cast, and there was no analyst desk. It was me and D-Man and occasionally DJ Wheat for 8 hours. And D-Man at one point, they only put up a 3-minute slate, and he's like, I have to go to the bathroom, right?
Okay.
So he runs off to the bathroom.
Yes.
And we have maybe 15 seconds left, and that dude is 50 feet away. Right? And so this is one of the most impressive physical feats I have ever seen from D-Man.
Yes.
You know those crappy little chairs, metal chairs they had laid out there? Our platform was maybe 7 feet high.
Okay.
And you could walk around to get to the stairs and walk up. He literally risks his life and parkours off the back of 2 chairs, one step, another step, and leaps onto the stage, puts the headset on, and he's back on air.
Wow.
I could not believe what he did.
You said metal folding chairs, the ones that you put a foot on and those things collapse.
His memory is
That's
10
so
years old.
impressive,
But he jumped off of something.
Yeah.
It has to be chairs.
Yeah,
There was no stairs there.
Good for him.
Wow.
Commitment
That's
to the craft.
Cool.
I was like, what?
Gotta love it.
That is
Gotta love it.
great.
I'm surprised that he could then speak, I assume, afterwards.
It was...
I was almost late to one of the shows here, and I had to go run And by the time I came back, I was winded. Yeah, off camera, just trying not to breathe into my microphone.
There was, I think it was Miami finals.
Okay. 2018.
This is really, really short. But Miami finals, it's a very hot, humid place. And as you all know, I already run incredibly hot. That's why there's the whole meme about how I keep this like a freezer.
Yeah,
and
Emily needs her jacket.
Maybe not a meme. I guess it's just true. I always need it to be very cold. Yeah, memes can be true. You're right. Okay, so we go to Miami. Well, guess what? Dash doesn't get to control the temperature of the Miami theater, just the LCS studio. So we go in and we set up for the top of the show. We're about to do our like whole half-hour-long pre-show. Azale is sitting next to me, so he probably has the best recollection of this. I'm wearing these same exact glasses.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember this.
Show starts, and you can go watch the VOD because the show starts, you know, Look Live's welcome to the 2016, whatever it is, blah, 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 finals. And then the first shot, they come to like a wide shot, and I'm looking at Azale, and I'm looking over, and Azale just starts like laughing in my face because my glasses are completely fogged up. Like I can't see through them. I'm just like looking in a direction, and then I turn back to my single, and I'm like, I can't read the teleprompter. It's completely fogged up. So I just took my glasses off, and I'm sweating. I'm just like sweating through the whole thing, red through the whole thing. Like I fought through it. I think every time a replay would come up, Cass, our makeup artist, would just run up and just blot the heck out of me. I had like paper towels everywhere. It was just a total disaster.
I would put Miami as one of my favorite personally to attend for things that had absolutely nothing to do with gameplay or broadcast.
Yeah,
live hotline league.
The live hotline league, but also just like I don't know.
That's true.
It was just fun.
It was kind of like that was the beginning of the live hotline.
It was like a beachfront hotel. They stuck us and all the players in, you know, and like it was just a vibe. Yeah, Miami vibes.
No, I loved that hotline league as well. Yeah, because it was at the hotel right next door to like the hotel we were staying, but all on the beach. That was a ton of fun as an event. I remember that fondly. It was hilarious. Just an example of things you. Then you fast forward all the way to the Bird's Nest, and you have the opposite situation where everyone was freezing. Remember that? Because it was so cold. So in between, in the World Finals 2017, that is? Yeah. Because 18 was, so 2017 World Finals in the Bird's Nest, coolest venue ever, by the way, just because of what it is.
Yes.
But we knew it was going to be chilly, so they bought us all big old pea coat, overcoats. We had gloves and scarves and blankets, and everybody is like just freezing up there watching the games. And then right before we go live, take everything off to do our segment so that we look like we were all just, you know, normally dressed in our suits. And then as soon as it's over, everyone's shoving their hands back in gloves.
Honestly,
was so much
that
fun.
was one of, I was so happy with the way we as a desk and production handled the significant opening ceremony delay. I'm not going to say why.
We won't talk about why.
I was about to bring up why, but I guess I won't.
I thought about it. Not going there. But like a lot of people didn't even realize we were delayed. Like the timer just disappeared. We had enough backup assets that we continued to roll them smoothly, and we had like a pretty good conversation.
Here's how you know we were delayed, though. About the third or fourth time that I go, and what about this venue? This crowd? What a spectacular place to be having a world at one point, I recycled kind of the same minute-long diatribe just because I was like, I got to waste time while I'm trying to come up with a new topic for us to get to. But you're right. I think we did handle that.
Was really good.
We did handle that very well. That was AR Dragon.
Yeah, AR Dragon was late to the venue.
Well, that's what it was. Yep. AR Dragon was late. What can you do?
All the way over
you're not going to yell at a dragon.
You
can't you're going to let him arrive when he wants to arrive.
Famous dragons.
Someone says Dracarys, and it's over for
Those
you.
ultra-famous dragons. Too good. Also, that event was special for me because after it was all over and they were tearing everything down,
the sprint
I went down to, because those of you who know, I was a runner for most of my life. And given that that's there it is. That's the venue. Yeah, so I'm probably right now saying like, oh my God, how incredible to be in this venue for the 14th time. Or was this a different one?
So this is the same Worlds, but the pre-show had Frostgurn as well.
Yes.
Oh, right. So yeah, we're in the middle of
after game one when the fans were full up. I mean, it's an amazing shot and venue.
Yeah.
But I also want to shout out Frost for helping us through that.
Oh, totally. But this is the arena where Usain Bolt set his first, one of his many world records, obviously, in the 100 meters. And so, given that, when we were there, I was like, I have to run on this track, even if it's just 100 meters. I'm not a 100-meter runner. I got to do it. So I said I was going to do it, and then Kobe was like, oh, I'm going to do that with you. And I was like, okay. And then Freak was like, I'm also going to do that. And so we're like, well, then it's going to be a race. I think you did even.
I didn't run. I was worried.
No, it was just us three running. You may have timed it. I don't even know if anyone, I don't actually even know if anyone timed. But the point is,
like 9.
there's a video. There is a video on someone's phone. And no, it was not 9 seconds. I was probably like 14, which is not fast at all. But I was still 5 seconds ahead of Kobe, who was still 5 seconds or 10 seconds ahead of Freak. And there is an iPhone video of us crossing the line and just everyone's dying. Like, I mean, I was exhausted after running 100 meters, which is so sad. But that was very special for me just because, again, personal moment. But I have fond memories of that.
A good moment, small one, but it's still a great moment for me was, I think it was 2018 Worlds in Europe. 2018 Worlds, yes.
No, 2018 Worlds was 2019.
2019, yes, 2019.
It was Paris final.
Yes, because just specifically the first stage in Berlin was amazing. Just getting to see all the teams play against each other. I came in just like most of the time during predictions, predicting the LPL team, and the fans were just not having it. There was the boos were loud, constant. I enjoyed the hell out of the energy, and they didn't stop.
That reminds me, 2015 semifinals in Brussels. Yes. The Coup Tigers that Monty he had predicted Coup to destroy. It was either OG or Fnatic because it was two.
Fnatic.
It was Fnatic.
In semifinals.
And, it was semifinals, and the whole of the Brussels Expo was booing him, but he turned it around on him to be like, yes, exactly. Coup! Coup! That for me is like, oh, how perfectly played that was.
Wait, Rez, weren't you in that same 2019 finals? Weren't you one of the only people when they showed the giant prediction graphic predicting FPX over G2?
Yes, but I will say it wasn't legitimate because
So you also, like everyone else, believed that G2 was going to take that.
I said it in the after show. I said it in the after show that I believed G2 would take it, but in the prediction graphic, I said FPX, and the reason for it was simple. I was like a few points behind.
You were trying to win the prediction.
He was pulling a jack. He was pulling a jack.
Well, it's the only way he could win the prediction.
And I won the prediction game and got the flaunt. But every single person on Twitter that was like, oh, you predicted FPX. I was like, no, you have to watch it. I literally said G2 would win.
I did it in venue. I was the only one that did the FPX prediction. All the others.
Jap's really good, as you may have noticed from the series before, right? Yeah, you're very good at that.
Predictor.
That makes me. That reminds me though. Well, not this one. Not this one.
EG's gonna win. Yeah, I predict.
Well, right, but because Cutie Cinderella had predicted TSM, so when he's like, oh, there's already one of 16, so he's like, I'm not gonna go steal that thunder. Exactly. This reminds me though, just talking about predictions, of the prediction pineapple. Which is a relic from the countdown
the
days.
prediction pineapple.
It was the prize. So you and I found it together in Europe.
We did it, yeah, exactly. So we did an MSI prediction game because we had a consistent analyst desk throughout an MSI.
Yeah.
And we wanted to create a prize for predicting everything correctly.
Or for whoever predicted
And we just walked into a gift shop and bought a ceramic pineapple.
Yeah. Jad and I were in the mall that day, and we were like, we got to find something.
And we awarded the prediction pineapple. And then we took it all the way back to
We brought it back to NA.
Yeah.
What? And it became the prediction pineapple here in NA.
You won it, right?
You won it.
We went back and forth a couple times.
Yeah.
And then it broke.
Yeah.
But some janitors broke it. And they were very apologetic. I have to respect
something to it too, didn't
he seems to. I don't know. He seems to remember this very well. I just remember that it broke. And that was a tragedy. Our like €3 ceramic pineapple.
I'm gonna have to thank the janitors for breaking.
A relic of the league seed.
Yes.
I was just gonna say, you never gave us anything for predictions when we came on the desk.
Oh, I like how now this is an assumed thing that I have to do.
I totally wouldn't win.
You're the host. You're the one bringing the prizes.
I'm fairly certain the prediction pineapple was all. I was just along for the ride. Jat was mostly like, I want a prize if I win.
Yeah.
Predictions.
So I'm gonna
go buy myself this ceramic pineapple.
My favorite crowd bait for predictions was, I have to credit Freak for giving me this joke.
Yeah.
Because it was when H2K was in the semifinals against Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah.
And he made an H2 Korean teams in finals pun on Twitter.
Yeah.
And I baited, we were in Madison Square Gardens again. I baited like half the crowd because we'd seen literally 2 Samsung predictions, and it came to me, and I was like, H2 what? And the whole crowd was like, H2K! And I'm like, H2 Korean teams in finals.
That makes me remember. Oh, go ahead.
And everybody booed.
There was one. I was going through like top clips of all time on the Riot Games Twitch channel.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was that one or a different bait, but there was one prediction bait that was like, I think the second most viewed clip of all time on it. It was one of those worlds. It might have been that one.
Yeah.
I see an update.
Yeah, I'm going to read it in just a moment, guys. So,
Okay.
Sorry to jump the gun. I'm going to read it in just a moment. They're actually fixing something for me. So yeah, we're not good. This just makes me think of one final thing, which is you've probably, if you're a longtime league viewer, you've always heard about how good the French crowd is.
Yeah.
And they are incredible.
So good.
It was MSI in France when I got to do a talk with Chips and Noir, and they were the in-house, right? And so our voices weren't going to in-house, but we were just checking in with them and about like what it meant for them to be hosting an event in France. But in it, I got to do the Pantheon chant with the crowd. They took my mic hot into the crowd, and I got to ask them, and they'd, whoo. And there's nothing cooler than having an entire arena of people like chant in response to something you say.
Yeah,
so
I tried that. Didn't go that well.
Didn't go that well for you?
When I tried mine.
That's a bummer. That's a bummer. Hey, maybe in Chicago, the Chicago fans at the United Center can do something for you. All right, here we go. Thank you, everyone, once again, for your patience and understanding as we triage these issues. The teams are currently in discussions with LCS officials regarding options of how to continue with the series, and we will provide more updates as soon as possible. For now, please enjoy a refresher of EG's first LCS championship with eyes on Houston.
Even though I've been all around the world to watch League of Legends, I think this Houston Finals is going to be the best one that the LCS has ever had. With 2 years of no events in person, I think all the fans here, we're super hungry. I can't think of another city to have the LCS at than over here.
Houston is a wonderful place to take photos and for art. You want to be inspired by all the amazing culture and art and diversity. Everyone who comes here, they're like family to us. So Houstonians, we stand strong together, and we know how to build community and stand with each other, even though we like to be competitive.
Every athletic event that happens here in Houston is like no other. I mean, we've never been able to see what it looks like with esports, but I just imagine it's going to be the exact same way.
Welcome to Houston, Texas, y'all. We get up early in the morning, 5 a.m., sometimes 4 a.m. We got to get all the horses ready, brushing them up. Got a lot of land, a lot of heat, and a lot of Texas pride.
We have a lot of big trucks, a lot of big attitude too. Like when it comes to sports, it's big here.
It's a Houston thing. Smack talk. It's a Houston thing.
Oh my God. That's exactly what I think about Houston. Is whenever I hear Houston, it's H-Town.
H-Town.
I was just about to say that, yeah.
You can kind of tie the nickname itself to the culture of music too.
Yeah, I guess just from the scene.
There's a big rap scene around here.
Yeah.
I woke up early, jumped in that butter, Sachi shades, pushing blades, let the foes burn rubber.
Well, this is my 2020 Harley, and we're gonna get it wrapped, all Team Liquid colors and logos. I got a couple extra things from the old Curse days that I wanted to add on to it. And of course, my boy Core JJ on the very front. Houston has a culture that is unlike any other city in the state of Texas. The fans are gonna show out. I mean, we're gonna blow the roof off that place.
Usually the really big acts like U2, Coldplay, they'll go to NRG. Yeah. So that's kind of like a status, you've made it.
Okay.
Yeah, well, one day for sure, honestly. I'd play anywhere, honestly. Team Liquid is my primary favorite. I am a fan of 100 Thieves, especially when they were on the up and coming.
With JoJo coming from Academy, I love the new players that are coming.
The new guys, they're not afraid to talk.
Oh,
yeah. I love that.
I love a good smack talk.
Oh my God.
I want to see a repeat of a championship. I think we all do.
We got this. The finals is ours. Let's do it in Houston.
Let's go, TL! Woo!
Nah. Let's go 100.
Nah, EG. Nah.
I think we saw a preview of actually who's going to win already. We got a little sneak peek going into finals here with the reverse sweep. Y'all had it in your hands, and then you just got two.
No. When you bring in 5 of the best players in the world, do they really need that much synergy when they crush every single lane and roll?
Your
the
wallet.
stars at night are blue and white.
Your wallet can
Team Liquid.
only get you so far.
Keep your hand high and you really can't lose. I'ma lift my head and keep my pride.
Welcome to Houston, H-Town,
Screwtown,
Clutch City, Bayou City, H-Town,
Hustle Town. Everybody do the south side, yeah, the south side.
We are in Houston, Texas, and we are here for the LCS Finals.
NRG Stadium in Houston, baby!
Honestly, it's pretty crazy. I didn't expect there to be, so many people. The lines are huge. Like, the hype is here. You can feel it in the air.
Let's go, Liquid!
100 Thieves #1!
Let's go, EG!
My son Danny is playing today. Danny's feeling a little nervous, but I think he's got it. He hasn't played on a stage like this. He's very emotional inside versus showing outside, so just more, I think, reserved, and he's shy. He'll be okay.
Young boy, trying to rule the world, I see.
Please give a warm welcome
Young
to the
boy,
Evil Geniuses.
I can give you everything.
They think they're EG's underdogs. Yeah, there's a lot of TL fans. You see all the TL fans in the crowd, so. But in here, it's EG. I feel scared and excited, and I feel ready. I'm like, let's get this on. It's like, go Danny. Pentakill, please. Shaka.
It well enough. The rocket, is it gonna land? What's he gonna get? And it's gonna be a goose egg, a rampage for Hansama. EG come up with nothing. Team Liquid are gonna wrap it up.
Jinx is coming. We can get a pentakill with Jinx here, no?
Wants to buy time for Danny.
Danny's gonna get here.
2v5 is possible. I mean, you're not gonna start the Baron, but you might get a team fight.
He said that. It's very well. Jinx is coming. No sums on anyone.
G4 has nothing.
Okay. They're stuck a bit.
They're just gonna play for Baron.
He's gonna shoot. Here comes kill number 2.
What was that? Danny with the most incredible play that I have seen. Stolen Baron, 2v5 Penta. Kobe, can you believe it?
The 18-year-old from Honolulu, baby. Danny saves the game for EG.
I mean, I think this is officially called the dream, the play, because everyone is talking about how this is what you are in bed thinking up at night, like the most ridiculous scenario where you steal a Baron and get a, basically 1v5 pentakill. That kickstarted the series for EG, and they never really slowed down.
A 3-0 victory will crush Team Liquid, and EG will head to their first ever LCS final.
Wait, why are they shouting my name? Wow. Why are they shouting my name? Why are they shouting my name? Oh, they shouting my name. I don't know why. Dude.
I don't know. You play well.
Yeah, I don't know how to play well.
When I knew 100% that we were gonna win, I was kind of surprised because this result definitely was not the result that everyone, including myself, had expected to come out. So for a few seconds, I was shocked. And then after those few seconds, my teammates, the crowd, I took off my headphones. I could just hear this screaming and shouting, cheering. It felt good, but I was still calm inside. I'm trying to find my family.
They're in the suite.
Sweet? I see. If we win tomorrow, it means quite literally everything to me. League of Legends is kind of my whole life, and to win a title in LCS would mean, it would mean a lot.
How can you not love the story of this team? The young talent coming from Evil Geniuses that they've fostered all the way through the amateur system and really showcasing it at the highest level here on the biggest stage, going against the perfect matchup, the defending LCS champions.
To have so many people behind the EG carries is just actually honestly,
effing love it. Like, thank you for that. That being said, 3-2, 100.
Another 3-2 prediction for 100 Thieves.
Jad, you have a responsibility, Jad.
Yeah, I'm going to switch to EG right now.
Okay.
I am switching.
So Jad's going with the crowd.
I did not expect this. There is an element of what EG did yesterday living up to the pressure. They can take it. It's such a meaningful moment, I think so, right now in LCS history. This is the first time we haven't had a team like Cloud9 or TSM this deep, or even Team Liquid this deep into the tournament. EG would be the 5th champion we've ever had, or we have 100 Thieves repeating with the same roster. Either one is a strong start to a new important era for the LCS.
Houston! We have the bit of the problem! This is what it's all about! Let's go!
EG, you can tell, has been gaining a lot of fans over this weekend. Danny even getting a chance.
How can you not gain fans after what we saw here in this very arena yesterday? Both of the teams coming out here onto the stage today with so much swagger, so much bravado. They're ready to go.
Danny!
I didn't do anything.
What do you mean? Just you were a god, being a god is...
Danny, you just exist. That's good enough.
Don't like overthink the crowd or anything. Even if we like lose a game, we easily can win against this team. Play our game.
Down here, you're gonna see FBI taking a lot of damage, flash out fast, but now the counterattack comes through, and it's Danny, and it's first blood to the 100 Thieves.
Oh, fuck.
It's fine.
The ball is fired, ready to go. It will be secured by Closer and 100 Thieves, but FBI's already gonna be taken very low, and he won't be able to be saved. Closer now about to drop. Evil Geniuses punish the play.
Tip rush. Yeah, I know.
I got it. Nice, thanks, guys.
Push fast.
In true Danny fashion! Are you kidding me? He gives up first blood, but then collects the kills on Jinx.
And you can tell they're giving it to Danny. They know this is the guy you need to get fed. Orin has ulti!
EG can only go forward. Knock, knock, FBI! It's Danny!
You can run, you can hide, but Danny is coming for you. EG marching down mid. They're gonna take game number 1.
Every turret was for him. Every kill, everyone was just like walking away with their hands up and like, Daddy, Sir Daddy, please take this gold. Because not only, they just have so much confidence that he will carry the game, and he is playing like he will carry the game. He is playing closer to the edge than I've ever seen him do as well.
Danny's ready for the flash follow. He goes up in the air. The ward is in the brush. Does he have the dubs? 2 points!
We created a monster in the lower bracket. The Evil Geniuses are absolutely tearing through the entire LCS.
We're going into game 3 and we're 2-0 and we're winning. It feels like a dream. My hands are sore from clapping. I'm losing my voice from yelling. It's beyond words. I did not think 4 or 5 years ago that I'd be here watching him play like this. Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought that this was possible. I'm praying for a 3-0, and let's get this over with and kick some butt.
FBI going in, trying to flash forward. Danny wants to turn around. 100 Thieves, however, just get stomped. 100 Thieves are getting ran into the ground. And EG with a perfect 8.
We got it, guys. We fucking finished it. Danny almost gets another penta, and EG will begin their new reign.
We got it.
It is the fastest
but one day you're gonna see the best.
Danny's performances this weekend almost felt magical. He had a completely unrealistic moment where he stole Baron and then got a pentakill in a 2v5. Then he follows it up with a 3-0 of the defending champions in a playstyle that very much felt like a playstyle you would have for Uzi, which is completely ridiculous when you consider the reputation of NA talent in the past 5 years. So seeing that really ignited the crowd and also made him the most popular player here, which again is ridiculous compared to where he was just a year ago.
It's JoJo and Danny! Danny, I know that this is something you've wanted for a long time, right? You might be one of the youngest guys out here on the stage, but you've been playing this game for a damn long time. So talk to me about realizing that dream, about earning these chants from the entirety of the North American region.
I mean,
My baby.
this is my dream, and it finally happened. So I'm super happy, and yeah.
And knowing that your family's up there in that EG booth, popping off over the pentakill yesterday, popping off over the victory today, what does it mean to have that familial support in the building as you take the first one?
It feels awesome. I think when I was in LA and my family wasn't with me, I think they missed me a lot dearly. And any chance that they could take to see me, they took it. Even though this trip might have been really expensive for them, I'm still really happy that they came out to see us win. It's been awesome.
You earned the right to represent North America on the international stage at MSI. I know that you've got a lot of confidence in the way you play. That's another echelon. Where's your mind at? What are you thinking?
I mean, I saw that MSI bracket. We're against EU, so I mean, I think we're gonna shit on EU, but we'll have to see.
You've got the whole of Houston behind you. You've got the whole of North America behind you as you make your way to that MSI stage. You guys can crush it.
Hey, thank you. Yay.
Good job, Benny.
Great job.
Yeah, all good. You stole penta, but it's good.
Wait.
End game. Yeah.
You got too much.
Yeah,
You got too many at this point, dude.
Okay. I'm so happy.
If you're going to write a script for what it takes to become the next NA superstar, Danny has aced the first chapter.
Raise your hands and do the south side, yeah, the south side, shock and rock and do the south side, yeah, the south side, it feel good to do the south side ain't through.
Welcome back, everybody. How you doing? Good to see you. It's been a minute. You're looking great. After discussions with both EG and TSM, the teams have elected to continue to play through the unresolved audio issues as it impacts both of them. The LCS supports their decision and will continue to remain in communication with the teams as the matches progress. Gentlemen, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not the ideal situation, but the teams are trying to make the best of the bad situation, play on stage, play in this environment, and obviously no one's going to be happy about it, but I mean, shout out to the fans for sticking around. Shout out to like live discussion thread. I was popping in there. People were discussing all kinds of stuff, trying to keep each other entertained until we could finally get the teams back on stage.
I mean, the teams obviously really want to play it out on stage. It's in playoffs. You know, they don't want to be playing in a different situation. They want that playoffs experience. They want it to feel, you know, that level of intensity. So obviously trying to make that work. Hopefully we won't have a lot of issues and that will be pretty smooth. But as the issues have not been able to be fixed, we don't really know exactly how it's going to go.
Well, pedal to the metal, full throttle. Let's go forward and hope we can find our way into some more action in this series.
And just so everyone at home knows, the players were offered, at the beginning of the pauses and stuff quite a while ago, to play in the practice rooms to kind of avoid some of these issues. They elected to not do that. They wanted to play on stage. It was very important for them that they do play on stage. So, that is why we have had this last hour and a half, whatever it is, to be able to, try to sort out all these issues. But the team's obviously feeling really strongly about that, and LCS is trying to make it happen.
Yeah, so I mean, in that sense, it's the best thing for the competition side of it. Like, this is what they have chosen, what they think is the most fair for them. Both teams agreed on that, so that's good, because obviously at the end of the last game, with all the pause that you had to go through, you were wondering what's the mental state of the players. They've decided this is the best for our mental state, actually, of a bad situation. Is what we can do. And so, it was, I don't know when. I didn't check the clock when that game ended, but it's got to have been over an hour ago.
It
so
was.
I think it's almost 2 hours ago.
Yeah, it's closer to 2.
Time flies when you're having fun, man. I was down the desk. I was chatting it up.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can get into it pretty quick.
Kevin Flowers just stared me down when I said that.
Hey, it's all good, Mark. I think we have Starge in the Twitch chat now.
Stare.
It's like having fun.
Okay, so let's do a. We got to get back in the zone. We got to remember what's going on in this series. We're 1-1.
Well, we're 1-1.
I already said that's really the one piece.
Yeah,
of
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay,
what else you got for us? We don't know. We're the play-by-play now. You're color.
Yeah.
You're the analyst by yourself. We're the play-by-play.
All right. So
Two-man
what I
play-by-play.
think game number 3 is, gentlemen, is a Skarner angle. So let's talk.
That's the secret. It's always a Skarner angle.
It's always a Skarner angle. If you're enough of an LP masochist,
we can just swap it up. Get you in the right mindset. I'll do the play-by-play. You can do the color casting.
Right. Wait, isn't that what we were talking about during the break? Is that your dream is to play-by-play cast one of the games? We can swap headsets.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do I need your headset to
I
be able to
was
do
like,
it?
why
Is
is
that
that
like a
This is
special
play-by-play headset.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's different from
Is
the other
that
one.
like the secret sauce? It makes you sound
actually,
cooler?
Captain Flowers is not a good caster.
No,
it's
he's
just
actually
a
just
headset.
he just has a
headset.
really good headset.
Yeah.
Right. It's like one of those old movies where you have to wear a certain pair of shoes to be good at sport or something, right? Like, it's my headset.
Nice.
It's very important.
You got someone giving you the sick lines?
Yeah.
Oh my God! It's Champ Select.
Swain just
back.
man with the bird.
Yes, the old man with the birds and the game now back on stage. Let's do it. We're already starting off with a good omen. Zeri is banned. This is the way League of Legends should be played. Let's go.
All right, so to recap a little bit of game 1s and 2, to be on that angle, there was a really interesting thing going on where both teams ended up with huge meatball comps at the end of game 2. It was Sivir was kind of the only late game scaling pick that was taken. EG had gone for Seraphine. They won that game. Inspired absolutely monstered it on a Sejuani that got super fed. Game 1 actually went in TSM's favor, though, off the back of really heavy scaling focus that was able to actually grab an early lead.
And TSM getting that first win, meaning EG was able to have side selection in game 2, meant we got to see 2 different games in EG on blue side. Hey, now EG's over on red. Things are flipped. That means draft should be a little bit different. But Zeri, Silas, Wukong banned away, and then Callista and Seraphine, Azir's banned out. Sivir is still on the table.
And it's so interesting to me that EG are the ones that are actually banning out the Seraphine here. Concerned that potentially it would get taken away by TSM. It is going to be Sivir first pick here.
Okay.
I smell a jinx. That's kind of what I'm thinking, to be honest. I mean, there has been some criticisms of Danny and his champion pool. People thinking, okay, maybe he doesn't play some of these aggressive picks. This would be an opportunity to prove them wrong if you were to bring out something like a Draven and be able to execute on it. But I do think it might just be a jinx angle, and we might see EG going to ultimate comfort, going towards team fighting. If they lock TK, I'm thinking it's Senna TK though.
Well.
Good. Locked in.
Good option there. Send it TK. You can also still technically pair it with Jinx. It was one of the most common pairings as well. Last split when Jinx was super meta. This was a bot lane they ran a lot, but there you go. Big brain Azael calling it out.
Nicely done.
I mean, this was a Danny special as well, right? Like Senna, people talk a lot about his Jinx, but he has a pentakill on Senna. This is one of the champions that he was really well known for when he came in. EG had been dominating with this pairing, so I think it's actually really intelligent. It's been a weird day, right? Play extreme comfort. Play what play what you can really kind of get in that comfort zone with.
Yeah, and I think the idea of champion pool issues because you don't play, say, the early game meta, which is the kind of flip side to the late game one. Also, it's worth questioning, is that what's best for my player? If he's an insane late game team fighter, would you rather go to the A or B tier off the S tier of late game? And I think that's a reasonable way to go instead of saying, oh, you should play Kalista and Drave, and being like, well, you're a better late game team fighter, so play Senna, play Jinx, go to these other options.
How do we feel about the Vi getting locked in here?
I'm not loving it with Tom Kench already there.
I'm hating it. I am not convinced. I am the opposite of convinced. I am dissuaded just because of Tom Kench's existence.
So I will say, at least there is already a pretty good dive buddy. You have Sivir to speed you up. You have the Ahri to dive in there with the ultimate alongside the Vi. So if TSM's option to actually deal with the Senna decay is full overload the backline, lots and lots of dive, then I think it makes more sense.
Okay.
If it's like just this and then some scaling dudes who are going to play far back, then I don't really love it. So I am interested to see what else is going to come through. But Lissandra was just snap picked up. They grabbed that immediately after the Vi was locked in. So really going to be happy with that answer. It feels like they are using this almost more like as a peeling tool than as a diving tool with the Sivir there. If Vi or Ahri are going to dive in, they get ulted up by the Lissandra, use that kind of defensively. I think it could be very, very powerful. And I'm expecting double enchanter bans here. Probably Lulu getting taken away alongside, but Ornn instead.
Yeah, gets rid of Solo's Ornn, by far his most played and best champion since he stepped into the TSM lineup. I do like the bans by both teams so far. The Yuumi helping with that kind of lockdown goal that you're talking about. If you just start attaching to either the Ahri or the Vi. And then finally also the Trundle, which is a known annoying pick against the Vi.
And I really like the Ornn ban here because TSM have already showed they don't care what the counter pick is going to be, right? Like back in the first draft, he had to lane against an Aatrox and there was a Trundle to sap his stats and he still played Ornn just fine.
Yeah.
So they're not really feeling like they're getting a good counter punch if they want to save that for last, so they'll get it out of the way instead. Lee Sin locked in for Inspire.
It's very interesting. The read from TSM is that EG's diving, right? Because they banned Nocturne. They're saying, all right, you have Lissandra, you have the Senna to actually enable the dive with the ultimate, so they ban out the Nocturne. Gonna be interested to see where Impact goes, because Impact is 5th pick. He's not really known as a guy who's gonna go to those extreme counterpick angles.
Yeah.
If it is just like a Scion, we're probably just seeing Aatrox into it again. But if he goes Aatrox, this would be interesting, because that was what was such a challenge, I think, for him at times, to kind of have this matchup and really try to stretch for one of the aggressive counterpicks.
Yeah, it felt like in the C9 series, he was picking Aatrox and getting countered by it. Here, this just taken away, so we'll have to see what's in the back pocket of Impact. He has played some different...
Kennen?
Well, I mean, technically Impact has everything in the sense because he's played it forever. He had a lot of plays. That top die meta was basically Gnar Kennen. He played both sides of that and do extremely well. So could go for it. Instead goes for the Renekton. Not a surprise there. Very strong frontliner.
I mean, you're talking about the importance of comfort picks and going back to the things you know. I feel like just being a professional top laner for the sheer amount of time Impact has, you're going to have 100 games on Renekton.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's just been such a staple for so long. This is something that any top laner that's been around for any amount of time has reps on.
Absolutely. And I mean, this game just looks like it's going to be a brawl, right? Like, I think, when you look back to the previous games, it was more, okay, TSM maybe has some scaling advantages. Sure, there's the Sivir to farm here, but it's not Sivir plus an Enchanter. Like, this is just a couple of mid-gamey comps that are going to slam into each other. Ahri wants to dive, Lissandra wants to dive, Lee Sin and Vi, Renekton and Aatrox. These are all very similar champions in how they want to do it and how they want to play the game.
That's what game 2 was too. Two very similar team comps, same time this around. It's just about who has the better engage, because if you're able to find the Lissandra angle, lock someone up, you have the Senna ult shooting over the top while hopefully there's a Renekton flank. It's basically going to come down to both how much of a lead can you get in the early game, and then who's going to find the flanks better in the mid game.
It's interesting because I feel like, the one difference between this game and the last game is last game it felt like if TSM were able to absorb the initial impact of the fight, then they would win out, with the Swain kind of as that added wrinkle. In this one, I really feel like any stage of the game, it's anyone's fight, right? Like, I don't think that there's any sort of big scaling advantages at any period of the game here, really. The Senna scales incredibly well. Sivir is going to put out higher DPS, but it's going to be a really interesting one.
The crowd's ready to go. I'm ready to go. TSM and EG ready to go, tied up 1-1 here in this series. Isaac, I want to go back to what you were talking about when I said I don't like the Vi pick. You said as long as she has buddies, you're okay with it. Is Rakan and Ahri and Aatrox, is this enough of a buddy system to go in with her for this to be good? Or you think it's just not got enough oomph?
I mean, they're going full dive, right? So they did draft to what I was talking about. Whether or not it's going to work, I think, is another question. I do think that Lissandra and Tom Kench make it complicated, right? If you're diving in and you're getting AoE rooted up and ulted defensively, and Tahm Kench has that defensive ult, like there's not a lot of good targets. It's really just kind of Danny, or potentially if you hit a charm on someone else, you can maybe burst them down. But like TSM is really going to want to get to Danny. It's going to be up to the rest to peel for him. Inspired can kick defensively. You have Lissandra ult defensively. You have Tahm Kench. Like there's a lot of tools here that do make it tough, but TSM's comp only goes one way.
Yeah, for the most part, there's not any true tanks in this game. Tahm Kench technically is, but he doesn't get the gold influx, even as a farming TK, to realistically get as tanky as like the Ornn was getting last game, or the full tank Sejuani and whatnot. So in this case, anyone who gets chain CC'd up is going to die. Lissandra can jump on you with the Renekton follow-up, and you can kill the Aatrox often through that if he's not able to get his kind of in-combat sustain because he's locked down the whole time.
Okay, let's see where our junglers are going to head early on. Vi and Lee Sin, two junglers that both have the ability to get things done early, affect these lanes, punish anybody who's playing too aggro. Spica just going buff to buff here on the Vi. It looks like red up towards his own blue. Inspired opting to go for more of a full clear of his own jungle.
Yep, Inspired just going to be clearing that out pretty quickly here on the Lee Sin. Pretty standard stuff. Most Lee Sins are just going 6 camp clear into Scuttle, and that kind of gets you towards enough gold for pickaxe, I do believe, is the recall that a lot of people are liking. But going to be interested to see how this top lane does go. Impact, has been kind of getting the better of it so far in this series. Of course, he had the advantageous matchups. This one, from most top laners that I talk to, do feel it is pretty skill-based, that it is one of those matchups that can really go either way.
Those are the best.
Exactly. I think it's an opportunity here for Solo to really see what he can get done.
I think the other thing for this as well is how the junglers are going to play into it, both going bot to top clears. There hasn't been a ton of jungle activity, if I remember correctly, from the previous 2 games. It felt more like dragon situations. So we'll have to see where that's going to go, because so many of those fights, they were already kind of sloppy in the sense that you would have a great team fight from someone, they would absolutely position perfectly, like tactical, and then the next team fight would get a little too aggressive, come in at a funny angle and get taken out. And so it does feel like most of this has come down to the mid to late game team fighting, and that will put a lot of pressure on people like Tactical this time around. Make sure he stays alive.
Jojo going in after Maple. Inspired shows up right behind him. Spica's ready to try to spoil the gank, and Maple will barely live, but he's got 100 HP and no flash.
Very well done. Just goes in, lands that root. Inspired can follow up, even though you're going to tank the charm there. Inspired comes through, lands that damage to get the flash down, so it's going to be an early TP, very likely. We'll have to be committed. Going to be interesting to see if Jojo wants to TP back himself, or if he's just going to walk it out. It does look like it is going to be a TP, so he's going to TP back. He's going to try to hard shove this and make sure that Maple is forced to respond. But often, even though the first gank here obviously went well and Maple is put down a little bit, it's that next gank that is going to matter so much more now that both these mid laners have no teleport.
It's also about if you can get it before Ahri hits 6, because even post 6, you're going to have a very clean chain CC combo to make sure that she's not able to just kind of ult out of there.
Yeah.
You can see the Lissandra ult is relatively slow. Actually, you've seen people be able to buffer things during that kind of animation when the blue particles start swirling around you. You can kind of get an Ahri dash off before that actually locks you in place, and that does put pressure on the Inspired to kind of be there ready to go immediately.
Okay. TSM are deciding they want to scrap a little here in bottom lane as well. As you can see, Chime jump in. Inspired now back up towards that top side of the map. Jojo's coming around here too. Solo will be forced away from his turret. He senses something is not right here. As bottom side, Chime goes in. But Danny flashing to get to safety. That's neither summoner spell available for the EG AD carry anymore.
Yeah, the previous little hop in there, they did actually force out his heal because he was worried about Ignite coming through. He wanted to heal before any potential Ignite, assuming that it could have been that all in. Now they're able to actually get that flash out. This is a trade of flash for flash. Impact on the proxy. I'm just going to be looking to reset as Inspired is gone. Jojo heading back towards mid lane as well.
End up denying about a half a wave, it looked like, maybe a full wave with the pressure from the Lee Sin and Lissandra hovering topside. Well played by Solo to sniff that one out. They, of course, also got vision of Spica as he was going for that gank. So EG bot lane does lose more summoners, but as long as they don't die, you could argue that that was actually a better play for EG, actually denying some farm into what is a close matchup.
Ooh, Spica finds Jojo looking towards that top side yet again. And now with Maple moving up here as well, Jojo's got to back away. Gets spotted by the Scryer's Bloom, so he takes the claw over the wall, just make sure he doesn't get caught on any sort of a greedy recall.
Yeah, absolutely. And Spica just actually catching him out there with the sweeper. He saw his shadow over the wall. That's why he's able to buffer that ball breaker. Comes in, gets a little bit of a chunk there onto Jojo, making sure that they want to defend Solo.
Get out of my jungle!
Yeah. I mean, the roam so far, you know, it has been inspired ganks mid. That gets you mid prio. Now you start moving around the map, right? And they're really trying to get active here and see what they can get done in those side lanes. But TSM has been equal to the task thus far.
The JoJo roams are something that has been something he's been focusing more on this split. It was talked about a little bit by the coaching staff about how his individual lane dominance compared to Spring Split has not been quite as high. He was still top 3, top 4 most of the laning statistics, but it wasn't number 1 like he was in Spring because he's less focused on his own lane and more about how he can try and snowball this game, like repeatedly visiting top
Here we go
lane.
again.
All right.
Level 6 Renekton, it's a classic.
Where's the dive? They got to execute it right. You do not want to botch these. Solo's low, but he's kiting them out. Can't get Q3 in time. So EG, first blood, 6 minutes in.
Really well played there by EG. Clean stuff. Impact has the rage stack, just walks up, empowered stun there, comes through. No real ability to outplay that for Solo. But Solo, being that intelligent weak side player, held his TP so he won't lose the full wave. And now it's the cross play. No summoners on Danny.
Okay, Chime's gonna take the aggro first, and Danny just explodes. Chime goes back in, but Vulcan picks him up, so it's 1 for 1 down here. But Maple wants to make it go TSM's way. Thick skin from Vulcan keeps him alive a little bit longer. Now he's trying to go get another lick. Vulcan got a kill on Maple. Spica might just die here now too. Inspired goes in. Tactical's gonna die next. That was an absolute buffet from TSM.
5-1 kills for EG now. They just collapse on that play after Vulcan basically turns it on his own. Senna TK is such a difficult lane to die.
Run that tweet. Yes! He's piss chilling at T1 turret. Let's go!
Oh no!
He's chilling in TSM low right now.
Yes!
Oh my god, they all come in for the dive. It's a 4-man dive. That's a tanky Tom Kench though. This is not easy to actually take him down. What a disaster there for TSM. That's a rough one. 5-1. It's not even 8 minutes in. It's a 2K lead for EG.
Yeah, we'll take another look at this play.
Okay,
coming
let's do
in.
it.
It's not 6 yet, which is when this dive becomes legitimately impossible. So I understand with no sums what they're thinking to kill Danny, but it's a full health Tom Kench afterwards. So while you're able to 100 to 0 him, that's great stuff, but you have to respect the fact that Tom Kench is so hard to kill at this point. Of course, Maple's coming in, he has ult, but he hasn't even popped thick skin yet. There's just no way that you're really gonna kill him 100 to 0.
Yeah.
Even if they got that, it's probably a 1-for-1 trading back, and it's taken so long that you can already see JoJo and Inspired moving down from the play that they just made on the top side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think just really not having the right calculation on how much damage they're going to have, and now it's the top side. Impact in trouble here.
Okay, Spica going for the gank on this one. Impact wants to try to turn it around, gets 2 dashes out, but TSM has more firepower. They bring up the 3rd man and they get the kill.
Good job by TSM getting one back on that top side, and Impact without TP will be losing that full wave and a half or so. TSM also going to turn that into a Herald potentially, but JoJo is moving, and Vulcan just TP'd up here. It's Danny staying bot as that fasting Senna, so it's still the extra members up here for TSM, so it should be their Herald.
Yeah, the teleport from Vulcan seemed a little audacious. Coming up here when you still are outnumbered, still not able to contest them for that. So Vulcan's TP doesn't yield a lot here. TSM taking the Herald on that one, but Danny continues to farm bottom.
It could just be that he wanted to have enough threat up on that top side that Tactical needed to stay to buy more time for Danny on that bottom side. Danny does pick up a plate. It does get a little bit weird when you're playing Fasting Senna and you're picking up farm like this though, because it's actually going to turn off your support item. So you won't be able to actually earn gold for a bit, from that support item if you are picking up too much of this farm. So it's not as big of a deal as it would normally be.
The one nice thing about it is it's solo XP for a little bit for Danny, who had fallen behind after that gank and then death. You can see him level 5 to Vulcan's level 7. And so, yeah, a little weird with how the support item works. But at the same time, at least Danny will hit 6 much faster now because that is a big power spike for Senna in teamfights if you start fighting over things like Dragon and whatnot.
Absolutely. I mean, and the gold is still super valuable, right? Don't get me wrong. You're going to be able to complete that support item at some point throughout the game. You always get that 1,000 gold. And he did get solo gold on a plate. So it is going to be him quite accelerated. And with that early pickaxe, I'm wondering if it is going to be him going Kraken. Like, we've been seeing a lot more lethality. But with the pickaxe, I do feel like this might just be a Kraken Senna.
We'll have to see. I think this is one of the games where you don't need the DPS. I forget which one it was earlier in the playoffs.
Kraken.
All right, it's Kraken Slayer.
Yeah.
It's a little surprising given that there's not that much tankiness on the side of TSM, and your comp has a fair amount of damage built into it.
I mean, I think he just feels like he's the only consistent DPS, right? Because it is Lee Sin, Renekton, Lissandra. He's maybe feeling like, yes, there's not like a turbo tank that I have to punch through, but we do need some sort of kind of form of consistent damage. Is JoJo gonna face check here?
Oh, TSM was waiting. They set the trap and they're going after Inspired, but it's EG who get the better of them.
Nice roam by EG there, ready to catch him out in the jungle. Yeah, they face check, but it was still a 3v3, and it felt like TSM did not want to commit that hard. Some members didn't. Spica went in, but Maple kind of stayed in the Raptor pit the entire time.
Well, and honestly, as soon as you see that there's other members of EG around, unless you can 100-0 delete the Lissandra, it's not the target. He has stopwatch and he has self-ult. He didn't even have to use it, so they weren't very close at actually taking him down. Still had that self-ult available. As Chime gonna have to get out of here, but we'll be able to do it no problem. So EG, realizes that, hey, there may be some members camping in this topside jungle. They move over there. Yes, JoJo does face check it, but he's got people behind him and he's very safe to do so.
Alrighty, 6-2, still a 2,500 gold lead for EG. Very, very strong early performance, largely off of the botched dive from TSM is where a huge chunk of that lead came from. So we've also already got a first item Kim Punk Chainsword there for Spica. Sometimes you see this item built, rushed very early on by bruisers. Before, earlier on, it was ridiculously overpowered for the price point. It was just so gold efficient, there was no reason not to. These days, it's a bit more in line, but can still be very powerful early on against some of the healing that you'll see from like a Senna, that you'll see from like a Renekton.
Yeah, if there's a couple champions that are going to have that healing power, it's obviously great, given that your job is to usually 100-0 one person. So if you're ulting in on someone, the worst thing you want to see is a heal get popped, a heal from another character come in, and then suddenly there's 400 more health that you didn't think they would have.
Ooh, Vulcan has gobbled up Chime, trying to keep him locked down as JoJo makes his way down here to continue the fight. They go in, they find Chime, and they force both summoner spells out of tactical at the same time.
Really well played there. JoJo just waiting out the spell shield and then going forward onto tactical, forcing the cleanse with his W, I do believe, not even actually committing the ulti. But this vibe build is something we saw it from Santorin a lot. We saw it from Spica earlier in the season, on Xin Zhao as well as on Vi. And I do think it's still pretty powerful. It's not as OP as it had been, but the item is still quite gold efficient. And of course, it's going to be Blade the Rune King Rush on Renekton, the healing from Q. There's Gore Drinker as well as a bit of healing there on the Lee Sin. And of course, Danny is going to have quite a bit of healing himself.
A lot of good targets to apply it to, but unfortunately, EG is kind of running away with this game. 2,500 gold, 13 minutes in.
And one of the things that I mentioned in Champ Select is that there's no fallback here for TSM, really. I mean, sure, you can say, we're just going to play for late for Sivir, but like, it's not Sivir with an Enchanter, right? Vi, Aatrox, Ahri, Rakan do one thing. They go forward, right? Yep. And if you go forward and you lose that fight, it's very, very difficult. So I do think it's going to be a lot about, making sure that they can find picks. Like that is their only real recourse in this game is if you can find those charms, if you can control vision, get the engages to try to get these individual scraps. Because when you're this far down this early, it's going to be kind of impossible to win even number fights.
Well, we've got just about 5 seconds left before those turret plates fall, so we'll be solidly into the mid game. I want to see EG continue looking for plays. I want to see EG to continue to make things happen with this momentum that they've got for themselves nice and early. FTX Total Gold on the left side of your screen. It's the junglers leading the way for both teams so far.
Yeah, Inspired 202 off to another great start. Had an incredible game too on that Sejuani with a unique and interesting build. Made the most of it now on the Lee Sin, has already influenced top lane matchups, helped save bot lane. Inspired having a much better series than that C9 one.
Absolutely, and we can see TSM 4 members down towards bot looking for impact. If he checked jungle, he could be in trouble, but the Q channel there had expired from Spica, so Impact knows they're in the area. He's just going to give this up. His team's already taken down that top lane tier 1, and it's just going to be a trade on either side.
Yeah, Impact should have seen at least 2 different character silhouettes in the fog in the jungle there, so he knows that at minimum he would be walking into a 1v2. He'll just have to watch the turret fall, trade it across the map, as you said. The gold lead continues to slowly but steadily increase for the side of Evil Geniuses, up to a little bit over 3,000 now, I think just about. There it is, 3.1. Next, Drake spawns in 5 seconds.
So what's interesting about the gold lead too is 2,500 of it is on support, which is not necessarily the most impactful kind of gold lead. It does mean there's a lot more HP you have to punch through, but it's not quite the same as a carry who's up that much. Danny being equal with Sivir is kind of actually the more surprising point in a sense, where the other support by farming is going to have the lead, but the fact that Danny at 2-1 picking up some of that solo gold has put him in a position where he's the legitimate threat now.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I look at it a little bit differently. Like, I'm comparing Vulcan more with Tactical, right? You know, kind of because he is the farmer. And I do think in this case, it is going to be pretty valuable. Like you talked about earlier, he's not going to be that Ornn. Well, at this stage of the game, he kind of is, right? Like, he has a Bramble, he has Tabbies, and he already has his Mythic completed. So he's going to be ridiculously hard to actually punch through. They are very heavily physical damage. Ahri is not going to be able to focus down Tahm Kench in any sort of a reasonable winning fight.
Right.
So it is going to be incredibly hard to actually deal with that Tahm Kench. And this early on, when you're that far ahead, you can dive into that backline, but it's Maple looking for the TP play here, trying to find Impact.
All right, Impact's in a 1v2. Chime and Maple, they find a lot of CC and get about 60% of his health bar here very early. Impact with a slice onto Maple. Uses the dice to disengage a little bit further. Can he get away from this one? Has a flash. Not gonna use it. He knows there's no way out. TSM get the pick.
Slow played, but well played by TSM. They're kind of just using the range advantage to bully Renekton, who has no way to get on top of them if he's not gonna flash, and that's gonna still not work out that well for them. So they do lose the Rift Herald during that play. It was well done, though. Able to pick up a quick kill. And like you said, just ignore the Tahm Kench if he's the big Fed member of the enemy team.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the end of the day, they weren't going to be able to really win the fight at the Herald anyway. They're too far down, so they take what they can get. They utilize the DP, find a kill there, and should be fairly happy about that. But Inspired just immediately drops the Herald mid. EG on the push here, and can threaten, as it's just Tactical and Chime for now. They're for sure going to get the crash. We'll see if they can get enough damage in on this tower to threaten an actual turret take, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, they got it low, but not low enough. So they have to back away. 3 TSM players hanging out here. Gold lead up to about 3,500. Oh, Spica. Oh, that's not where you wanted to be, buddy. Not at all. Tries to turn around, use the ulti as a bit of an escape mechanism. Tried to flash over the wall, but the flash wasn't great. Is it still enough to get him out? It is. The great escape from TSM.
I thought Spica was dead for sure. You saw a ton of abilities drop there by EG, but Spica is able to kite it out, and very importantly, goes for a different build than you usually see from the Sunderer Vi. We've seen some people also go Turbo Chem Tank even. I believe it was Inspired who had done that, and people are more and more opting to try this kind of tank Vi build.
Yeah, I mean, he's on Frostfire Gauntlet, right? And, you know, having that early Mythic here gives him the survivability. That was actually a lot committed, right? You know, that was the ultimate there from JoJo. That was a flash from a Vulcan. Yes, he used his own flash to get out, but very well done in what was essentially a 1v3, almost a 1v4 there for Spica. Will survive. He's, of course, with this build, not going to have nearly the same kind of burst in that backline. Right. But I think he's seeing his job as just set up and then allow the Aatrox and the Ahri to really be the ones that slam it home.
Interesting to also note, sometimes the pairing with a champion like Vi that has point and click leads us into seeing those more damage-heavy Ahri builds. Abadaga on 100 Thieves is a big proponent of this. Like, whenever you see them playing the Vi or something like that, he's going to have the Luden's Echo, he's going to have the Sorcerer's Shoes, but not from Maple. Maple continuing to just go for Everfrost, cooldown boots. Ooh. Solo getting caught out a little bit here. Inspired gets the positioning to land the kick. They still can't kill him, and now Spica's ready to turn it around. Danny's ult comes in from across the map. TP's gonna show up here too. JoJo wants to chase after him, but he can't do it. Honestly, really good stuff from TSM. Disengaging on this one. Everfrost being thrown back and forth. I got one, you got one, everybody's got an Everfrost. Nobody locked down, nobody dead.
All that CC, and they both get out alive at the end of it. Well done by Solo, getting a nice Gore Drinker off to kind of stay alive and buy enough time for Spica to get in there and force them back. TSM might not be done, though. Try to find a way into the river and find someone in rotation, but Danny and Vulcan had already made it back to mid lane.
Yeah, going to be able to hold on in mid lane there. And no heal cut from Impact or Inspired, and that really is the big difference there. You pop the Aatrox ulti, you know, that's amping the Gore Drinker and everything, and now Impact here could be in trouble. JoJo, do you even want this? They're going to TP in.
He does. He goes over the wall, but remember, Renekton has no ulti. They're going to stand and fight without it, as Solo's now going to be taking a lot of the damage, and JoJo goes into a stopwatch. He's going to stay alive. 2 already dead. EG picked a good fight.
So many ults have been burned in the previous engage. Like you said, Renekton no ult, but Aatrox critically as well. No ultimate, no massive extra increased self-healing, so they're actually able to focus him down and kill him.
20-minute Baron, they're just going to start this up.
This is huge. If they're able to get away with this, the whole game just becomes an avalanche that TSM has to survive. They got 3 players here to try to stop them. Baron's at half HP. They land the charm onto Inspired. Chime is ready to go in. Inspired is nearly dead. Inspired heals through a smite, but now it's not ready to secure the objective. Inspired and the rest of EG gotta try to get away. Tactical's gonna be jumped on. A shutdown. They'll trade 1 for 1. EG continues to retreat as TSM's ready to punish, and Solo's wings spread wide. Maple wants to look for an angle here too, but Impact just wants to get away.
Not able to actually find anyone despite Solo TPing in. They will move this pressure down into the Baron to try and grab that one. Nice stop by Tactical. Yes, he died at the tail end of it, but it was mostly his damage as well as Chime flying in there that allowed them to Inspired low.
TSM, though, very low. Look at Solo, look at Chime. No ultimates available, so EG just coming back in here. They have to sustain with this Senna, and it's likely to be their Dragon here. Quite an early third Dragon moving towards this potential Cloud Soul, which is really nice for a number of the members on this game. You know, the Aatrox is incredibly powerful. It's incredibly powerful for the Renekton as well. Here it is one more time, just a 20-minute Baron start trying to pull them in, looking for this turn. The poke onto Inspire gets him incredibly low, forces out that smite, and then as he's retreating around, Tactical kind of gets baited forward here to step in and try to take down Inspire, but Danny still has the heal, I believe it is? Yeah, there's the heal that does get popped. They go up, they are able to knock down Tactical. Tactical, though, getting that kill and a shutdown onto Vulcan, who was charmed up by Maple and couldn't get off the Grayskin.
Yeah, you can just see how badly they wanted this last kill too, chasing in here. Solo and everyone's just kind of ignoring Jojo Pune, trying to kite forward, but not actually able to get onto Danny or Inspire, the 2 low members. And because they get so chunked out during this portion of the chase down sequence, it allowed TSM to kind of come back at full health and grab that Dragon.
Okay, that was a pretty wild sequence of events, from the fight that we didn't know if EG should have took it, to going to the Baron, which we don't know if EG should have attempted, to the fight afterwards, to the Dragon. That was something, man. We're getting a spicy game number 3 here, but it's still a game number 3 that very much favors Evil Genius.
Yeah, massively favoring EG here. And I think the momentum will swing heavily into their favor. You have this super, super long pause. They come out, they stomp this game. This would put them to match point if they're able to close it out. So we'll see if TSM can get a foot into this one. You know, falling further and further down. It is 4K in the lead. It is 3.5 minutes until Cloud Soul here for EG.
And Inspired is keeping up kind of level of performance for game 2, but for Danny having a better time, obviously the 1 death was a big commitment by TSM that kind of gave the goal lead to EG's favor, and he was someone who I think a lot of people were like psychoanalyzing between the games. There were some clips of people couldn't tell if he was tilted or not. Danny always has a bit of a placid look where he's not super high or super low at any moment. I think he looked just like...
He's got a poker face.
He's got a poker face for sure. So people were trying to get a read on him, couldn't tell, but obviously looking pretty good in this game.
Yeah, playing really well. He's already up to 78 stacks on the Senna. So the range definitely amping up here. Going rapid fire second, is going for a high DPS build. You can see Jojo going in for a pretty high DPS build himself, you know, going for the Shadow Flame second alongside that Everfrost. He is not on CDR boots, he's on Spell Pen. It doesn't mean the Zonius is going to be quite delayed, and he has already used his stopwatch, so he will be vulnerable on the way in. You know, a lot of times in those situations, it does make the choice more difficult then. Are you going to self-ult? Are you going to ult aggressively if you're diving in that backline?
Right.
Because you don't have the ability to use that aggressive ult and then stasis to keep yourself alive.
The other thing is they only have heal cut, on Vulcan, and honestly, most of the people are not going to be hitting him. Solo and Spica and whatnot are trying to be going around him. So Ahri and Solo do have a fair amount of self-healing in their sustain. If Ahri gets a kill, the amount of health she gets back from Essence Theft, I think it's called, is actually pretty substantial. So not the highest priority champions in the game to want to necessarily screw your build up to get it early, like on Danny or something. I don't think you would want to do that, but it does mean that in one of these team fights, you do have some potential for Solo to do a lot of drain tanking.
Yeah, I think especially for Aatrox. I think Aatrox is the main one you might have to worry about. You know, if he can get in the middle of the team, and really make something happen. But I think they feel that they have so much CC and burst at this point in the game that they're less concerned about that. We'll see if that does end up being true or not. And if someone does eventually pick up a little bit of anti-heal, you know, wouldn't be shocked to see someone like Danny after he has a rapid fire, maybe get an Executioner's, you know, just sit on that. But getting to the 2 items is a pretty big deal for him. And he's not actually playing a farming Senna, right? So his gold income is slowed down quite a lot. So yeah, I agree. It makes sense that he didn't necessarily rush towards it.
Well, I've got my eyes on Inspired here in about 75 seconds when that Drake spawns. I expect him to probably be the initiator, the playmaker. You've talked about the stopwatch being broken for JoJo, so it's a little bit more risky for him to go in. But Inspired, he's not afraid to make these plays. He's not afraid to go in for the setup kick that really opens up the team fight. He's got a stopwatch of his own, so he can sort of throw himself into that. Not that big of a deal.
It's going to be important then for TSM to keep up their vision control to make sure that Inspired does not find this great flank on a kick. Not everyone can go in the front door like Closer can. But so this is something TSM has done a little bit better this game. They fell out of control in game 2 pretty quickly and then struggled with vision the entire rest of the game, despite the fact that some of those fights were close. Here, you can see pretty good vision in the top half of the river in case there's a Baron sneak attempt, but also still having some vision control in the bot river as well. So TSM not that blind, moving around the map right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have a pretty good amount of wards. You know, they have a scuttle here. They have this ward. They have a number of wards, you know, up in that Baron area. No kind of offensive wards, really. Nothing on the enemy side of the map, but they are potentially looking for a pick here on Impact. And Impact, you know, very good read. Again, you've seen this all career long for him, where he does kind of have that sense that they are coming. We see that TSM is missing off the map. He knows he is the area that could be attacked.
And when you say all career long, that's one of those subjective statements that could be different depending on who you're talking about. We're talking about a decade here for this guy, right? Like, this is a storied career. So I'm excited to see where that they continue to apply pressure, how they can continue to move this game
just
forward.
Give him Soul for free?
Yeah, it looks like TSM's just not even going to contest it. Cloud Soul will go over to EG. Isaac, you already mentioned how this can synergize really well with a lot of champions in this game. Renekton's going to have that massive movement speed boost when he activates Dominus. And Tom Kench, gobble, gobble, run away. Like, that's scary stuff.
There's a lot of conversation in recent weeks about Cloud Soul and its effectiveness. And while you can debate if it's good or not, it's still a question of, is it worth giving away for absolutely free? They did grab the turret up in the top side to try and bring the gold lead back a little bit more in their favor, but I don't think TSM have such an insane scaling advantage that you can just give power away uncontested.
I don't think they have any scaling advantage, to be honest with you. I mean, I'll play devil's advocate. I think that the reasoning that TSM would give you is that we can't win the fight anyway. So if you can't win the fight anyway, going there and dying doesn't do you any good, right? And if that is your read, I can understand it. But at a certain point, you obviously have to kind of say, all right, too much is you know, like going to be, we can't give this up, right? And you kind of have to be able to make that read. They may feel that they do have a scaling advantage with the Sivir, but I do think it's tough to play out.
As you just saw on the screen there, Infinity Edge just completed first Sivir. And so if you're looking at that fight and saying, we want the third item on Sivir, it is a pretty massive power spike. I can understand then saying give away the soul point. But to what we were just saying, you know, at some point you do have to pull the trigger and actually contest something.
Oh, there was an immediate kick coming out from Inspired as Spica Vault broke forward. JoJo just gets rooted up. He can't go any further.
And at the end of the day, you know, I do think that there's a lot of discussion about Cloud Soul, right? It kind of gets memed, and then people are like, hey, it's actually kind of good.
It's not Clown Soul. How dare you?
I would say I do think that the way I look at it is, even if you're just considering like flat move speed and you're ignoring the actual like ultimate proc, which is more situational, move speed is just incredibly valuable in League of Legends, right? There's a reason that pro players prioritize tier 2 boots all the time, because if you're controlling your character incredibly well, move speed is very, very valuable for kiting out, for dodging skill shots, for chasing down. Cloud Soul is going to give a lot of value. Maybe it's not as much as a lot of the other souls, which are just kind of like guaranteed value. They, you know,
I do damage.
Exactly, or I take less damage because I have this Earth Shield, right? Like whatever. But it is still really, really nice, and with the lead that EG already had, it puts them in a massive, massive advantage.
Okay, so what are we expecting EG to do here then? How quickly do they want to go for a Baron? How much pressure should they be putting on TSM? Because it seems like everything is in their control, so surely there must be a plan to keep this pressure moving forward and choke them out.
I mean, they can definitely start setting up now for Baron pressure. They have a pretty good front line, assuming Vulcan's there, pretty good damage, and I think this is one of the other advantages of the Kraken Slayer build, is you have substantially more Baron threat, as well as the fact that you have the healing from Senda to stay topped up. So Baron dances are something that EG's comp does extremely well. Their turn should be pretty good if JoJo is off on the flank and is able to find a way in there. So I definitely think that there's no reason to sit around and not start this dance up.
I mean, they're just way stronger than their opponents right now, right? Like, they have most of their key items. So I do think they're going to be happy to just start it and look for any sort of a fight. Like, EG just needs to keep showing up for every single objective and looking to scrap. And right now they're going to use the blue buff as just that. Because they know that they're stronger in the 5v5.
And it might be a minor thing, but whenever I see an AD champion building towards Guardian Angel like Inspired right now with his stopwatch and his BF sword, I want to see him go in and fight and use that stopwatch before it completes. Spica popping a stopwatch of his own, staying alive as Vulcan goes over the wall. Solo's going to be rooted up now. Inspired zoning away 3. Solo still the target, locked up by JoJo. Can't flash out. EG, 1-0.
Easy kill for EG there, just initially locking down Spica, bait Solo in to try and buy space, so they're able to focus him down. Now without Solo available, it's going to be very hard for TSM to stop this Baron. Only Spica's ultimate available.
And JoJo has TP. He's going to go back to base, and he could look for a potential TP flank coming through here. Spica has a long run out from base, and we don't have eyes on where JoJo could be coming in. Neither does TSM.
Okay, EG. Are they going to stick on the Baron? No, they're turning into the fight instead. Tactical tries to get away. Chime wants to protect him. Vulcan and Danny both on the hunt as Maple tries to get away from the rest of Evil Geniuses. Danny continuing to find the long-range damage. The ulti will not hit the mark. Tactical with a flash out, just trying to kite away from these guys. He survives with 100 HP. And he will not drop yet. EG's not done. Inspired's coming around from behind. A TP shows up. Sonic Wave won't hit the mark, but now Spica's in some trouble again. JoJo gobbled up and kept safe as Danny puts a bullet in Spica's back. Solo finds himself living up to his name in the middle of everybody, and I don't think he's sticking around much longer. Impact's on a killing spree, and TSM lose everybody except the support.
EG crushing TSM in this third game here, chasing them across the map from the Baron to the tier 2 bot lane, diving them there, asserting their dominance and letting TSM know in no uncertain terms, this game is over.
There's nowhere safe for TSM. They'll follow you to the edges of the rift. They go back to Baron. Gonna grab this one up now. Probably no contest coming in from TSM. Spica dead for 5 more seconds. And here you go, just like Azale was saying, starts out basically at the enemy team red buff. Behind the wall, Maple is the first one jumped on and kind of locked in place.
Yeah, this is just wild. You know, he's going to be able to land the root. It was a good charm there, you know, from Maple, but the Everfrost comes through, Impact's coming in. He tries his best to kite it out, but no ulti available for Maple, and there's just no real way away. And this is one of those situations where Cloud Soul is making a difference because they have that flat move speed. They're just constantly catching back up over and over and over. And back to live, it is EG with the Baron. Double GA just completed for EG, by the way, if it wasn't already bad enough.
And these timers are syncing up so good for EG because they get the Baron, they get to recall, they're back out onto the map, and now in 20 seconds, the Elder comes alive. They're perfectly set up to control this, be in possession of both super buffs at the same time, and end the game with it.
I like what TSM's doing in terms of just trying to find an angle into the river through bot lane while they have time to do it. Like you said, Elder coming up, they know this is the fight that they just kind of have to flip. Maybe you get the soul or the Elder buff, and then you're able to start finishing people off with it. So I like what they're trying to do here in posture, but
look at Inspired, he's already behind them.
Inspired's looking for it. Impact goes over the wall. They lock down Solo. World ender, but is his world going to end instead? Impact looking to go after Tactical as Inspired's already unstoppable. They got rid of one. Spica loses Guardian Angel. Now they're just going to be able to corpse camp him as Tactical is another body in the grave. Vulcan gets the kill credit on Spica, and it's 3-0 for EG.
And Impact's just TPing mid. They don't even need the Elder. They're just trying to set up to potentially end the game right here. Danny, nice sidestep on that charm. He's going to finish off Maple, and the push is on here. They're going to at least get one in hit, but it's 50 seconds on Maple. That could be it.
It's so long. It's going to be 30 seconds before any of them are back alive. 2 fights in a row where only Chime is left standing by the time it's done. Evil Geniuses can walk this one in. Solo's not coming back for another 12 seconds. And the Nexus turrets are simply not built sturdy enough to buy that time. EG come in swinging for game number 3, and they're moving on to match point.
Even with over an hour pause, EG keep their momentum out. They do not stall out. They quickly grab control of this game and maintain it the entire way through. It is the cleanest game thus far this series. There was really no moment here where it felt like TSM had a strong foothold in this game.
Yeah, and honestly, this is just a very different look from TSM, even from drafting, because I did think in the previous 2 games, I felt like they had kind of a scaling edge, that they were going to win out. You know, if EG weren't able to close out the game, there wasn't that same level of pressure on EG in this game, and they got ahead early. So once they got ahead early, it felt like the game was so heavily in their favor. You know, game 1 was a monster scaling advantage. Game 2, I still felt like with the Swain and the Sivir, you had that worry in the back of your mind, you know, for EG. Are they going to be able to close this one out? But it's back to the drawing board now for TSM, as it's going to be double match point.
And hey, the Senna TK looked good. It worked good. You're talking about the importance of comfort. Whether or not you're in a tilting situation with pauses, whatever, if your champ pool is under attack, if they're saying, okay, Danny's the angle we got to go for, this is the big red weak point on the boss, it's his champion pool, well, sorry, we're playing on hard mode now. We're just disabling that big red weak point, and he's going to play this champion that he's done really well on the past.
I love Vulcan coming up and throwing the timeout at the camera on the way there.
I didn't notice
Nice
that.
meme game out of Vulcan there. But yeah, to the point about Danny, it is true that people have been talking about champ pool issues, but I think going to the Senna, not immediately just jumping to an immediately early game aggressive champion, because he has these other things in his back pocket. Even things like MF, Seraphine, like he does have actually a pretty deep champion pool, even if it is not just the current meta that is aggressive early.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm kind of like on a different page than I think some other people are on this, where I don't think not playing the meta means you have a champion pool issue, right? As long as you have answers for all situations, I think there is no issue. I don't think it has been proven yet that Danny doesn't have an answer for all situations, because as you're saying, he has answers. They're just not the ones that are really commonly used today. But as long as he's playing well, I think in a lot of cases, it can be an advantage because teams are less prepared for those picks.
Exactly. They don't know what's coming. They're not used to playing against it. But hey, Evil Geniuses took over and now claim the lead in this series. While they ready up for match point, we're going to join the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers, as EG snags the victory, moves themselves to 2-1 in the series. We're going to start in the draft. First two games, we're talking about draft gap for TSM, right?
Yep.
Feels like EG was like, wait, we can do that too.
But
watch this.
Well, I don't know if it was a draft gap, personally.
Feels like it was for me.
It was an early game comp, and they stacked dragons. What was weird to me about this draft, is that EG, during the 2 hours, changed everything.
Everything was changed.
And it seems like both teams did. This is as close to 5 comfort picks as I think I may have seen all playoffs.
Yeah.
For EG.
So I think scaling element is going to be a fun discussion, because I think what Evil Geniuses have is a really sturdy front line, not the Renekton specifically, but the Tahm Kench, and a strong range with the Senna that makes it difficult for Sivir to hit, and the rest of the comp is going to struggle from TSM. But even that said, like, I think I really enjoyed this element from Evil Geniuses. In fact, Emily, you're the one that called out the Senna pick as something that Danny would go for.
Yeah, I was thinking he might go for it on red side just because they've done that before. And I was wondering if they were going to do like Senna Seraphine previously when I was talking about it. The most interesting thing here is we talked about EG's drafting in season and how they were actually one of the picks. I believe it was you, Jet, that first pointed it out because I hadn't been tracking it. They were one of the first teams to have saved jungle for 4 or 5.
Right.
And they did like the best at it. And so I'm not going to say like, oh, this Lee Sin pick came out of nowhere. But it was interesting to see them save it for that. I don't know about saving the Renekton for 5. I feel like that's a fine blind pick for them.
That's how they found the Kane angle in regular season.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it's like, okay. And obviously they're going to focus around it, right? So the thing I actually like the most about this game is that we saw Inspired getting involved really early with his lanes, both mid and top. And then this is just tragic.
Spica did also get involved. It was just a negative impact. The first kill was fine, but the tower ramped up fully, and then the help came in immediately afterwards.
They were really close to letting the turret cool down. You need to wait 3 seconds to have the turret go back to its low damage and lose the ramp. So Vulcan just cleans up. He buys so much time for the rest of the team to arrive, and this was like the deflator moment. I think after you have the 2-hour delay, coming in and then failing that turret dive so spectacularly really hurts your energy.
He becomes like the richest member on the team at that point after it, because of course not only is he farming throughout the lane, but also just off those kills becomes really difficult. Yeah, it's insane how close Tactical is to be able to get those kills. He tries for it. That's who he is as a player. And then, he's able to get 1 kill, but ended up losing the fight.
Yeah, I actually thought it was really good that he got the shutdown here. And then the rest of this fight is just EG being able to actually kite this out, which was a surprise. I thought Danny was going to die there.
So you know where I would say, if we were talking about draft gapping, what the biggest problem is, Dash?
Sure, tell me.
Oh, you tell me.
No, it's
you
your
want me
favorite.
to tell you?
Yeah, because I think we're in the same level.
That Vi has no option.
Boom! And so, because Azel mentioned it, you're going into a fight, and you're dealing with A, Lissandra, B, Tahm Kench, and ultimately, like, you're just going to get stopped by the Renekton once he goes ulti. So this is another game where you're early picking Vi, and even if you're even in the game, you are going to die instantly.
And that's where I want to really bring up this Lissandra pick is we see JoJo in that bush waiting to try to catch anyone who is there. I think this Lissandra for JoJo, I don't know if he just took it as a takeaway from playing against Xiaohu at MSI. He talked about how impressed he was with Xiaohu.
Yeah.
It's obviously a counter pick into the Ahri, so I'm not saying it's definitely for those reasons. But I do think he really likes it because it allows him to do what we already talked about. He was working on what EG coaching staff said he was working on, which is push and roam decides, or push and join up with Inspired. And that was another thing on top of Inspired, interacting with his lanes early.
Yeah.
Also saw JoJo marking the Ahri, marking other targets around these team fights, and that ended up being super important.
I love the return to formula for Evil Geniuses. The reason why I call it an outdraft is because TSM handed it to them on a silver platter. If you early pick a Vi like that, after you've seen a Tom Kench, you got outdrafted. I'm sorry, you had one target on the opposing team. It's Senna, and she's not even a target because the Tom Kench will be next to her the entire time. You already ran through the rest of it, Raz. I will stand by my it was a hard out draft by EG. But in part, maybe again, I'll throw criticism at TSM. I think they inted the draft a little bit by picking the Vi. I think it has no place in this draft once you see the Tom Kench picked up.
Dash, live long enough to turn into a villain. You were the proponent of Vi.
I know.
And now you're anti-Vi sentiment.
I love Vi. I want her to be successful. That's the thing. So pick her where she's set up for success.
Disappointed
Don't doom your whole series by picking her here. Okay, TSM, they got to adjust. They choose red. What's the answer here? Because we just kind of talked about how off of that 2-hour break, right, Jad, that this is a bit of a mental hit. And they're definitely now thinking, considering all the things that EG has thrown at them, they want to go back to red side. What's the answer?
Yeah, I have not a troll answer.
That's what I was hoping for.
Half a meal and a Red Bull or a cup of coffee.
Boom.
That's what they need. They look so deflated to me. And you can't just straight caffeinate with having no food. But I really feel like they need a boost. And then just go, then go back in time to what they were thinking in game one, where they're like, we should early pick Orin. We should team fight with energy. And then I think that's protein bar.
There it is.
Step one.
We're good to go.
Tom gets it.
Yeah.
No, it's a good point because actually even those little bits of comms we got to hear going into breaks from game 1 and 2, TSM was having a blast. Solo was smiling
and
during
what
those
did we
moments,
see?
right?
He was just on the ground.
Oh, here we go.
He's just like, this
Hair's
is
disheveled too. Hair's a little bit disheveled.
Yeah,
Exactly.
This is how he's feeling.
I think that's a really good point.
He's strutting in game one. He's laughing, typing in all chat. Where are the emotes that game? Gotta get the energy back.
But who on that team is going to give that to them, right? Is that Spica? When I think of that that set of 5 players, right, there's not...
I would say Spica.
Is it Spica?
He's the type of person to bring the energy.
It's got to be him, right?
It's
Just
always him.
he's got to be the one to kind of vocally get everybody recharged. Maybe Chime's the other one, but...
I like Chime.
All right, so onus on them to kind of shake themselves out of the mental fortitude. For EG, Raz, let's talk about wrapping it up in 3-1 and kind of re-cementing themselves as a bit of a postseason favorite. Feels like too much of a stretch in the lower bracket, but give us some confidence again that this is a team that can run back to the finals.
What they need is A, a confidence boost, and B, as you can already see, just as we were getting there, it seems like they're energizing up. B, an idea of how they want to play the game. Kind of reminded me back when Summit was on Cloud9 and they were playing up against Golden Guardians in the lower bracket, and they were experimenting a few things, changing a few things up, because A, they thought they could win this series, that series pretty clearly, and they did. But B, it was more so, we failed in the upper bracket for these reasons. We're going to find a way to fix it now. And I think we're seeing that draft evolution throughout to figure out what identity they want to hit. Of course, we're talking about going back to what worked prior, but something that they're happy with. And I think they're getting closer to that.
Yeah, I think the biggest things for me that I saw that I really liked, again, was Inspired getting super involved with his lanes early. And then additionally, JoJo on the Lissandra being able to either roam to sides, team up with Inspired, flank in these skirmishes. I think those are two staples that have been part of EG's identity, in addition to all the other stuff we said about Danny.
Yeah.
So those are the two things that I really loved from this game, even independently of the draft.
All right, so if TSM needs to put 2 together, right, they got to win on red side. EG's going to also get kind of that final say with side select as well. I think that's, that's the right you earn, obviously, as the top seed. For TSM, is there anything that they can insert into this draft that's going to make you think differently, Raz?
It's bot lane counter pick. You can either do it with support, because if they're going up against Tom Kench, annoying as hell, especially if they want to play aggressive and try and dive, harder to do. I think you got to put the power in tactical, see how it goes.
I like it. I like it. It was the Tom Kench that caught TSM off guard in this game. Maybe we find a unique support to go alongside tactical to set him up for success. You heard it from Jat. What they need right now is a little bit of food, a little bit of energy, all right? And here's what we know. Pros make it through the season with the support of their biggest fans. And lucky for Solo, his live nearby to help support him with his favorite meals from Grubhub after LCS matches. Let's watch.
I think I'm in at the end of kind of a tough weekend or a good weekend, just at the end of an LCS weekend. What is your kind of go-to meal?
You know, my parents are really close. They live in Pasadena, which is not so far from LA. And I drive up there to kind of visit them and my brother. And they are really close to a pizza joint. And we always get pizza from there. And that's kind of like my comfort food in a way. Because I usually eat really healthy during the week. And then that's kind of like my little reward. I get a little pizza, get some ice cream, you know. And that's kind of just like the cap off to the week of, you know, okay, let's kind of like pig out and have a good time. I don't have like too much preference. I mean, I'll eat anything that has any kind of bread with the cheese on top.
What you playing?
A very serious game, but these in-game purchases are adding up.
Oh, State Farm has rates to fit your budget.
Mega Sparkle!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Oh no! That was not even fair.
What if respawning was refreshing? Here's to the round between rounds.
This game is rigged. This game is out to get me.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 4. We increased our turnaround speed between games by like 2,000%.
Wow, that is
We are
crazy.
doing incredible. Optimizing as we go.
And you know what? EG is doing incredible now as well. That last game was, I'd say, the most one-sided one so far.
Yeah.
They're really ready to go. It seems like the long pause sort of just invigorated them to get home as quickly as they can, try to take these wins fast.
Nothing gets me juiced like taking a 2-hour break and getting back to it. You ever have a study sesh, your brain starts turning to mush? You take a 2-hour break, you come back, you feel great.
No, then you just take another 2-hour break.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what
actually,
happens to me.
it's a miracle I graduated.
My 2-hour break just turns into, well, the day's almost over. I'll just try it tomorrow.
Do tomorrow? Do tomorrow.
You told me I would back. Never mind, I won't say.
All right. Well, we're doing this today. We got one more game if EG wins it. TSM
How many
could
do we have
force
if
us.
they don't?
Well, I think it's going to be more than one.
Oh,
Isaac.
wow.
Yeah. How about that, huh?
No wonder he did pass.
Can't slip anything past this guy.
No, man, I'm sharp. I'm ready to go. All right. So let's see what we get here. EG's back on blue. TSM back on red.
Interesting that TSM go back to red. Yeah, I don't know. Why are you looking at me with a big smile on your face? It's just, I feel like every time people try to go back to red side, it usually doesn't seem to work. There are some drafts that clearly are better on red. You can win on red. It's not like blue side's like clearly OP, but there are a number of times where blue does seem to eke out advantages in the draft. That's why I was just surprised to see TSM go back there when they didn't look like they did anything particularly interesting with the counter picks. Solo's not really a counter pick guy. They feel like such a blue side team to me.
Yeah, especially I think when EG kind of like targets Solo's picks, because he has a handful that he really does go towards. So if you do kind of ban him out a bit, maybe take one of the popular ones away, then it's harder, I think, for him as he goes down that tier list, because he does default to a handful of them. But it is going to be interesting. Maybe they'll do something a little bit spicy in bot lane, try to really create an advantage. I know that's what the folks on the desk were talking about. Maybe you're going for like a last pick Draven, or you're going something really spicy and trying to create that big advantage. You're going for a support counter pick that is really going to create an edge. But I do think you have to have some sort of a big counter pick on red side for it to make any sense whatsoever. EG already back to the Seraphine. This time, Senna is up. So they could actually do Senna Seraphine bot if they want.
Sarah Seraphine Swain, the cursed comp.
Sarah Seraphine Swain.
Sarah Seraphine Swain. Sarah Seraphine.
Sarah Seraphine.
Just start saying words together.
Yeah.
Swainaphine. Swaina.
He's working on his letters. He already got the numbers.
Swaina.
He knew red and blue. He's got the colors.
I'm ready to go, dude. I'm learning. Before long, I'm going to be able to spell my own name. Anyway, Inspired is back on Sejuani, the 9-1-10 performance from game number 2. And Yone swiftly locked in. So, I honestly expect to see this Ornn locked as well.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, TSM are going back to their full scaling late game kind of situation that they did last time. In game 1 that they won, it was also last pick Chime that was able to find like the angle with the gem, and that was kind of surprising. So I like this, that both teams are kind of going back to their biggest identities.
But this time, EG actually has a lot of scaling themselves. Yone scales really, really well. Seraphine obviously scales really, really well. So does the Sejuani. Sejuani could actually be flex here. I think everyone knows Jojo Piano is the one piloting the Yone. I don't think that's going to be a big surprise. Normally you would talk about it as a flex, but I do think that the Sejuani is flexible here. And it is going to be that Senna banned away as it was last time the Seraphine was grabbed up. Of course, they can do something like an Alistar if they want. I think that's a pretty standard option into the Sivir, unless, of course, TSM takes it away, but I'm not really expecting that.
Yeah, they also have the Vi still up as well. Lulu taking out, getting rid of some of the enchanters. I hope it's not the Vi angle. We always talk about Vi into Seraphine comps. I really hope that they go for something that has a little bit more ability to play at range.
So it is actually the Xin getting locked in here.
Okay.
I was going to say, I wouldn't be so shocked if it was a Renata coming through for TSM. I feel like it's actually a pretty decent opportunity when there is that Yone coming across, but maybe looking for something a little bit spicier, wanting to see that full bot lane to try to really create some sort of a 2v2 advantage. It is going to be the Jax here up on the top side for impact. So this is really powerful 1-3-1 potentially. Seraphine does actually have pretty solid wave clear to hold down mid lane if they are to go towards that. Mumu would be interesting. I would be surprised if it's the pick. I don't think it really makes sense into the Sivir.
Yeah, you have to think this is a Nautilus most likely, while obviously Sivir...
Not Alistar?
You could go Alistar again. I feel like the Seraphine Nautilus lane does have a lot of laning power. Actually, we've seen it win lane a number of times, and while it doesn't have the kill threat that you might want, because if you block the hook pre-6 and post-6, you can block the the depth charge quite easily as Sivir. It's more about just getting on top of, say, the Azir. There's like enough targets that you can just throw that out and at least force them back.
Yeah. No, I mean, it makes sense. I think, you know, you make a lot of good points. It's just interesting. I'm just so used to seeing the Alistar get locked in as an answer. And I do think it's going to be the Renata. So as I called it, is going to be that Renata. I think it's actually a really smart answer into the composition. It does look like EG are relatively single target focused. They want to be diving. They want to be bursting someone down. Renata can help to answer that really, really effectively. You also have the ability to potentially land that hostile takeover on a Jax, on a Yone, who are both very heavily auto attack based, can put out a lot of damage to their own team. And even just the space you can actually create with that is quite effective. Between that and the Azir wall and all of these different tools, TSM is going to have a pretty strong 5v5, but I do think EG as well has strong 5v5 if they're coming from multiple angles, and has a really good 1-3-1.
Yeah, the 1-3-1 here I think is significantly stronger than anything we've seen out of either side of the draft so far today. There's no answer to 4 or 5 item Jax. There's no answer to 4 or 5 item Yone. They're both anime protagonists in a side lane here. So who are you going to send? You're going to send an Ornn, you're going to send an Azir, and you know that Seraphine and Sejuani and Nautilus will be comfortable just having Seraphine spam those Qs in the waves, clear them out.
Definitely the case. Does put a lot of pressure on TSM in the early game to try and survive this melee topside from EG.
I'm ready for it. If EG wins here, they're going to take the whole series. Let's see if TSM can stop them. Alrighty. It's just about time to hop on in. We're ready to go. TSM backs against the wall. They got to stand up here and make it happen.
I'm excited to see if TSM is going to have a bit of a bounce back game here. Game 3, definitely the most one-sided. TSM looking very competitive in game number 1 and 2. You know, really looking like they can go back and forth here with EG. I'm excited to see if they're going to be able to pull anything like that off in this one. They definitely do have some really, really powerful scaling. Of course, there is great scaling on EG's side, but I would say it's more heavily execution-based. When you are playing these melee divers, you've got to really be on point with the engage in these team fights.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of peel tools available for TSM if you don't have a clean engage. Renata Berserk is incredible. Azir can shove you off. You can have the knockback by the Xin Zhao. Ornn can put out a lot of CC.
What was he doing? Is he typing?
I think he was typing.
Okay.
I think they might have got him.
Looking at Twitter.
Tactical in chat said, were you looking at Twitter? And Jojo Pune says yes.
Yeah, whatever. I don't have anything to say about that. But it's going to be really exciting to actually see how this matchup goes, because this is something that we have seen kind of come to light as a counter to the Azir. That's something that Palafox did actually really enjoy playing himself. It can be very difficult for the Azir to actually match up, especially once you have that E unlocked. Once you do hit that level 2, you jump forward with the E, you start trading very heavily into the Azir. The Azir can't really match those trades. You're kind of forced in this awkward situation where you're just retreating. And even if you look post 6 for an ulti, well, then he just snaps back to the shadow. So it's very difficult to actually deal with Yone in those situations.
Soul Unbound is such an incredibly powerful basic ability, stronger than some of the ults in the game, honestly. Like the ability to use it offensively and guarantee that you've got a way back out. Also, as we go into the tri-lane here, I just really have to compliment Impact's choice of skin here. Just using the World Championship Jax for this to really send a message home.
I feel like anytime he plays Jax these days, you see him in the World Championship Jax. If you have a skin named after you.
I mean, there's no reason not to, right? That's your skin.
Gotta flex on him like that.
That's your trophy you're beating him over the head with. That's just the kind of championship attitude that you need to seal this one away, get the win, and go on to play Team Liquid on Sunday.
We'll have to see if he can do it. Obviously, you have Inspired clearing bot to top, and Spica clearing away from him, so a little bit of resources probably going to be going in Impact's way, drop a ward so you can kind of keep just perma pushing. I don't think it's necessarily a lane that you're going to dive unless you can get solo low, and at half health right now, you know, maybe he can.
Jax also really just likes to get some levels nice and early. We know that the power of this champion depends a lot on having the extra points in those skills. The W in particular, Empower is a really, really bad skill at like level 1. It doesn't add a lot of damage. It has a high cooldown, but as you get levels into it, incredible DPS.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see, over towards mid lane, Jojo actually did have to use his health potion. He is taxing Maple's mana here pretty heavily, but the early damage he took is actually kind of relevant. He did take 3 autos essentially with that soldier for free. The wave is not in a great spot, but it is worth mentioning that he is playing TP. Impact is playing Flash TP, so there's no sort of Ignite Jax. So I do think we're going to see Impact, play this pretty patiently, not really feeling any pressure to get anything crazy done. He can just look to scale this out.
Bot lane as well, kind of playing it more defensively, holding the wave right in front of their turret for EG, given that they knew Inspire was moving up to the top side of the map. There's a lot of lanes for Nautilus where you can kind of get the shove early with E plus just kind of AoE damage from your marksman. Obviously, Seraphine, not quite that, but your Q splash can clear a wave out pretty quickly. Back when you used to see a lot of Kai'Sa Nautilus, it was the same reason. You both just kind of use your AoE abilities. If they're playing in the wave, they get hit, and then you also get to clear it out at the same time.
A little bit of a trade back and forth here in the top side. Gold nice and close between both teams here early on. Nobody getting any insane lane advantages, but Inspired's looking to show up and get an advantage here for his top laner. He sits on a ward for an extra second there. And Solo's just fine. Impact only has 300 HP. The fact that Solo's walking back up lets EG know, yeah, you shouldn't be going for this.
Yep, and he's even going to interrupt the recall. Just pretending he doesn't actually have it warded, walking all the way up. So Inspired does not cancel that early, being as annoying as he possibly can here. Without Counter-Strike, you actually be really careful when you are playing into the Ornn, because those brutal passive autos do so much damage. They could potentially look to set up a dive of their own here. Inspired is gone.
Yeah, this is potential bad news. Impact has already used the helicopter, and he is grounded. TSM first blood.
That was such good communication between Solo and Spica. You saw Spica actually hover on the ramp for a couple seconds to make sure that the recall completed by Inspire before he actually went up and then dropped the pink ward to make sure, hey, if we show too soon, Inspire will stay around, we won't get this kill. That was just such a heads-up play by Spica.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. And Spica had actually already based, Inspire had not, so even having the additional damage there to make it happen. Impact getting chunked out, and despite the fact that Inspired's the one who actually heads towards top side first, it is their team that gets punished on it. Inspired trying to get something back though. Very, very standard play here. And when the enemy jungle shows top, you look for a play down towards bot, and now they're potentially going for a dive here around mid.
Oh, flash away from Maple to keep himself safe. Outplay from Maple, scooping them all back. EG's too far forward. EG screwed that up, and TSM punishes hard.
That is huge from Maple, flashing the ult and then getting the scoop back on multiple members there. Chime makes the roam up, knowing that the dive could be coming in. Spica already in the area. It's 3-0 TSM. There are 1,400 gold here, only 6 minutes in.
Shades of game 1 as well, with what you would think is the scaling advantage in their favor. Sivir, Ornn, and Azir, where I think the 3 champions they actually used in game 1. And again, off to such a good start. Maple, nice sidestep on the hook as well. Just played that one as cleanly as you could. Even without the backup coming, he probably just lived through that dive by himself. And at the same time, because Spica was in the area, because Renato was already on the way, flashing that, sidestep the hook, ult as they come in to make sure the auto doesn't even get the root off on him.
Yep.
Stops the charge as well from Sejuani.
Yeah, even sidesteps the Sejuani W, right? Like, he basically avoided everything. You couldn't really do it any better than that. And then Chime arrives, has the handshake, and they get both of those kills. This is massive for TSM, especially after last game, how bad that dive went early bot. It was very clear that the game was going to be incredibly hard for them really early on. And now the shoe is on the other foot here, and it's Maple out to a strong early lead.
He was a key factor in that game 1 win as well, finding that kind of Drake fight angle. His Azir, no joke, I'm kind of surprised to see that he got his hands on it for a second time this series.
Maple's Azir truly showing up as a game changer here. Might be exactly what TSM needs to take us to a game number 5. Back up here in top side, Warden's Mail completed for Solo. Very, very powerful laning item. Back when Bramble Vest used to be the auto buy for all the tanks into fighters, these days people have realized the raw defensive power of Warden's Mail, unless you're against somebody who just revolves around healing, is very potent.
Makes it difficult for Impact to try and win the 1v1. Of course, you can still farm up in scale. Just currently, you're not going to be able to do that until about 1-2 items more likely. And just on the Maple point, like we were talking about this a bit in game 1, 6 Worlds appearances by this guy. He is one of the most storied players in LoL esports history.
Yep.
And he's someone you can't count out. You give him the highest presence champion in the meta in Azir. The second game in a row, he might be able to carry for them. And TSM, like we said, has a lot of experience in their hand. Yeah, they got rocked in game 3, but a lot of these guys have been through difficult series before and knows what it takes.
Impact and Solo in a long extended fight. Spica will be making his way up here first. He sweeps over that ward, which means that Impact is aware he's on the way, has to back up a little bit further. Chime is also up here. Inspired is on the Herald, but there's so many bodies nearby from TSM. EG's bringing up the whole crew now as well. We might get a full-on team fight 8.5 minutes into the game. EG committing to the Herald. TSM's coming in. The Ornhorn has been summoned up. Who's gonna die first? A lot of damage pouring through. It's gonna be stolen away by Spica. TSM finds a kill, finds the Herald, finds another one, double back over to Spica. But they do lose Chime. Impact and Danny try to get away, but Danny falls too. TSM get a 3-for-1 and steal the objective.
Yeah, TSM get everything, and Tactical basically wasn't even there. He was behind the play. That was a 4v5 essentially for TSM. They're nearly 3K ahead. Spica 5-0-1 here. I mean, look at the minimap. Look at where Tactical is when the fight is actually breaking out. This is just a straight up 4v5, but the Ornn ulti connecting across so many people. Danny goes in for the R flash there, connects the charm on so many members on the other side, but they just don't have the damage to actually burst them down. And Spica rocks through JoJo. Vulcan is incredibly low. Just now does Tactical arrive, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, they only killed the Renata, who even actually got a bailout on herself, I believe, when they were able to finish off JoJo right away, I think it was. So able to kind of make EG have to commit all those extra resources. Both teams have so much kind of engage options. You have the Seraphine ult, the Sejuani ult, the Yone ult, and obviously Solo has so many ways to stop that. Like you said, that perfectly timed Ornn ultimate to knock everyone up as they came in, followed up by the Azir ultimate. So many peel tools, and now just feels like they're so far ahead.
What a game 4 for TSM. In 10 minutes, they've got 6 kills and a 2,500 gold lead. No Drake taken yet by either side, which is a stark departure from what we've seen so far in the series, with EG having a lot of focus on early Drake control.
The fact that TSM has a scaling advantage means they don't need to really stack dragons as a win con. It's nice if you can get them, which they can now after having all this control in the game, but there was no early priority on it for them because they already had the ability to take fights in the late game. And Spica, man, 5-0-1, 100% kill participation. Azale, you were talking about it at the top of the day. #1 in the league in kill participation. No jungler, you could argue, is more important to the overall team's playmaking.
Yeah, I mean, he is their playmaking, right? He's pretty much all of it. Is JoJo going to be able to get Maple to actually force out the ulti there? Did not use an ultimate of his own. You know, that is how the matchup can go. Once you start getting some levels, you start getting some items, you really can get aggressive with this trading, but Maple does not need to win the 1v1. He just needs to be able to continue keeping that farm high, playing for the 5v5. TSM really in their comfort zone right now, and it's not going to get better anytime soon here for EG, but they do have the ability to battle back in this game. They have the ability to spread the map and to really continue to get that scaling of their own in.
And based on this early game, hold on one second. 1 second here. Looks like we might have some problems. All right, Impact gets away for now. But based on this early game and TSM's lead that they've built so far, I think this now almost demands a 1-3-1 approach from EG as a win condition.
And one of the nice things about that is because so much of the gold is on Spica, yes, he's absolutely terrifying as you see him try and scrap out.
Uh-oh. He's made his way in, but does he want to stick around that long? Spica still surviving. Finally going to be shut down by JoJo, but it'll be a 1-for-1 trade. Renata ulti over the wall. Solo stands alone.
No flash.
EG looks for a little more, but Maple's over the wall. That Azir, that's the artillery. That's the heavy cannon that can take these guys out. JoJo with a flash away, but he'll burn and burn and burn and burn. Chime takes him down.
Yeah, they're going to get another kill there. TSM coming slightly ahead, I think, but at the end of the day, it is a shutdown for JoJo onto Spica, who dove very deep in there and does get taken down.
I overall like the idea by Spica. The fact that he actually flashes in with his ultimate getting out of JoJo Punes. The problem is Solo there biffed his ultimate. If he was able to get that follow-up, you might have been able to keep Spica up and alive to get the first kill. You start getting Triumph healing, you have your Conqueror going. Like, there's a world where if that ultimate from Solo came through, this is just a clean fight win for TSM. They still come out ahead, and it kind of speaks to how much leg room they've bought themselves by that they don't even need to play it perfectly to still win these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't even catch the missed ulti there in the first play, but Solo playing it well in the tail end, landing the knockups, kiting back into that little alcove where Maple can hit them over the wall so they can't actually continue on the fight. And you saw the value that Chime actually got there with the hostile takeover. When that connects on Yone and Jax, these are squishy champions that are relying on their mobility to really keep them safe and put out a lot of auto attack damage. So, not only are you kind of getting shredded by your own teammates, well, it's a free fire for these Azir and the Sivir.
And you just saw the Herald crash into the tier 1 turret top here. I believe it was just about to expire. They sort of just needed to drop that up there to get some sort of value out of it. The charge does complete. They'll take the 2 plates with about 30 seconds to go before the plates disappear. So honestly, doesn't work out too bad.
No, you're able to get some gold onto Solo, which is nice. The funny thing is, because JoJo, as we see the pause come through, we'll see what it is in a second here. But where I was going with that was because the JoJo Pune got the shutdown, he's actually ahead of Maple in gold, and where you're going with the 1-3-1 point. The fact of the matter is, as long as you're ahead of whoever's trying to stop you, it matters a little less how much the overall team gold is, and that is kind of like the copium angle right now for EG.
The one thing I will say, though, is when you're going up against Ornn actually has pretty good wave clear and is really, really difficult to dive. Already has an early Frozen Heart, so it's like, even if you're 500 or 800 or 1,000 gold ahead of the Ornn, it doesn't actually matter, right? Like, unless you can get multiple members up there and start diving the Ornn and then get the lead to where it's at a monumental level that the Ornn can't even clear waves, then that becomes a problem. And it's kind of similar to the Azir as well. If Azir is just going to AFK out of tier 2 tower and clear the waves, you can't really just solo dive this guy. So I do think it's difficult to push the game forward. But JoJo also going for a bit of a unique build. It is going to be the Blade of the Rune King. I've been seeing this some, but in solo queue at least, you see a lot more shield bow because he only does scale with crit incredibly well.
Right. And the other big thing that I'm looking at here for Frozen Heart, one of the difficulties of fighting against Jax or fighting against Yone, especially if they start to get some gold on them, they have split damage profiles. They both do a good chunk of physical with a good chunk of magical damage. Frozen Heart, I mean, effectively, it does negate both because you're slowing down the attack speed. They can't get as many autos. They're not being able to land all of that damage on you. I like this a lot into either one of the targets that he could be dealing with in a side lane.
Plus, I mean, it's just so valuable having CDR and mana on Ornn, right? Like, when you're not actually going to scrap it out, mana is how you clear out the waves, and CDR is how you actually start the fights, right? Because it's having the ulti available. So I do think it's a smart build. They're both lethal tempo users, so obviously going to be heavily relying on their attack speed. But this is going to be an interesting one. I do think that it's squarely in the favor of TSM for now, but EG, not only can they go to the side lanes, I do think if you land that perfect engage, there is the possibility of having just that straight up 5v5, because if you can layer all your CC, Nautilus ultimate, Yone ultimate, flanking Jax coming in, and the Seraphine ulti all over top, well, all of a sudden, Azir can go 100-0, and then it's kind of out the window.
And that's exactly what happened in game 1. It was a similar scenario where TSM with the scaling comp jumped out to a huge lead. They won that game, but it was hard fought because EG did a really good job of finding those kinds of plays that you're talking about, Azale. So it's possible that even if this, monstrous lead that TSM has built up in these replays, you can take a look at them, it's still going to be a high barrier of execution to make sure you don't give up those flanks because, I mean, this is front to back. You're trying to bust in the front door here, and you can see it's not that easy to do against TSM.
No, it's definitely not. And I mean, this is the kind of idea that they were going for. Maple's ultimate made such a difference, though, bouncing multiple members back out. It was the R flash from Danny. JoJo's coming in across here, trying to hit everyone with all that AoE and really chunk out multiple members, so there's not an easy bailout target, that they're all getting low at the same time. But Azir kind of pre-denied that with his ulti, creating space so that he could free fire. And when Tactical arrives, you're already losing the fight.
Maple just feels like the star of the show. The way he outplayed the dive so well when they tried to dive him at level 6, getting involved in this fight, making sure that he's contributing a lot. Over the wall, he's also going to end up being the thing that saves his teammates here too, because yes, Spica will eventually die after they take him out. RIP to Solo's ulti, but Solo's over the wall, and it initially looks like it's Ornn loot pinata time.
Yeah.
But here comes the Chicken King from the right. He approaches, and once the chicken sits up on the wall, you must leave.
Exactly. I mean, Chime buying so much time there. In comes Maple. And it was interesting, seeing that in slow-mo at the top of your screen. I think what might have actually happened is that Solo used the R2, used the redirect, and actually shortchanged it on the wall. So it interrupted the charge, which made it so he didn't actually knock it. And I'm pretty sure that's actually what happened there, because I think if he charged into open ground, he would have actually had that continue forward long enough to hit it, because the timing is actually quite forgiving on the redirect of that. But if you are close to that wall, he probably had his screen down on the blue buff where everyone's fighting.
Right.
And then you tab back up, you hit your R2, and you're too close to the wall, you bump into that, and then you're not going to redirect.
It's the evil mirror world version of an animation cancel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's where they actually go against you.
It's like when you're playing Vayne and you tumble into the wall to get out earlier from the movement, and instead you just stop yourself from ulting
into the wall.
If you do that on Vayne, the new patch, sprain your ankle.
Those are my favorite. Those are my favorite Vaynes to play against. Those are the only ones that Skarner can beat.
What? The ones that roll into the wall?
Yeah, the ones that take care of the whole "you can't get on top of me" thing for you.
Oh,
those are the best Vaynes.
The montage Vayne players. You pop the R, you roll at the Skarner because you're about to outplay.
Yeah, exactly. The base drops.
Yeah.
Right as your health bar.
You just watched an Uzi montage right beforehand.
Yeah, exactly.
You're feeling
it.
Yeah.
You're ready to go. You're like, you know what? Uzi can do it. I
Doesn't
can do
look
it.
that hard.
Yeah.
I can do that.
No one's
I'm
hitting
a good player.
Oh my God. All right, we're still waiting to see what happens with the network issues affecting the audio. We'll give you guys an update whenever we do have an update.
Yeah. I'm assuming it's just going to be waiting it out. As soon as it is a little bit better, we'll probably get unpaused. We knew this was a possibility. Again, they were offered to play in the practice rooms. They were offered to play back from their facilities, play from home. The teams obviously wanted to play on stage, and it wasn't able to be rectified. The issues weren't able to be rectified, so we knew this was a possibility. Hoping, though, that it's not going to be a long pause and that we can really kind of continue forward with this. Because it is tough for both teams. It's tough if you're in the lead because you're feeling like, hey, my momentum is kind of getting stolen away from you. And it's also, I think, really tough when you're in a pause and you're losing because it's one of those situations where it's kind of like you're kind of marinating in it a bit.
You're like, oh, we already are so far behind. What do we do? Yeah, let me just try and 50-50 something. And here you're just like, God.
Dude, that is the worst thing. You know what I've noticed before? Sometimes how at the end of a game of League of Legends, the client will take an extra second to load.
Yeah.
That always happens to me in a game
After a terrible
where
game.
I'm just absolutely livid. I'm like, I threw that game. I missed the smite at the Baron. I'm just like so mad at myself. And the game's like, I need you to think about that a little bit more. I need you to ruminate.
Gives you a timeout.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the network gods have forgiven TSM, not making them dwell on it any longer. Back into the game. TSM getting a push down the bot side of the map. Tactical gonna grab some turret plates right before they drop.
Pika, man. The FTX total gold, he is so far ahead. Inspired is down at 4K. He's 2,600 gold ahead of his opponent in that 1v1. Spica is just monstrously strong. And when you're this far ahead as Xin, especially when he actually hits his early second item, you can win 1v1s against a lot of these people. Like, you can win a 1v1 against Yone. You can get in on Danny and just solo kill him in these fights if you have that angle, because between challenging smite and a massive early advantage, it is really tough to duel against a turbo-fed jungler like that.
Yeah, Spica showing why he was the league MVP just last summer, a year ago.
And I mean,
put the team on his back.
Coming into this series, we said we wanted to see like those Apex level, MVP level performances from these two junglers. Inspired had his 9-1-10 game 2 on Sejuani. Now here's Spica taking over in game number 4, 5-1-2 on the Xin Zhao. I think we're getting some of those top level performances from these guys.
We absolutely are, right? And it's going to potentially come down to who can have those big moments, right? When you have these big fights around objectives, it's about the execution. EG moving up towards this side of the map, knows the Herald may be going on, but I don't think there's anything they can really do about it.
No.
But they're in a tough position. Already 5K down, already lost first tower. You give up second Herald, well, it may mean your mid tower as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're on one item power spike, so it's not the worst timing in the world to try and test TSM a little bit here, but given that Danny was just resetting on the map during that time period, no surprise that they kind of just said, no chance we can fight this one. We'll see if it's the Dragon instead that they choose to try and contest. It's spawning in just 1 second.
I mean, I think they're not going to contest anything. Bounties are spawned, so I think you go for side lane towers. You just try to take tier 1s.
Ooh, good call.
You're playing Blade of the Rune King as well, so like that is much more of a 1v1 style build than it is about team fights where you want crit, you want that 100-0 threat. We might see Inspired, try to flip a steal, look for something like that to try to really slow down any potential stack, but I do think it's about just playing towards those side lanes and trying to get as much gold as you possibly can.
There's the ward over the wall. They
They're
want to
gonna
go in and try to
together.
fight for it. Nope, it's secured by Spica. It's taken by TSM, and JoJo and Inspired got to get right back over the wall.
Able to get out without dying for EG. Not the worst idea to just pop your head in, try and get a look. Does cost Inspired his flash, which means not much playmaking, or a little bit worse playmaking for the next couple of minutes here if you do try and make one of these plays in the side lane with Impact or JoJo. But I don't hate the idea of buying more time if you're able to smite that one away. Grabbing an Infernal buff as well feels pretty good.
Yeah, plus it's an objective bounty on that as well, right? So if you do actually steal it, it's worth that much more. You're gonna get a couple hundred extra gold for your team. So takes the swing, but it is a miss, unfortunately, for EG. And this one, just slowly moving more and more in the favor of TSM. Even if you want to talk about the ability to potentially 1-3-1 and slow down the game and split the map, it's so hard to do that when you're gonna have Soul Point here in 4 minutes that TSM can bring themselves to, and Ocean Soul is gonna make it impossible to actually threaten the Ornn in the 1v1. So that really eliminates any sort of a side lane win condition, it feels like. So EG may have to fight a third dragon, and I just don't know they're ready for it.
This is a bit troublesome for Evil Geniuses. JoJo's gonna get dove here. Yeah, Vulcan's right behind him. Comes in for the ulti on top of the Azir, but he's not going to get a lot out of it. Spica's at 40%, but now Vulcan's the target. They go after the support and they found him. Inspired jumps in here for the ulti underneath the turret. JoJo wants to follow up, but Solo's able to get away. Spica's still gonna stay alive. Impact coming in from the side. Inspired kills Solo. Impact will not get a follow-up kill here just yet. Danny's ready to join the fray, but can he get anything? Seraphine ulti's still ready to go, but they're not gonna use it. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade.
EG, it was a question of who's baiting who. Turns out it was EG with Vulcan staying in the brush on the backside. Impact warded out here, doesn't know it yet. But yeah, that was a nice flank by EG. They thought, TSM, we're gonna get this sick dive off. There's no one here defending Impact, or excuse me, JoJo Pune, and already Vulcan was able to force out so many things from Maple to stop that dive.
And JoJo actually straight TP to top lane, and what is this build? Is he going Stoneplate? Or no, he's gonna go tank on him. He's actually gonna go Sunfire. So he's gonna go Blade of the Rune King, Sunfire, Yone. I can't say I've seen this. I mean, this is the Renekton build. It feels like you're just trying to scrap. You are gonna have like a really late spike. Like your crit items are gonna come through so late if he's even gonna go for them at all. But here it is one more time. Flash hook has to be flashed out. The ulti does connect there. Ornn comes through. Nice knock up and has the ulti buffer to then follow up. The Tossal takeover buying some time as well.
And you saw there, Solo tried to have a nice immune on the Sejuani ult. Did actually land it, but was still stunned coming out of it. And then JoJo was able to land the follow-up CC, the impact flank there. Able to get on top of Spica as well. Super well fought, but doesn't look like we're done yet.
We are not, my friends. TSM coming in. They're looking for Vulcan. He goes berserk. He's pulled right on back. Seraphine ulti comes in over the wall, but Vulcan is still about to die. He doesn't drop just yet, but Solo mows him over with the R2.
Snipes him with the Ornn ult, finishes off the kill. 1-for-0 for TSM.
Nicely done there by TSM, getting the kill. Oh, an ulti backwards.
JoJo doing a good job buffering that one, but is it good enough? No, sir. Tactical with a flash away. Both TSM carries barely living, but that's what you get for a 6,000 gold lead.
Absolutely, they just slink out of there. Tactical and Maple, no flash, no cleanse. They get out alive. That is absolutely huge, and you have to think, if that was a different build, would that have been a kill? You guys, we would have seen JoJo go down earlier, but just not a lot of burst at all in this build. It is very auto attack based. It's scrappy. I don't know.
I think the idea behind the build is paired with Seraphine, shielding and healing technically gets more value because the HP that comes in gets the extra benefit from being tankier. You're thinking that these fights are not going to be about necessarily insta-blowing somebody up. Maybe you're playing for a little bit longer of a team fight. There are a lot of these builds that float around in solo queue and stuff. These kind of like, you take an assassin, you slap a tank item on them, and suddenly they become a really annoying bruiser. I can see that angle with the Blade of the Rune King. You have a lot of sticking power, but just not necessarily what I would have expected.
I get the thought process, but I don't agree with it in this game, because especially from behind, which they're already way down when you start building the Sunfire, I really fail to see how you're going to win a team fight without one-shotting Maple or Tactical, right? And I think that is going to be very, very difficult for them to do. But maybe he's saying, hey, it's more my job to actually just set up the CC, and we're going to have enough damage behind it. But Solo looking for an engage here on a Danny.
You want to talk about setting up CC? Ornn is adept at that. Solo gets hit with the Sejuani ulti there from the side. So TSM are not going to find the engage they were hoping for. Impact jumps in after Solo. Deploying the helicopter now, switching the targeting over to Chime. He fires off the hostile takeover. Jojo stuck in the middle of everybody. The tank items keep him alive, and Tactical's dead. Now they're switching the targeting over to Spica. Now he's about to die. Impact takes another, and EG just got 2.
EG get 2. They'll get the bounty on the Dragon. Can they actually get over to the Baron as well? I don't think so, because the respawn timers would be too short, and Maple's still full health. But that is a big team fight win there for EG. It does pull them a little bit closer here in this game.
And right here, it's critical that's ult for ult. Solo is the primary engage that they have, and the fact that you have Inspire kind of just ulting to make sure that there's no follow-up. Now it's a lot harder for TSM to pick their fight, and they get split here. Chime and Solo are going to head back into the river, while the main carries of TSM all end up in lane, and this gives Impact a nice setup, double stun onto Chime, and kind of forces out the other big team fight tool from Chime right away, but doesn't land onto a lot of the main members.
And it's all about the hook from Vulcan, you know, finds Tactical as he walks in, lands the hook, lands the passive auto, then Jojo can have the layering of his own ultimate there, and utilizing that E, hiding it out, using the max duration there to just stay out of range of Spica so he can't get any sort of a counter kill. It's played out very well there for EG, and they are closing in now on their second items here. Should be nearly enough gold there in pocket for Jojo. The Frozen Heart is going to be done here shortly for Impact as well.
So Evil Geniuses had a very important fight there. They stopped the soul stack. They avoid a stop this or soul situation for TSM 4 minutes from now, and they close that gold gap from about 7K down to 5K. Now, you still don't want to be 5,000 gold down at 22 minutes in a game of Legends. This is game of League of Legends. Sorry, it's been a long day.
You're good.
Anyway, this is still a very uphill battle for Evil Geniuses, but they just showed that they can do what you were talking about from game number 1, Mark, and find those angles, find those ways in to make life tough for TSM.
Yeah, so just stop the momentum a little bit. Show TSM that you have to put some thought into how you engage these fights, because if you think you can just brute force through a Seraphine, Sejuani, Nautilus comp, like there's still a ton of CC on the side of EG, and so if you mess up and you lose some of your own ultimates, they can then jump on you and punish you.
Well, I think one of the key things here is TSM lost their battle lines, right? You need to have Azir and Sivir behind the front line, you know, behind Solo, behind Spica. They did not have that. Jojo scouts out that the Baron is going on. It's a long-range ward there, but it does mean that he is on cooldown. They're looking to potentially turn, didn't want to fully commit to that, as it is still early on and it's quite dangerous.
Yone's such a silly chip.
You don't like the yo-yo back?
Pop the button and run at him as fast as you can and then just immediately go back. But now they're going in. Spica's here on the front. Danny's going to be targeted. TSM looks for the enemy bot lane carry and they found him. Jojo tries to reset his position, and EG will not break the battle lines this time. TSM charges forward as Jojo and Impact are too low to continue fighting, and TSM has a shot at the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to go right over for it. Inspired trying to delay as much as he possibly can, but with Danny going down there, it's TSM's Baron to take. They're going to force on this for sure. Impact does have his TP, so does Jojo Pyun, but there's no ultis available. It's so hard to see them getting there in time.
Okay, EG, they're making the call to try to fight for this, but the Baron is already gone. There's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, no way to stop that. TSM's Baron take is so fast, and such a good job there by Solo and Spica being the two primary people who hopped on top of Danny, blew him up at the start of the fight. They have been doing this for the majority of the series. This is the second Seraphine game in a row where they know, like, this is the guy we need to kill at the start of this fight and make sure he can't prop up the front line and melee members of EG.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're gonna see this one more time. You're just looking for Danny here through mid lane. This time, all of TSM is together. The carries behind the tanks here. Inspired and Jojo trying to go back in that back line and really push them away. But it's Spica and Solo getting in onto Danny. He didn't quite have the flash. You can see the cooldown on the bottom of your screen was just barely not up. He gets burst down despite the fact that Impact's there trying to peel. The rest of the team is coming back to try to keep him safe. And with him down, TSM turned for an easy Baron.
So one thing that I always like to see is stories told through items. As soon as he completes the Sunfire Aegis, Jojo just buys the Wrath Potion. He's saying, look, this game's pretty much done. Either we have to get a slam dunk fight now, or we're just gonna slowly lose under the weight of this TSM lead. So I think EG's got one big fight left in him.
Yeah, we talk about when you have these short-range melee compositions, how hard it is to defend your base from a siege that a Sivir and Azir can kind of throw at you. So maybe not during the pushes, but later on you can see that at some point Jojo's going to pop that whenever they think it's their time to go. Maybe it's in 30 seconds at this next Ocean Dragon. rather than trying to defend their base, they can try and do those flank maneuvers that we saw in game 1 that almost brought them back then.
And I'm guessing with the other Chain Best, he's going Death Dance.
Yeah.
Is kind of my assumption here. So it's a very strange Yone build. It's this kind of bruiser build. It may be something, that is gaining popularity that I just haven't seen. Definitely can happen, but, it doesn't really feel like it fits the playstyle of this comp. And it is going to be a struggle already when you're this far down to be able to burst down that back line, but they'll have to have the perfect combo to want to be able to do it.
And it's up to TSM to not let him have that. Don't give him the opening. Don't put Tactical in a spot where these carries can jump on him. TSM are going to start up the Drake. TSM still command Baron and a 7,000 gold lead. Solo's in the spot to try to zone away everybody from Evil Genius.
Has a flank angle.
Inspired goes over the wall. He's in the pit now. He's just going to get jumped on. Maple and Spica go in for him. Inspired is rooted up here on the front line. Jojo wants to go over the wall, but Inspired's already dead. TSM is out fighting them the entire time. Impact wants to get away, but now he's stuck on the wrong side of the river. It's going to be Drake and Soul Point for TSM with 2 kills as the cherry on top.
The battle lines were perfect that time for TSM. Solo was 1v3 basically, zoning out multiple members of EG, making it so it was so easy for Maple to go in there, scoop Inspired, finish him off, get the dragon, and now try to end the game.
Spica can just chase after Jojo. He's not worried about losing a 1v1 to a tank Yone. He can just keep chasing after, keeping this going. He's got Maw, he's got Death's Dance. He's the one who has brought TSM to this spot.
Yeah, 9.5k ahead now. TSM gonna crack the first inhibitor here. Even with Impact having a good angle for that flank, getting in onto Tactical, doesn't really have the damage to threaten him at this point of the game. They're just simply too far behind, and Solo zoning the rest of EG out meant there was no assistance on taking down those backline members. So for EG now, it's desperation. They're trying to potentially find a pick before TSM can get back and spend their money.
Oh, Maple getting hit by that Sejuani ulti, but nobody's around. Nobody's even close. And now TSM's ready to try to turn it right back against him. Impact makes his way in as the Fate Seal comes through. Jojo looks for the damage, but he doesn't have any. Spica now continuing to dive in. He doesn't know how to retreat, and he doesn't need to. They'll lead the charge and eradicate Evil Geniuses.
TSM ace EG in the bot lane. They're going to push us to game 5. If there's one thing about North American playoffs, you know it's going to the full series.
Nobody predicted a 3-2 on this one, but here we are. TSM will rise to the occasion and bring the defending champions to a 5th and final game to see who gets to move on.
Spica and Maple, monster performances in this one. 7-2-11 for Spica, 6-0-9. A quadra kill to end it for Maple. TSM pushing the #1 seed here to match point. It's Silver Scrapes, 7th seed versus the defending champion, the 1st seed from Summer Split. This would be one of the biggest upsets I feel like we have ever seen, maybe the biggest upset ever in LCS playoff history.
Well, actually, I would say there's one that would outrank it, and that was back when TSM was king
versus Clutch.
And Clutch Gaming were the ones to knock them off the throne.
It's crazy. It's in that ballpark because this is EG who also, like you said, won Spring and dominated 15-3 in the regular season. I don't think that previous TSM that was that upset was that dominant that year. I think that was the soup year that everyone was talking about, where every team was like 11-5 or whatever it was.
And Clutch was the 6th seed, right? The 7th seed didn't even make playoffs in that format, right? This is the 7th seed here. TSM very close to knocking down EG in what has just been such a weird day.
And I'm gonna say it, if you're EG, Solo's Ornn is a problem.
Yeah.
Maple's Azir is a problem. That's 2 big old problems that you cannot have to deal with if you want to win this game 5. TSM has showed this is the recipe for success. It's a little bit of Ornn, it's a whole lot of Azir, and then you're just having a great time. That's the recipe for dub song.
We're going late.
And that's what TSM is doing. But With TSM now bringing us to Silver Scrapes, let's talk business for a little bit. Tickets for the LCS Finals in Chicago. You can get yours at Ticketmaster.com. But that's not all. We got a 2-for-1 here, baby. World's tickets are on the way. We're working together with Ticketmaster and using a verified fan system so those dirty scalpers don't get the tickets before you can get yours. Check out lolesports.com for more info there. And with that out of the way, we're heading back to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Zale had one word for it. Weird.
Yep.
At this point, I've got another word for it. Expected. It's 2022 summer. How do we not know that all of these series are going to 5 at this point? Like that whole graphic of predictions, we're all done. Every single one of us.
Everything should always be
not a single. I don't even think one person said full 5 games actually.
Yeah.
And this is what we get for it. TSM striking back in Game 4 to bring us to Game 5. Raz, we had talked about what was the recipe for them, and it was going back to what had worked.
Yes.
Boom. Azir, Sivir, Ornn.
Boom.
First 3 picks.
Much like Flowers said.
We got some problems.
Azir is a problem.
Yeah.
Ornn is a problem. That's excellently put from Flowers there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Azir for Maple is huge. Also, I will say this. I'm not defending EG's draft because I still don't like it. But this is a different iteration of what we saw earlier. And even though they fell behind off of those dives and that that failed mid lane dive in particular, and then the Herald fight, I actually do think this is a better version than the one we saw with Aatrox and Renekton that won. Like, ideally, I can see the idea here. I still don't necessarily like it, but
I appreciate that angle though, because I wasn't even letting myself get that far down the thinking path there. So thank you for giving me some justification for it.
Vulcan might be having some weird flashbacks right now because like what we're trying to figure out what is going on with EG. Like they play seemingly one way the whole split, which is very well played around Danny. Then they kind of get boomed out of the playoffs by C9, and then when they're knocked down there, everyone's just kind of expecting them to be able to climb back up. It reminds me so much of 2020 Summer C9 right now in this moment, because 2020 C9 totally dominated Spring, a little different than EG, but in terms of like scrim strength, even until they were eliminated, seemed to be dominating scrims. And then in their like FlyQuest series, when they got knocked out, they just locked Ezreal Yuumi like 4 games in a row. And we're just like stuck on this non-lane dominant scaling style, even though C9 had dominated everyone in early game the whole year. This EG team has dominated everyone the whole year, like picking Ornn for Impact or Team Fighters, right? Picking hyper carries for Danny, and now they seem locked on these like early game skirmish comps. What is going on? Like, I don't
I wish I had the
understand it.
answer.
And they are on the precipice of being eliminated again. And like, I want to hear the stories about what happened behind the scenes or something if they end up losing, but they feel something feels really off.
And I had said to you just before we went on, I was like, hey, by the numbers, would this be the biggest upset? I mean, it's a 7 seed over a 1 seed.
It has to be.
This could be history here in a game, Raz.
Yeah, and we were talking about draft. You have to talk about play.
Yes.
The failed dive through mid, great from Chime to come in and collapse, and then the Rift Herald fight, where, by the way, TSM is late here. Specifically, Sivir is coming in from behind and is not there for the fight. Great Seraphine ulti, and they ultimately cannot kill the Xin Zhao, who ultimately takes over the fight, and then the late Sivir, who's like, you know what? I'm 100% arriving late, but for my team, exactly the right time to chase them out. So these are 2 plays that put them far, far, far behind, while at the same time, forgot to mention, Speaker gets a great dive top lane. So 2 really positive plays for team TSM, and then 1 extremely negative play in the mid lane dive for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, I mean, just as easily as we were talking about maybe the momentum swinging into EG's favor from Game 3, this feels like quite a momentum builder for TSM. Again, that idea of returning to what works, finding success with it. They're not going to feel the need to really change much. The onus is going to be on EG to do one of 2 things, either dismantle what is working for TSM, or, as we've talked about, find their way back to the thing that works for them.
And what you see right in front of you is one thing that I dislike the Yone pick for. We've seen CLG specifically pick Yone into the Azir, right? So perhaps something came along there where now we're seeing Jojo Pion pick it into the specific matchup, but then you see the rest of the draft, the Renata, the Zinzao, and specifically the Ornn. And how do you really fight into that? The fact that he dove in and then got CC locked to death and really couldn't get back out of there. Really difficult for him to really get into these fights. And so it's just one of those things where you can criticize the draft, yes. I liked a little bit better from TSM, but absolutely the play is just there for TSM.
A pop-off game for Spica when the jungle matchup was one of the ones that we had targeted, especially considering that a lot of the criticism from EG's loss to Cloud9 was surrounding Inspired and his inability to get active on the map. In part, yes, because of C9's ability to track him and whatnot, but it does seem at the moment that he's not getting as much done as he was in the regular season.
Absolutely. And this is when I would take a step back. Evil Geniuses choose blue side. We're in game 5. And then if you were to take this game, you go into the next series, you're playing for Worlds. And it's just an unbelievable situation for TSM and you know, the players who have gone through so much throughout this split to be in that spot.
Do we go to Danny Jinx just because it's game 5? You need to get him on some, like, honest question.
I'm okay with it. I mean, right now, I'm kind of thinking anything that is simple is better.
Yeah.
The games have been fairly messy. TSM, I think, won that last game because of the simplicity. It was 2 power-picked team-fighting solo laners, and then they round out the comp with a good support pick in the 4-5. And Sivir was there. If Sivir's banned, you can still take your 80 carry to 4-5. Ornn, Impact, looks great here. Right now, Solo is just the one taking Ornn, and Impact has not had any reasonably good answers for it. Ornn looks good here. Azir looks good here. Simple is better. Go to late game team fighting. Nothing crazy is happening, and we'll see who gets it done.
Emily?
Yeah, so there's 2 things. Obviously, there's the draft. I definitely want them to have, and this comp does have late game insurance, right? Like, we're not saying that TSM massively outscales EG here because that's absolutely not true. But I do think you look at ease of execution, and then you also look at something that, again, this is back to ease of execution, actually. If you mess up in those early dives, right? Like, it doesn't suddenly then become very difficult to play out your composition into what your opponent has.
Yeah, I mean, they're just playing worse, right? Exactly. And that's, so always recognizing that is one step, so you for sure as a team can, you know, just address that and play a little bit better, but mostly also just making the game easier for you through the composition, 100%. And I think that Evil Genius is going into this game, answering the question that you had, playing comfort is always better when you're going into game 5. Especially with all the outside noise, the pauses, everything. You might not be in a good mental state, but what will make it easier if you play something that you've won throughout the split, won last split with, and you ultimately feel is your best champion. So Jinx, Zeri, Sivir, something that is, pick me a champion that I can be the carry on.
There's nothing more fun than watching someone have a thought. And I just watched that have a thought.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how many people watched Waiting Room at 1 p.m.
It's 12 hours ago?
7:45. But we did this segment where we're like, what pocket picks do you want to see? And I was like, I want to see Impact Shen.
Oh, you did say that.
Yeah, he's pulled it out in a lot of game 5s. He can play it against Ornn.
Okay.
That would be like a wild trump card to see.
There you go. I love the little bit of detail you throw in there about having outs, building in outs, right? Like, if something does go wrong, you want to still have options. That's very typical of a game 5. So hopefully we see teams go that way. Hopefully we get maybe something a little unique, a little tricky to push one team over the edge. End of the day, only one of these teams remains alive in our postseason. We're going the full distance all the way to game 5. Silver Scrapes once more, and we'll catch you on the other side.
He fires off the hostile takeover. JoJo's stuck in the middle of everybody. The tank items keep him alive, and Tactical's dead. Now they're switching the targeting over to Spica. Now he's about to die. Impact takes another, and EG just got 2. Impact makes his way in as the Fate Seal comes through. JoJo looks for the damage, but he doesn't have any. Spica now continuing to dive in. He doesn't know how to retreat, and he doesn't need to. They'll lead the charge and eradicate Evil Geniuses.
Yeah! Welcome back! It's game 5! We're doing this! Yeah! 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 Yeah!
Let's go. Now
Yeah! Yeah!
Let's go, Flowers.
That's how it... It's game 5! One of these teams is going home!
One of these teams is going home. One of these teams is going forward.
Yeah!
Your championship dreams on the line. Your world's aspirations on the line here. No one would have thought that it would be EG in game 5 here against TSM. People were expecting it to be business as usual. Quick, easy series. On to the next one.
Yep, everyone was expecting a quick 3-0, making Friday night dinner plans. Not the case. You're still here. 8 hours. What is it? Almost 8 o'clock now. Broadcast started at 12:30 is when waiting room kicked off. You heard Jad talking about, I don't know how many of the viewers were here for that. They're trying to reference things from it. It's been a crazy day.
People were coming in here just expecting an action movie, feel good, in and out, couple hours, we're done. Welcome to Lord of the Rings Extended Edition. Director's time for the final battle. We're gonna see who triumphs. Is it the reigning champs, or is it the winningest team that's ever been in an LCS? Because one of them gets to watch the rest of 2022 League of Legends at home on the couch.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, I mean, we talked a lot about the pressure on TL to be able to advance, the super team that's built up, with aspirations to dominate the region, to have success internationally. EG is a huge investment as well. They were not expecting to be challenged here or potentially knocked out by TSM. They have got to get their stuff together.
It's been such an up and down year to be a TSM fan. You have this LDL dream that you're kind of sold on to start the year off. Just everything under the sun happens to this org, and here you are towards the end of the year. How sweet a redemption would it be to take out the #1 seed and slowly work your way into potentially a Worlds appearance?
And then you'd have TSM versus Bjergsen for the last spot at Worlds, for a berth into Chicago and for a potential championship.
All right, so let's dive into the draft. Kalista, Wukong, and there it is, Azir. That's one of the 2 targets that EG needed to lock onto in the bans. They ban it away. Zeri, Renekton, Sylas banned out by TSM. EG goes for the early first pick Seraphine. TSM respond by getting that Sivir that they've played game after game after game and getting Speak of the Xin Zhao.
I'm curious if EG are going to take away the Ornn whatsoever. Are they going to grab that for themselves with a Trundle lock? I don't feel that they are. I think they're going to do blind Aatrox. It's going to be the game 1 option. And it's going to be the pre-counter and say, take it, you won't.
Yeah, I mean, you heard the analyst talking about, I like the idea, impact on Ornn. He has a great Ornn.
Yeah.
I thought the takeaway would make a lot of sense in 2-3, as well as the fact that Solo's not the kind of person to slam a Camille or a Fiora or something to counter it. So, of course, he's going to take it here right before they get into the second phase of bans.
It's interesting, though, because with the Seraphine, if they're not going to pair the Seraphine with a traditional marksman, you are low on damage. So if you go Seraphine farming bot and you go an Ornn top, I think that's kind of what's pushing them towards not taking the Ornn. But the priority on Seraphine really is interesting. You know, it's game 5 here. We saw so much of EZ's success this split, last split in their playoff run with Danny on a hyper-carrying traditional marksman, and they are not straying from the Seraphine. So I'm wondering, does EG draft scaling in other lanes? Like, are they going to go a hyper-scaling mid laner here, or are they just, again, going to put their entire year on the line here with an early game comp that is going to get heavily outscaled?
Yeah, I'm so curious to see where mid lane goes. I think it's the most important thing.
Yeah.
I'm even a little surprised to see the bans that they're throwing at Chime. Chime took the Renata, had an incredible performance following up on a lot of the great advantages that came in because of Maple and Spica. But in that dive, he was the third man who showed up and helped make sure that Inspired and everyone else could not get out. And so they're throwing the double Enchanter ban most likely. It'll probably be the Lulu if they're going to do the Yumi one. And it's just surprising because Chime has shown, I'll play the Rakan, I'll play Bard, I'll play anything, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting, right? And I'm also curious, will it even be TSM going full scaling, again? Because I am kind of getting a bit ahead of myself saying, hey, they could just get outscaled, because we don't know for sure that it's going to be something super late game. The Azir has been banned out, and when that was banned out earlier, we did get more of a mid-gamey pick. It was Ahri in that situation. EG slammed Lissandra. I wouldn't be shocked to see that ran back here once again. The Swain is, I think, haha, you played this type of thing. I don't think he's actually going to lock it because it doesn't make sense against this comp at all.
No, I actually think it works a little bit because it is relatively short range. Ornn, Xin, even Sivir, you do have the Boomerang, which you can huck out from pretty far, but if you want to get ricochets off, I can see the Seraphine Swain lane.
I don't like it at all, I've got to say. It's Seraphine TK bot, right? Like, where's the damage in this team? Who's killing Ornn? I think that, yes, like, Sivir is relatively low range, and there is a world in which, you know, the Swain pick can really work out. But in my mind, the Swain comes in, you pop Sivir ult, you disengage, you use even the hostile takeover there for a disengage, the Swain ult expires, and then what do you have, right? Like, all your physical damage is basically the Aatrox, maybe a bit coming through from Inspired. It feels very heavily magic damage and very low DPS for an EG comp. Like, I favor this TSM comp so heavily.
I think the thing that EG is thinking is most of these games have had a massive play that swung one team's way. Remember, there was also the TSM game where they tried to make a dive and it got turned around by EG. Yeah, 3 kills right away in the bot lane. I think EG is saying, we need the back-breaking play that seems to be happening in these games in the first 10 minutes on our side. And then if you get that, if you head into like one-item dragon fights, I do think EG's comp should be stronger at that range of the game from 15 to 20-ish minutes. So if you think we can make a big play happen and then just snowball from there, that's kind of what they're banking on. Because I absolutely agree, come mid to late game, the damage available for the side of TSM, as well as just having a really strong front line in Ornn that doesn't easily punch through, is a big issue.
And their engage is so bad, right? So it's like, how do you even get to the Sivir? This isn't like game 1 where they had a Rakan who can go for these big flank angles. Sure. Really, all you have is the Aatrox coming in on a flank, potentially a pillar from Trundle.
TK like, tunnel.
Right? Like, that's not going to work at all into a Renata here and a Sivir with Spell Shield. So I think it's going to be, you know, a tough one for EG, but they're putting their year on the line with this draft. It's very atypical for the kind of stuff that they do run. That being said, if these kind of comps get ahead, as you're saying, they really can snowball. If you have Seraphine and Swain playing from ahead of the game on the other side, it can be very, very difficult to actually burst them down.
Let's do it. Game 5 here in this elimination series. Teleport advantage to the side of EG, who are running that on Danny's Seraphine versus the Ghost of Tactical Sivir. Summoner spellbooks available for both of our mid lane champions this time around. Spica on the Xin Zhao having an awesome performance in the previous game. I got a lot of focus on both junglers throughout this entire series, and now especially here in Game 5. I think the diff in this game could come down to which one of them is able to get their team going.
It does feel like the junglers have been the engine for all the plays in kind of deciding who wins the game, and having such a good performance on the Xin in Game 4, I think Spica's like, give that to me again. I felt good. I have carry potential. I can pick my fights. I can go flashing in. You saw him do that. obviously, he ended up dying at the end of it, but then kept going for aggressive plays. And he wants to have the ball in his hands and not just playing setup, where Inspired has said, I have faith in my teammates here. I'll play Trundle, and I'm going to set my team up for success.
And I'm interested to see what kind of a build it's going to be from Trundle. Like, I feel like it's going to be Divine Sunder. It's actually going to be damage build here. Because I do think, they are very light on physical damage. Like, yeah, there's an Aatrox, but, it is Swain and Seraphine. They do have a significant amount of damage, but, like, they're not tank killers, right? So it's going to be really interesting. I believe this is the first Swain we've seen from JoJo. So it will be interesting to see how practiced he is on it. Because you have to pilot this champion well. It does take some time to really get used to the never move and how the casting paradigm works with that, the timing on the W after it, really making sure that you're on point with this champion. When Maple was piloting it, and it's a champion we've seen Maple play, both in pro, but also a tremendous amount in Champions queue, he did look really, really good and was finding so many key never moves onto Danny.
Okay, take a look at all 3 lanes at the same time. You can see Evil Geniuses has control in all of them. They're shoving those waves up. They've already got it crashed in mid, but of course the minions have less of a space to move there. So both side lanes going to be crashing into those turrets here pretty soon as well. You can still see the minimap in the bottom right there. Where are our junglers at? Inspired clearing out his own chicken camp. We'll have to keep eyes on where Spica wants to go nice and early. Remember those early Xin Zhao ganks, what this champion is known for, as bottom side tactical. Takes a little bit of damage, as Inspired pass right through mid, unconcerned about whether or not they see him.
You can see that they have push in all 3 lanes. This is one advantage that the draft is going to have. They have JoJo getting the path for Inspired to cut topside. You saw it, Impact pushing in, bot lane pushing in as well. It gives him not just an option of where he might want to gank, but also should he start contesting Scuttle Crabs, actually 1v1ing Spica. Trundle can actually win some of those if he's able to get on top of people and really mash them up with the Q. Attack speed buff as well with W.
Yeah, and Xin does have a lot faster clear. He does get spotted by that. He was actually going to look for a mid gank when Inspired went towards top, but he does get spotted. So he's going to cross down towards bot, knowing that top is pushed in. I don't think the Seraphine and TK are going to be able to actually move up and stop him, but they are moving up, so they do want to try to get this play to happen.
They're going after it. Maple hit the charm, but JoJo threw the never move at Spica instead, so he wasn't able to follow up and jump in on the Swain that could have been vulnerable. And now, because the bottom lane roamed first, Inspired can just walk on through and get a double crab.
Yeah, and this is the advantage, right, that they're actually getting. They have that triple pushing lane, so is going to mean double scuttle here for Inspired. It's not Spica out to at least an early lead.
Yeah, and it was nice on the charm, making sure that he couldn't get the yoink back in the 12 flat health. These mini wins, man, you got to take them all in game 5.
Alrighty, boys. Very, very, very slight gold lead for the side of Evil Geniuses. Mostly just going to be the state of whose wave still needs to be farmed up, still needs to be cleared out. You can see a ton of minions here in mid. That's the second time JoJo has tried to use the Swain W to secure one of these minions and not have the timing exact. So that's a little bit of what you're talking about. You got to get used to it.
The W actually does so little damage in the early stages. It's really easy to mess that up. And it is important. It is important, unironically. I know Mark is obviously joking around a little bit, to actually farm up the HP, right? Because you do have to have enough flat HP. Generally, you're rushing Leandries, which, you're not building a lot of health early on or anything. So that's where it comes from. And so far, he has 0 souls. He hasn't been able to actually land anything.
Yeah, it's a huge part of the kit. As well as the fact that you talk about the takeaway potentially as well. I can see the idea of the Swain pick. But like you said, he has 1 game on it this split. Can't remember which one that was. So he has some practice on it at least, but maybe it's been a while since he's had to lock it in.
He scares him away. Oh, okay, there we go. There's the yoink for the HP. JoJo is on the board. 12 health, farmed up. All right, now walks it back to mid. Got to catch the wave here. He was able to take away a couple of those small chickens that Spica tried to steal. The large chicken was not smited away. That's still alive. Inspired's moving up to clear that out. Checking up on things here in top side. Pretty expected, pretty standard here between the Aatrox and the Ornn. Solo's Ornn has been such a problem for EG every game that it's been in. Yeah. He causes havoc. He survives lane phase with an incredible amount of grace, and then always has an important role to play in the team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really the only game we saw that tank get punished was when it was actually the Scion, right? We think back to that Scion game, and it was a huge top diff that was actually created, but on the Ornn, he has just been bulletproof. They have not really been able to make much of anything happen. Speak it down towards bot side, will clear this ward out, but they see him pathing back up. So likely going to be starting the Dragon here, or at least that's what Inspired is expecting. So we'll see if he actually does ward over. Now they know that it has started up. JoJo on the move here does have level 6 on the Swain, so there is a possibility that EG go for it.
Jojo gets charmed as they walk forward, but the Drake's at 1,500. We might just get ourselves a nice smite fight here really early. Jojo picking up a couple of honey fruits. Drake at 13. TSM's taking it low. EG still ready to contest it here a little bit further. 1,000 HP. All right, the Drake is mad. He's going home. EG marching forward. Not going to find a route there from the Seraphine. Remember, this is so early. In terms of level 6, it's only Jojo and Maple that have ultis available here for this fight. The Scuttle Crab playing for EG over there among their players. That means that's going to be secured by their side. Extra vision, extra control over the river. Ultimately, it settles with nobody taking the Drake.
Such a tense standoff for Dragon there. TSM starting it up, seeing what EG do. The contest came in, they landed some CC on Jojo, but there were only 6s for the mid laner. And I can understand TSM being scared about jumping onto a Swain, not having the damage to punch through him. That ult comes through, and then he just heals off your entire team. So I kind of like TSM starting it, and then also giving the respect to the Swain at 6 that they had.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Tactical was literally on call in a longsword, right?
Yeah.
It's not exactly like you're going to be bringing the heat with that sort of item build.
And Jojo also had swapped out the teleport for a heal himself. He's ready to juice up that pseudo survivability with everything possible. So neither side willing to essentially just flip the entire early game off of a Drake fight.
Well, and that's one of the things that it's like, if this is game 1 of a series,
you do
maybe,
that.
Maybe they just scrap,
yeah.
right? But this is game 5. Both the teams now, you're going to be sweating. You're going to know one bad fight decides the game. One bad fight could decide your year. You could be done.
Yeah, you're sitting at home as opposed to playing on Sunday trying to get a world spot. That is what this final 30-ish minutes of League of Legends is going to come down to. Someone's year will be over at the end of it.
And for Evil Geniuses, winning spring, being the MSI rep, coming back 15-3 in summer, to lose to the 7th seed would be an absolute tragedy. Almost as much of a tragedy as this pause.
But not quite as much.
Not quite as much.
Tactical, though, it's an amazing story for him, right? You look over at the other side for TSM and the development that they've had, right? Tactical obviously getting subbed out, Instinct playing with them for, I believe it was 6 weeks. Then Tactical coming back in their first playoff series, kind of getting to be the big hero there. This team, was almost at a 50-50 record, with Instinct once Solo came in. With Tactical, they're looking so much better than their 7th seed.
It does speak to the fact that this is on paper a 7th seed, not in actuality. This team is much better than their placement show, because there have been so many other factors that contributed to that placement. This squad, as we talked about, a ton of veteran experience, a ton of people who can take over games, and it is not at all indicative of just being that 7th seed. And you can just see it in their play, how aggressive they've been, going toe-to-toe with EG, even when they pick the scaling comps, never backing down really away from when they thought they could take their moments.
Well, EG sees a moment to be able to secure this Rift Herald up here on the top side. Maple forced to flash away there as Vulcan and Jojo nearly set up a CC chain on him. And now right as the Ahri dashes back in, another pause.
Yeah, it is the flash as well as the Ahri ultimate forced out there. So a nice never move into the Abyssal dive from Tahm Kench. Able to get those resources out of the way. But so far, so good for Maple. There's some CS to actually pick up here for Jojo, but he is out to an 11 CS lead with about 4 or 5 extra there to farm for Jojo. So it's doing pretty well. And likewise, up on top side, Impact is opening up an advantage there over the Ornn.
Will be very important for the solo laners of EG to find some gold lead. Overall, right now, it's about 1,000 gold in their favor, 500 gold up, mostly off the back of top lane. And Impact is someone who has been hit or miss, it feels like, so far in playoffs. Fudge got the best of him. Obviously, he's had some games where he's had the counter pick on Solo, able to beat him up a little bit, but not always getting enough of a lead to actually take over the game. And those Ornns coming in late, they get the masterwork items. It's been huge. I am
honestly so surprised that Ornn made it through the first ban phase. I am incredibly surprised that Ornn made it through, because I feel like when I'm thinking of the picks that have really led to those TSM wins, it's Ornn and Azir.
Yeah.
And so the fact that they made it through, obviously EG has a bit of a different read than that. They're saying, no, we can survive the Ornn. That's not the key issue. But hey, Solo has shown up time and again.
And it's interesting, right? Because, Tactical obviously keeps getting the Sivir. I think EG is a little bit nervous to actually just first pick the Sivir because they're potentially worried about, a Draven counter pick, something like that, which Tactical is known for those aggressive early picks.
Yeah.
So I think that is kind of blocking the Sivir pick here a little bit early on. And then when they go Seraphine, I think they're not comfortable to take the Ornn, worrying that their damage profile is going to be actually too low, right? They're not going to have enough damage in the tank.
And even the Sivir for Tactical has been really good for the entire team comp because when they get super far ahead, it's often Spica or Maple or something like that. And in this previous game, he built Mortal Reminder Rush second to stop the Seraphine healing, as well as all those soul laners who have a lot of healing. And I assume he's going to do the same thing this game around.
Yeah.
The nice thing about that is with the Ornn in your back pocket, you're able to get the Masterwork item. And it's obviously not the same damage as if you had PD second, which is usually what you see Sivirs go. But at the same time, you're probably getting more damage in air quotes in a team fight from the heal cut when the Seraphine W comes down and just the other abilities from the champions.
I think by far. I think it's not even close. And I do think that is an item that's actually heavily overlooked because it just slots in as your Zeal item. It is a Zeal item now, right? So you can actually just grab that up. I mean, it's Trundle. Trundle ult is ridiculous healing. Aatrox is going to go, like a healing mythic and is going to have the ultimate. It's Swain. It's Seraphine. Like, there's so much healing.
Even? Yeah, like, there's so much healing in every single champion's kit.
And Sivir ricochets it onto everyone. So it makes it incredibly easy to actually, spread that around with the Mortal Reminder.
And that's the important part. It's the opposite end of talking about the one game where, you have tanky Tahm Kench and he's got a Bramble Vest, but that's impossible to apply unless someone is hitting him. So Sivir guarantees application of these things to everybody. But we're back into the game now. We have Rift Herald in the pocket of Inspired, who'll have the full timer to use that. But TSM, seeing that their opponents were on that top side objective, have now moved on to the bottom side objective. They'll look to take the Drake. EG are not nearby to contest this time.
We'll have to see where they want to drop that. Rift Herald does feel like top lane is a potential area to get blown open here already, coming up to a 20 CS lead for Impact. Solo has not gotten the attention he sometimes gets from his teammates. We talked about how you can play around Solo. He does often have great gank setup, but it feels like more of the focus has gone to the bot and mid so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be interesting to see if he actually finishes this recall. He's going to. He has no TP, so if Impact gets a whiff of the fact that he did go back to base, he's going to hard shove. It's not a cannon wave, so he will, at the very least, lose some minions. There is still a full wave for Impact to actually shove out, but I'm expecting him to lose a couple. He'll be able to collect most of it. So, really on point generally with his base timings. It's going to be probably like 4 minions, I would guess, that he loses. There's 2, maybe going to be able to pick up that last one here and only lose the 3. So pretty good timing on the base, but it does mean he's going to be down, even after picking this up, a good like 24, 25 CS.
And then Impact just waiting on him. Jumps right back out of the brush, hits the chains, plus all 3 Qs, including autos weaved between them. That's half your health.
Half his health gone as soon as he's back in the lane. Already has to start chugging his refillable pot. Also couldn't get a grass proc off during that time. Didn't have time to charge it up. So really clean trade by Impact.
Oh, but Spica actually ghosting him here. And they do have the Ornn ulti available. Not going to go for it, though. Now they see Trundle on bottom side, but still Spica heading back down to actually just do the Krugs. They're going to drop the Herald, and this should be a full tower because Trundle crushes towers about as fast as any jungler in the game. The Q damage works on it, the W attack speed works on it, the auto attack reset works on it, so that tower is toast.
And that is one of the advantages EG's comp had, the 3 pushing lanes. They were able to get pressure up on the top side, make Spica have to kind of react to Impact just winning that lane, and it allows Inspired to go to the weak side of the map, drop that Herald down, and now balloon the gold lead very quickly.
Absolutely, and this is actually a significant gold lead even just individually if they're for Inspired, who is up about 500 in that jungle matchup, is going to be going the expected Divine Sunderer build.
Yep.
You are a bit lower on physical damage in this comp. It is really just Impact, so you don't want to be just going for a full tank build or anything like that. I'll be interested to see where he goes after Sunderer. Generally, it is tank. But in some situations, people are still comfortable, especially with an Ornn on the other team, an Enchanter behind you, to go very heavily into damage.
It'll be fun to track as the game moves forward. But as the clock keeps ticking, we're 2.5 minutes away from the next Drake. TSM got that first one. That was the essentially trade that was made for that Rift Herald that just claimed first turret.
It's a willing giveaway, though, by EG. We were talking about how once the first item power spikes start coming in, which is around the point that we're at, it's very unlikely that TSM do actually take a fight. We see Maple maybe in a bit of trouble here.
Maple's trying to get away. They at least want to force him to use the ulti to get out of this. Never Move is going to do it. Maple ults out, stays alive.
And Jojo P has actually forced Maple's flash twice in a row now. There was one on the tail end of that Rift Herald that they dropped. You saw it kind of combo together with Tahm Kench, forcing the flash out. Didn't see the setup on that one, but again, getting the flash out from Maple and really stopping him from having any sort of playmaking. That was what felt like the bridge that their TSM was hoping for to get through the mid game, was a Xin Ahri combination, maybe trying to make some things happen, but Jojo standing tough in the mid lane.
Yeah, going pretty well so far. Vulcan going to be trying to zone tactical out from there. EG opening up a nice little lead here, but it has been the quietest early game, it feels like, of the series thus far. 12.5 in, no first blood claimed. The team's, I think, somewhat hesitant to really hard commit to one of these fights here, knowing how much is riding on this series. But the lead does feel like the biggest impact has been able to open up against an Ornn. And he did create an advantage. I want to say it was back in, was game 1 or game 2? But then there was the play where he actually roamed he roamed down for Dragon. And Solo was able to not match the roam, pick up some farm, pick up some plates, and actually equalize there. So it'll be interesting to see if Impact can actually maintain the advantage and potentially even expand on it here.
I mean, if there's ever a game to build your biggest lead of the series, it's the one where you're the only AD threat, right? It's the one where there's so much extra weight on your shoulders to carry that damage profile forward and be able to crack through these health bars, be able to get past the Xin Zhao and the Ornn, even just blowing up anybody you can find. Oh man, I cannot wait until we get our first big fight. I feel like it's gonna tell us so much.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are hearing about the scaling advantage that TSM has. That means that EG should, in theory, be the one really pushing the pace of the game, but this is not necessarily a game you need to blow open with like a massive gank or team fight. I actually think the pace that they're on right now has looked pretty good.
Whoa. Maple's got the ulti ready to go yet again. EG looking for him, but Ahri is so slippery. They don't have the hard CC with these champs to lock her down long enough.
And also, it's not like TSM has any sort of crazy late game comp, right? This is not an Azir in the mid lane, it's an Ahri, right? And that does make a very big difference. Gonna see if they can potentially force any sort of a response here from TSM. Pushing them out. The Ahri ult is on cooldown. He does have TP, but he's pushing topside, so EG will go for the Dragon here, and it's just going to be a response of potentially that top lane turret for the Ahri. We'll have to see if the wave is actually big enough for him to be able to take it.
Solo again in Impact sights. There's the long-range W coming out from Jojo. Solo wants to get away from it. Q1, Q2 finds knockup, Q3 goes for it. Spica was ready to come in there and try to help, but the flash out from Solo keeps him safe. Meanwhile, Inspired just taking the opportunity to clear out this Drake. Doesn't even need to worry about the ward. Spica caught out at his own wolves, gobbled up by the Kinch, spit back into the W. The TSM jungler will be caught for first blood.
Spica trying to find a camp on his bot side of the map where EG had committed all their people down for Dragon, giving up first blood there.
And that's actually a really big deal. Gives up first blood, they give up the Dragon, and they could potentially actually utilize this base and then head straight out for the topside Herald, try to grab another objective off the back end of this play. Because Spica will still be dead. So here it is one more time. Gets locked up by the Nevermood. He is spotted. Vulcan's just into the pit and then just uses the ulti to reposition him. And once you get dragged back, there is really no way out.
I actually think, I said he was getting for camps. I think he was actually trying to collapse onto the Ornn, who was starting to get picked off. And then it was just a clever turnaround by Jojo to land that Nevermove on him, pull him back, and force him into a position where the rest of EG could collapse. So nice redirect by Jojo to find him out instead. This does feel like TSM are riding the line. The fact that they could get that gold injection from the first turret was pretty huge.
Yeah, and we may actually see a fight here around this Herald. TSM is out on the map, potentially looking to contest this, but EG will just reset it for now. Teleport's coming through here.
With the teleport coming in, I expect something. At minimum, a Herald take, at most, a massive fight. Looking at ulti timers, Vulcan still does not have the Devour ready to go. Spica, however, Crescent Guard locked and loaded. That one's back up and recharged. EG, 5-man effort. Moving into the pits. They're after the Herald. A TP's coming in. Maple separated from the rest of the team. Now Jojo's gonna get jumped on. Spica's ready to go in and fight, but is it the fight he wants? The Ornn horn sounds off, and Jojo uses stopwatch to stay alive. Inspired, gonna be eating some damage now as well, as EG is still hanging around with a Herald that's got 2,000 HP. They don't want to pop the eye. They don't want to risk giving this away, but TSM have control over it now. Maple goes back over the wall. They try to use the hostile takeover. They won't find any targets, but they will find the Herald. TSM win that scrap.
TSM come out big there. They get the Herald. They can even drop it mid here and maybe just knock down this tower. It's already fairly low. And this was kind of my concerns for EG's comp exemplified, where it's so easy to actually kite out on that Swain ultimate. They kite out the Swain ult, they kite out the Aatrox ult, then EG have no real way to actually lock them in and start up that fight. TSM take the Herald, force out summoners, they're looking good.
Yeah, no kills, but a massive advantage for TSM garnered there. And Maple as well on the backside of that fight, just making it so uncomfortable for EG, where if they try and charge forward, you might open up an angle for Maple to get on top of Danny. And so while Impact was marking him for the entire time of that fight, that pulled enough attention away that Jojo could get jumped on. He feels a little threatened that he has to pop his ultimate here. And like you said, Azael, they just disengage. They see it go in. He has to pop his Zhonya's there, stopwatch, excuse me, to make sure he doesn't get blown up. And then you're just waiting for it to time out. And once it's gone, there's not really that much threat left.
Exactly. And you look at Aatrox at the top of your screen, you know, his ulti is going to expire. He gets kited out on the other side. This is part of the problem. If you don't have dive buddies, if you don't have that lockdown for the Swain, you know, they're just going to pop the Sivir ult. They're going to actually kite it back. Chime flashing in, looking for that hostile takeover, does buy the space, forces out the flash as well from multiple members there, it looks like. You know, Jojo, Inspired, and Vulcan all using their flashes in that fight. TSM going to be really happy with how that went, and I think going to be gaining confidence in how these future fights will also go.
Yeah, this is such a tense game. We're talking about how much of an advantage does EG really need. It's not totally out of the ballpark yet. We're still in that one item power spike. You think you'll probably have this advantage for them for the next couple of minutes. You can even give away the second dragon though for TSM. That's the problem. The fact that they got the first one away denied the stacking from EG, which gives them this kind of breathing room from this position to go, if we don't like the look of the next fight, we can sack it and just keep scaling.
Exactly. And I mean, they grab the second Herald, which makes it even better. They've actually knocked down that mid lane tower. You know, they're up a tower. They're equal on dragons. The gold lead is nothing. Ornn is about to have, you know, his mythic upgraded here as well. So TSM going to be loving their position. And EG's comp is very light on playmaking. There's not a lot of explosive engage. There's not a lot of X factors here that are really going to turn the tables beside potential flanks. And that's what they're going to be relying on, because you look at Tactical, he doesn't even need to play Cleanse. There's not that much CC. He's basically just looking out for Danny's ultimate and staying out of range of the Never Move. Exactly. You spell shield that, you kite it back out with the Ghost and the Sivir ult. What do they do?
It is tough to find a way in, but Evil Geniuses are going to have to do just that. The gold now slightly back in the hands of TSM. The game, however, still rests on a knife's edge. Whoever gets the play, whoever gets to take the fight they want are the ones who will be in control. The gold doesn't mean a whole lot. Items are pretty similar. Just about 20 minutes into the game here as the third Drake spawns, the first two in a 1-to-1 count. Maple getting tagged there by the W of the Swain. TSM grouped up the remaining 4 players here on the right side of the pit. EG staying as a 5-man clump around the pixel brush. TSM still going in for the Drake. They're willing to commit a little bit more damage onto this.
Uh-oh, Maple
not quite anymore.
Out.
Maple could be in a bad spot. He's just getting beat over the head by Inspired. It's still ticking. Inspired got him. Inspired got Maple right when he needed to.
Trundle ult plus red buff chomps him down, takes out Maple. Couldn't even cleanse it. He was trying to unsealed spellbook to it, but that does not end up removing it anymore. That was one of the changes that they made, that you could not easily get rid of Trundle ult off of you so that people could not just spam QSS against him. And there you see Maple drops down, and that gives the dragon away for free.
And that's a huge play from Inspired. And it's a lot about the setup, because the other EG members, you'll notice, are actually showing. So you see people walking forward from EG, and I think when they get eyes on Danny, and when they actually get eyes on Impact, and they get eyes on Jojo, they're saying, all right, well, Trundle's not looking for a flank angle here. Trundle's with the team, but he is Inspired here on the side, and when you face check that Divine Sunderer Trundle, he is going to make you pay. Trying to cleanse off that Trundle ult, it's not going to do it. Maple goes down there. Another dragon goes the way of EG, and they win a pivotal fight.
Trundle is such a powerful ball of stats. He steals your damage. He increases his own attack speed. Face checking him is one of the most dangerous things in League of Legends.
Very dangerous. I'll have to have a shout out in Impact, who is wrapping around at the same time. You could feel that EG is very aware of how they need to play these team fights out. They had someone marking the Ahri to make sure he, you know, Maple couldn't do what he did at the Rift Herald fight. They have Impact making sure he's not just going fighting front to back. They're aware. It is going to be difficult still. We talk about the breathing room that TSM had. Yeah, they lost that dragon. It sucks that they gave up the kill. They're no means out of the game yet. That was not some back-breaking fight. They're still in a totally fine position to try and keep scaling up here. Masterwork items finally turning online now as Solo gets above 13.
And I love the Chemtech Putrefier rush here for Chime because you can AoE apply it with your E, with the shields. So he's the one who's actually going to be going for that healing debuff. They absolutely needed it. Spica also has an Executioners in there as well, but this way Tactical doesn't have to actually make a pit stop.
I like that adaptation here because there's not a super fed member of his team. Last time, Spica and Maple were so fed. He was like, I'm the role player right now, guys. I'm just building heal cut for you. But here, there's going to be more pressure on him to carry. Ari is not the same late game threat that Azir is. You know, Tactical will be that 400 farm Sivir who's supposed to be 1v9ing these fights, and not stopping down, getting to that IE as fast as you can is huge.
Where's our next fight going to be, boys? You think it's just Drake 3 minutes from now?
Yes, sir.
I think so. I mean, I just don't think that EG has the playmaking to really find picks unless someone really overextends. And it's kind of somewhat similar on the TSM side, right? You know, they do have the Ornn ult, but unless someone's way out on the map or someone really out of position, it's difficult to actually make that much happen. And EG does want to keep pushing the pace of the game. So they're going to be at the Dragon for sure. And it's just, you know, is TSM gonna really look to scrap? And I think they will. They're gonna be feeling pretty confident, I think, about their position in the game.
Maple retreating as Inspired makes his way back up towards that top side. I mean, one of the things that really just tells me a lot about the current state of this game, both teams have mostly defensive wards. EG's wards are all in their own blue side jungle. TSM's wards in the river, but still near the entrance to their own red side jungle. Nobody is far ahead enough that they're willing to push up and get deeper vision. It's much more of a wait and see who's going to screw up.
Yeah, obviously we talk about the threat that EG has, but TSM's pick is no joke either. If you end up too far ahead of your team, obviously Maple and Speaker are going to be able to combo together, and so I can understand EG being a little risk-averse here, but they are the ones who we're talking about need to find a way to kind of disrupt the current flow of the game, most likely.
I also gotta say, I actually really like Maple's build.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
you know, it's not the like 100-0 Luden's Spellfem boots, etc. But there's a lot of tanky members on the other side, or at least not like one-shottable members. So he's going for a high DPS build with Shadowflame and the Leandries. So it's high CDR, lots of damage in these extended fights where you're gonna be popping the Swain ult, then kiting back, and really just trying to look to maximize damage.
There's 1 out of 5 members on EG's team who you can realistically 100-0 if you went for the pen build. It's Danny. And again, with Vulcan there and all the meatballs surrounding the Seraphine, realistically in team fights, you're never going to be on top of her. So this just helps burn down the front line with Tactical. Very smart build out of Maple this time.
Chempunk Chainsword completed for Spica as well. So more of that powerful healing reduction for whoever he turns his aggro towards. 45 seconds until our 4th Drake of the game spawns. It was the pick onto Maple from Inspired that netted EG the last one. Can they find something similar here this time?
They're probably going to need to. I mean, Tactical now has his Ornn upgraded item. Yes, EG, you know, won the last fight. Yes, they have an additional dragon. They're the only ones with kills, but Ornn items are coming through here. TSM, they're feeling good about their spot. Threatening a start here on Baron won't do it with the spot on them, but I mean, they can definitely look for aggressive plays of their own.
Yeah, I really hope TSM does contest this dragon because while the dragon itself is not super important, getting to that soul point, it is going to be a Cloud Soul again, but you don't want to be in the position where EG can just flip the last one for soul point. You want to start contesting now because realistically, you're at the point in the game where you are strong enough to fight them. You haven't fully outscaled, but you don't want to give them too much leeway in this game.
And we can see based on the positioning, TSM very clearly do want to scrap for this.
Yeah.
Neither team really has much vision established. I mean, TSM is first in the river, but they have no wards down. EG are walking in, Inspired clearly trying to mark those angles, make sure that Maple isn't coming for him. Impact has to pay some respect, though, to the fact that Maple and Solo are both there, but both teams looking towards the dragon.
Impact goes over the wall there with the blast cone. No ultimate used from JoJo just yet. That Swain ulti is a huge factor in any fight. TSM wants to disengage from it. EG wants to use it. 6,000 HP left on the Cloud Drake. TSM putting more damage into it. There comes the Ornn ult. TSM. Oh, they didn't get the R2. They didn't get it.
It was the never move there from Swain. He rooted him up so he couldn't actually get it. And then by the time he was out of the CC, it was too little too late. So there's a clutch root there from JoJo denying the ulti coming through from Solo. But not the time that you want to have to pause here.
No.
Such a critical moment. The dragon down to 2,500 HP. Solo having already expended his ulti, but all ultimates available are on the EG side.
And there is a charm in the air currently flying towards JoJo.
I think it's out of range.
Well, we'll find out soon.
We will find out whenever we
That's
get
either
back
going to
in.
doink him in the head, and he'll be in a lot of trouble because we talked about how they popped the stopwatch last time. There's no other defensive abilities. He does have flash up, so I guess you have time to try and do the math, do the trig, see if it's going to hit you if you need to flash.
He also does have his Rylai's Leandri's combo completed and ready to go, so as long as he's not just immediately killed at the very start of the fight, he's very scary.
And he's got the third summoner. Tahm Kench is behind him, right? If it's me, there's no shot I'm flashing when that goes back. I'm pretty confident it's not going to hit him, but even if it does hit you, I'd rather have Tahm Kench probably use the Devour there, in that case. If TSM is really going to commit to the fight, but this is an extremely tense moment. EG does need to keep scaling towards this soul, or keep stacking towards this soul. And TSM looking to put a stop to it. If they can tie up the dragon count here, I do think the game is very much in their favor. I already feel like compositionally, they have the upper hand. So it's a big one.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's interesting how much TSM is the one putting the pressure on. They're the one often doing the most damage to the dragon, trying to bait EG in, because we talked about the kind of poor engage on the side of EG. They don't have many options, and Impact has been doing this little dance on the flank where he hops into the pit, hops out using his E to kind of decide if they're going to focus down the dragon or if he wants to be flanking around. And it is an option potentially where you can try to go flying in. I think what TSM wanted to do with that Ornn ult was pop it, land it on top of the Trundle, burst the dragon down, and then kind of disengage that situation. But because the never move came in, it stalled out that option, and now dragon is just kind of awkwardly hovering there at 2,500 health.
Exactly, and I mean, it is one of those weird situations when you have teams that don't have, really good hard engage, like EG, it's difficult to actually force that fight. Like, how are they supposed to start it? You can walk up, drop a Trundle Pillar, and try to throw a long-range ulti from Seraphine, but it's just not really going to make much happen. Chime is playing. We could even go into the pause screen and kind of look at the positioning here, or even have a replay potentially of that skirmish prior to it. But Chime is kind of playing in this angle where he's up near the blue buff. Tactical is very far behind that front line. Ahri has a lot of mobility, so you're kind of looking at it, and it's very difficult to actually reach these backliners here. Impact is playing this spot that you're talking about, Mark, where he's threatening the flank here. Wants to threaten. If TSM go forward, he's going to come in from the back and look to really attack. But Danny is the only one with that kind of hard CC lockdown, but really he needs someone in there to bounce the ulti off of. And we're back to live.
Here we go. Drake's got 1,500. TSM getting themselves zoned away. Drake secured. Evil Geniuses move to Soul Point.
Charm comes up short. JoJo pops his ult, runs forward at the same time as the Renata Berserk comes through, but just without the Ornn ultimate available to really stop them from getting in, EG bursts down that dragon and critically put themselves at Soul Point.
I'm actually really interested. The fact that it's a Cloud Soul again, are they willing to just give it up? Right? Because we saw TSM do that last time, but I think it's really strong for Swain and for Aatrox and even for Trundle.
Swain, Aatrox, Trundle. Remember the fact that even the Tahm Kench, he gobbles you up and then he sprints. Oh no, I get something bad. I've got to get to the bathroom. And that's what Cloud Soul is for Vulcan's Tahm Kench. It's so good on so many of these champions.
I mean, everyone's seen the Swain death ball where you eat an ulted Swain and just run at them and they can't do anything about it. If he ever gets low, you get spit back out on almost full health with a massive shield. There's some pretty cute interactions there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be, a bit of a concern here, I think, for TSM, if that Cloud Soul does go over, because it's going to give JoJo so much of an easier time of actually sticking in there and not having his ultimate kited out. I talked about the interaction where he pops his ult, Sivir's going to respond with her ult, and they're going to try to back it up, stay out of range of that ulti, but now they're looking for the pick here on JoJo.
JoJo has very, very low mana to work with. He had to flash out defensively. He popped the ult anyway. Impact's in the middle of everybody, and TSM's just going to destroy him.
That is a huge pick. They're going to go for Baron. There's no Swain ulti. There's no TP on Impact. He's dead. They should for sure go for this. There's no damage on the EG side.
This could be the moment where TSM takes over in the 5th and final game of the series. EG will try to stop them. A little bit of Seraphine damage into the pit. JoJo's made his way back in now as well. Solo's here on the front, soaking up the damage. Vulcan's going to be eating some Ahri skill shots. Spica's in the front. Berserk lands onto 2. Danny with a flash away, but he's still in a lot of trouble. Danny is down. TSM looks for more and finds it.
TSM get the turn, and they're just going to go right back to the Baron again. Impact, sure, he's up in 10, but he has no TP. TSM gonna be in full control here. EG, it's panic time. They've got to stop this. There is a flash on Inspired. Can he find a miracle play?
I don't think it's not looking that way. He's not even going close. It's Baron. It's a 3,000 gold lead. It's TSM.
And JoJo Pune in the top side getting charmed up by Maple is what started that whole sequence. It baited Impact into TPing in to try and save him. It left him on an island because more members of TSM were there. And after they get that kill into Impact, they rush this Baron down because that is, like you were saying, one of the only threats that they have to deal with. There's no Aatrox go flying in here, and they can just charge forward onto Danny once he gets hit by that Berserk.
I mean, there's just no damage. There's none at all, right? Like, what are you afraid of? With a Swain who has no ulti, and with just Danny really as the only real damage there. So it's such a problem with this composition that you're so heavily ult-reliant, and that TSM have such good ways to actually kite out and disengage from those ultimates. And now Tactical has the IE completed. We are potentially minutes away from seeing the first seed here knocked out by number 7 TSM. The defending champions, EG, must find a miracle to really claw back into this game, it feels like.
If TSM can close this one out, it'll probably be the greatest upset in LCS playoffs history. There has never been a time where the 1 seed got knocked out by the 7 seed, and just the actual expectations of this matchup as well. EG, the favorites ever since summer started. They ended the regular season just as hot as they started it, and something in playoffs has gone horribly wrong for them. The 3-1 at the hands of Cloud9 to drop to the losers bracket, and now to be pushed to Game 5 by TSM here.
Evil Geniuses are going to have to find something incredible here in this Game 5, because TSM, wearing purple, 3,000 gold lead, they're the ones that don't have the just ult-reliant comp. They're the ones who have a Sivir on a 3-item power spike with an Ornn enchantment. They're the ones who should be able to take over.
Absolutely, they're looking so damn good at this point. 3rd item through there for Maple. The gold lead will extend. TSM gonna take this tier 2 tower here uncontested. EG stepping up, but there's just not much of a threat. There's nothing to worry about behind that Trundle Pillar. I mean, it gets dropped down, you know nothing else is gonna happen.
This is one of those short-range composition problems. When you fall behind, you don't really have a way to stop the Baroned up siege push. Like you said, you drop the pillar, people just walk away from it. There's no other threat.
Yeah.
TSM have done such a good job over the course of the series to put themselves in these winning positions with these scaling drafts. Solo coming in late towards the end of the season, giving another assist to a team, maybe helping carry them all the way to Worlds, being this incredible weak side tank playing top laner. Tactical subbing back in playoffs to become such a late game bomb threat on the Sivir. The story for this TSM team is incredible.
And now it's up to EG trying to get Soul here. They spot that the Dragon is just gonna get rushed down. I don't think Inspire can get there in time.
He'll try to walk up and do it, but he's thrown up into the air. He dodges away from the second part of the Ornn ulti, but where's the damage? Where are they at? Solo's gonna soak it forever. He's still not even dead. They've got him very low finally. Can they finish the kill? Solo will be shut down, and Evil Geniuses continue the chase. JoJo with a flash over the wall. He hits the never move. TSM collapses, and Evil Geniuses get 3.
EG come up huge. They're chasing in for more, but they don't have the waves. They can't get that much. It is just the kills. But it does close the gold lead somewhat as Tactical goes down and critically spent his summoners as well. Huge play from JoJo.
Absolutely huge double never move. Like you said, they're not able to get too much off of this. The mid lane turret, they're going to be able to get 1, maybe 2. We'll see how far they want to go. JoJo TP'd up to the top side at the same time, just doing whatever they can to stuff their pockets with as much gold as possible so that they can contest the next major neutral objective.
And that's why they just all in on that play. They know they needed to find something. And when they have Solo sectioned off, as soon as the front line collapses, it gets so much harder for TSM as everyone can pile in. And you can see in this specific fight, they couldn't actually disengage from JoJo. He was able to keep his ulti up the entire time.
Yeah, the fact that Solo, what he did here was nice overall, putting Inspired into stasis right away, but the Renata ult basically gets sidestepped. The charm still hits Maple, makes him sprint back in there, and the entire time, Impact is playing footsies with Tactical, the core DPS member for TSM, like we were talking about. If he ever tried to walk forward, then Impact commits to the flank, and so that was a really heads-up play to buy space for JoJo and the rest of EG to just charge forward.
And it was actually such a big deal because he was on Ghost. it was a Ghost Spellbook there from JoJo, which is such a powerful summoner there for the Swain, but it means it's not going to be available again. JoJo flashing in, finding that double never move, getting the kill on a tactical. You can look at the damage done there. It was all up to JoJo, and he made it happen. But now it's EG again, you know, sitting back here, trying to find some sort of a setup, trying to find some sort of a way into this game. 55 seconds on the Baron, and 3 minutes until they have another shot at Soul.
No flash on Tactical! Tactical! He's rooted up! Tactical is down! EG picks the AD carry!
They get him again! They punish the missing flash there. The pillar locks him in. It looked like Never Move, or perhaps it was Danny's route coming through to lock him up.
We were talking about the Trundle pillar being the only real form of engage, but when you don't have flash available, there's not that many peeling tools to save a Sivir. And so the fact that they could get that chain CC combo down, gets that kill, 20 seconds on Baron.
That's the important part. The Baron wasn't up. Both the victory in the Dragon fight as well as that pick on the Tactical don't have major rewards for EG on the map.
Unless EG can start it on spawn, and I think that may be the angle they're looking for to try to force TSM and look for a potential turn here. Solo is pretty far up. He gets caught by the root.
He's caught by the Never Move. Now they're going to pour some more damage into him, but can they get the kill here? They got to chase this guy forever, and there's just no damage.
He's so tanky. I like the idea of thinking maybe if we kill Solo, it's an easier Baron, but instead, they're not able to go onto the Baron right away like we were saying they might consider, and so that will buy time for Tactical to get back onto the map.
But now they're after Solo again, and again. He will get away, but it cost his flash.
Yeah, this time they get the Summoner. That's the big difference here. EG, just right back to it. Look at this. If we can get a vision toggle, there's no vision in this area whatsoever for TSM. They do have one ward that could barely spot the entrance to the pit, but this line right here, if you hug that wall, they wouldn't see it. So you can tell that TSM is a little bit nervous, and that's why they're trying to push this wave out. We don't know. Is EG laying in wait here?
Solo's Warmog's doing a lot of heavy lifting for him, keeping him back at full HP without having to return to the base. Maple is going to see him over the wall, but Never Move found him. Maple with a flash away. Impact here on the flank, ready to go. The Ornhorn sounds off. Impact is the target, and Tactical's got the auto attacks, but they won't finish him off. TSM look for more, but they won't find Wind Becomes Lightning. EG with the full disengage.
And now does TSM try to look to reclaim vision around the Baron here? Impact pushback. He does have TP, but without ult, Aatrox is not that threatening in these fights. You can see a lot of critical items have come through. LDR is done there for Tactical. Death Cap is in for Danny. The pressure in this game is immense for both of these teams. Who is going to come up when it really matters most?
The only ultimates down for EG are Impact and Inspire, not the biggest game-changing ultimates, whereas on the flip side, it's Ornn, Sivir, and Renata, the biggest team fight ultimates you could argue available for TSM, so they want to force onto the Baron.
And it's double GA available for EG. They're at a really strong point. They're looking for Tactical.
Tactical walks in, but he's got the spell shield in time. He'll get away from the Never Move. EG immediately peeling back towards mid, towards their control wards. And now the Soul is about to spawn. It'll be Evil Geniuses in the bottom side river first.
But TSM has control of mid. Will they actually push this out? And EG can't really burst it down. The Never Move lands, and they are going to avoid that ulti, and the Ori ulti is spent.
R2 doesn't do anything from Solo, and that should be really big. Spica goes in, and now they're ready to fight. JoJo in the middle of everybody. Solo's going to be taking some damage, but JoJo might just die. The stasis keeps him alive. Now you've got Inspired here on the front line. Solo's still staying alive in the back. Danny's not able to get involved. Inspired is low, but he is not dead. He'll be healed up yet again. Spica wants to get away. The Never Move won't find him, and Impact will. A killing spree.
And EG are looking for the chase here. Danny has healed them back up. They want more. They want a Baron potentially. The flash chain!
He got the flash chain, but Tactical got the flash out. TSM escaped.
All right, so TSM have enough threat on Baron that EG have to commit some members to make sure they don't do it. Even though Spica's dead, they could just try and rush it and flip it. In the same time, Inspire...
They're not taking Soul.
I thought Inspire was just going to solo the Soul point.
They're flipping it for the Baron. They're just going straight for the Baron. I can't believe they didn't leave someone to actually just take that Soul. It was guaranteed. But EG say, no jungler here. We take the Baron, then we get the Soul. But you can see Solo on the other side has gone straight for the Dragon, trying to deny that. Is this the right choice? Because this really all ends on the next couple minutes here for EG.
JoJo spotted it out with a W. They know that Solo's trying to take it. He's probably the worst member. The rest of TSM is showing up now to stop them from doing that.
They're TPing for it. They're trying to stop it.
EG wants to fight him for it. JoJo's already turned on the Swain. He stole it! JoJo Pune
steals Cloud Soul.
JoJo is refusing to go home. He is taking over this game on the Swain. Flashes in, gets the soul. EG are charging down mid.
EG, we said they had to find a way. We said it was going to be so damn difficult, but it's happening so far. It's still not there. They've still got to seal the deal, but an absolutely incredible turn of events.
We had questions about JoJo Swain at the start of the game. 1-0-5, monstrous team fight after monstrous team fight out of him. The never moves to stop Orin ultimates, to find engages onto critical members. He has been so good for them. And out of nowhere, a TP into a soul flash forward Q.
He has smite. He has smite. He flash smote it with the spellbook smite there. Pops the ulti, gets in. There was no jungler there for TSM. Spellbook's last second over immediately to the smite. Pops the W, scouts the health himself. This is the alley-oop off the backboard, the self setup there. Oh my God, he scouts it out, he smites it away. What a play.
JoJo Pune, like you said, refusing to lose, doing everything himself. He's jungling, he's setting up plays for himself. This is such an incredible performance. When we thought TSM had gotten control of this game, JoJo Pune has wrested it back.
Well, let's see what they can do now, because they have to face the TSM base walls and base defense. EG on a 4-1 split. 1.5 minutes remaining on the Baron buff.
Look at Impact
putting work in on the tier 3 in mid, while the rest of EG just try to continue the pressure here in bottom. It's difficult to engage on Seraphine and Swain.
Yeah, but Danny is running low on mana here. He's already been chunked down to half. He's having to spend a lot of mana to keep this up. And if he gets low, it is getting very dangerous. Tactical just kind of ricocheting through the minion wave onto this backline is really, really strong at this point. But Danny actually has a red buff, so he's going to regen right back up here. And it's going to be on this next wave. But unfortunately for EG, it's not synced. And that's why they're not hitting here. They're trying to sync the waves up. But they're potentially looking to threaten them off the tower.
All right, they step up. A lot of damage under the turret there. Seraphine's notes hitting it extra hard, and it buys Impact the moment that he needs to get the minion wave up and take out the tier 3 in mid. Tier 3 in bottom still standing, but EG still applying pressure. Baron alive for another 30 seconds. They've got this wave bottom and one more wave mid, maybe, to use with this buff.
It's keeping the pressure up here. Impact might be able to grab the inhibitor on his own as they're trying once again to sync the waves here. And critically, Danny has his flash up. There was a window he didn't. He had a monstrous sidestep on a Berserk and Charm to stay alive. Here they go.
All right, there comes the Renata ulti. Inspired's here on the front, but JoJo's ready to go in now too. Tier 3 turret still standing. They got to get that one out of the way. And Inspired takes a bite. Now, do they want to go any further? TSM looking to go right back in. Solo's ready to use the ulti. The Ornhorn finds 3, but Maple's got to be careful. Impact on the flank. Maple is down. EG gets 1, and they're not done yet. Solo's stuck on the front line. Charmed up. Beaten down. Solo tries to escape, but EG ain't done. They're going into the Nexus turrets. They don't want to give him the bailout, and they won't. JoJo gets another.
JoJo has been so on point with these never moves. They kite out the ulti, and TSM looks for the re-engage, but it's a root onto Maple that spells his demise. Mid lane in the hip will fall.
Danny has no mana or TP, gets back to base, gonna TP back in right here as well as Impact.
They've got the time. They've got the time. It's 25 seconds on Maple. EG want to win the series. It's got to be an insane defense from TSM. Nexus turret number 1 is down. Spica's into the Guardian Angel. Tactical is gone. Charm is gone. TSM is gone. Evil geniuses rise to the occasion in Game 5 and continue their dreams of going to Worlds.
Against all odds, Evil Geniuses claw their way back in a crazy series. 2-hour pause in the middle of it be damned. They stay level-headed, claw back, they get the win. Stay alive for that loser's bracket run to Worlds.
What a crazy Game 5. JoJo Pune went absolutely off in this final game, finding so many critical roots there on the Swain, stealing away the soul with the spellbook. Smite taking it away there from TSM. What a final matchup, what a final game here. But TSM deserving of so much credit for how far they pushed EG. It came down to the very final game. It came down to the very final moments in that game against the #1 seed.
I think if you're EG, it's not happiness as much as it is relief here. You're relieved to be able to get that win because you would not expect number 1 to be pushed to the brink by number 7 like that.
And like we said, all respect to TSM, a team that had gone through so much turmoil this year. It's over now, but that was an incredible final showing by these guys. Maple popping off in some of these games, Spica having 1v9 games. They showed how hard they can push the reigning champions of the LCS.
And I think they've shown how much they have improved.
Absolutely.
From the beginning of the split to where they are now, TSM definitely becoming a force to be reckoned with. It's been a weird day with a lot of pauses, a lot of stress on these players, incredible amounts of pressure, added to by some of those difficulties. EG gonna be feeling very happy to be moving on to Sunday. It is a date with Team Liquid for the final spot in Chicago, for the final spot at Worlds, to keep their championship hopes alive, to try to defend their title.
They better be ready.
Yeah.
They better be ready. The games today, they weren't clean. I mean, anybody watching the series saw that. EG, through endurance, through playmaking, through that clutch factor, they were victorious. But this isn't a team that's going to go back and look at those VODs and say, yeah, those were great games. No, there's so much to fix. There's so much to work on.
But tonight, you go, you rest easy, you get your favorite food, you earned it, you get the ice cream after the win, which is you learn in, early days of pickup basketball or soccer, whatever, because this is a mentally draining day. You need to just decompress. You survive for EG. Don't worry about it right now. You have 1 day of prep ahead of you. You'll have to hit the books hard during that day, like you guys were saying, to prepare for Team Liquid, because there's a lot of things that they need to check out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a tough pill to swallow for TSM. Definitely, our heart goes out to them to lose in that way. I think felt that they were in a good position, that they could have potentially won that game, but it is oftentimes in these close series, one player stepping up. You think back to Texas, it was Danny's moment at that Baron, and this kind of was JoJo's moment here in this game 5. Stealing that soul away really did make the difference, I think, down the stretch.
Yeah, they were able to run them down. They were able to make that engage there. And honestly, what a series. What a game number 5. It's all wrapped up, and now we're heading over to the stage to join our Rookie of the Year, JoJo Pune, for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. I've got JoJo Pune after this 5-game series. We'll get to that Rookie of the Year comment in just a moment. But right off the bat, I got to ask, these were unprecedented circumstances, a scenario we don't see very often on the LCS. What was going on behind the scenes in terms of getting through that pause and everything that was to come afterwards?
I don't know. The break was so long, and we didn't even know when we were going to get ready, so I was just chilling. Just on my phone, just lying down. I don't know. There was nothing to do, so I was just chilling the whole time until I was ready. Yeah.
Do you feel like it's a battle of trying to chill versus I feel like sometimes I see people jumping around trying to keep the energy up as well?
Yeah, I mean, I do that before, like right before the games, but before that, I'm just not doing anything. There's nothing to do. So yeah.
I feel like I came into this with so many questions about specifics about the series, but I do want to zone in more kind of on how this ended. You coming through with the Swain, having to be pretty clutch, even getting the Dragon at that point. How are you handling the pressure in such a tight series with so many swinging moments back and forth?
I mean, we're not really focused about the outcome. We're just focused on the game. So I wouldn't say we're feeling too much pressure, honestly. I don't know, we were just doing our thing in game, trying to focus on what to do next, especially with the pauses. We had to just focus on what are we going to do next, so yeah, we were just doing that the whole time, basically. Yeah.
Keeping your mental focus the entire way through. Bringing it back to the award that was mentioned by Captain Flowers when you came here, you are Rookie of the Year. What was your reaction to that, and kind of looking past some of the satisfying moments that you have experienced throughout this first year in the LCS?
I mean, I'm definitely grateful I got the award because there's definitely a really good rookies this year, especially. So, I wasn't even sure if I was going to get it, but after I got it, obviously it felt good. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just proud of that.
Pretty cool for Evil Geniuses to get that 2 years in a row as well, Danny having gotten that accolade prior. What is it like being on this team that very much is surrounding themselves around you and the young talent coming up and trying to support that development?
I mean, I really like the environment. If someone messes up or they make a mistake, we just try getting through it, why it happened, and we just move on. So I feel like that's why we improve so much. I feel like just people on this team really just want us to improve, So, I mean, obviously, since we want to win, so that's really what I like a lot. Yeah.
You got some more wins that you got to rack up here going through the lower bracket. I think you and Team Liquid, a surprise to see you meeting in such a fashion. Do you have any thoughts on that matchup specifically?
I mean, last time we 3-0'd them, so I don't know. But we did go game 5 today, so I mean, I can't be too cocky, but we just got to prepare. It's in like 2 days, I think. So yeah, we just got to get ready.
Well, I'm sure you're due for some rest in terms of getting ready for that matchup. Thank you for stopping by for this interview, and congrats on the earned dub here in the end.
Thank you.
All right, friends, we made it to the end of the day. Just a little more to do on the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, the Tigress. It's been a long day. We're going to try and move quickly while still doing justice to this series. Evil Geniuses pulling it out in the end. 3-2 fashion. That man that was just interviewed, Jojo Pin, Rookie of the Year. He came up so massively in this 5th game. He dragged his team over the line, it feels like, with some of the plays he was making.
Yeah, it was incredible to see. The 2-man pulls that he was able to get, the steal that he had. I love the fact that we got to check out the pro view during the cast, where he literally spellbook changed to smite.
Yeah.
Use W to get vision of it, flash forward to pick it up because Spica was dead. This man put on his carry pants today.
Yeah, and right now I think we're seeing highlights of the whole series. But you know what we call that, Rez?
What?
We call it a swangle. A swing
Oh my God, a swangle.
Production told me to use that one when I said as we were watching.
Okay, we're blaming them for that one.
But no, like you could tell, like he did not want to lose, and like it was really cool to see from JoJo specifically because I think, you know, he's had a lot of pressure on him. He's been also hyped up massively. We've seen some pros and cons of that. I think he just kind of shrugs it off like it's all nothing to him, but to see him come up massively in the series was awesome.
It's interesting listening to that interview as we watch the highlights of the series play through. It's like, I think it's partially how a lot of clutch players remain clutch is they don't give you the answers that you're expecting to hear. Like, we're watching the series and we're like, holy crap, how does he step up considering the circumstances? But I think the very best players literally only focus on the game, and that's how they perform in such crazy circumstances. It's the process of playing League where you're just isolated into your job in the moment, almost like you're meditating and blocking out all the noise. So if JoJo's consistently able to do that, he's got a really long career ahead of him.
Exactly. I mean, he was speaking frankly, talking about during those breaks he was sleeping, and then all he was trying to do was focus on the moment, and that's really a credit to the organization and the staff.
Like this in game 5.
This was the series-saving play, in my opinion, from him in game number 5.
But legitimately, players don't do this in a game 5 because they know it's game 5.
Right.
Like JoJo was just playing another game.
Yeah.
Which makes him stand out in these circumstances.
I don't know, man.
He's too good.
I'm just playing.
I'm just
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Just, you know, just do my thing. I don't know, man.
I don't know.
So
Anyway,
to you, not to me.
JoJo may have come up massively in game number 5, and he deserves plenty of praise for that. But when it comes to the series as a whole, the honors goes to Inspired. Look at the score lines there in their victories. Obviously, we try and take the entire series into account, but when he's on, he's on.
And Jet was talking about that in the moment. 9-1 and 10 doesn't tell you the champion. Sejuani, yes.
Yep.
Wait, that wasn't a Master Yi?
It wasn't a Master Yi.
I could have sworn that's the
Readjust your glasses. Like, oh, okay.
New prescriptions in order. I get it.
Yeah, the presumptive MVP, 3 Player of the Weeks, now Player of the Series. He's had such an unbelievable summer split.
Yeah.
I am relieved that we get to see them play again, that we get to see Inspired play again.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be in 2 days. So
I was going to say, while the postseason road for them has gone nothing like we expected it to, it is great to see him bounce back from the poor series that dropped them down into the lower bracket to have a kind of performance like this today. As you mentioned, Jat, I think for so many people, there was this fear, a very justified fear that we were about to watch our 1 seed again. Representatives from MSI into a 15-3 regular season fall out of the postseason and World's contention today. They narrowly missed that mark. JoJo said it himself. They've only got 2 days, even less so at this point. We're burning the midnight oil.
True.
Where they, they're going to watch their opponents for 36 hours. Watch their opponents play tomorrow. They got to get back on stage and do it again. So it's no easy task, to say the least.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I'll say this: the thing I did really like about Inspired was his ability to, again, he went topside. We saw him mid. His ability to affect lanes early, I think, was definitely back in play in the series. And then, yeah, going up against TL, off camera, I turned to Raz and Jet, and I was like, oof, EG can't beat TL looking like this.
No.
And then Jet was like, I don't know, TL didn't look that good either.
Yeah.
So
It's always amazing, Jad, to take a step back and just look at the journey from this point, because you're right. Yeah, while it's going to be Evil Geniuses versus TL, but the carnage in the back, the 5-game series exclusively in the bottom bracket.
Jad,
look at this scorecard. So the max number of games, if everything went 5 games, is 40.
Yeah.
We've played 38 games.
We've played a lot of games.
That
We
is
have played the
absurdity.
We have played in this more than one team would play a total regular season across the whole year.
What?
36 is what a team plays.
Yeah.
38 of 40.
TL Fly and C9EG were the only ones that didn't go the full 5
I
games.
do also want to point one other thing out that I noticed there. For all the talk about the upsets that we had, and we had a few, the 1, 2, 3, and 5 seeds remain alive in the postseason.
Yeah.
It's only the 4 seed that has dropped out there. So, I mean, it's great, again, as we talk about all those 5-game series and the upsets, to see our top 8 teams really push each other.
Yeah.
We kind of ended up with the,
It's like,
you know,
this is
it's
what
like, and then you get to where you're going anyway, kind of a thing. So either way, we're not going to belabor the day. We've got plenty of time to talk tomorrow ahead of that 100 Thieves versus Cloud9 matchup. It's sure to be a banger. With the way that those two teams are playing, all before we close things out on Sunday with that EG versus TL matchup to book a trip to Chicago. And then we head out next week. That's going to do it from us here, though. So on behalf of myself, the cast, the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for sticking with us. Thank you to everybody behind the scenes who put in all the work. We'll catch you tomorrow for more LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other.
We made it.
That last part, for real. Good night.